Yang Haoshuan yearned to open his eyes, yet his eyelids felt as though burdened by an immense weight, and his mind was besieged by waves of excruciating pain. Gradually, he became acutely aware of an overwhelming chill enveloping his body, accompanied by a cascade of cold sweat, instilling within him a profound sense of despair and fear. Alas, his eyes remained stubbornly closed, and the only sensation he could perceive was that he lay upon the ground, extremely cold and decidedly uncomfortable. What? What has happened to me? Am I dying? Panic began to swell within Yang Haoshuan, and suddenly, a torrent of fragmented memories surged forth, intensifying the agony in his head to the brink of explosion. Ugh! The pain was unbearable, and Yang Haoshuan let out a faint groan, his voice barely audible. Yang Haoshuan! Yang Haoshuan! Young Master Yang! Young Master Yang! At that moment, a chorus of voices echoed from afar, accompanied by the rustling of leaves underfoot. However, these shouts were laced with annoyance, impatience, and even animosity. Are they calling for me? A flicker of realization ignited within Yang Haoshuan. But why do they feel so unfamiliar? Regardless of the circumstances, Yang Haoshuan instinctively longed for aid, yet he felt like a dying soul, incapacitated on the ground, unable to utter a word. His body grew colder, and he sensed the trickle of blood from his waist. Found him! Yang Peng, he is here! Fortunately, a woman's voice pierced through the haze surrounding him. Is that so? Another man's voice responded, yet Yang Haoshuan detected an undertone of displeasure in his tone. For reasons unknown, he too felt an inexplicable aversion towards this in a swift moment. Yang Haoshuan sensed that the woman had crouched beside him, a faint fragrance lingering in the air. Her hands meticulously examined his body, providing him with a sense of reassurance. He was attacked by a wolf. We must have startled it away with our shouts. The woman's voice resonated once more, followed by the sound of her rummaging through her belongings. Fortunately, I brought healing ointment. Wait. At that moment, a man's voice interrupted, hesitating briefly before continuing. We shouldn't concern ourselves with him. Let's go. A sudden tremor coursed through Yang Haoshuan's heart. The words, don't merely flickered on his lips. How can we do that? Fortunately, the woman promptly repudiated the suggestion. What troubled Yang Haoshuan the most was the woman's apparent hesitation. An unsettling emotion began to swell within him. Don't hesitate. If we wait for others to arrive, we'll squander this opportunity. He wandered off on his own. He won't hold us back. The man urged, do you wish to marry a useless man, only to become a subject of ridicule? In the enveloping darkness, Yang Haoshuan could see nothing, yet he sensed the woman rising abruptly upon hearing those words. Moments later, his fears materialized. All right, fine. The woman's voice trembled, betraying her inner turmoil. Excellent, the man exclaimed joyfully, and Yang Haoshuan could only hear him take a few steps forward, grasp the woman's hand, and flee to do not. In his desperation, Yang Haoshuan finally managed to weakly utter a couple of phrases, but others had long since departed. Reluctantly, he closed his eyes once more and succumbed to unconsciousness. After an indeterminate period, Yang Haoshuan awoke again, still feeling utterly feeble, lying upon the cold ground. However, this time, he found himself capable of movement. His eyes opened with some difficulty, initially clouded, but gradually clearing. Without concern for his surroundings, he merely wished to ascertain the state of his body. Yet, despite being able to move, even lifting an arm proved to require immense effort. Suddenly, his left hand brushed against an odd object, small and round. With great difficulty, Yang Haoshuan brought it closer to inspect, discovering it to be a dark, glossy pill. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the woman's mention of a healing medicine. Could this be what she had dropped? Regardless, he had little to lose. Death seemed inevitable. Without hesitation, Yang Haoshuan promptly placed the pill into his mouth. To his astonishment, the seemingly hard exterior of the pill dissolved upon contact, transforming into a warm current that surged down his throat and into his body. Instantly, Yang Haoshuan felt as if he had consumed a miraculous elixir. His body gradually regained some strength. How remarkable! It seems medicine has yet to advance to such a level. He silently marveled, before taking stock of his surroundings, confirming his earlier thoughts. He lay upon the earth, amidst a forest. Towering trees loomed overhead, their lush canopies obstructing much of the sunlight. How did I end up here? Yang Haoshuan pondered, feeling somewhat better. I remember playing online games at home. Suddenly, as his body regained strength, the fragmented memories began to piece themselves together. Moments later, Yang Haoshuan's expression was a kaleidoscope of emotions. What the hell? Have I traversed to another world? In the end, his voice trembled and cracked as he shouted, sounding rather unpleasant. At that moment, he realized his condition had improved considerably, allowing him to sit up. Looking down, he noticed the tattered robe he wore was stained with blood. It appeared that his waist had been viciously bitten by something, leaving a gruesome wound. Fortunately, it had not struck any vital spots, and the bleeding soon subsided. As a reclusive individual, Yang Haoshuan was quite familiar with the concept of transmigration and harbored a deep yearning for it. He immediately began to explore the memories within his mind. As he had surmised, this was a realm where strength reigned supreme. This continent was known as the Tina continent, and it was said that those who traversed the celestial river at the pinnacle of the world could attain immortality and transcend the mortal coil. This was also the reason many aspired to cultivate martial arts. As for Yang Haoshuan's current identity, Yang Haoshuan, this unfortunate fellow, shared his name, and recalling his past deeds left him in shock and even filled with rage. To be precise, the previous Yang Haoshuan was a debauched scion, one who epitomized excess. In his former life, he was the very type of wealthy heir or privileged offspring that Yang Haoshuan had despised. He had bullied the weak and forcefully seized the daughters of common folk. The egregious deeds that incited universal outrage left Yang Haoshuan astounded that this individual had not succumbed to the wrath of the masses. This was largely due to the fact that he had a father. The Great Yin dynasty was the realm he inhabited, and his family stood as the foremost among the four great clans of the dynasty, with his father being an exceptionally formidable figure who showered him with affection. Thus, he had managed to survive until now. Goodness, how fortunate that my father isn't named Li Gang otherwise. It would be far too comedic. Reflecting on the earlier events that mirrored his current predicament, Yang Haoshuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Suddenly, he recalled the indifferent couple from earlier and felt compelled to ascertain their identities, seeking to connect their voices with memories, which quickly yielded results. The woman he had seen was named Yang Rulin, a mere disciple of the Yang family who, due to her beauty, had caught the eye of that beast who had forcibly taken advantage of her. To quell the ensuing scandal, the Yang family had arranged her marriage to him. The man was also an ordinary disciple of the clan, a childhood friend of Yang Rulin, who, after the incident, harbored a murderous intent towards Yang Haoshuan. It was no wonder the couple had behaved as they did. Of course, with such actions, Yang Haoshuan had also faced his own retribution. During an attempt to coerce a village girl, he was spotted by a passing formidable warrior who, in a fit of displeasure, shattered his dantian. He was rendered a martial arts cripple, yet still, under the protection of his father, he remained audaciously arrogant. Heavens! Scoundrels and failures! You are far too kind to me, Yang Haoshuan exclaimed in utter frustration before rising to his feet. Though his body felt somewhat frail, walking was not a challenge. After walking for a while, Yang Haoshuan discovered his battle knife ahead, naturally picking it up to use as a cane. As he continued on his journey, Yang Haoshuan encountered a troubling realization. It was not that he was unfamiliar with the path, but rather the opposite. His intimate familiarity with the mountain range instilled within him a profound sense of trepidation. For now, the sun was setting, and once darkness enveloped the land, the dangers of the Dian Mountain range would multiply exponentially. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, compelled to quicken his pace. However, his weary body rendered him weak, and before he could fully escape the forest, night had descended entirely, the howls of wild beasts sending chills down his spine. Suddenly, a rustling sound erupted from the nearby thicket. Young Haoshuan, on high alert, turned his gaze, observing the foliage trembling as if something had brushed against it. With a gulp, he swallowed hard. In his past life, he had been a quintessential homebody, far from any assassin or operative, and in such a predicament, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of panic. Cautiously, he peered into the underbrush and was met with a pair of gleaming eyes fixed upon him. Instantly recognizing it as a wolf, he turned on his heel and fled. Woo! Within the thicket, it indeed was a wild wolf. Having realized its exposure, it let out a frantic howl before darting out, drool dripping from its mouth. However, when Yang Haoshuan beheld the wild wolf charging towards him, he was momentarily stunned. With its sharp fangs, formidable claws, and a physique as towering as that of a pony, the creature exuded a predatory stance, its fierce eyes instilling a sense of dread. I believe I was mistaken. Until we meet again. Before engaging in battle, Yang Haoshuan muttered to himself, turning to flee. Yet, the wolf had already closed the distance, swiftly pursuing him. Yang Haoshuan could almost smell the foul breath of the beast, causing his legs to give way beneath him as he collapsed onto the ground. Sensing an opportune moment, the wolf lunged forward. Lying on the ground, in a state of panic, Yang Haoshuan grasped his last glimmer of hope, closed his eyes, and thrust his blade upward. Little did he know. Thud! The wolf fortuitously landed upon the blade, resulting in a swift piercing of its neck. The scene fell into a profound silence. Is this real? After a brief moment of astonishment, Yang Haoshuan quickly pushed the carcass aside, marveling, indeed, traversers possess extraordinary luck. Thump! Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed from the depths of his mind. Congratulations, player! You have leveled up. Character rank, level 2. Health and mana increased by 50%. Randomly increase physical attributes by up to 50 points. And receive 5 distributable attribute points. 1 skill learning point awarded. Chapter 2. The strong are respected in that fleeting moment. Yang Haoshuan felt a radiant white light emanating from within his body, gently invigorating every muscle and vein. His previously frail physique gradually regained its strength, ultimately transforming into a formidable presence. Glancing at the information displayed above, Yang Haoshuan became increasingly convinced that this was indeed an element from the game Fantasy World. Fantasy World is a virtual online game, and the technological advancements on Earth prior to his transmigration had significantly progressed, enabling the existence of such immersive narratives. Donning the helmet, he immersed himself in the true essence of the gaming realm. At this moment, Yang Haoshuan felt as though he were genuinely engaged in a game within this virtual environment. There was no need to manipulate a keyboard. With mere thoughts, various interfaces materialized before him. His mind was filled with operable interfaces, including character attributes, skill allocation, inventory, vocational skills, life skills, treasure synthesis, and refinement, among others. However, there were notable differences. For instance, game quests were absent, and the character roster revealed that the professions were all full-time. The professions in Fantasy World were simply categorized into 3: warrior, mage, and healer. His current class and level were displayed as follows: Warrior 2, Mage 2, Healer 2. Could he indeed explore all 3 vocations? Yang Haoshuan could not resist examining the skill list, discovering that all abilities were activated. The character attributes in the center made him acutely aware of his current power. Character, Yang Haoshuan level 2, New World level classification, Martial Artist level 1. Occupation, full-time health, 154 mana, 80 strength, 10 wisdom, 23 spirit, 13 agility, 14 professional skills, none life skills. None. Upon witnessing this, Yang Haoshuan was utterly astounded. And in disbelief, he exclaimed, "Could it be that I've succumbed to hallucinations from prolonged gaming?" Skillfully exiting the game interface, he was immediately greeted by the familiar forest, where a bloodied wild wolf lay nearby. Perhaps due to his confusion over whether he was in a game or reality, he felt no fear as before. Instead, he retrieved a battle knife from the ground, and at that moment, a battle knife appeared in his character's inventory. The only definitive way to ascertain whether this was a game or not was through pain, as the cardinal rule of virtual games is that players cannot feel pain. Had he truly traversed into another realm? Thus, Yang Haoshuan made a cut on his hand with the knife, and an intense pain surged forth, leaving him both astonished and exhilarated. He recalled that when he had crossed over, he had also been wearing a virtual helmet while gaming, and whatever had occurred afterwards slipped from his memory in a haze of impulsivity. Was it possible that this led to the emergence of a gaming system within his mind? As the possibility thrilled him, he considered the implications. If this were indeed true, it would be extraordinarily remarkable. He glanced once more at the battle knife in his hand, and with a thought, he placed it into his inventory. Instantly, the battle knife vanished into thin air, only to reappear as a broken knife in his mind's inventory. What a delightful experience! This extraordinary outcome greatly satisfied Yang Haoshuan, a man of vibrant intellect who could swiftly comprehend the current value bestowed upon him by the system in his mind. That value was power, the very essence of survival in this world. Previously, Yang Haoshuan had been rendered a mere shell of himself, his dantian shattered by others, causing him considerable concern. However, such worries had now dissipated. There was no need for a dantian. Experience points sufficed, and he required no cultivation techniques, for he possessed the skills of 3 distinct professions. Reflecting on his skills, Yang Haoshuan felt an irresistible urge to experiment further. He closed his eyes and summoned the game interface, dedicating time to a thorough examination. Apart from the variance in professions, he noted that the accessory slots no longer required earrings or belts, but rather indicated the presence of magical artifacts. Scanning further down, he encountered the attribute allocation interface. The game's attributes encompassed agility, spirit, strength, and wisdom, each representing the distinctive playstyles of the 3 professions. With each level gained, 5 attribute points were awarded, and presently, Yang Haoshuan had accumulated 5 points. Upon allocating 1 point to strength, he felt as though his muscles were infused with an invigorating force, akin to consuming a potent elixir. When he added a point to wisdom, a refreshing wave of clarity enveloped his mind, rendering him significantly more astute. Although he contemplated experimenting with spirit and agility, he ultimately refrained, knowing that attribute points must be allocated with careful consideration. Exiting the game interface, he unleashed several punches, discovering an undeniable surge of strength that brought a smile to his face. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Haoshuan pondered the optimal distribution of his points, ultimately deciding to allocate all of them to wisdom, with the intention of first embracing the role of a mage. The rationale behind his choice lay in the mage's high attack power and the advantage of engaging enemies from a distance. With each increment of wisdom acquired, Yang Haoshuan felt his intellect soaring, unraveling the mysteries that once eluded his understanding. He then turned his gaze to the skill panel, opening the mage section where the familiar spells from the game materialized before him. Renowned for their formidable damage output, the mage skills beckoned. However, as a novice, he could only learn the fireball spell. After much contemplation, he decided to add it to his repertoire. Once again, an unusual sensation washed over him, and the incantation for the fireball manifested in his mind, effortlessly, as if it were an innate ability. Yang Haoshuan extended his hand forward, and with a mere thought, a fireball ignited above his palm, fervently ablaze with a dark core at its center. Thrilled by the simplicity with which he had harnessed this power, he felt a surge of exhilaration within. Without hesitation, he hurled the fireball towards a nearby tree. It soared through the air with fierce momentum, crashing against the trunk with a thunderous impact, though it did not fell the massive tree that would require the embrace of 3 men. It erupted into a cacophony of sound, the flames devouring a substantial portion of the bark. The sheer potency of this spell left Yang Haoshuan elated, knowing he was merely at level 2, with even more astonishing spells awaiting him. What heights would the advanced mage skills reach? The reality of casting these spells felt far more authentic than in the virtual realm, imbued with an imposing grandeur. At that moment, distant howls of wolves echoed through the air. In the capital of Dian, a staggering revelation ignited a fervor among the populace, each individual buzzing with excitement and fervently discussing the news. It is indeed astonishing that Yang Haoshuan, the notorious tyrant of the capital, has inexplicably gone missing in the depths of the mountains during a family trial, with no news of his whereabouts to this day. The common folk harbor an intense animosity towards Yang Haoshuan, wishing nothing less than to flay his skin and drink his blood. Even the high-ranking officials and noble families regard such a scoundrel with contempt. Particularly after his dantian was shattered, their disdain only deepened, as they believed he now solely relied on his father's influence. Furthermore, most are well aware of the perils that the deep mountains of the Dian Mountain range present at night. Even a martial artist at the 6th level would hesitate to linger after dark, let alone someone like Yang Haoshuan, whose dantian has been destroyed. Although the Yang family dispatched individuals to search for him, there has still been no word. In essence, many have come to the grim conclusion that Yang Haoshuan has met his demise. Consequently, numerous individuals have quietly added dishes to their home celebrations, rejoicing in the supposed death of Yang Haoshuan, believing it serves justice for the young women he has wronged. The heavens have truly opened their eyes. Such sentiments prevail, even among the Yang family, with the exception of Yang Haoshuan's father, who harbors his own concerns. The foundation of the Yang family's power was established by his father. Yet several of his brothers are discontent with his position as clan leader and are now using Yang Haoshuan's situation as leverage. With Yang Haoshuan's fate uncertain, they find an opportunity to persuade him to abdicate. According to the family's ancestral teachings, the clan leader must pass on his legacy to his descendants. And with his son lost and his wife enduring the difficulties of childbirth, he is yet to remarry. In summary, Yang Haoshuan remains blissfully unaware of the considerable uproar his disappearance has incited. The following day, Yang Haoshuan, perched atop a tree, groggily opened his eyes to the bright light of day before leaping down to the ground. Upon landing, he was struck by the sight of numerous wolf carcasses strewn about. Within a 10-meter radius, there lay the bodies of countless wolves, numbering even in the hundreds. A sly grin crept across Yang Haoshuan's face as he recalled the previous day's events, how he had ascended the tree, lured the wolves in, and employed a fishing strategy, unleashing fireballs one after another. This frenzied slaughter perplexed him. Perhaps it was the emergence of the game interface that had significantly altered his mindset. Naturally, his magical energy was being consumed, yet as a full-time practitioner, his mana was replenished, and with his relatively low level, the experience requirements were not overly demanding. He had leveled up amidst the chaos, leading him to believe that there was little need to worry about his mana while below level 10. Although he was uncertain why slaying beasts garnered experience, he speculated that the game system in his mind had transformed the entire foreign realm into a new virtual game. Thus, with each level gained, his mana would restore fully. However, after a night of intense honing, Yang Haoshuan lamented a troubling realization: his progression was exceedingly slow. The primary reason lay in the fantasy world, where most experience was earned through quests and dungeon runs. Now, he pondered where to find such opportunities. Initially aspiring to rise over 20 levels, he found himself only achieving level 4 after an entire night. He decided to allocate his attribute points towards intelligence, believing it prudent to enhance his own strength first. His skill in Fireball had also seen a slight increase. As for his personal attributes, they were as follows. Character, Yang Haoshuan level. For New World level classification, Martial Artist Tier 2. Occupation, full-time health points, 278 mana points, 124 strength, 35 wisdom, 87 spirit, 24 agility, 30 professional skills, Fireball level 4, mage, living skills, none, gradually savoring the fruits of his labor. Yang Haoshuan began to feel a twinge of dissatisfaction, prompting him to compare his prowess with the levels of those who practiced on this continent. The Tianhe continent venerates martial arts, cultivating the physical body to attain strength. However, this path is not devoid of challenges. Thus, the adage "the strong shall be revered" embodies one of the principal characteristics of the Tianhe continent. Chapter 3. This young master. Each realm is further divided into 10 tiers. Through the comparison of his memories, Yang Haoshuan discovered that the power of his fireball had reached the 2nd tier of martial artists, which left him astonished. Although the 2nd tier is rather feeble, one would typically require several months of training to achieve such a level, yet he had done so in a single night. The disparity between the daytime of the Dian Mountain range and his current experience was stark. As he navigated his way out of the depths of the mountains, he unexpectedly spotted a small lake amidst the crimson foliage, its surface shimmering beautifully. Recalling that he had yet to wash his face that day, Yang Haoshuan strolled over. In the midst of summer, the red leaf lake was exquisitely complemented by the surrounding crimson scenery, evoking a sense of utter contentment. Additionally, he was aware of the unsightly bloodstains adorning his abdomen. Such a pristine location for a bath was a rarity on Earth. Thus, Yang Haoshuan shed his garments and leapt into the inviting waters. This inevitably stirred Yang Haoshuan's emotions. Could it be that there were other women bathing here as well? Gazing at the crimson-leafed lake, he soon discovered that the rocks across the water concealed a hidden paradise. What appeared to be the end of the river was, in fact, another expanse of the lake. Thus, Yang Haoshuan hastily swam around the rocks, peering curiously, only to be taken aback. Behind the rocks lay yet another body of water, and upon the rocky ledge to the left, various ladies' garments were strewn about, including delicate undergarments. In his previous life, Yang Haoshuan was neither particularly good nor bad, merely a reclusive man. However, this situation ignited a surge of impulsiveness within him, compelling him to gaze intently. In the midst of the lake, the surface stirred slightly, and suddenly, a captivating beauty emerged from the water, her eyes gently closed, her long tresses cascading elegantly behind her, revealing a flawless visage. With skin as smooth as jade and a complexion as delicate as cream, her pearly teeth and starry eyes, along with a face reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, painted a breathtaking portrait of beauty. Especially striking was her complete nudity as she emerged from the water with graceful movements. Yang Haoshuan caught sight of her form gradually surfacing, her smooth neck and alluring bosom captivating his gaze, the two delicate buds hinting at their enchantment. As her flat abdomen broke the surface, Yang Haoshuan felt a rush of warmth envelop him, his eyes fixated there. Just a little more, he silently urged. Then, as he caught a fleeting glimpse of her snow-white thighs, a shadowy glimpse drew his attention inward, only for the enchanting figure to plunge back into the depths of the water. What a disappointment! Yang Haoshuan shook his head, muttering to himself. Who was she? Who would have thought that the enchanting beauty could hear him? She immediately dove into the water, her brows furrowing and her almond-shaped eyes glaring furiously at the rocks behind which Yang Haoshuan was hiding. There was no one. Crouching down, Yang Haoshuan responded, suddenly sensing something amiss, and added, I was merely passing by. Without further ado, he decided to flee. Hastily, he emerged from the water and donned his clothes. But just as he finished, the beauty leapt gracefully from the rock above, now clad in white, wielding a sword in her hand. Upon spotting Yang Haoshuan, she glared fiercely, exclaiming, shameless scoundrel, prepare to face my blade. With that, she glided across the surface of the lake like a dragonfly, her sharp sword aimed directly at Yang Haoshuan's chest. At the same moment, a series of data flashed in Yang Haoshuan's mind. Character: Yinya level, 19 New World level, martial artist. Tier 9 occupation, warrior health points, 1420 mana points, 789 strength, 150 rage, wisdom, 124 spirit, 97 agility, 145750 rage, occupational skill, ice wave sword living skill, none by heavens. Such a high level? Yang Haoshuan was taken aback. He swiftly conjured 2 fireballs and hurled them towards her before making his escape. It was worth noting that Yinya could have easily dispatched Yang Haoshuan in an instant to preserve her honor, but upon witnessing the unexpected fireballs, she was startled and became exceedingly cautious. However, upon discovering the limited strength contained within, she deftly attempted to deflect the incoming fireball with her sword. Yet, she still committed a grave error. The reason the flame projectile was not merely called a fireball was that it would explode upon contact with the enemy. Although her current prowess allowed her to swat the incendiary projectile aside, the ensuing impact sent a surge of tingling sensations through her sword arm, followed by a barrage of flaming shards. As Yinya sought to evade, she found yet another fireball hurtling towards her. With no choice left, she could only retreat and endure the onslaught of fiery fragments striking her. While the damage was minimal and did not pierce her flesh, the sheer volume of the shards, many of which struck her face, was overwhelming. Meanwhile, Yang Haoshuan ran for an indeterminate distance before finally coming to a halt. After all, this was no game. If that woman were to strike him down with her sword, there would be no second chances. After traversing for another half an hour, he finally emerged from the forest and stepped onto a vast expanse of grassland. In the distance, a grand city loomed before him. From memory, Yang Haoshuan recognized it as the capital of Dian, stirring a sense of excitement within him. Ancient cities, exquisite ladies in traditional attire. Simultaneously, he pondered his standing within the Yang family. He was not a particularly meticulous individual. However, having perused countless novels, he understood that preparation was never in vain. Soon enough, he realized that the former Yang Haoshuan had boasted with great bravado in public, yet within the confines of the Yang family, he faced numerous constraints. First and foremost, he had to contend with the fact that his uncles harbored a deep-seated desire to see him eliminated, hoping to force his father from his position. Moreover, within the Yang family, there exists a rite of passage for adulthood. Failure to pass this trial results in expulsion from the clan, a fate that also befell his father. This adult trial demands at least a martial artist of the 6th tier, yet Yang Haoshuan's dantian is shattered, rendering him incapable of success. In summary, Yang Haoshuan's immediate objective is to enhance his strength for self-preservation. As he pondered while walking, he found himself at the city gate, where the towering walls, constructed of solid stone blocks, exuded an air of grandeur and cleanliness. At that moment, the gate guards obstructed his path and bellowed. Entry to the city requires a fee of 5 coins. How dare you? Do you not recognize who I am? Yang Haoshuan's expression shifted as he shouted, momentarily taken aback by his own words, as if they were an instinctive response. Chapter 4. The eternal decision. Upon recognizing Yang Haoshuan, the soldier trembled in fear, recalling an incident when a companion who had dared to impede this demon had mysteriously vanished the following day. Consequently, he immediately responded with utmost respect. Aha. It is young Master Yang. My apologies for my lack of discernment. Yang Haoshuan, momentarily stunned, soon wore a smile as he entered, relishing the deference shown to him. The sensation of being revered bestowed upon him an ethereal feeling, illuminating the reason behind the brazen demeanor of wealthy heirs. For the first time, Yang Haoshuan found the life of a debauched scion rather appealing. To his surprise, the streets of the city were a remarkable 10 meters wide, paved with stone slabs resembling white jade. Vendors were a rarity. Most establishments boasted their own opulent shops. The lavish decorations of these shops attested to the prosperity of the Great Yin, a truly affluent nation. Ahem. I wonder where the pleasure houses are located? Yang Haoshuan, much like Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, suddenly recalled the alluring, vivacious courtesans depicted on television. Young master? At that moment, a young man dressed as a servant appeared before him, exclaiming with delight, "Indeed, it is you, young master. How wonderful that you are alive." The atmosphere within the Yang household was laden with a sense of repression. Most of the family members rejoiced internally, yet they remained cautious of their patriarch. A single misstep could jeopardize their lives. Thus, for the past few days, they had adhered strictly to decorum. Suddenly, they witnessed a young servant hurriedly burst into the patriarch's chamber, and after a moment of astonishment, they ridiculed him, deeming his actions suicidal. Indeed, young Batian appeared to have aged decades in recent days. His displeasure was palpable upon seeing someone intrude upon his private space, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The young servant, nearly paralyzed with fear from a mere glance from Yang Batian, quickly recalled the news of Yang Haoshuan's survival and exclaimed, "Patriarch, Patriarch, I bring good tidings." "What good tidings?" Yang Batian inquired in a low tone, his hand already brimming with energy, wishing to strike down the young servant. He was acutely aware of the perilous wilderness of the Dine Mountain Range, rife with wolves, and he understood the precarious state of his son. How could he have possibly survived the night? "I saw the young master on the street." The servant hastily continued. "He is alive. He asked me to come and report his safety first. He wishes to explore a bit." "Is that truly so?" Young Batian sprang to his feet, his face a mask of disbelief. Upon receiving confirmation, he was instantly filled with exhilaration and even erupted into laughter, proclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent! Heaven has not forsaken my lineage." As for Yang Haoshuan in the present moment, he finds himself in a state of melancholy. Initially, he yearned to experience the charm of this otherworldly realm, yet the shopkeepers, upon catching sight of him, were rendered speechless in their fright. Some audacious women even spat at the mere sight of him. Coincidentally, he noticed his father, who had been wandering outside, anxiously awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Yang Haoshuan, his father was nearly moved to tears, rushing forward to embrace him. Yang Haoshuan, still contemplating how to navigate this new world with his father, simply accepted the affection being bestowed upon him, allowing the moment to unfold naturally while also observing his surroundings. Character: Yang Batian level 43, New World level 2nd level, Grand Martial Artist. Occupation: Warrior. Health points 24, 724, 700 mana points 15, 740, 15, 740 Strength 21, 412 Wisdom 342 Spirit 121 Agility 15, 745 Occupational skills. Level disparity too great to view. Living skills. Level disparity too great to view. What an impressive father, Yang Haoshuan noted, confirming that his memories aligned perfectly with reality. The reunion of father and son naturally brought joy, and Yang Haoshuan did not harbor any aversion towards his father, appreciating the love he received. However, two individuals remained deeply concerned, Yang Rulin and Yang Peng, who had once stood by while another suffered. At this moment, in the grand hall of the Yang family, relatives and caretakers gradually arrived, predominantly those connected to Uncle Yang Haoshuan and his brothers. These individuals represented their own factions, namely the several brothers of Yang Batian. They were embroiled in a struggle for power within the Yang family, seeking to exploit the opportunity presented by Yang Haoshuan's demise to leverage family rules against Yang Batian. Fortunately, Yang Haoshuan was currently rendered ineffective, and it was anticipated that he would not pass the family's initiation trials, leading to his reassignment elsewhere, thus allowing them to further pressure Yang Batian. Yang Haoshuan hesitated momentarily, contemplating that in order to enhance his strength, he must seek alternative means. The Yang family, being the foremost clan of Dian, presumably possessed ample resources for cultivation. Thus, he declared, "Father, it is as follows. Yesterday, while I was in the mountains, I was unexpectedly assailed by wild wolves and was compelled to venture deep into the forest. Fortunately, an elder came to my aid and assisted me in restoring my Dantian." As Yang Haoshuan spoke, he did so with an air of bravado and arrogance, remaining unchanged from his former self. This was all an act. "What, Haoshuan, you can cultivate now?" Yang Batian inquired, astonished and elated by the news. He was acutely aware of their precarious situation. Originally, Yang Haoshuan had seemed hopeless. Yet, due to his deep affection for his wife, he had steadfastly refused to remarry. The sudden revelation from Yang Haoshuan naturally filled him with excitement. However, the other members of the Yang family wore grim expressions, fixated on Yang Haoshuan. If he were indeed capable of cultivation, their plans for him to withdraw from the family would be irrevocably thwarted. Indeed, I should now possess the strength of a second-layer warrior. Yang Haoshuan had not yet meticulously compared his rank and martial arts realm, yet he had a general understanding. The realm of martial arts revolves entirely around enhancing physical strength, devoid of any magical elements. To put it plainly, this is a world of warriors, and thus, Yang Haoshuan was reluctant to reveal his true abilities. Upon hearing this, the individuals in the hall began to murmur among themselves, their expressions reflecting disbelief, for this young man had often spun tales in the past. They looked upon him with disdain, thinking, "With a Dantian like yours, how can you still speak of cultivation? Is that not inviting humiliation upon yourself?" Around him, the Yang family disciples displayed faint smirks. They envied Yang Haoshuan's status, yet held a superior position in terms of cultivation, allowing them to look down upon this figure they secretly admired. However, Yang Haoshuan remained silent and rose to his feet. To validate his claim regarding the selection of martial techniques, he clenched his fist, summoning a fireball that simmered with energy. Then, with a swift motion, he struck the table. The fireball erupted from his fist, resulting in a resounding explosion that shattered the table into fragments, yet his hand emerged unscathed. At this moment, the breath of everyone present caught in their throats, followed by a sharp intake of air. They were astonished that the once damaged Yang Haoshuan could indeed still cultivate. It is known that a shattered Dantian is exceedingly difficult to mend. They had never encountered such a phenomenon. Nevertheless, as they pondered, they realized that despite his ability to cultivate, his realm had fallen to the second level, and with only a year remaining until the trial, he needed to ascend to the 6th level of a warrior. Achieving such a feat in just a year seemed utterly impossible. However, they were unaware that Yang Haoshuan's current prowess at the 2nd level was not merely a remnant of the past, but rather a result of his overnight cultivation. Consequently, these individuals felt reassured. Excellent, excellent. Yet, Yang Batian was flushed with excitement. Reflecting on what a momentous day it was, at least his son was no longer a useless individual. Observing the effectiveness of his efforts, Yang Haoshuan continued, "Father, I now require a cultivation manual." "No problem. You can retrieve it from the manual pavilion tomorrow." Yang Batian readily agreed. Reclining comfortably on an opulent bed, Yang Haoshuan appeared deep in thought. Gradually, he began to comprehend that the martial arts of the Tianhe continent revolved entirely around strength and agility, embodying a world primarily focused on warrior prowess. In this realm, Yang Haoshuan's mage skills had never been mentioned. Had he known earlier, he would have prioritized increasing his strength. While mages possessed convenience, they could not act recklessly here, and their attacks were rather singular. Warriors, on the other hand, not only enhanced their strength, but also acquired skills in swordsmanship. Regret began to creep into Yang Haoxuan's heart as he recalled the resplendent techniques of this continent, realizing that his fireball spell felt somewhat limited. Yet, he found himself in a predicament. With each attribute point needing to support 3 professions, he was indeed at a disadvantage, albeit subtly. He sensed that the skill points he would acquire later would increase accordingly. The following day, Yang Haoxuan finally recognized the advantages of enhancing his wisdom. Upon arriving at the manual pavilion, he curiously picked up a cultivation manual and immediately grasped its profound intricacies. Had it not been for his still shattered dantian, his cultivation progress would have been astonishing. After perusing over 10 martial arts manuals, Yang Haoxuan gained a rudimentary understanding. Most techniques involve absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, transforming it into internal energy stored within the dantian. However, none of these methods suited him. After an extensive search, Yang Haoxuan finally stumbled upon a technique that appeared fitting, the longevity method. The introduction of the book was impressively grandiose, claiming that those who practiced it would achieve immortality. Yet, the annotations provided by the Yang family hinted at a troubling reality. Countless individuals who had attempted to cultivate this method had met with failure. It was later discovered that its only effect was to allow children and the elderly to absorb spiritual energy, thereby enhancing their health, a rather lackluster martial art that had been unjustly glorified. Nevertheless, Yang Haoxuan chose to pursue it. As he turned away, he was confronted by a group of individuals blocking his path. Upon seeing their leader, Yang Haoxuan felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. Without needing further elaboration, their previous interactions had made it abundantly clear that their relationship was far from cordial. Most of these individuals were direct descendants of the Yang family, unlike the ordinary members who might fear him. On the contrary, they often positioned themselves as champions of righteousness, vehemently criticizing Yang Haoxuan. However, today was evidently different. The leader of the group was Yang Haoxuan's 4th uncle's son, known as Yang Ying. Approaching with a mocking smile, he remarked, "What is this? Cousin Haoxuan, I've heard your dantian has finally healed, yet you only possess a 2nd-tier strength. How pitiful." In the past, they had ridiculed him for his shattered dantian. And even now, despite its restoration, his strength had diminished to the 2nd tier, placing him significantly behind them. The individuals behind Lin Ying also wore expressions of derision. Yang Haoxuan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at him without closely examining the data. He recognized that this individual was a 6th-level warrior, yet his temper was characteristically fierce. He retorted at Lin Ying, "What business is it of yours?" As a direct descendant, he was not one to engage in physical conflict lightly, especially given Yang Haoxuan's status. They could mock him, but they dared not lay a hand on him. Indeed, Lin Ying's expression shifted slightly, yet he maintained a smile as he quipped, "I didn't expect your temper to remain as foul as ever. However," he paused, revealing a cold smirk, "next year, you shall be expelled from the Yang family. Just wait and see how I deal with you then. Who will be expelled remains uncertain." Yang Haoxuan, possessing a stubborn disposition in his past life and now a fiery temper in this one, retorted with indignation. "Haha, what a surprise." Lin Ying laughed heartily, teasingly inquiring, "Could it be that your dantian has been restored, granting you the confidence to ascend from 2nd to 6th level within a year and defeat us competitors?" Haha. The others present joined in laughter, for cultivation was no trivial matter. They were all around 17 years old, only reaching the 6th level, while Yang Haoxuan was merely at the 2nd level, needing several more years to catch up. Infuriated, Yang Haoxuan felt the heat of anger. He was no sage. And how could he remain composed when faced with such ridicule? Yet, he understood that he was currently outmatched. After a moment of hesitation, he bore down his emotions and declared, "Very well. Let us compete a year from now." "Humph. I am quite looking forward to it." Emerging from the martial arts pavilion, Yang Haoxuan shook his head, finally comprehending the taste of humiliation. Previously, upon reading such novels, he had laughed at their ignorance, thinking that the protagonist would certainly seek retribution. Now, as he faced derision over his cultivation, it felt akin to being mocked for one's poverty in a previous life. Anger ignited within Yang Haoxuan. He resolved to strive forward, for within his mind resided an extraordinary secret. "Humph. A year from now? Just wait until my cultivation ascends, and I shall exact my vengeance." With a fierce determination to repay grievances, Yang Haoxuan made up his mind. The gradually clarifying contours of a face reminded Yang Haoxuan that these were the very individuals who had once turned a blind eye to his plight. In his memory, Yang Ruolin was an exquisite beauty, and as he scrutinized her, he was taken aback. She approached gracefully, her skin as fair as snow, ethereal as a celestial being, her beauty unparalleled, and her demeanor captivating beyond measure. Her enchanting eyes seemed to ensnare the soul, rendering onlookers unable to gaze directly upon her. Clad in a gown resembling gossamer, she truly appeared like a heavenly maiden descending to earth, her long, graceful legs seemingly treading upon clouds. How utterly stunning! Yang Haoxuan marveled, reflecting on the shame of having once disrespected such a beauty in his former life. As for Yang Ping, who stood beside her, he had not been meticulously groomed. Yet his imposing stature exuded handsomeness. At that moment, the two of them evidently noticed Yang Haoxuan, exchanging glances filled with worry and fear. They were mere ordinary members of the Yang family, lacking any significant influence. However, you two are indeed quite ruthless. Yang Haoxuan's smile resembled that of the Grim Reaper. Yang Rulan and Yang Ping were struck with alarm. Their initial flicker of hope was swiftly replaced by panic. The Yang family rules are exceedingly strict, to the extent that they govern the status of the clan leader. Should the incident involving Yang Haoxuan be disclosed, their downfall would be inevitable. At that moment, Yang Ping stepped forward, his expression filled with hesitation, and scoffed. Since you are already aware, do as you wish. I can only lament the injustice of heaven that allows a scoundrel like you to continue to live. Yang Peng. No, what transpired yesterday was my idea. It has nothing to do with Yang Peng. Yang Rulan hesitated for a moment, her lips moving enticingly. Yang Haoxuan was taken aback, and his anger flared instantly. He had intended to confront them, expecting a simple admission of guilt that would absolve them of their previous misdeeds. Yet, these two seemed to revel in their arrogance, provoking him further. If he could not vent his fury, Yang Haoxuan would feel immensely unsatisfied. After being reprimanded by Yang Haoxuan, both Yang Rulan and Yang Ping turned pale, acutely aware of Yang Haoxuan's treacherous nature and his penchant for vengeance. Yang Ping, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "It was you, beast, who caused this situation, preventing Rulan and me from enough." Yang Rulan interjected, halting him. She then fixed her gaze upon Yang Haoxuan. Her eyes no longer filled with fear, but rather with contempt and disdain, declaring, "Yang Haoxuan, you refrained from mentioning that matter yesterday merely to threaten me today? Very well. As long as you spare Yang Peng, you may deal with me as you wish." Upon hearing these words and perceiving her gaze, Yang Haoxuan was utterly incensed. "What is this nonsense?" he shouted. "Do you think your beauty grants you the right to be arrogant? Let me make it clear. I have no interest in you." Having spoken, Yang Haoxuan turned and left. "I have no interest in you." This phrase lingered in Yang Rulan's ears, refusing to dissipate. Beside her, Yang Peng quickly interjected, "It's nothing. Rulan, it seems that Waste has become too complacent due to his ability to cultivate. How ridiculous. Once he is expelled from the family next year, you should propose to dissolve the engagement." "All right," Yang Rulan replied absent-mindedly. However, recalling how Yang Haoxuan had once sullied the purity of another girl, she felt considerably less anger. Sitting at her desk, she opened the Longevity Sutra. The essence of the Longevity Sutra lies in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish the physical body, allowing it to merge with the spiritual energy, coexisting with the universe, remaining uncorrupted and immortal. Yet, countless practitioners have discovered that if one does not channel the spiritual energy into the dantian, merely nourishing the muscles yields minimal progress, let alone achieving coexistence with the spiritual energy. Consequently, many have criticized this technique mercilessly. The book outlines methods of cultivation and paths to enlightenment. The astute Yang Haoxuan immediately discerned the truth and decided to test the efficacy of this technique. He settled onto his bed, gently closed his eyes, and, due to his exceptional intellect, soon entered a meditative state. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn to him, flowing towards his being. For ordinary individuals, practicing the Longevity Sutra requires caution to prevent the spiritual energy from entering the dantian. However, as Yang Haoxuan possessed no dantian, he proceeded without restraint. Perhaps it was this very circumstance that led him to experience the Longevity Sutra in a manner contrary to the disparaging remarks of others. The spiritual energy surged in and out rapidly, akin to the exhilarating moment of leveling up. A sensation of profound comfort enveloped him. Could it be that this cultivation technique was originally meant for those without a dantian? Perhaps that is why others have failed to achieve any results, leading to its lack of recognition. Yang Haoxuan contemplated this possibility while eager to ascertain the true power of the technique. He opened his personal attributes panel and was astonished to discover that his 4 attributes were gradually enhancing, albeit slowly. This revelation left him in awe. for attributes typically only changed during level-ups, supplemented by acquired attribute points. Yet now, they were incrementally rising alongside his experience. Another observation was that his strength and agility were increasing rapidly, while wisdom and spirit ascended at a much slower pace. Nevertheless, his personal experience was accumulating at an astonishing rate, far surpassing the efficiency of monster hunting. Time slipped away unnoticed as Yang Haoshuan became increasingly absorbed in his cultivation, seemingly severed from the outside world. Outside, the sky gradually darkened, and a bright moon ascended, casting its silvery light into Yang Haoshuan's room, illuminating his form. Gone was the usual arrogance. Instead, he bore an expression of utmost focus. His tall, slender figure stood like a pillar, his sun-kissed skin radiant with health. With chiseled brows and a prominent nose, he exuded a unique charm coupled with an undeniable aura. The rhythmic inhalation and exhalation through his nostrils lengthened with each breath, a testament to his escalating prowess. On the following day, Yang Haoshuan remained seated on his bed in the same posture as before, utterly motionless. It was not until the crowing of a rooster pierced the quiet that he finally opened his eyes. What were once somewhat murky orbs now sparkled with clarity, reminiscent of crystalline waters. Upon opening the game interface and gazing at my personal attributes, a surge of excitement washed over me. My performance in PS has been rather dismal. Yet I earnestly hope for everyone's support. For those who enjoy this experience, I kindly invite you to save it to your collection. Chapter 6. The Fragrant Pavilion Character. Yang Haoshuan Level. 8 New World Level Classification. Warrior Tier 4 Occupation. Full-time Health Points. 314 Mana Points. 178 Strength. 78 Wisdom. 265 Spirit. 36 Agility. 64 Professional Skill. Fireball 4 Mage. Life Skill. None simultaneously. Yang Haoshuan possesses 20 attribute points and 4 skill points. Having ascended 4 levels overnight, the experience is markedly different from before as one attains higher levels. The challenge of leveling up intensifies, showcasing the formidable nature of eternal life decision. Without hesitation, I allocated my attribute points to wisdom, for a higher wisdom enhances training speed. Similarly, I refrained from impulsively investing all my skill points into mage skills. Instead, I opened the skill interface for careful analysis. The characteristics of the warrior class need no elaboration. They are immensely powerful in close combat. However, within the realm of fantasy world, warriors possess a unique attribute, their defensive capabilities. They serve not only as damage dealers but also as formidable tanks. Through the skill boulder, they can bolster their defenses significantly, enhancing base defense by 60 and increasing health capacity by 30. Nonetheless, the boulder skill requires level 30 for cultivation, necessitating the mastery of basic warrior skills beforehand. For now, I can certainly begin to learn a few foundational skills. At present, Yang Haoshuan's attacks are laden with numerous considerations, skillfully concealing their essence beneath the foundational abilities of a warrior. Imagine, after a round of assault, a fiery projectile unexpectedly emerges, catching the adversary utterly off guard. What a thrilling spectacle that would be. The warrior's foundational skill, Swift Slash. As for its true prowess, Yang Haoshuan remains uncertain. In the realm of the game, damage alone dictates the narrative. It is now a matter of technique, which does cause him some trepidation. Yet he has still managed to grasp a fragment of it. Like the fiery projectile, the method of executing Swift Slash has been firmly lodged within his mind. With a mere thought, he retrieves the battle knife from his inventory. Upon grasping the blade, Yang Haoshuan experiences a sense of familiarity, yet he dismisses it. And within the confines of the room, he commences the execution of Swift Slash. In the game, when players perform Swift Slash, they do so with an aesthetically pleasing display of attacks, though 3 strikes constitute a single cycle. The battle knife whirls through the air, producing a symphony of slicing sounds. Yang Haoshuan embodies the essence of a swordsman, gracefully maneuvering within the room as he showcases his exquisite swordsmanship. The trio of strikes seems to embody the principles of yin and yang, embodying both strength and gentleness. Yang Haoshuan swiftly executes a full cycle of Swift Slash. Yet a thought strikes him, and he seamlessly transitions into the second strike, enhancing its finesse. The originally simple trio of moves is intricately woven together by Yang Haoshuan into a masterful combination, devoid of errors and remarkably refined. Simultaneously, he notices a significant transformation in his strength and agility, as if the weight of his entire being has been halved, a true metamorphosis. This revelation fills Yang Haoshuan with elation. With a triumphant shout, he augments his swift slash and sheathes the battle knife. Subsequently, he enhanced the fireball to level 5, which granted him the ability to learn subsequent mage skills. However, at that moment, Yang Haoshuan recalled the longevity technique. Contrary to the prevalent belief that it was ineffectual, it must surely contain formidable offensive techniques. It was merely that Yang Haoshuan had yet to uncover them. Upon elevating the fireball to level 5, Yang Haoshuan naturally acquired the next mage skill, which resembled a signature move of this profession. In his prior recollections, such velocity was nothing short of astonishing, filling Yang Haoshuan with pride as he shared breakfast and engaged in light-hearted banter with Yang Badian. By the way, Haoshuan, did you happen to pass by Maple Leaf Lake during your time in the Great Yin Mountain Range? Yang Badian inquired casually, seemingly struck by a thought. This offhand comment left Yang Haoshuan astounded, as it appeared the 9th princess was indeed Yinya. Yet, he was perplexed. The potency of his fireball had only reached the 2nd level of martial prowess, while Yinya was at the 9th level, rendering it implausible for it to cause her harm. Unbeknownst to Yang Haoshuan, his fireball had not injured Yinya, nor could it have. The true cause of her minor injury was due to the shards striking her face after she suffered a misfortune from the fireball. However, for a woman to bear a facial injury equated to a disfigurement, leading many to perceive it as a grave matter and assume that the assailant possessed considerable strength. Thus, although there were suspicions cast upon Yang Haoshuan at the time, they were dismissed upon consideration of his own martial level. Alas! Yang Haoshuan suddenly recalled that there existed a cosmetic skill within his living skills and thought to himself that he would compensate for it in the future. After the meal, Yang Haoshuan strolled through the garden of the Yang residence, indulging in the life of a wealthy young master while admiring the exquisite and charming maidservants. He hesitated for a moment, recalling his mischievous friend Huang Xiao, and thought to himself, why not invite him? Huang Xiao, whose real name was Huang Peng, was timid as a mouse. Thus, whenever Yang Haoshuan engaged in his more unscrupulous activities, Huang Peng would conveniently vanish, which, in a way, endeared him to Yang Haoshuan. However, he soon remembered Huang Peng's lecherous nature, as he would daily seek out the former Yang Haoshuan to visit brothels, and now he sought him out again. Huang Peng was short and plump, yet his chubby face was not entirely unappealing. It possessed a certain endearing quality. Nevertheless, in the capital, he had no friends, save for Yang Haoshuan, who was willing to associate with him. The reason for Yang Haoshuan's initial approach was Huang Peng's wealth. This was also why Yang Haoshuan had abandoned his cultivation to entertain him, as in his previous life, he too had been an introverted individual. Truth be told, he was simply curious about visiting the brothel. In the hall, Huang Peng donned an asymmetrical brocade robe, smiling benignly as he observed the comings and goings of the maidservants. Leisurely sipping his tea, he perfectly embodied the image of a jovial, rotund gentleman. Suddenly, from a distance, he spotted Yang Haoshuan, rising to his feet with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Congratulations, young Master Yang. Your dantian is now intact. This is indeed joyous news." Though his words sounded like flattery, they carried a warmth that made Yang Haoshuan feel a sense of camaraderie. Alas, what use is it? My cultivation has merely regressed to the 2nd tier. Yang Haoshuan feigned a sigh. Kiki, take your time. It will all come together eventually. Huang Peng was evidently not here to discuss cultivation. His expression grew ambiguous as he leaned in and whispered, "Young Master Yang, the red card at the Fragrant Pavilion is making an appearance today. Shall we go and take a look?" A cough escaped him, perhaps due to the rather unscrupulous demeanor he exuded, which made Yang Haoshuan feel a tad embarrassed. Yet, unable to resist the allure, he replied, "Very well, let us go and see." Upon hearing Yang Haoshuan's decision to venture out, the young attendant scurried off, seemingly to make arrangements. Huang Peng, unhurried, indulged in a few delicacies while casually inquiring about how Yang Haoshuan had spent the night in the Great Yin Mountain Range. "Young Master Yang, you must realize that at our age, very few have the opportunity to endure a night in the Great Yin Mountain Range. You have truly brought honor to our name." He chuckled. Of course, sitting atop a tree is quite a leisurely affair. As dusk approached, the glow of the setting sun painted the sky. Just as Yang Haoshuan was beginning to grow impatient, Huang Peng finally rose and declared, "The time is nearly upon us. Young Master Yang, let us make our way." Yang Haoshuan promptly stood and followed suit. Considering they were headed to a brothel, he instinctively lowered his head, a remnant of his past life. Yet when he observed Huang Peng's arrogant demeanor, he paid it little mind. Outside the Yang residence, a horse-drawn carriage awaited, accompanied by several attendants. Yang Haoshuan paused, realizing these attendants were his enforcers, the guards, Otherwise, his former self could not have acted with such impunity. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed the disdain reflected in their gazes. It appeared that the previous young Haoshuan was indeed not well regarded, even by his own guards. Should an assassination attempt arise? One could only wonder what the outcome would be. In a state of utter resignation, Yang Haoshuan reluctantly boarded the carriage with Huang Peng, heading towards the fragrant pavilion. This establishment occupies half a street in the southern part of the capital, standing tall with its circular faade and exquisite decor, resembling a grand red mansion. Contrary to Yang Haoshuan's expectations, there were no provocatively dressed women outside, only 2 imposing guards and a lengthy crimson carpet. With a sense of naive curiosity, he observed his surroundings like a country bumpkin, glancing around in wonder. Upon entering, he discovered the interior was markedly different from what he had seen on television. The building had 2 floors, with a circular design, at the center of which lay a pool, featuring a smooth stone that resembled a stage for performances. The patrons, both upstairs and downstairs, were all remarkable individuals, adorned in splendid attire, embracing ladies of considerable worth, indulging in fine wine. It was evident that Huang Peng and Yang Haoshuan were regulars here, as the passing maidens cast flirtatious glances that could enchant any man. The 2 friends made their way to a private room on the upper level and settled in. Yang Haoshuan felt a stir of excitement but refrained from calling a lady over, instead glancing at Huang Peng. However, Huang Peng appeared as if anticipating a grand spectacle. His gaze fixed intently outside. Suddenly, Huang Peng's excitement surged. Yang Haoshuan, initially somewhat impatient, found his curiosity piqued and leaned towards the window. He observed the dragon heads on either side of the central pool begin to spout water, creating a melodious and refreshing sound. Within moments, the pool was filled, and a golden lotus, exquisitely carved, floated gracefully upon the surface, adding to the enchanting atmosphere. Note: the book is still in its initial stages, but readers can rest assured that updates will be forthcoming. Please kindly add it to your collection. Chapter 7. A dance that captivates the city. Yang Haoshuan observed that the surface of the pool was adorned with numerous candles. Suddenly, the lights in the fragrance pavilion dimmed entirely, leaving only the candles on the water's surface to glow in unison, transforming the pool into the focal point of the entire venue. At that moment, petals began to drift down from the sky, and amidst them descended a young woman clad in azure. Accompanying this spectacle was the lilting sound of a zither emanating from within the pavilion. The azure-clad maiden gracefully touched the ground, her delicate feet moving gently as she waved her hands and began to dance. She appeared to be around 18 years of age, possessing an exquisite beauty that was both captivating and enchanting, reminiscent of the willowy grace of a young maiden. What was particularly rare was her gaze, imbued with tender emotion, complemented by a slightly bashful yet radiant smile that was simply mesmerizing. Her elongated legs glided through the air, executing fluid dance steps as she sang. Her voice reminiscent of a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, clear and melodious, reverberating for 3 days. Yang Haoshuan, seated in the elegant chamber, felt a sudden tremor in his heart, his pulse quickening and palms growing clammy. Even having witnessed the beauty of Yang Rulan, he had never felt such exhilaration. Yet, every movement of this azure-clad maiden seemed to command his heartbeat and emotions. Gradually, a singular thought consumed his mind: to possess her. It was evident that he was not alone in this sentiment. The entire assembly within the fragrance pavilion was spellbound, lost in a trance of admiration. Alas, the ephemeral nature of beauty meant that such delightful moments are fleeting. The dance concluded all too soon, and the azure maiden withdrew. Indeed, she is the epitome of grace, Huang Peng remarked with a sigh as he watched her depart. Yang Haoshuan silently committed her name to memory, though he couldn't shake a tinge of disappointment regarding the theme of his visit. He had expected to summon a few ladies for his comfort, yet he was met with an atmosphere deliberately crafted to be refined, leaving him quite vexed. "Let us go, young Master Yang." Suddenly, Huang Peng rose to his feet. "What? Are we starting?" Yang Haoshuan immediately stood up, following Huang Peng's enthusiastic stride, his own excitement mounting. To his surprise, Huang Peng walked towards the central room on the 2nd floor. Yang Haoshuan noticed that upon entering, Huang Peng had handed a substantial bill to the doorman, which piqued his curiosity as he peered inside. What he encountered felt akin to a private box, where a group of individuals were gathered, indulging in drinks. As he sat down alongside Huang Peng, he soon understood the purpose of their visit. The enchanting woman in azure, Chen Xia, had entered unnoticed and quietly positioned herself aside, cradling a pipa and beginning to play a melody. The exquisite sound captivated everyone, eliciting a round of applause as Chen Xia took her place among them. Now in close proximity to such beauty, young Haoxuan's heart raced. Upon closer inspection, he realized that every aspect of Chen Xia was a masterpiece of nature. Her beauty was alluring yet approachable, evoking a sense of reliance in the men around her. The others were equally enchanted. Among them, a notably handsome young man's eyes sparkled like stars as he praised, "Miss Chen Xia, you truly possess a mastery of music. I, lacking in talent, can only compose poetry, which I wish to present to you." Chen Xia smiled modestly and replied, "I am truly unworthy of such flattery." The young man, pleased with himself, prepared to recite a poem. But Huang Ping interjected suddenly, "How delightful it is to recite poetry. How marvelous." His words left even young Haoxuan momentarily stunned. Upon observing his expression, it became evident that he sought to draw attention to himself. Yet, did he possess the merit to do so? Indeed. The young man shot him a glance filled with indignation, inwardly lamenting the ignorance of youth, and proclaimed, "So, Brother Huang dabbles in poetry as well. Why not grace us with a verse?" His remark elicited a ripple of light laughter from their table, as they were well aware of Huang Ping's capabilities. Huang Ping, taken aback, realized his folly, yet the beauty beside him gazed at him with curiosity, rendering him unable to retreat. Suddenly noticing young Haoxuan nearby, he remarked, "As for me, I certainly cannot compose poetry, but my good brother Yang Haoxuan is quite adept at it." At that moment, Yang Haoxuan, who had been amusingly pondering the modern connotation of compose, was taken aback by the assertion that he was proficient in poetry. Was this not an insult? Laughter erupted from the others as they regarded Yang Haoxuan. They were all too aware of his character, as was the entire city of Danyang. Huang Peng and Yang Haoxuan were notorious for their misdeeds in Danyang, and when it came to poetry, no one would believe these two ever had the ability to recite verses. However, at this moment, Chen Xia interjected, asking, "Is it truly the case, young Master Yang, that you can compose poetry? This piques my curiosity." Her inquisitive demeanor was both enticing and envy-inducing, prompting the young man to comment, somewhat irked, "Indeed, Yang, why not showcase your talent for everyone?" This matter. Yang Haoxuan hesitated, casting a glance at Huang Ping, and then suddenly turned his gaze back to Chen Xia. That exhilarating sensation resurfaced, making him gradually realize that this feeling of fluttering emotions resembled that of a first love. It inevitably reminded him of a past relationship, where they parted ways due to various reasons, stirring up sentiments within him. Weighing his thoughts amidst the anticipatory or mocking gazes of the crowd, he declared, "Since it is so, I shall embarrass myself." Clearing his throat, he began to recite, "If life were only as it is at first encounter." Ha! Upon hearing this opening line, the youth who had taken the lead earlier burst into laughter, and even a peculiar light flickered in Chen Xue's eyes. The others naturally joined in the laughter, for reciting poetry is about rendering it in exquisite elegance. Yet, Yang Haoxuan's initial line was uttered in plain language. However, undeterred, he continued, "What sorrow do autumn winds bring to the painted fan? Casual hearts change like the seasons, yet one claims a friend's heart is fickle. As the words of Lishan fade in the midst of a quiet night, the rain's soft patter bears no resentment. How could one compare to the ungrateful son of a noble, whose wings once promised to entwine with mine?" Silence. This poem rendered the entire gathering speechless. The seemingly unadorned opening line had set the stage perfectly for what followed, providing an exceedingly clear depiction of the affairs between men and women. Although Melanci is narrated from a woman's perspective, lamenting a man's fickleness, it proved to be remarkably fitting in this context. Each attendee bore some emotional scars, for they would not have been captivated by the fragrant pavilion otherwise. Yang Haoxuan had successfully evoked their resonance. What a fine poem! What a fine poem! Unexpectedly, the first to voice this sentiment was none other than the rotund Huang Ping. However, a peculiar expression adorned his face, as if he were savoring a fine poem, merely applauding his friend after hearing a barrage of incomprehensible words, displaying an audacity that was truly remarkable. Nevertheless, his words managed to awaken the crowd, their gazes directed at Yang Haoxuan, filled with astonishment, as though they had encountered a ghost. Typically, this ruffian heir was known for his foul language and tyrannical demeanor, devoid of any elegant behavior. The sudden emergence of a beautiful poem was utterly beyond their comprehension, especially for the previously mentioned gentleman in the green attire. Indeed, young Master Yang possesses extraordinary talent. I am in awe, remarked Chen Xia, her curiosity piqued. At this moment, the enchanting maiden subtly shifted, her eyes glimmering with intrigue as she discreetly settled beside Yang Haoxuan, offering a gentle smile. It appears that the rumors surrounding young Master Yang are erroneous. With a radiant smile and a slight tilt of her gaze, Chen Xia's beauty was accentuated, creating an enchanting allure. The onlookers were utterly captivated. Yet a more prevalent emotion lingered: jealousy. They could not fathom how Yang Haoshuan, of all people, had garnered such admiration, and they were unwilling to alter their perception of him based merely on a poem. Some even speculated that the poem had been a premeditated effort. Indeed, Yang Xiao was proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Suddenly, Huang Ping, shaking the flesh on his face, remarked, "Though I may not win the heart of a beauty, at least my brother's reputation is upheld. Fat fool, will you perish if you remain silent?" Yang Haoshuan shot him a glare, yet he noticed that Chen Xia seemed even more intrigued by him. Thus, he humbly replied, "Oh, not at all, not at all." Chen Xia then delicately extended her graceful hand, gently resting it upon the back of Yang Haoshuan's palm, her soft voice whispering, "Young Master Yang, you are far too modest." Chen Xia indeed yearned to engage in a solitary discourse on music. Ah, could this be the essence of a romantic encounter? Yang Haoshuan felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The contact of their skin was as smooth as silk, especially when met by the penetrating gaze of her almond-shaped eyes, which sent his heart racing. Nalan Xingda, oh Nalan Xingda, no wonder your name bears the character for affection. It seems that reciting your poetry has its own unique advantages. Yang Haoshuan composed himself amidst the envious glances of those around him and remarked, "Ah, indeed. That would be delightful." Chen Xia flashed a captivating smile and replied, "However, I find myself somewhat fatigued from dancing today. Let us reconvene at the Moon Viewing Pavilion on the 15th of next month to continue our discussion." Yang Haoshuan felt a twinge of disappointment but managed to respond with a forced cheerfulness, "No problem." Chen Xia's beautiful eyes fluttered. "Oh, so it means no problem?" Yang Haoshuan realized he had become overly pleased and quickly offered an awkward smile. Thankfully, Chen Xia appeared unfazed. She graciously bowed to the crowd and took her leave. As she departed, the remaining individuals erupted in exclamations, downing their drinks in frustration while casting glances at Yang Haoshuan, as if they wished to devour him whole. Impressive indeed. Yang Xiao. Beside him, Huang Peng excitedly shouted, "After all this time, you are the first person to have successfully invited Chen Xia out. Into the Moon Viewing Pavilion on the 15th, no less. I can hardly believe it." Upon hearing Huang Peng's words, the others, in disbelief, smashed their cups and began to disperse. Yang Haoshuan hadn't anticipated such a reaction, however, as the crowd dwindled. He shrugged in resignation, initially intending to engage in a different sort of encounter today, only to find himself reciting poetry instead. Alas, why does it feel so wicked when spoken aloud? The first climax of this book is about to unfold. Chapter 8. Practical Training. For several consecutive days, Yang Haoshuan immersed himself in cultivation, during which he discerned that his advancement had become increasingly sluggish. Nevertheless, in comparison to others, his progress was still commendable. It took him a whole week to ascend to the 9th level, yet his martial prowess remained at the 4th tier. After another month passed without breaking through to the 10th level, he found himself elevated to the 5th tier of martial arts. Simultaneously, Yang Haoshuan came to the realization that he was only now truly embarking on his journey of cultivation. His previous efforts had merely been child's play. Consequently, his month-long seclusion at home sparked considerable speculation among the denizens of Dian capital. They pondered how this ruffian, who typically paraded through the streets daily with a retinue, engaging in nefarious deeds, had suddenly opted for a life of seclusion. Some conjectured that he was fervently cultivating due to the restoration of his dantian, a notion that most dismissed with scorn. After all, Yang Haoshuan was now 17 in the eyes of outsiders, with only the 2nd tier of martial prowess. Perhaps he could reach the 3rd tier after a month, but what would that amount to in the future? 1 month later, Yang Haoshuan sat upon his bed, his presence seemingly ethereal, a testament to the fruits of his labor over the past month. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. He then rose from the bed, donned a set of warrior's attire, and grasped his battle blade, presenting himself as if ready to embark on an expedition. Today marked the occasion of a trial for the disciples of the Yang family. In the Tiana continent, families like the Yang clan derive their strength from reclusive masters. The essence of strength lies fundamentally in these disciples. The Yang family invests tremendous human and material resources to cultivate and train them. This trial in the mountains is akin to the examinations familiar to students on Earth, while the adult trials resemble the rigorous college entrance examinations. Red Leaf Lake, situated at the periphery of the greater Yin mountain range, is essentially a valley enveloped by countless crimson leaves, which, when viewed from above, resemble a vast lake of fiery red. Thus, the name Red Leaf Lake does not refer to a river deity but to the entire valley itself. On this crisp autumn morning, a group of young warriors clad in martial attire fills a clearing beside Red Leaf Lake. Each stands tall and imposing, arranged in orderly rows that exude an atmosphere of solemnity. These are the Yang family disciples preparing for their trials, and among them stands Yang Haoshuan. Commanding them is a burly man with a robust physique, his demeanor rugged and serious as he moves among the disciples. His voice resonates like thunder. You are all the elite nurtured by the Yang family, and having reached the age of 17, your coming-of-age ceremony is next year. Thus, your training must now become more perilous than ever. Today, you are required to venture deep into the greater Yin mountain range to hunt beasts and collect their left ears. 20 will suffice for a passing mark. I trust you are aware of the dangers lurking in the depths of the mountains. I do not wish for any fatalities, yet we must confront the reality of death. It is advisable for you to travel in pairs. Furthermore, regardless of the circumstances, you must return before nightfall. I cannot bear to witness another disappearance of a disciple from our Yang family. Actual combat. It is indeed actual combat. To their astonishment, today's trial differed greatly from those of the past. Some disciples exhibited signs of panic, yet gradually, they transformed into a fervent and eager bunch, brimming with enthusiasm and ready to engage in a grand endeavor. The coach's final remark, however, alleviated their tension significantly as they playfully observed Yang Haoshuan. All too aware of the events that transpired over the past month, they found solace in the thought that if someone even less capable than themselves could endure, then there was no need for fear. Yang Haoshuan merely shrugged, despite his own excitement, stemming from a prolonged period of cultivation. He had not engaged in combat since firing 2 fireballs at the 9th princess, leaving him severely lacking in experience. This occasion presented an excellent opportunity for him. Moreover, there was the prospect of receiving a chi gathering pill for the top contender. As the coach spoke, a white pill materialized in his hand, surrounded by a fragrant aura. The disciples erupted in astonishment. An actual pill. The efficacy of such a pill could significantly enhance one's internal energy, facilitating an extraordinarily rapid cultivation process. Naturally, acquiring such pills was exceedingly challenging, making the allure of the chi gathering pill irresistible at this moment. Each disciple's eyes gleamed with fervor, akin to that of a rabbit. Even Yang Haoshuan felt a stirring in his heart. He recalled the game interface's introduction to the pill, particularly its ability to boost experience by 654 points. He realized that breaking through to level 10 hinged upon it. Upon reaching level 10, one would unlock life skills, enabling the crafting of pills, potions, and more. Now, check your belongings and prepare. You have 5 minutes. The coach suddenly declared once more. The disciples busily went about their tasks, while Yang Haoshuan merely waved his battle knife. Suddenly, an irksome voice pierced the air. Hey, Yang Haoshuan, how are you? Have you recently advanced from the 2nd to the 6th level? Without a moment's thought, Yang Haoshuan recognized the source of the voice as the bothersome Yang Ying. However, with his cultivation still at the 5th level, he was one short of achieving his goal, prompting him to curl his lip and retort, "Go play with your toys and leave me be." Yet today, Yang Ying was far from offended. Rather, he was reveling in his apparent superiority. Deep within the Duyan Mountains, the weakest adversary was none other than the wild wolf, easily dispatched even by a 2nd-level warrior. However, wild wolves are cunning and brutal, making them quite formidable, especially as they sought to hunt down 20 of them. Moreover, misfortune could lead to encounters with entire packs. Among the disciples, Yang Ying prided himself on his higher cultivation level and chuckled. No need to be so angry. How about this? If you beg me, if you plead, I might just allow you to join my team, ensuring your safety. The other disciples erupted into gleeful laughter, save for the observant Yang Ruolin, who scrutinized Yang Haoshuan's expression, sensing a subtle change in him despite his continued arrogance. Yang Haoshuan remained silent, which only emboldened Yang Ying further. Ha! Not speaking? Are you scared? Don't be shy. Beg me. You must understand, I am destined to be the champion, and the chi gathering pill will undoubtedly be mine. I'll take you in with me, otherwise, you'll surely perish within. On the other side, Yang Ruolin and Yang Peng expressed contrasting emotions. One was filled with perplexity regarding Yang Haoshuan, while the other reveled in schadenfreude. Fortunately, at that moment, the coach intervened, halting the escalating conflict between the two. The disciples formed groups and gradually entered the mountains, eventually disappearing from sight. Yang Haoshuan, however, was unhurried. He washed his face by the lakeside before embarking on his journey into the mountains. Having grown up in a concrete jungle in his previous life, The pristine environment of this place captivated him immensely. As he ventured deeper, he could still see other disciples forging ahead, but soon the number of individuals dwindled. Chapter 9. Slaying the Tiger and Leopard. Vanquishing the Wolf King. At this moment, the hall of the Yang family was engulfed in a serious meeting. What? You have actually arranged for Yang Haoshuan to undergo practical training? Yang Batian spoke coldly, his expression impassive, yet his eyes burned with fury. Seated before him were the elders of the Yang family. Upon hearing the inquiry, some lowered their heads. However, one imposing white-haired elder spoke calmly. Yang Haoshuan is a direct descendant of the Yang family. What is wrong with arranging him for training? This is family protocol. You old fool. Yang Baishan's tone grew even more frigid. He was acutely aware of his son's capabilities. Sending him into the vast Yin Mountain to hunt wild beasts was tantamount to courting death. Last time, a mysterious savior had come to his aid, but this time, luck may not be on his side. Nevertheless, Yang Batian found himself unable to act against the elders, who were also divided into factions within the family. The elder who had spoken earlier was aligned with his brother, Yang Baxiong. He never anticipated that his brother would resort to underhanded tactics so swiftly. Haoxian, you must remain safe. However, the current Yang Haoxian exudes an impressive aura. With a graceful flourish, he brandishes his battle blade, swiftly severing the throat of a wild wolf. A mournful cry echoes as yet another lifeless body joins the ground. Beside it lie the remains of 7 or 8 more. His combat skills have undoubtedly sharpened. This was precisely the purpose of Yang Haoxian's venture into the mountains. At this moment, his 3 rapid strikes, though lacking the previous brilliance and extravagance, have transformed into unassuming yet lethal techniques, enabling him to strike at the enemy's vital points with unparalleled speed. He deftly removes the ears of the 7 wolves from the earth, placing them into his satchel. Wild wolves, despite their solitary nature, often form small packs of 3. And even a martial artist at the 6th level, like Yang Ying, would find himself overwhelmed when faced with a ferocious group of 10. Yet, Yang Haoxian is different. His mindset for hunting, combined with skills that surpass mere techniques, affords him significant advantages. Gradually, he loses interest in the wild wolves and ventures deeper into the mountains, encountering fierce tigers and leopards along the way, each battle honing his skills further. By the end of a mere morning, Yang Haoxian has collected a total of 60 years. As he strides into a sparsely wooded clearing, he senses something amiss. The atmosphere is unnaturally still, as if a formidable creature has claimed dominion over this land. Indeed, before him soon materializes a wolf king, its size akin to that of an adult cow. Its fangs protrude menacingly, and its eyes gleam with a terrifying intensity, locking onto Yang Haoxian with an unyielding gaze. Yang Haoshuan's breathing gradually slowed, his focus unwavering. This wolf king possessed at least the strength of a 4th-tier warrior. Although it was akin to him, there was a fundamental difference between man and beast. Beasts were born into a life of relentless struggle, embodying the true essence of survival of the fittest, especially for a creature like the Wolf King. Its cunning was likely more formidable than that of a human. With a gentle flourish of his battle blade, he loosened his muscles, understanding that to vanquish his opponent, he must strike unexpectedly. In an instant, Yang Haoshuan swung his weapon forward from a distance of 10 meters, just as the Wolf King wore a mocking grin. From the momentum of the blade, 3 fireballs erupted, surging fiercely toward it. Simultaneously, Yang Haoshuan charged forward, his muscles swelling, his countenance fierce. Beasts possess a far keener instinct for danger than humans, and the Wolf King immediately sensed the impending threat of the fireballs. Rather than confront them head-on, it evasively darted to the side. At that moment, Yang Haoshuan unleashed 3 additional fireballs from another direction, forcing the Wolf King into a precarious position. As the Wolf King found itself helplessly stranded, Yang Haoshuan abruptly halted, wielding his battle blade like a staff. The mage's second skill, Fatal Strike, Earth Flame, summoned a towering inferno from the depths of the earth, delivering a devastating blow to the target. Consequently, as the Wolf King regained its footing, it felt a searing heat in its limbs, and suddenly, its abdomen was struck by a fiery blast. Simultaneously, the previous 6 fireballs inexplicably altered their trajectory, all crashing into the Wolf King. The resounding cacophony of 6 thunderous impacts echoed as the Wolf King was left on the brink of collapse, gazing at Yang Haoshuan with a mix of disbelief and defiance. Perhaps, in its mind, it wondered how a young human could possess such a treacherous cunning that even surpassed its own. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, yearning to howl. Humph! Wishing to call upon his younger brothers? Yang Haoshuan swiftly discarded his battle knife, which plunged into the head of the Wolf King like a javelin, thereby concluding its existence. Simultaneously, a substantial amount of experience points materialized in his mind's game interface, an unexpected delight. After surveying the Wolf King's carcass and taking a moment to regroup, Yang Haoshuan plunged deeper into the fray, indulging in further slaughter. However, once the count of his kills exceeded 100, his enthusiasm waned, for the more he killed, the less his proficiency would increase. In a clearing of the forest, Yang Peng and Yang Rulin found themselves in a dire predicament, their bodies bearing numerous claw marks. To make matters worse, they were encircled by 3 wild wolves, though these wolves posed little threat to them. The presence of over 10 wolf carcasses nearby revealed that the duo had been besieged by a small pack and had vanquished several, now rendered utterly fatigued. Yang Haoshuan ascended to a tree, observing with a detached gaze. "Rulin, I am truly sorry. I have brought you into this mess," Yang Peng suddenly exclaimed. Despite his handsome visage, he was plagued with deep-seated insecurities. His talents were modest, and his background was far from illustrious. The only aspect that drew attention was his association with a beauty like Yang Rulin since childhood. Yet, he harbored fears of being overshadowed by other men, despite Yang Haoshuan having already claimed her. Thus, when the time came to form teams, Yang Peng hesitated to join another group with Yang Rulin, fearful that the disciples of those teams might outshine him and win her affection, a manifestation of his profound inferiority complex. The result was that the two of them entered this treacherous situation alone, a consequence of their own making. "It's all right." Yang Rulin's delicate face was pale as she urged, "Do not give up easily." Yang Peng nodded in agreement, tightening his grip on his weapon. Suddenly, 3 wild wolves lunged towards them. Although both were utterly exhausted, one of them could still manage to fend off one wolf, but 2 was a different story. Yang Rulin found herself confronting 2. After managing to repel one wolf, she despaired as she realized the other had opened its bloody jaws, poised to bite her neck. Dangerously close and utterly helpless. With a heavy heart, Yang Rulin closed her eyes. Just then, a chilling howl echoed in her ears, causing her to open her eyes in astonishment. The wolf that had threatened her lay incapacitated on the ground, its body charred as if scorched by flames. "Alas, I am always too soft-hearted," lamented Yang Haoshuan, who suddenly began to sing as he walked away. In the afternoon, the sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm red hue as it descended. At this moment, the red leaf lake was dotted with a few young individuals, their earlier bravado now replaced by a state of disarray. Their clothes were nearly soaked in blood, and they sat on the ground, appearing utterly fatigued. The earlier coach called out their names one by one, inspecting the beast ears they had collected, declaring whether they had succeeded or failed, and then announcing the names of the top 3. The first place goes to Yang Ying, with 40 left ears of wild wolves, making him the champion of this round. He earns a chi-gathering pill. The previously weary disciples instantly perked up with excitement, for Yang Ying had managed to collect 40, while they had only managed between 20 and 30. Even so, this achievement vastly exceeded their limits. As a result, their gazes towards Yang Ying were laced with admiration. This is the power of strength, the principle that reveres the strong. Yang Ying, prideful, lifted his head to accept the attention of others. He eagerly took the energy condensation pill from the coach, almost wishing to consume it immediately. The second place was Yang Rulin, with 28 wolf ears, and the third was Yang Peng, with 25 wolf ears. This outcome was anticipated, as Yang Rulin and Yang Peng held the titles of Golden Boy and Jade Girl within the Yang family, at least before that incident. All right, now, let's regroup and count the numbers. The coach was evidently pleased with the day's trial, as there had been no casualties. Indeed, the last time, it took forever to search, exhausting everyone. Discussions of the uselessness of certain individuals began to spread. Yang Ying smiled subtly. For the more Yang Haoshuan behaved in such a manner, the more he seemed to shine in contrast, while he toyed with the energy condensation pill in his hand. As everyone observed, they soon saw Yang Haoshuan approaching slowly, brandishing a battle knife in one hand and a bulging bag in the other. "Darn it! Why is he walking so slowly, making us wait?" they muttered. He is carrying such a large bag. Did he mishear and stuff an entire wolf inside?" Laughter erupted among them, for they could hardly believe that the bag contained nothing but ears, considering its size would imply at least 100. Yang Haoshuan remained expressionless, as all eyes were now fixed upon him, making him feel quite uncomfortable. He glanced at the coach and extended the bag forward. "P.S. Donations are welcome. I hope everyone can secure a spot." Chapter 10, A Stunning Revelation. Remember to heed the horn next time. The coach, known for his stern demeanor and lack of leniency towards Yang Haoshuan, expressed his discontent. However, when he casually overturned the bag and its contents spilled onto the ground. He was left utterly astounded. Much like the other disciples, he had assumed that Yang Haoshuan had concealed a wild wolf within the bag. Yet, his astonishment grew as he beheld a cascade of bloodied ears. Not only he, but the other disciples, who had anticipated a spectacle, were equally thunderstruck, gazing in disbelief at the mountainous pile of beastly ears. So many. Finally, someone swallowed hard and spoke. Indeed, the quantity was staggering. Each of them possessed a martial prowess of around the 6th tier, while the wild wolves were merely at the 2nd tier. However, beasts are inherently adept at combat, and dispatching them required considerable effort, which would deplete their inner strength. Thus, Yang Haoshuan appeared to be shattering their conventional perceptions. Even the coach, a practitioner at the 10th tier, was taken aback and began to tally the ears: 54 from the left ear of the wild wolf, 33 from the left ear of the mountain leopard, and 36 from the left ear of the fierce tiger. What? The disciples gasped in shock upon hearing this. There were tigers and leopards as well? Given their 3-tier strength, the difficulty of dealing with them was beyond question. Good heavens! The disciples exclaimed in disbelief, casting their eyes upon Yang Haoshuan as if he were a deity. An exceptional achievement. I hereby declare Yang Haoshuan the first place in this trial. The coach announced once more, yet the crowd below fell into a profound silence, left at a loss for words. Previously, it was heard that Yang Haoshuan's Dantian had been restored, yet his strength had plummeted to the 2nd level. Now, merely a month has passed. Could he truly have cultivated to above the 7th level? Nonetheless, their conjectures held some truth, as Yang Haoshuan indeed had not reached the 7th level, relying instead on his professional skills. What? He had even slain a wolf king? The other disciples were on the verge of fainting. Meanwhile, Yang Haoshuan returned to the group, casually addressing the pale-faced Yang Ying. I apologize for disappointing you. I am still alive and have qualified. In fact, it seems I have secured the 1st position. Therefore, I kindly request the accumulation pill. Yang Ying, whose expressions were the most animated among the disciples, tightened his grip on the accumulation pill upon hearing Yang Haoshuan's words, only to release it again, casting a reluctant glance at the instructor. The instructor, however, shook his head in resignation, signaling him to hand it over. After much hesitation, Yang Ying, under the scrutiny of his peers, begrudgingly surrendered the accumulation pill, adding, "This time, I merely underestimated my opponent." "Oh really? Well, I hope you surpass my score next time." Yang Haoshuan interjected, swiftly taking the pill and rejoining his comrades. How infuriating. Yang Ying's expression darkened. Simultaneously, on another side, Yang Roland's gaze was laden with complexity. Having the deepest connection with Yang Haoshuan, she felt as though he had transformed after his experiences in the forest. In the Yang mansion, the individuals in the hall had been seated for an entire day, awaiting one crucial piece of news: the results of the trial. Some harbored hopes for a dismal outcome for Yang Haoshuan, while those loyal to Yang Batian naturally wished for his survival. At that moment, Yang Haoshuan, the epitome of Klitsch, rushed in, visibly flustered and eager to speak, yet found himself momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he finally exclaimed, "Patriarch, I bring good news." "What good news?" Yang Batian inquired urgently, his question casting a hush over the atmosphere, leaving some faces pale. Ha. Ultimately, Yang Batian erupted into a hearty laughter, laced with an indescribable sense of pride. The elders, who had previously been reveling in their own glory, were now left speechless, their mouths agape. The news of the Yang clan's recent trial had spread through Dian like wildfire, with whispers of a martial artist managing to slay numerous beasts and even a formidable boss during a single trial. Were it not for Yang Haoshuan's notorious reputation, many parents might have encouraged their children by saying, "Look how formidable Yang Haoshuan is. You should strive to cultivate as diligently." However, it wasn't long before some inquisitive souls began to speculate, having somehow learned that Yang Haoshuan's cultivation level, following the restoration of his Dantian, was merely at the 2nd tier. Even after a month of training, he had only reached the 3rd tier, yet to achieve such feats, one would typically require a minimum cultivation level of the 7th tier. Some conjectured that he must have mastered an esoteric technique, while others accused him of cheating. Naturally, there were those who expressed their concerns, lamenting, "Heavens, this is utterly unfair. How can that rogue become so powerful? Quick, dear, take our daughter. We must flee Dian." Nevertheless, Yang Haoshuan remained unconcerned with the opinions of others as he secluded himself in his chamber, engrossed in the study of the longevity decision. Originally, he intended to consume the elixir, but his father had just informed him that it is best to refine the elixir through cultivation techniques, yielding greater efficiency. Despite this, Yang Haoshuan uncovered a flaw in the Changxingqiu. Not only does this technique store spiritual energy differently, but it is also singular in its approach to cultivation. The method is defined solely by its realms. Once a breakthrough is achieved, the practitioner is expected to alter their cultivation method. For instance, one might unblock certain meridians, subsequently changing the flow of energy. However, the Changxingqiu merely focuses on the incessant absorption of spiritual energy, lacking any notion of realms or alternative cultivation methods, which left him feeling anxious. Although his rate of energy absorption remained unchanged, the experience he required was escalating. To advance a single level now necessitated at least over a year, leading him to ponder the daunting prospect of future levels. Would it take decades? Centuries? Such a notion seemed implausible. The text, seemingly worthless as purported outside, must indeed harbor hidden wisdom. Yang Haoshuan mused, noting that while the introduction to the Changxingqiu spanned merely 2 pages, the entire manuscript comprised 12 pages. The latter pages depicted numerous figures, intricately illustrating their meridians. However, they merely outlined the benefits derived from practicing the Changxingqiu, and the figures appeared unremarkable. P.S. The book has transitioned to assigned status, allowing for rewards. The ambition is modest, merely to ensure that there are no blank spaces alongside the rewards. Chapter 11. Earth-level techniques after pondering for an entire day. Yang Haoshuan felt a twinge of fatigue in his eyes and, in frustration, set the book aside to rub them. At that moment, a maid entered and announced, "Young master, your father requests your presence for dinner." Lacking appetite, Yang Haoshuan twisted his neck and said, "Please bring me the food. I shall eat once I am hungry." However, the maid did not leave, appearing somewhat troubled and even frightened. With a stiff demeanor, she replied, But the master said there would be a celebration for you." Her voice trailed off to a mere whisper. "Oh, I see." Yang Haoshuan, upon hearing this, helplessly set aside the Changxingqiu and stretched his knees. The maid, momentarily stunned, realized that although Yang Haoshuan had seemingly mellowed during the month he spent in seclusion, they still felt trepidation. For instance, in the past, if the young master wished to forego dining out, any additional words from the maid would surely provoke an outburst. Yet now, Yang Haoshuan simply uttered, "Oh, I see," and extended his hands towards the bed to put on his shoes. The maid, awakening to the moment, approached him and said, "Young master, allow me." Yang Haoshuan was taken aback as he watched the maid kneel down and bend over to assist him in donning his shoes. In his previous life, he had never encountered a woman willing to fetch water or wash his feet. Moreover, their positions felt rather intimate. With a man seated and a woman crouching, her head bowed. Coughing awkwardly, Yang Haoshuan silently apologized for his unwholesome thoughts and could not help but observe the maid. Though she was still young, her appearance was not easily classified as beautiful or ugly, yet she possessed a captivating charm. Her petite and delicate figure held a unique allure. "These are the flowers of our homeland," Yang Haoshuan mused. "They need to be nurtured." "Eh?" The maid hesitated for a moment, then looked up and asked, "Young master, what did you say?" Suddenly, her voice turned exceedingly frantic. I'm sorry, young master. I shouldn't have asked." With that, she retreated to the side. "It's all right." Yang Haoshuan stood up, noticing the maid's fearful demeanor, and jested, "Why are you so frightened? I want to devour you." "I'm just afraid you might." The maid thought to herself, but dared not voice her concern. This wretched thing. Yang Haoshuan, holding the longevity decision, was about to set it down and head out for a meal when a sudden thought crossed his mind. He turned to the maid and said, "Could you take a look at this?" In her state of panic, the maid took the longevity decision, but suddenly felt uneasy and waved her hands, saying, No. "Young master, I cannot read. Don't move." Unexpectedly, Yang Haoshuan shouted, startling the little maid into complete stillness. She stole a glance and saw her young master staring intently at her chest. However, this was a misunderstanding on Yang Haoshuan's part. He was actually focused on the longevity decision in the maid's hands, realizing she could not read. She had turned the book upside down, fortuitously opening it to the 3rd page, where the illustration of the figure was also inverted, and the lines depicting the meridians were askew. Yet, this scene struck Yang Haoshuan with profound impact. He snatched the longevity decision, examining it from all angles, his face alight with excitement. I understand. He murmured in fervor. He discovered that the alteration in the cultivation method of the longevity decision was not about the meridians, but rather the postures. Indeed, it was the postures depicted above. Yes. In his exhilaration, Yang Haoshuan instinctively embraced the maid beside him, exclaiming, You are truly my lucky star. It's over. It's over. The despicable young master was finally poised to unleash his wrath upon her, leaving the little maid in a state of utter panic. Was he going to overpower me? She tightly shut her eyes. Suddenly, she felt Yang Haoshuan release her. Yet the tension only intensified. What is happening? Could it be that the young master intends to torment me further? After a moment, she dared to open her eyes, only to find Yang Haoshuan observing her with curiosity, inquiring, "Why are you so frightened?" The maid was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. "Never mind. I shan't devour you." Yang Haoshuan gently patted her shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. "Young master, the maid lamented pitifully. "Do not worry." Yang Haoshuan continued to pat her several times. "It's not." The maid's voice trembled with anxiety. "What is the matter?" "Young master, your hand." The little maid finally mustered the courage to voice her concern, closing her eyes once more. Yang Haoshuan was taken aback, suddenly realizing that he had inadvertently touched her delicate bosom. Having grasped the intricacies of the eternal life decision, Yang Haoshuan initially had no intention of attending the grand celebration hosted by Yang Batian. But upon learning from the maid that it was a significant event attended by the family leaders, he decided to go. "Lead the way, and you must understand. I truly did not mean to," Yang Haoshuan said awkwardly. "Did not mean to? How absurd." The aggrieved little maid harbored substantial resentment in her heart. Yet she could only obediently lead the way. Inside the young family hall, several tables had indeed been set, occupied by the family leaders. A peculiar scene unfolded, as some individuals offered their congratulations to Yang Batian, while others remained silent with cold expressions. This is a struggle between the proponents and opponents. The arrival of the opposition naturally raises questions about whether Yang Haoshuan truly possesses strength and what mysteries lie behind that strength. As Yang Haoshuan approached the main seat, his father, Yang Batian, whispered discreetly, "Haoshuan, you have truly brought honor to your father today. I am overjoyed. Although I am unaware of the source of your extraordinary prowess, I suggest that when the time comes, you boast about a master in the mountains who took you as a disciple and imparted his teachings to you. This will surely give these individuals pause for thought." Yang Haoshuan nodded, understanding his father's intentions, feeling a subtle warmth in his heart. This adoptive father consistently had his best interests at heart. Once he took his seat, inquiries began to arise. At Yang Batian's signal, Yang Haoshuan stood and declared, "Since all the esteemed elders have inquired, I shall speak candidly. The elder who restored my Dantian took me as his disciple. Thus, he is my master. As for my cultivation level, I am currently at the 4th tier, given that I previously possessed the strength of the 6th tier. The restoration of my Dantian has made cultivation relatively effortless. Moreover, my master has imparted to me a ground tier technique." The most sensational aspect of Yang Haoshuan's proclamation was the mention of the ground tier technique. In the Tianhe continent, techniques are classified into 4 tiers, ranked from highest to lowest as Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Techniques are exceedingly precious. Typically, yellow tier techniques are highly valued even within prominent families like the Yang clan, while profound tier techniques necessitate training within sections. When it comes to ground tier techniques, it goes without saying that even the entire nation of Dian would struggle to procure a single copy. Thus, when Yang Haoshuan spoke of receiving such a technique from a mysterious figure as if it were a mere cabbage, how could they possibly come to terms with it? At the same time, he was taken aback. Who exactly was this enigmatic figure? Initially intending to assassinate Yang Haoshuan, a promising talent, they buried this thought deep within their hearts. The mysterious individual wielding earth-level martial arts was not someone the great Yin could afford to offend. Even Yang Batian was astonished. But upon catching a glimpse of the slight smirk at the corner of Yang Haoshuan's mouth, he couldn't help but smile wryly. This cheeky lad was even more adept at manipulation than himself. Chapter 12. The Mundane World and the Martial Realm. Yang Haoshuan felt a sense of relief. He certainly did not wish to be stifled in his infancy. Now, having secured a patron, any future adversaries would need to think twice before acting against him. With their objectives fulfilled, the celebration soon came to an end. As the crowd dispersed, Yang Batian called out to Yang Haoshuan, "Haoshuan, for the first time in many years, I am genuinely happy. Now that you have encountered a great opportunity, I shall refrain from probing further, but I implore you to cherish it." The implication was clear. He hoped that a repeat of the previous incident, where a maiden's cultivation was shattered, would not occur again. Yang Haoshuan immediately responded earnestly, "Father, rest assured, after that incident, I have learned a great deal and will devote myself to my training." Indeed, Yang Batian nodded, expressing his satisfaction. "Now that you have matured, It is time I divulged to you the circumstances of the Yang family and even the entire Tina continent. Upon hearing this, Yang Haoshuan became intrigued and listened attentively. Suddenly, he interjected, "Father, you are still quite young. Must you paint such a grim picture? My aspirations no longer lie with the Yang family. Then where do your ambitions reside?" Yang Batian inquired with curiosity. "Me? My aspirations encompass the world." After a moment of hesitation, Yang Haoshuan exclaimed a declaration filled with fervor and confidence. "Truly, he is the son of Yang Batian. However, do you comprehend the current state of the world?" Yang Batian nodded appreciatively and remarked, "Well, I must admit, I am somewhat unclear." Previously, Yang Haoshuan had been rather ineffectual, obtaining knowledge of the world beyond Dian solely from the tales of courtesans. The world? I could regale you with stories for 3 days and nights. To summarize succinctly, the Tianhe continent is divided into 2 realms. One is the mundane world we inhabit, and the other is the martial realm. Yang Batian explained. "What is the distinction?" Yang Haoshuan inquired, utterly perplexed. "What distinction? It is a vast difference. Our mundane world is so named because we toil daily for survival, embroiled in power struggles and national conflicts. In contrast, the martial realm is inhabited by those who dedicate themselves wholly to martial arts, establishing sects and factions. I have heard that their leaders possess powers akin to immortals. The martial realm is indeed the domain of the strong," Yang Batian stated gravely. Gradually, Yang Haoshuan began to grasp the general situation of the Tianhe continent, and he was struck by the realization that he had been viewing the world through a narrow lens. The Tianhe continent is vast, teeming with countless dynasties and empires. The once formidable Dian in his eyes was merely a minor nation, and his own Yang family, which he considered influential, was just one of innumerable clans on the continent. These dynasties and empires comprise the mundane world, while the martial realm stands in stark contrast. Primarily composed of martial arts sects that predominantly occupy the spirit-rich mountains and islands of the Tianhe continent. They are unperturbed by the mundane disputes of the world, wholly devoted to the cultivation of martial arts, with their prowess serving as a symbol of their identity, vastly different from the common folk. For instance, a sect of modest power within the martial realm can still receive veneration from various dynasties and empires. Upon realizing this, he too began to yearn for such strength. What would it feel like to become the mightiest? Yang Haoshuan could not help but ponder. He had long since resolved to traverse realms, naturally seeking to live a life of splendor. It was only upon encountering the longevity decision that he felt an exhilarating urge to delve into its study and practice. The individual who crafted this technique must surely have been rather lazy. Initially, Yang Haoshuan flipped to the 3rd page and, with his exceptional intellect, immediately discerned its feasibility. He experimented with the 4 directions on the 4th page, and from the left, it appeared entirely logical. Thus, there was but one explanation. The ingenious creator of this technique must have been a novice in printing, fortunately endowed with remarkable wisdom. Yang Haoshuan was eager to attempt the first posture, curious about the effects it might yield. This initial stance required him to invert his body, balancing on his head. Though it sounded exceedingly challenging, for one who practices cultivation, such control over the limbs is easily achievable. Yang Haoshuan was no exception. Steadily suspending himself upside down on the bed, after assuming a meditative posture, he closed his eyes. While absorbing spiritual energy, he deliberately manipulated the meridians depicted on the figurine. Instantly, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through that meridian, and his cultivation speed began to accelerate. "Yes," Yang Haoshuan cheered, closing his eyes once more to savor this newfound sensation. Assuming such a posture, though seemingly simple, can lead to feelings of dizziness and disorientation over time. However, Yang Haoshuan found that his clarity was increasing. The once turbulent meridian within him was undergoing a peculiar transformation. It seemed as though it could be activated. Yet he was unable to do so due to limitations in his abilities. At dawn, Yang Haoshuan did not cease his endeavors. The maid, carrying washing tools, entered the room and was taken aback by his appearance. Yet, recalling the news of the young master's recent elevation, she soon regained her composure. With a momentary daze, she quickly withdrew, fully aware that the cultivation techniques were of utmost significance to a warrior. If the young master discovered her peeking, it could well lead to her demise. A full day and night passed as Yang Haoshuan immersed himself in his training. Only when he felt proficient in the inverted cultivation did he prepare to consume the elixir. He held the gathering chi pill in his mouth, not hastily swallowing it, but rather re-entering a meditative state. This was a technique taught to him by his father, the optimal method for consuming medicinal pills. Gradually, the medicinal energy began to permeate his body. The following day, the weather unlike the usual clear skies, was shrouded in layers of deep gray clouds that loomed low over the earth. The vast expanse of the red-leafed forest had become bare, with ancient trees standing gloomily, their wrinkles cloaked in brown moss. It was evident that autumn had arrived. A chilling breeze wafted through the window, penetrating the luxurious chamber. On the opulent bed, a youth hung in an unusual position, his chest rising and falling gently, each breath remarkably rhythmic. At the same time, the young boy seemed to be holding something in his mouth, with a faint stream of air subtly shimmering as it slowly flowed down his throat into his body. With each infusion of air, a glimmer of radiance appeared on his face. Furthermore, it was evident that the boy had maintained this posture for quite some time, as the dishes on the dining table had long since cooled, and this was not the first occurrence. The little maid, who had been previously startled, re-entered with food. Yet she no longer seemed afraid. Instead, she habitually stole glances at Yang Haoshuan. In a moment of daze, she felt that the boy appeared to have grown more handsome. Immediately, she blushed at this thought. What am I looking at? Suddenly, a deeply magnetic voice reached the maid's ears, and she turned to see Yang Haoshuan's eyes, which had been closed for 2 days and nights, finally opening. Master." The little maid stood by, unable to contain her curiosity, called out. Throughout the month, she had sensed a change in Yang Haoshuan. He was remarkably amiable. Driven by a playful spirit, she tentatively inquired, "What have you been doing this past month?" "Me?" Yang Haoshuan replied, pinching a piece of meat and popping it into his mouth. "I've been cultivating." "Cultivating? Is it the kind that Grandma mentioned? The kind that can become very powerful?" The little maid, having spent much time in the Yang household, had heard of such things. Indeed, Yang Haoshuan found the maid quite endearing and beckoned, "Come, sit and eat with me." "I dare not." The little maid immediately lowered her head, expressing her concern. Yang Haoshuan shrugged, feigning indulgence, and said, "You truly do not wish to? This is Kung Pao chicken, you know. Just look at this sauce. Delicious." Listening to Yang Haoshuan's words, the young maid quickly lifted her head to glance at the dishes on the dining table, her mouth watering in anticipation. She swallowed hard, nodded slightly, and approached the table. With anxious eyes fixed on Yang Haoshuan, she slowly took her seat, picked up her chopsticks, and delicately brought food to her mouth. It was only when she noticed her master showing no signs of discomfort that she truly savored the delicious flavors. These dishes were unlike anything she had ever tasted before, and she felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim her delight, though she hesitated, concerned about Yang Haoshuan's reaction. A furtive glance at him brought a playful smile to her face, enhancing her charmingly adorable appearance. Yang Haoshuan, observing her, could not help but chuckle wryly, until he suddenly heard her inquire, "Young master, I have noticed your lips appear unusual these past few days. What is the matter? Should I inform the master?" He advised me not to worry. "It is merely a medicinal pill," Yang Haoshuan explained, "that can enhance my cultivation. I just need a little more. Then simply procure some more." The young maid replied, "Ah, do you think it is that easy? The gathering chi pill is quite precious." Yang Haoshuan chuckled softly. "Not at all. The master holds great affection for you, young master. If you were to ask him, he would surely grant your request. Then your cultivation could become remarkably powerful." The maid whispered earnestly. Her candid words momentarily stunned Yang Haoshuan, prompting him to ponder. Having already consumed one gathering chi pill, he had made significant progress in his cultivation, yet his realm remained stagnant, still requiring over 5,000 more experience points. The prospect of acquiring additional gathering chi pills stirred a sense of excitement within him. "In the present day, my cultivation speed is astonishing. However, in terms of age, I am already 17, yet my cultivation remains at the 5th level. Although it is not a challenge to break through to the 6th level next year, it is rather unsatisfactory. If only the effect of the chi gathering pill could spur my ambition. In the game, levels below 10 are reserved for novices completing tasks, and only upon reaching higher levels can one unlock life skills, such as alchemy. If I were to first use the chi gathering pill to ascend to level 10, I could then refine elixirs and return them, benefiting both parties." Thus, Yang Haoshuan contemplated seeking some chi gathering pills from his father, promising to return double the quantity after refining. Moreover, the recipe and method for concocting chi gathering pills could be easily discerned with a glance at the attributes. Lost in thought, Yang Haoshuan's eating slowed, and suddenly, he set down his bowl and sprinted toward Yang Beishan's room, leaving behind a puzzled expression. However, upon seeing a table laden with food, he immediately brightened and picked up his chopsticks. "Haoshuan, are you saying you need 10 chi gathering pills?" Yang Batian gazed at Yang Haoshuan, his eyes shimmering with uncertainty. Alas, He sighed, waving his hand. It's not that I am unwilling, but never mind. You are my son, Yang Batian. Do not mention merely 10. I would procure 100 for you. Yang Haoshuan smiled gently, warmth glimmering in his eyes. Subsequently, Yang Batian accompanied Yang Haoshuan to the Yang family apothecary. As they walked, Yang Batian elucidated, elixirs are exceedingly precious and tied to the interests of the entire clan. Typically, common chi gathering pills are reserved for adult trials or for those disciples who have made notable contributions to the family. Individuals like yourself, who are still in the midst of trial cultivation, often find that the effects of such elixirs cannot be fully realized. Consequently, they are only awarded during practical trials or after significant contributions. Now, I intend to request 10 pills at once. I fear Elder Yao may become quite irate. With a sigh, Yang Batian glanced at the rather unremarkable wooden structure before him, signaling to Yang Haoshuan as they entered. As Yang Haoshuan trailed behind, he noticed that the door was slightly ajar, revealing an impenetrable darkness within. When Yang Batian pushed the wooden door open, a modest room came into view. Is this truly our apothecary? Yang Haoshuan mused, observing the sparsely furnished space, which was only permeated by the distinct aroma of medicinal herbs. Silence. Yang Batian admonished sternly before continuing in a hushed tone. Though Elder Yao is merely a second-tier alchemist, he is an exceedingly rare find on the Tianhe continent. And even I, as the clan leader, would not dare to offend him. Typically, he distributes the elixirs he concocts or acquires to the meritorious disciples mid-month. Yet with the month drawing to a close, there is naturally nothing to distribute. Yang Haoshuan nodded, feeling a burgeoning curiosity towards the profession of alchemy. Before he could voice his thoughts, the sound of slow footsteps echoed from the staircase above. Gradually, a disheveled old man appeared at the top of the stairs, and one could only describe him as looking quite decrepit. Instantly, Yang Haoshuan silently examined the attributes of the individual before him, and a series of data materialized. Character: Yao Wuming level, 2 special profession level in the New World, 2nd rank profession, alchemist health points, 674 mana points, 2547 strength, 19 wisdom, 65 spirit, 21 agility, 15 professional skills, none life skills, alchemy. Cough cough. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, esteemed clan leader? The elderly figure, clearly bearing a pseudonym, inquired with a raspy voice, discreetly scrutinizing Yang Haoshuan. In that moment, Yang Haoshuan felt as though he stood before the other, utterly exposed. Elder Yao, it is as such. I seek to procure 10 gathering chi pills for my son, Yang Batian proclaimed with gravity. Oh, clan leader Yang. I trust you comprehend the regulations of the Yang family better than I. A disciple must exert themselves for the family to obtain pills, and only then may the head elder of enforcement issue a decree for me to dispense the medication. Yao Wuming's eyelids fluttered wearily as he retorted coldly. Unaware of Yang Haoshuan's merit, Yang Batian was immediately put in a predicament. Yao Wuming had resided within the Yang family for 3 generations, possessing a seniority surpassing his own. Faced with rejection, he found himself at a loss for words, especially with his son standing behind him, preparing to offer a few flattering remarks. However, Yang Haoshuan, standing at the back, rose calmly and said, Elder Yao, I do not seek to acquire the pills. Rather, I wish to borrow them. Haha. Upon hearing this, Yao Wuming emitted a harsh, discordant laugh and replied, Borrow? Why, having a source of elixirs, do you still seek to borrow from me? Well, I shan't divulge that. Yang Haoshuan chuckled. However, if you lend me 10, I shall return you 100. What do you say? Oh, Haoshuan. Both Yang Batian and Yao Wuming exclaimed in astonishment. Yang Batian, with a hint of concern, replied, Yang Haoshuan, what are you doing? Even if you are in urgent need of elixirs, I can auction some for you. Such a request may lead to misunderstandings. The initial expectations for Yang Haoshuan began to wane. Elixirs are not trivial. A single gathering chi pill represents a decade of savings for an ordinary family, and 100 gathering chi pills would be impossible for the Yang family to amass in a short time. Thus, the audacity of Yang Haoshuan's open demand was indeed shocking. Trust me, father, Yang Haoshuan asserted firmly, locking eyes with Yang Batian. The gathering chi pill is a first-grade elixir. Once he breaks through to level 10, he will be capable of learning the art of alchemy and naturally able to concoct them. In the realm of the game, the alchemical process is remarkably effortless, and should he gather the necessary materials, crafting 100 would pose no challenge. For an ordinary alchemist, the creation of elixirs drains both mana and mental fortitude. However, Yang Haoshuan does not rely on mental attributes. Instead, he possesses a unique capability within his mind. Once he acquires the knowledge, he need not fret over mental strain, but rather focus on mana, which is easily replenished. Observing his son's earnest and confident demeanor, Yang Batian found himself swayed by a measure of belief. Beside him, the nameless pharmacist was evidently stirred, exclaiming, "In that case, I have no reason to refuse. However, this matter must be addressed by the elder in charge of enforcement." With this declaration, the pharmacist prompted Yang Batian to summon the elders of the family. In a mere instant, the elders gathered. For the significance of today's event was monumental. One disciple sought to borrow 10 precious elixirs, and that disciple happened to be the son of the clan leader. The notion of exploiting one's power for personal gain unknowingly began to spread among the elders, who thought to themselves that this request could not be entertained. After all, elixirs were exceedingly rare and valuable. Yet, they soon heard Yang Haoshuan's IOU. 10 in exchange for 100. What kind of concept was this? Could such a bargain truly exist in this world? Surely, there must be a hidden agenda. These were the musings of some elders. As a new day dawned, the scene was set for the 14th chapter, a bet. At this moment, a group of elders stood divided. On one side were those who supported Yang Haoshuan, while on the other side remained unspoken dissenters. In the midst of this assembly stood the imposing elder of enforcement, who inquired, "What are the opinions of the esteemed elders on this matter?" Immediately, an elder with a head of white hair leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "I oppose this. It is entirely against the rules of the Yang family. Moreover, it is unsafe." He was Elder Bai of the Yang family, the foremost opponent among those resisting Elder Yang Batian, primarily supporting Elder Yang Baxiang. Indeed, echoed the chorus of approval from the elders behind him. They are all astute individuals, and soon someone speculated a possibility that Yang Haoshuan's Dantian had been restored. And Yang Batian was eager for him to cultivate to the 6th level to secure his position through the adult trial. As for the transaction, it might well be that Yang Batian would expend considerable resources up front to procure 10 elixirs for his son, gradually collecting 100 thereafter. Their opposition to Yang Batian hinged primarily on Yang Haoshuan. They could not allow him to seize such a splendid opportunity. Caught in an awkward position, Yang Batian found it difficult to speak out, and his elders, unaware of the truth, were at a loss for words. It was Yang Haoshuan who remarked, "The rules of the Yang family? What relevance do they hold? I am merely engaging in a transaction beneficial to the Yang family. Does Elder Bai harbor ulterior motives? Does he not wish for the Yang family to prosper?" The others present were momentarily taken aback, and a singular thought crossed their minds: poison. They had not anticipated that the previously inept Yang Haoshuan would now exhibit such cunning, posing a question of the utmost insidiousness. Such an accusation cast upon Elder Bai naturally caused his face to pale, as white as his beard and hair, his entire being trembling with rage. He thought to himself that he was a figure of some repute within the Yang family. When had he ever been so insulted by a junior? Nonsense. I merely fear that someone might act out of personal interest, jeopardizing the entire family. Humph. Exchanging Tenchi gathering pills for 100. Such a deal is unprecedented in my lifetime. Elder Bai began with a vehement outburst, gradually regaining his composure as he coldly continued, "Indeed, Yang Haoshuan, you claim to possess elixirs. Could it be that you know the source of these elixirs?" At that moment, an elder behind him promptly interjected, "Could it be your master?" What a jest. A formidable warrior, capable of wielding earth-tier techniques, would falter merely due to the absence of spirit-gathering pills for his disciples? How ridiculous. These old codgers are all cunning in their own right. Yang Haoshuan inwardly lamented, hesitating for a moment before promptly declaring, "Master, after imparting the earth-tier technique to me, departed on a journey, leaving behind only a means of communication. As for the 100 pills, they are indeed concocted by my own hand." As soon as these words escaped his lips, a tempest of astonishment ensued. He concocts pills? What does that imply? It clearly indicated his ability to produce elixirs, marking him as an alchemist. The onlooker, Yao Wuming, gazed at him with keen interest, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. "Haoshuan you?" Yang Batian felt a strange unfamiliarity in his own son. "Father, rest assured, it was never my intention to place you in such a predicament today. I did not foresee the complications surrounding the pills, and despite offering a hefty sum, I could not procure them. However, I assure you, my intentions are not frivolous. The elder who saved me indeed took me as his disciple, recognizing my innate talent as an alchemist, guiding me towards the dual cultivation of martial and alchemical arts. Yang Haoshuan observed Yang Batian amid the elders, his father radiating a sense of helpless urgency, and felt a pang of guilt. Is that truly so? Yang Batian's countenance transformed with fervor. The implication of Yang Haoshuan's words was unmistakable. The master who imparted the earth-tier technique truly existed, and his son possessed the gift of alchemy. The others present were equally taken aback. It must be noted that alchemists are a unique and esteemed presence within the realm of martial artists, regarded as the elite among their peers. As the name suggests, an alchemist possesses the remarkable ability to concoct various elixirs that enhance one's strength. In a realm where cultivation is paramount, such a profession is undoubtedly in high demand. For instance, when an individual reaches the pinnacle of the martial artist's 10th level and encounters an insurmountable barrier, a single elixir may facilitate a smooth breakthrough. Remarkably, this elixir may only require a first or second tier classification. The ranks of alchemists are categorized into 9 grades, just as the elixirs themselves are. Contemplating the influence of 7th, 8th, and even 9th tier elixirs within this world reveals their potential to forge formidable warriors. Naturally, such a transcendent vocation is exceedingly rare. To become an alchemist, mere diligence is insufficient. The prerequisites for innate talent are extraordinarily stringent, with perhaps only one individual among 10,000 meeting the criteria. Moreover, additional demands must be fulfilled. When it comes to concocting elixirs, 3 vital components are essential: medicinal herbs, spiritual consciousness, and the alchemical furnace. Among these, the herbs and the furnace are exceptionally precious. But the most arduous challenge lies in the mastery of spiritual consciousness. What is spiritual consciousness? It primarily encompasses the understanding and insight regarding elixirs, ultimately determining whether one can forge their unique concoctions. Furthermore, the potency of this consciousness is crucial for igniting the divine fire. The flames utilized in alchemy are not ordinary. They are a unique fire born from innate attributes, known as divine fire. A weakened consciousness cannot summon this divine fire. The means to enhance one's consciousness is through relentless practice in alchemy. An alchemist stands as a paragon among mortals, although Yao Ming is merely a second-tier alchemist. Within the Yang family, he commands a level of respect that allows him to disregard anyone. In the present day, Yang Haoshuan astonishingly claims he possesses the ability to concoct elixirs. Aside from the astonishment and envy, there is an indescribable shock that envelopes the atmosphere. Observing Yang Haoshuan's decisive slaying of the Wolf King, it is evident that he wields earth-grade techniques, and now he is capable of refining 100 gathering chi pills, which signifies a harmonious cultivation of both martial prowess and alchemy. Moreover, he has already achieved a modest level of success. This time, Yang Batian has struck gold. As the onlookers process this revelation, they collectively inhale sharply, their thoughts inevitably drifting to the increasing significance of Yang Batian's status as the clan leader. I refuse to believe it, Elder Bai exclaimed in exasperation. Perhaps the clan leader intends for Yang Haoshuan to reach the 6th level of cultivation within a year, and then procure 100 gathering chi pills to compensate. Am I foolish? Yang Batian could no longer contain himself and retorted, if that were the case, would I not simply purchase them myself? Humph. The family funds cannot be used frivolously for your son's cultivation. Moreover, time is of the essence. You may take a year to acquire 100 pills, yet you cannot afford to wait a month for just 10 gathering chi pills. Elder Bai was resolute, pushing his argument to the limit. With a resounding crack, the stone beneath Yang Batian shattered as fury contorted his features. Elder Bai, do you presume yourself to be the chief enforcer or the clan leader? To slander me baselessly without evidence? I could strip you of your elder position this very moment. Do you dare challenge me? Yang Batian's wrath instilled fear among the crowd, for he remained the head of the clan. Elder Bai was left speechless. The chief enforcer, who had remained silent until now, stood in the center, glancing around in uncertainty. This matter could not be resolved according to clan customs, as both familial transactions and regulations were in play. Elder Bai, you repeatedly assert that my intentions are merely a ruse to pass the adult trial. Very well. If I cannot present 100 chi gathering pills by New Year's Eve, I shall voluntarily withdraw from the Yang family. What? Has Yang Haoshuan lost his senses? Just moments ago, my father had the upper hand. Is this for real? Elder Bai inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, it is true. And I can assure you that all 100 pills will be of my own crafting. Ignoring Yang Batian's anxious gaze, Yang Haoshuan continued, Of course. I have a condition. Should I succeed in my endeavor, you must withdraw from the Yang family. Humph. Elder Bai's audacity knows no bounds, after all. My father is the clan leader. His lack of respect is excessive, yet I shall consider this a favor from my father. Very well. It is settled then. Caught in a predicament, and with Elder by harboring doubts about young Haoshuan's abilities, he stated, "While you concoct the pills, I will have someone monitor your progress. Suit yourself." Yang Haoshuan shrugged, then turned to Yao Ming and said, "May I now receive the pills?" Yao Ming looked to the presiding elder, and upon receiving a nod, produced a vial containing 12 pills, a peculiar smile gracing his aged visage. "There are 12 within. Consider the extra to my sponsorship." "Thank you." Yang Haoshuan accepted the pills. And as the crowd began to disperse, he suddenly added, "By the way, if you wish to craft the second-tier tiger leopard pill, you should reduce the amount of dustwood by half and add a hint of dragon tongue grass. It will ensure success." "What did you just say?" The smile vanished from Yao Ming's face, replaced by an expression of shock and disbelief. Yang Haoshuan chuckled softly, turning to depart with Yang Badian. Earlier, in the apothecary, he had been captivated by the array of medicinal herbs and stumbled upon a failed elixir, prompting the game interface to immediately reveal the cause of its failure. As the two left, the elders dispersed hastily. Following Yang Badian to the hall, Yang Haoshuan sensed that his father had much to convey. So he wove a tapestry of fabrications to reassure him. There was no alternative. The secret nestled in his mind was one he had resolved to keep solely to himself. Before long, news of Yang Haoshuan's quest for elixirs began to circulate through unknown channels, reigniting discussions within the Yang family regarding his recent vanquishing of the Wolf King. Many disciples, consumed by jealousy, erupted in exclamations of why. Although the gathering chi pill was somewhat extravagant for their consumption, its efficacy was undeniably remarkable, and they yearned to possess even a single one. Yet, Yang Haoshuan was audacious enough to request 10, no, 12. What did that signify? A 5th-tier practitioner could surely ascend to the 6th tier, and a 6th tier might even reach the 7th. Their eyes sparkled with envy, akin to that of rabbits. However, upon learning that Yang Haoshuan also intended to concoct 100 gathering chi pills, their feelings softened somewhat. The esteemed status of an alchemist commanded their admiration, as these disciples, who had little exposure to such prestige, looked up to him. As for Yang Haoshuan, he felt unworthy of such reverence. They naturally assumed he was merely indulging in fanciful ambitions of cultivation. Nevertheless, receiving 12 gathering chi pills left Yang Haoshuan in high spirits, and he felt increasingly grateful for his father's growing acceptance, nurturing a blossoming bond of familial affection. "I must grow stronger," he resolved, "to protect those I love and who love me." This thought entered Yang Haoshuan's cultivation objectives. He instructed a young maid to deliver meals once a week and began his inverted-style cultivation while holding a medicinal pill in his mouth. Chapter 15. Display of might. In the brief span of a week, Yang Haoshuan consumed 3 chi gathering pills, berating himself for his extravagance. Yet, there was no alternative. While others dissolved the pills in their mouths, he inhaled them directly. However, as time progressed, the effects became evident. One day, he suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of internal energy. Under its influence, his muscles began to grow increasingly firm and robust, with the sound of cracking bones enhancing his physical coordination and strength. Although he had yet to achieve a breakthrough, his statistics showed a significant improvement. Character: Yang Haoshuan level 9. New World level classification. Peak of the 5 layers of warrior's occupation. Full-time health points: 741 mana points, 412 strength, 154 wisdom, 324 spirit, 121 agility, 142 professional skills. Fireball 4 mage. Swift strike 3 warrior. Earth flame 2 mage. Life skills none. However, there was no need for concern. Although the medicinal properties of the chi gathering pills were entirely absorbed, he still needed to cultivate and digest them. This is one reason why people do not directly consume pills to achieve breakthroughs. With relentless dedication, he subsisted on a single meal each week, eagerly immersing himself in his cultivation. Yang Haoshuan is utterly consumed by his martial pursuits, completely neglecting his appointment with the enchanting beauty, Chen Xia. Days turn into weeks, and the passage of time becomes a blur. Congratulations to the player on achieving level 10. Vitality and mana have both increased by half, and physical attributes have randomly augmented by up to 100 points, along with 10 distributable attribute points and the acquisition of 2 skill learning opportunities. The breakthrough has been achieved. One fateful day, a jubilant and ecstatic laughter erupted from Yang Haoshuan's room. Upon closer inspection, he was seen rolling on his bed in a disheveled state. Despite his untidy appearance, he emanated a newfound maturity. At that moment, his attentive maid, Xiaoqian, entered and said, "Congratulations, young master, on your breakthrough. I have prepared the bathwater for you." Bathwater? Yang Haoshuan was momentarily taken aback, then caught a whiff of his own body, his expression shifting in dismay. What on earth? Why do I smell so foul? After several baths and the pouring of numerous buckets of water, he finally reclined comfortably in the tub, muttering to himself, "I never expected that breaking through to the 6th layer would also cleanse my body. I feel utterly rejuvenated." His overall attributes had also seen a significant increase, with wisdom soaring beyond 400. By the way, Xiaoqing, what time is it now? Yang Haoshuan suddenly inquired. Outside the screen stood the maid, Xiaoqing, who had previously been the subject of an unwarranted advance. Dressed in thick clothing, her cheeks flushed with warmth, as she had just caught a glimpse of Yang Haoshuan's bare form while he bathed. After a moment, she finally regained her composure and remarked, "Young master has been cultivating for 3 months now. With winter upon us in January, there is but a month until the new year. The master has asked me to inform you to prepare for alchemy. Winter has arrived? Have I really been in seclusion for several months?" Yang Haoshuan expressed his surprise. During his cultivation, meals were merely a brief interlude before he returned to his practice, rendering him oblivious to the passage of time. After a while, he could only manage a wry smile as he reclined leisurely in the tub, saying, "My father must have prepared the medicinal materials. Please send someone to retrieve them." Simultaneously, Yang Haoshuan accessed the game interface, where his primary life skills were on the verge of activation, a plethora of skills dazzling his eyes. From grand pursuits like treasure synthesis, weapon refinement, herb gathering, material collection, potion concoction, and weapon forging, to the more modest crafts of tailoring, carpentry, and culinary arts. He also noted that upon breaking through to level 10, his skill points had increased to 2. However, he chose to withhold their allocation for now, as there was a matter of greater significance at hand, the meridian associated with the longevity art, which he could activate at any moment. Yet, Yang Haoshuan was prudent, ensuring he was adequately prepared, such as taking a bath and enjoying his meal first. Snowflakes danced through the air, and the northern winds howled, blanketing the entire Great Yin in a pristine white, transforming it into a whimsical fairy tale realm. At this time, the Great Yin mountain range had long been sealed off from intruders. The Red Leaf Lake lay desolate, its surface frozen over. At this moment, Yang Haoshuan approached with ease, wielding a battle blade and clad in a humble samurai's attire, showing no fear of the frigid air. However, he was not there for the hunt. Rather, he sought a tranquil place to awaken a particular meridian within him, eager to uncover its secrets. With his blade firmly planted in the ground, he focused intently. Taking a deep breath, he then commenced to activate the meridian within. As he did so, he felt an extraordinary tension in his limbs, muscles spasming yet devoid of pain, as if they were rapidly growing and transforming. Yang Haoshuan's expression grew gravely serious. Although he sensed an increase in strength, he was apprehensive of potential side effects. Suddenly, the spasms in his limbs reached a critical threshold, and it felt as though a unique power was being compressed within him. When he threw a punch, he was taken aback. Not only was the speed astonishingly slow, but it felt as if he was merely pushing the power outwards. As he pushed to a certain extent, Yang Haoshuan was startled to see a spiral curve manifest along his entire arm, causing the accumulated snow at his feet to whirl into the air, even pulling his body forward. This punch was already akin to an arrow poised on the bowstring, compelling Yang Haoshuan to strike the ground. With a resounding thud, the earth was struck with such force that a massive crater formed, the splattered soil and icy snow hitting him, igniting a fervor in his eyes. This was, indeed, the spiral force. The spiral force he had awakened could unleash a sudden onslaught upon his adversaries with every strike, and the effectiveness of this spiral attack was nothing short of astonishing. For instance, Yang Haoshuan had previously witnessed the spiraling sphere from Naruto, which became the protagonist's signature move. Undeniably formidable. Filled with exhilaration, Yang Haoshuan immediately unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks against the surrounding rubble, causing the speed of his spiraling force to intensify. Wherever he struck, the force of his fist was preempted by the spiraling energy, sending shards of rock scattering in all directions. One could only imagine the devastating effect if such force were to collide with a human target. Yang Haoshuan swiftly dashed to retrieve his battle blade, simultaneously channeling the spiraling energy while executing his swift slashing technique. The 3 rapid slashes, augmented by the spiraling energy, exhibited astonishing power. The blade's trajectory left deep, dark furrows on the previously pristine white ground. Excellent. Yang Haoshuan quickly reined in his energy, his complexion flushed. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the 6th level. with his game interface attributes comparable to an ordinary 6th-level practitioner. However, when truly engaged in combat, he felt capable of contending with a 7th-level martial artist. The longevity technique was indeed extraordinary. This spiraling force could be dubbed the true spiraling force, and his meridians were named the longevity meridians. Yang Haoshuan murmured to himself, pondering the consequences of activating all 10 longevity meridians. Simultaneously, an alchemical furnace icon at the center of the game interface suddenly illuminated. What are you doing? The young master is still bathing. You must set the medicinal herbs down. Suddenly, a voice filled with indignation emanated from outside the door, belonging to Xiaoqing. Heh. Set them down? Elder Bai specifically instructed us to monitor his alchemical process. We must enter now to see what he is concocting. A coarse and irksome male voice echoed in response. Accompanied by his voice, Xiaoqing exclaimed in dismay, evidently having been pushed to the ground. Her words tinged with a hint of tears. You wicked individuals. You shall not enter. Haha. Why do you protect your young master so fervently, little girl? It is said that Yang Haoshuan is debauched and immoral, having forcibly taken the renowned beauty of the Yang family, Yang Ruolin, at the tender age of 15. Surely, you cannot be. Another wave of lewd laughter ensued. It is quite possible indeed. Little girl, why not join us? We shall guarantee you unparalleled pleasure. Outside the room, Xiaoqing sat on the steps, her face filled with indignation and fury, as 2 burly men brazenly admired her lithe figure, preparing to extend their lecherous hands. Suddenly, the door swung open with force, and before they could assess the situation, a thunderous voice rang out, boldly insolent. Do you wish to court death? There stood Yang Haoshuan, brandishing a battle blade, imposing and fierce at the threshold. His eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at the 2 men, resembling an enraged beast. The 2 men exchanged glances, swallowing hard. They thought to themselves that this young master was at the same level as them, and with 2 of them against him, one of them grinned and said, Young Master Yang, there is no need for weapons. We merely came to deliver medicinal materials, and it is your maidservant who obstructs our path. Have I claimed you were wrong? Yang Haoshuan retorted enigmatically, stepping outside. Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback. Did this imply that she was in the wrong? A wave of profound grievance surged within her. The 2 men, meanwhile, exchanged triumphant smiles. However, regardless of whether you are right or wrong, those who bully me are merely courting their own demise. To everyone's surprise, Yang Haoshuan stepped forward with an air of arrogance, proclaiming, Apologize to my maid with a bow. Or face me in combat. At this, 2 burly men immediately let out startled cries. They were subordinates of Elder Bai and, despite lacking rigorous training in their youth, had reached the 5th level of cultivation and possessed considerable practical experience. Like Elder Bai, they exuded an air of arrogance and scoffed at Yang Haoshuan's words, preparing to defend themselves. Are you suggesting a fight? Yang Haoshuan understood the rules of this land. Observing their demeanor, he ceased his idle chatter, leapt into the air, and swung his battle blade. It was said that Master Yang had acquired a terrestrial-grade martial art a few months prior, and the 2 men were eager to witness it firsthand. The 2 burly men quickly positioned themselves, thinking to themselves that, as seasoned practitioners nearing the age of 50, they had no reason to fear a mere child with only half a year of experience in refining his dantian. However, they soon realized how gravely mistaken they were. Before they could react, Yang Haoshuan had already landed swiftly between them, cutting off their chance to encircle him. He unleashed 3 rapid slashes aimed at the man on his left. The opponent, confronted with the profound and spiraling strikes, found himself utterly powerless to respond. Fortunately for him, Yang Haoshuan did not intend to kill. The back of his blade struck the man's chest, immediately incapacitating him. Young master is amazing, cheered the little Qing behind him. Bouncing with excitement, the chestnut-haired maiden swayed unsteadily, prompting Yang Haoshuan to reflect on how blissful life was for men in an era devoid of constraints. With a teasing remark, Yang Haoshuan swiftly grasped the situation, casting a disdainful glance at the 2 men on the ground. He recognized that the chasm between them extended beyond mere strength. It encompassed the mastery of skills and techniques as well. Engaging in combat for what felt like the first time, Yang Haoshuan experienced profound insights, simultaneously relieved to realize that the true essence of longevity was not confined to attributes of strength and intellect. Rather, it represented the amalgamation of an individual's entire power, manifesting immense might. Positioning himself between the 2 men, a mysterious smile played upon his lips as he coldly declared, Now, I present you with a choice. Apologize or face annihilation. The 2 burly men, sprawled on the ground, were engulfed in terror, utterly astonished at how Yang Haoshuan had bested them. Their only conviction lay shattered in his grasp, leaving them devoid of defiance, ensnared in profound fear, and slow to react. "Did you hear that?" Yang Haoshuan suddenly bellowed, his voice reverberating like a thunderclap, piercing their very souls. "Do you understand?" The two men, trembling, immediately crawled before Shaoqing, bowing their heads in supplication and pleading for mercy. Yang Haoshuan's oppressive presence rendered them utterly devoid of bravado. Shaoqing, taken aback by such a display, felt a twinge of fear, yet her earlier fury still simmered within her. "You two, hurry and bring the herbs inside," she commanded. Upon hearing her words, the men dashed to transport box after box of herbs into the room. Observing this, Yang Haoshuan allowed a smirk of disdain to escape his lips before playfully winking at Shaoqing and entering the room. Inside, a veritable mountain of herbs lay before him. Yang Haoshuan meticulously examined their properties, discovering that they were merely ordinary herbs, albeit essential components for the qi-gathering pill. These inconspicuous medicinal herbs, when refined by the alchemist, transform into a potion of extraordinary value. The two imposing figures, still shaken by fear, took a moment to inspect the room thoroughly, ensuring that no one was present. After casting a wary glance at Yang Haoshuan, they departed. Yang Haoshuan noticed their presence lingering around the house, shrugged indifferently, and closed the door. As his hand rested upon the herbs, an astonishing phenomenon began to unfold. The mountain-like assortment of herbs gradually vanished beneath the pressure of his hand. Simultaneously, his gaming interface lit up with a stream of notifications: acquired 99 dragon tongue grass, 99 frost grass, 99 water spirit wood. The herbs that once lay on the ground now appeared neatly arranged within Yang Haoshuan's inventory, each item meticulously catalogued, inviting contemplation. With a mere thought, it seemed as though the alchemical furnace on his interface had been activated, instantly revealing the potion-making screen. At the center of this interface stood a three-legged cauldron, surrounded by empty slots designated for the herbs. Yang Haoshuan, cautious not to overreach, carefully placed 10 herbs into the slots one by one. In the lower left corner of the potion-making interface, a line of text appeared: 10 qi-gathering pills can be refined, with an 80% success rate. A subtle smile crossed Yang Haoshuan's lips as he clicked to confirm. Immediately, a flame erupted beneath the cauldron in the interface, and a flicker of fire danced in the depths of his eyes. The experience of alchemy was not particularly painful for Yang Haoshuan. The only sensation he felt was an unmistakable and rapid depletion of his magical energy, more pronounced than ever before. Bang! Moments later, the blazing alchemical furnace came to a halt, and the game interface chimed with a notification: successful concoction. Acquired 10 qi-gathering pills, lost 10 dragon tongue herbs, and 10. Is it truly this effortless? Yang Haoshuan was slightly taken aback, and upon inspecting the inventory filled with elixirs, he concentrated, causing several qi-gathering pills to materialize in his hand. The quality of these products surpassed any he had previously consumed, boasting a pure medicinal aura and a more refined form. Delighted by such remarkable results, Yang Haoshuan refrained from hastily boasting and resolutely refined all the materials at his disposal, ultimately producing over 90 pills. Simultaneously, his magical energy dwindled to near depletion, inducing a wave of dizziness that urged him to recline on his bed for rest. He slumbered from the brightness of day until the following morning, awakening languidly to shake his head and remark, "The substantial side effects of complete magical exhaustion are quite alarming. It seems I must exercise greater caution in the future." Subsequently, he did not immediately retrieve the elixirs. Instead, he continued to demand an unending supply of materials, relentlessly crafting qi-gathering pills to lay a solid foundation for his future cultivation. Although he aspired to concoct second-tier elixirs, his current stock of materials was inadequate. Fortunately, the ingredients for qi-gathering pills were abundantly available and inexpensive. It is the hands of a skilled alchemist that can transmute the mundane into the miraculous. Of course, Yang Haoshuan relied on his game interface, which was remarkably comprehensive. Aside from alchemy, he refrained from venturing outside, as every household was shuttered for the winter, leaving little incentive for exploration. As the days progressed, the upper echelons of the Yang family grew increasingly anxious. On New Year's Eve, whether Yang Haoshuan could produce 100 pills remained a formidable concern in their minds. Should he fail to produce the promised outcome, he would be compelled to bear the consequences of his assurances, resulting in his departure from the Yang family, thereby jeopardizing Yang Badian's position. It is no exaggeration to assert that the Yang family is on the brink of a new destiny. On the eve of the new year, the grand residence of the Yang family, adorned with a pair of resplendent red lanterns and embellished with colorful silk, emits a joyous atmosphere, accompanied by the sound of firecrackers. Within the estate, the decorations create a vibrant and festive scene, with laughter echoing throughout. Occasionally, fireworks illuminate the sky, inciting cheers from the children. This is the annual banquet of the Yang family, indistinguishable from traditional New Year celebrations, albeit necessitated by the sheer number of family members, thus warranting such a grand gathering to commemorate the year's conclusion. "Young master, the banquet is about to commence," exclaimed Xiaoqing, exasperated, as she called out to her master, who was nestled beneath the covers. With a yawn, he stretched languidly, exposing his bare chest. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoqing blushed profusely and hurriedly exited. "What a fuss! It's not as if I'm completely undressed." Yang Haoshuan waved dismissively, then, upon pulling back the covers, was taken aback to realize he was indeed not clothed. After donning a splendid outfit, adorned in luxurious attire that exuded both elegance and a hint of unruliness, he checked his inventory. Discovering a multitude of energy-gathering pills, approximately 2,000 in total, he then accompanied Xiaoqing toward the grand hall. Outside in the courtyard, hundreds of tables had been arranged, filled to capacity with guests engaged in jovial conversation and clinking glasses, creating a bustling and festive atmosphere. These individuals were either disciples or relatives of the Yang family, all shedding the burdens of a year's labor to revel in the joys of the new year. Suddenly, Yang Haoshuan emerged from the crowd, his striking appearance swiftly capturing attention. Many disciples, hands on hips, paraded their self-assured arrogance before him, yet beneath their pride lay a deep-seated jealousy. "Let us see how you produce 100 chi-gathering pills today," they muttered resentfully, their expressions betraying their anticipation for the spectacle to unfold. Ever since Yang Haoshuan had obtained 10 chi-gathering pills, numerous individuals had been observing him covertly. However, even the watchers dispatched by Elder Bai had failed to detect any signs of him refining pills. There was not even a single alchemical furnace in sight. This phenomenon naturally fueled their imaginations, leading them to conclude that today would spell disaster for Yang Haoshuan. Disregarding their gazes, Yang Haoshuan's eyes suddenly landed on a familiar figure in the crowd, Yang Ying. A mysterious smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as he thought, "Today, I shall reveal the consequences of your pretense before me." He then approached the podium, where young Batian had evidently been waiting for some time, promptly inviting him to take a seat. Chapter 17. The yearly banquet. Yang Haoshuan sat down in silence, causing the atmosphere outside the hall to fall into a hushed stillness, while the others watched the unfolding scene with keen interest. Soon, Elder Bai, brimming with satisfaction, stood up and proclaimed, "Yang Haoshuan, today is indeed New Year's Eve. I trust you have not forgotten our earlier agreement." Elder Bai felt particularly content this year, having closely monitored the situation. Although he had not discovered any mysterious figure assisting Yang Haoshuan in alchemy, he also noted that Yang Haoshuan had not engaged in any refining. This made it easier to speculate, given Yang Haoshuan's past conduct, that he likely intended to stubbornly deny any wrongdoing. However, he believed himself to be too immature. With so many elders present that day, it would be utterly impossible to backtrack now. Yet, Yang Haoshuan revealed a smile that was enigmatic and profound, casually inquiring, "Naturally. I remember, so I would like to ask Elder Bai if the bundles are packed?" "Humph. What use is mere banter? Where are the gathering chi pills?" Elder Bai retorted with a cold snort, revealing his aged hands. "Heh, surely, you do not think I would simply place 100 gathering chi pills in your hands?" Yang Haoshuan cast a scornful glance at him, his peculiar expression evoking laughter among the onlookers. "Bring forth the large pill box." Elder Bai, unwilling to engage further, commanded. Soon, 2 attendants arrived, bearing a box the size of a coffin. This box, infused with spiritual energy, was typically used for storing pills and was known as a pill box. As the container was set down, the crowd's gaze shifted to Yang Haoshuan. Regardless of his bravado, the crux lay in whether he could produce the gathering chi pills. Almost all eyes were fixed on him, a mix of mockery, disdain, doubt, and anticipation reflected in their expressions. Yang Haoshuan stepped forward, positioning himself beside the pill box. His left hand extending forward, his sleeve aimed at the box. This prompted a ripple of laughter among the spectators, as they wondered if he fancied himself a magician. Yet, in the next moment, all words caught in their throats, mouths agape, and eyes wide as saucers, breaths quickened. Suddenly, with a sound reminiscent of beans spilling, the gathering chi pills flew forth from Yang Haoshuan's sleeve and cascaded into the pill box, producing a resounding clatter. Moreover, the gathering chi pills seemed to fall endlessly, and everyone's eyes glowed a deep crimson. What exquisite gathering chi pills! The nameless alchemist was the first to react. his gaze fixed intently upon the pills, his mind churning with tumultuous waves. As an alchemist, he understood the immense toll that pill refinement took on one's mental acuity. For a second-tier alchemist to produce 30 pills in such a brief span was indeed remarkable, which elucidated the rarity of the gathering chi pills. Excellent! Excellent! Yang Beishan's lips moved, but words eluded him. He cast a triumphant glance at the pale-faced elder Bai, realizing that once he departed from the family, the remaining dissenting elders would be leaderless, allowing him to subdue them one by one. Why? Why does he possess such power? Almost all the other disciples echoed this sentiment internally, including Yang Ping and Yang Ying. Yang Rulin furrowed her brow, her face a mask of shock, lost in her thoughts. This is impossible. Impossible. When the final pill settled into the pill box, Elder Bai lunged forward like a madman, reaching for a handful of gathering chi pills. Upon grasping them and examining their quality, disbelief mingled with fear as he crushed a handful of these precious pills in his grip, eliciting gasps of regret from many disciples. Everything is possible, Yang Haoshuan remarked leisurely. I will kill you. Elder Bai, recalling his impending fate and the humiliation of such a public disgrace, struck out in a fit of rage. With a fist honed to the pinnacle of martial prowess, Yang Haoshuan did not evade, for he understood. You dare. Indeed. Yang Batian stood firm, unleashing a flurry of punches towards Elder Bai. The formidable martial artist commanded the attention of all present, prompting them to rise and witness the spectacle. A palpable energy emerged between Yang Batian and Elder Bai, an aura not intentionally projected yet reminiscent of the spiraling true essence. Even Yang Haoshuan, standing nearby, instinctively retreated 10 paces, his gaze unwavering as he observed the clash of titans. Suddenly, he discerned that his father's punches bore an uncanny resemblance to the celestial horse meteor fist in both form and velocity. Elder Bai, no ordinary opponent, soon found himself at a disadvantage. The disparity between a martial artist and a grand martial artist was stark. After enduring hundreds of blows, he ultimately succumbed, receiving dozens more that left him spitting blood. Perhaps mindful of the festive occasion, Yang Batian refrained from delivering a lethal blow, leaving his adversary on the brink of collapse. Boldly asserting, Elder Bai, how audacious you are. Not only do you refuse to admit defeat, but you also dare to assault my son. Execution Elder. How shall this be adjudicated? The imposing execution elder swiftly approached, devoid of emotion, stating, Elder Bai must adhere to his promise to depart from the Yang family. His aggression now constitutes an offense against kin as well as an affront to the clan leader. His martial prowess should be stripped away. Yang Batian did not even flinch, commanding, remove him. Immediately, several individuals clad in peculiar attire escorted Elder Bai away. Yang Batian then addressed the assembly. There is no need for astonishment. Bai Chafeng has brought this upon himself. We shall not allow his actions to mar our New Year celebrations. Come, let us raise a glass. With his pronouncement, the New Year feast resumed. Even the other disciples, previously dismissive of Yang Haoshuan, now gazed upon him with envy and admiration, while several young female disciples discreetly cast flirtatious glances, rendering others envious. What a disgraceful lot! How can their fortune be so extraordinary? Yang Ping, filled with resentment, recalled how his beloved was taken away by someone several times his superior, which was truly. Even more concerning was Yang Rulin today, whose eyes seemed solely fixated on Yang Haoshuan, her brow furrowed in distress. Meanwhile, Yang Batian wore a cheerful expression, abstaining from alcohol, yet today he welcomed all, consuming an entire jar of wine. After the feast, a group of dancers quietly emerged beside the Yang family, taking to the center of the square as the music commenced. Gracefully performing. Despite the frigid weather, they donned delicate veils, evidently trained with utmost rigor. The sight of the dancers suddenly reminded Yang Haoshuan of his prior engagement with Chen Xia, though he quickly dismissed it. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of ascension, convinced that his future achievements would be extraordinary. As for Chen Xia, her identity was not the issue. Rather, the distance between them rendered any possibility of connection unlikely, relegating her to the status of a mere passing acquaintance or a fleeting dalliance. 3 carts arrived bearing enormous chests, each symbolizing copper, silver, and gold. Positioned prominently in the grand hall, the chests stood 5 meters tall and 5 meters wide. Yang Haoshuan was somewhat perplexed, yet he observed his fellow disciples eagerly rubbing their hands together, buzzing with excitement and uttering phrases like it's here, it's here. Chapter 18. The Chests of Wealth. Thus, Yang Haoshuan could not help but delve into his memories, quickly realizing the significance of these chests. They were a distinctive feature of the annual celebration. During the new year, the disciples of the Yang family naturally receive their red envelopes. However, the manner in which they acquire their money varies. They must rely on their own strength to obtain it. 3 large boxes stand before them, each containing copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins, respectively. These colossal boxes are ingeniously designed. When struck, they do not topple over, resembling a weeble that sways without falling. The uncovered boxes will dispense money, and the greater one's strength, the more coins will emerge. The copper box is designated for martial artists at the 2nd and 4th levels. The silver box for those at the 5th and 6th levels, while the gold box caters to martial artists at the 7th and 8th levels. As for those at the 9th level, they are essentially considered adults, and thus no design was necessary for them. Truly, it is a world where strength reigns supreme. Yang Haoshuan shook his head with a wry smile, observing as other disciples stepped forward. Which disciple under 18 wishes to go first? Called a kind-faced elder in a loud voice. Instantly, the nearby disciples eagerly lined up to participate. The onlookers at the New Year's banquet also began to take notice. This was not merely about the disciples receiving their annual money, but also served as a form of encouragement and a minor test of their abilities. First up, Yang Xia. The amiable elder smiled as he watched an unremarkable-looking disciple approach the colossal copper coin box. With unwavering focus, the disciple assumed a hoarse stance and, with a mighty shout, delivered a powerful punch to the box. It tilted slightly forward, spilling forth dozens of copper coins, which he promptly scrambled to collect with his clothing. The clever design of the box ensured that those behind him would not be disadvantaged. With the first success, other disciples began to take their turns. While the parents of the banquet's attendees exchanged smiles of satisfaction and playful reprimands, as the atmosphere gradually transformed into one of warmth and joy. Yang Haoshuan's attention, however, was solely fixed on 3 individuals. Firstly, there is Yang Ruolin, who strikes the colossal treasure chest, spilling forth hundreds of silver coins, evidently having reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier of martial artists. Then there is Yang Peng, who is quite similar to Yang Ruolin, yet falls slightly short. And his dissatisfaction is palpable as he mutters curses under his breath. The last individual, however, astonishes Yang Haoshuan. This is Yang Ying, who, shaking off his previous gloom, strides straight to the treasure chest. It turns out that over the past few months, he has also ascended from the 6th tier to the 7th tier of martial artists. At this moment, Yang Haoshuan cannot resist inspecting Yang Ying's attributes. Character, Yang Ying level, 14 New World level, 7th tier martial artist profession, warrior health points, 1241 mana points, 874 strength, 678 wisdom, 87 spirit, 14 agility, 547 professional skills, title technique crafting skills. None Yang Ying's strength surpasses Yang Haoshuan's wisdom by over 200 points. Nevertheless, Yang Haoshuan remains confident in his ability to defeat him, as the attributes displayed in the game interface merely provide a general overview and do not reveal the quality of one's cultivation methods, thus failing to determine an individual's true strength. Consequently, he seldom relies on such information. Setting aside skills for now, even his spiral true energy could vanquish Yang Ying. With a powerful punch, Yang Ying causes the treasure chest to yield a modest amount of gold coins, a feat that fills him with pride. His father, Yang Haoshuan's 4th uncle, stands up, applauding enthusiastically. Haoshuan, why don't you give it a try? Yang Batian, perhaps curious about his son's current capabilities, inquires with interest. Yang Haoshuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded, patting his knees before rising to stride towards the 3 colossal boxes. Along the way, he quickly caught the attention of others, who began to grasp his intentions, their anticipation growing. The earlier events had diminished their disdain for Yang Haoshuan, replaced now with a hint of expectation. With a disdainful smirk, Yang Ying approached him, whispering mockingly, "It seems you have no hope of winning against me this time. Would you like me to lend you a few gold coins?" "Not at all. You might as well keep them for your medical expenses, for once the banquet concludes. I shall strike you so hard that even your father won't recognize you," Yang Haoshuan retorted, denying his opponent any further opportunity for banter before stepping into the vicinity of the enormous boxes. From a distance, they appeared tremendously large, and up close, they indeed were vast. Behind the massive boxes, where the disciples would strike, lay a solid black iron block. Each colossal box measured a full 5 meters in width. And as Yang Haoshuan entered the arena, he did not pause, proceeding alongside the bronze box. Upon reaching the silver box, he paused momentarily, prompting astonishment among the onlookers. Did this not signify that Yang Haoshuan had attained the 6th level of martial prowess? Many elders, who had opposed Yang Batian, felt a pang of helplessness as they witnessed his son's remarkable talent, having just lost their spiritual anchor. Nevertheless, Yang Haoshuan merely lingered for a brief moment before continuing forward. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the assembly. What was he intending to do? Did he aspire to strike the golden box? That would necessitate reaching the 7th level of martial prowess. Even a peak 6th level martial artist would find such an endeavor impossible. For the chasm between the 6th and 7th levels was akin to a watershed, with an immense disparity in strength. Consequently, breakthroughs were exceedingly arduous. However, Yang Haoshuan had only reached the 2nd level of cultivation 6 months prior, and within a month, he had ascended to the 4th level. Could it be that today he has directly attained the 7th level? A colossal question mark loomed in the minds of all present. Haoshuan, unlike others. Yang Batian's complexion gradually flushed with excitement. He had come to believe wholeheartedly in his son, the one who created miracles, thus his faith surpassed that of anyone else. At this moment, Yang Haoshuan stood behind a colossal treasure chest, exuding an aura of complete concentration. All eyes were fixated upon him. Yang Ying, in particular, was filled with disbelief. Just then, Yang Haoshuan unleashed a furious shout that reverberated in the ears of everyone around him. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that he was not adopting a stable stance. Instead, he seemed to channel all his strength into his right hand, striking with an elegance akin to that of a boxer. Simultaneously, spirals of true energy manifested along his arm. What is this? Many disciples who had not witnessed such a phenomenon gasped in astonishment. The swirling energy field bore a resemblance to the earlier clash between Yang Batian and Elder Bai. Could it be that he has reached the level of a grand martial artist? Impossible. This was something they resolutely refused to believe, leaving only one possibility. Suddenly, they recalled the rumors of Earth-tier techniques. Thoughts of the widely circulated Earth-tier martial arts caused them to widen their eyes in anticipation. Yang Haoshuan's punches were deliberate and unhurried, allowing him to amass greater strength. Indeed, he was still merely at the 6th level of martial prowess and dared not be reckless. Yet Yang Ying's arrogance ignited a desire within him to prove himself. Thus, this punch was nearly the culmination of all his strength. Bang! A deep, crisp sound marked the initial strike. The colossal chest of gold leaned exaggeratedly forward, seemingly on the verge of toppling over, spilling forth countless coins that cascaded to the ground. The scattered coins numbered at least 100, indicating that such an achievement required a martial artist at the peak of the 7th layer, if not the 8th. The grand hall fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the sound of hurried breaths, disbelief etched upon the faces of many, some even pinching themselves to ascertain whether they were ensnared in a dream. Beside them, Yang Ying's expression darkened significantly, his countenance marred by resentment. Perhaps pondering why the enigmatic Yang Haoshuan consistently outshone him, stealing his thunder, Yang Batian, overwhelmed, found himself at a loss for words to express his current state of mind. The sound of someone swallowing audibly pierced the silence of the hall, jolting everyone back to reality. The disciples were at a loss for words to articulate their sentiments towards Yang Haoshuan. At this moment, Yang Rulan could no longer maintain her composure. The awe she had felt earlier upon witnessing Yang Haoshuan's astonishing performance transformed into genuine astonishment. Suddenly, she recalled how Yang Haoshuan had changed so drastically, rendering her status as his so-called fiancé inconsequential. The earlier proclamation of "I have no interest in you" echoed in her mind once more. Observing the coins strewn across the floor, Yang Haoshuan smiled faintly, gaining a deeper understanding of the spiral true force, recognizing that the slower the punch, the greater the accumulated power. Shaoqing, Yang Haoshuan called out suddenly. Yang Batian patted Yang Haoshuan on the shoulder in silence, yet tears unexpectedly streamed down his fierce eyes. The banquet is drawing to a close, with guests swiftly departing, accompanied by their children, while some linger in the grand hall, indulging in their playful whims. Yang Haoshuan surveyed the crowd of disciples and soon spotted Yang Ying. Yang Haoshuan had become the dazzling star of the Yang family, causing many to overlook his past transgressions. At that moment, he approached Yang Ying. In public, Yang Ying assumed a posture of haughty disdain upon Yang Haoshuan's approach. However, as the latter drew nearer, Yang Ying instinctively braced himself, his expression turning grave. "What do you want, Yang Haoshuan?" Yang Ying inquired solemnly. "Huh." Yang Haoshuan erupted into hearty laughter, drawing the attention of those around him, becoming the focal point of the grand hall. He then proclaimed, "Oh, Yang Ying, you are the very embodiment of hypocrisy and shamelessness. In the past, when your cultivation surpassed mine, how arrogant and insulting you were towards me. Now, you resemble a resentful little wife, inquiring what I desire? How laughable. I had thought you possessed more spirit. What do I want? Naturally, I challenge you. Do you dare? Yang Haoshuan sneered. A public challenge in this world, where strength reigned supreme, meant that to refuse was to invite ridicule. Yang Ying practiced a tidal technique, a commendable yellow-tier martial art with considerable efficacy. However, the disparity when compared to Yang Haoshuan's earth-tier technique was insurmountable. Yet, Yang Ying clung to a semblance of confidence, thinking that while Yang Haoshuan might possess immense strength, he lacked the finesse in combat. Bolstered by this thought, Yang Ying quickly regained his confidence. Very well. Let us proceed to the arena. Chapter 19. A clash of titans. Yang Haoshuan nodded and, alongside his companion, made his way to the arena. The other disciples followed closely behind, their excitement palpable. In the Tianhe continent, a captivating duel was akin to watching an exhilarating action film. Simultaneously, discussions erupted regarding the potential victor of the match. Moments earlier, Yang Haoshuan had unleashed a punch worth over 100 gold coins. Such power surely suggested victory, did it not? I beg to differ, replied another. Yang Ying has recently ascended to the 7th tier of martial artists following the conclusion of the previous battles. It has been several months, and he has become adept in his techniques. In contrast, Yang Haoshuan has advanced rapidly but likely lacks a solid foundation and familiarity with his own moves. Mere strength is insufficient. Indeed. Furthermore, Yang Haoshuan has relied heavily on medicinal pills for his cultivation. His internal energy is unlikely to be well regulated. It appears that in the past month, he has also been producing a significant quantity of qi-gathering pills, which must have drained his vitality. The outcome remains uncertain. Yes, a martial art manual encompasses both cultivation methods and offensive techniques. While the Earth Tier manual has enabled Yang Haoshuan to reach the 7th tier in a short span, he remains merely a brute force at that level, suggesting his techniques are lacking. An increasing number of spectators leaned towards Yang Ying, their familiarity with him fostering a sense of trust. In contrast, Yang Haoshuan remained an enigma, and this unfamiliarity bred skepticism. The murmurs of the crowd reached Yang Ying's ears, further inflating his confidence. Before long, they arrived at the Yang family's arena. Below, a throng of disciples gathered, most with expressions of excitement and envy. On the platform, both Yang Ying and Yang Haoshuan stood at the 7th tier of martial artists, embodying the aspirations of their peers. Among the crowd were also Yang Peng and Yang Ruolin, the inseparable pair. Yang Peng observed the two combatants with a tinge of jealousy, for both possessed the formidable prowess of 7th tier martial artists. Yet, instinctively, he harbored a desire for Yang Haoshuan to falter in the contest. Thus, he inquired, Ruolan, do you believe Yang Ying will emerge victorious? Certainly not. Yang Ruolan replied with an impassive demeanor, her gaze fixed upon Yang Haoshuan's visage, undaunted and adorned with a slight, confident smile that exuded an air of conviction. Is that even possible? He cannot be that formidable, Yang Peng muttered, his reluctance evident. The sight of Yang Ruolan's expression prompted him to murmur a rather sour remark, eliciting a frown from her, clearly displeased by his comment. However, their discourse soon ceased, as the two fighters in the arena commenced their duel. Yang Ying, adept in the tied decision, wielded a style characterized by its subtlety, yet his strikes were astoundingly fierce. It was heralded as one of the 3 paramount techniques among the disciples of the Yang family. With an imposing aura, he surged toward Yang Haoshuan with astonishing speed, his footwork a manifestation of the tied decision's unique rhythm. In an instant, he stood before Yang Haoshuan, his palms slicing through the air with lethal intent, aiming upward in a brutal arc. The atmosphere around his arms shimmered with a fluid energy, imbued with an almost sinister gentility, should one be ensnared. The outcome would be either death or severe injury. Unyielding as a mountain, Yang Haoshuan found himself retreating, acutely aware of the scorching sensation as Yang Ying's hand skimmed perilously close to his body, nearly striking his throat. In that fleeting moment, Yang Haoshuan realized that the tied decision was not merely a gentle art, it morphed into something treacherous and malignant, reflecting the nature of its practitioner. Before one move could conclude, another was unleashed. Yang Ying, with a menacing grin, unleashed a barrage of strikes accompanied by the undulating force of water, embodying a relentless spirit. Each attack laced with a venomous intent. Fearing the opponent's tidal aura, Yang Haoshuan had no choice but to continue retreating. This situation was anticipated by all, for the proficiency of one's techniques is of utmost importance. Though Yang Ying was not as powerful as others, his mastery of moves was unparalleled, leaving Yang Haoshuan defenseless. Yang Peng could not help but chuckle at the scene. However, Yang Haoshuan was not entirely without means to defend himself. This was his first match against an equal, and he feared potential loss. Hesitant to act impulsively, he retreated while intently observing each of his opponent's moves, awaiting the opportune moment. Suddenly, Yang Haoshuan halted, neither evading nor fleeing. With a firm step forward, he unleashed his spiraling true energy, disrupting Yang Ying's technique. Yang Ying stared at him in disbelief, a glimmer of fear in his eyes, for he feared that Yang Haoshuan might uncover the secrets of the title technique. How else could he have struck at such a critical moment? Nevertheless, Yang Haoshuan had indeed discerned the intricacies of the title technique, the tides rising and falling in an eternal cycle. Beneath the facade of the unique technique lies a daunting rhythm. On the surface, the gentle waves produced by the tidal technique deterred hasty assaults, ensnaring opponents in a relentless barrage, diminishing their chances of victory as the battle progressed. Yang Haoshuan's revelation of the tidal technique's secret arose from his imminent peril. Yet his spiraling true energy proved formidable enough to extricate him from his predicament. In an instant, Yang Haoshuan surged forward, realizing that while the tidal technique was indeed overpowering in offense, it lacked in defense. This was precisely why he had refrained from attacking initially. Had he not observed closely, he would have undoubtedly fallen into the trap of the tidal technique. Yang Haoshuan may not be proficient in any specific martial arts, but he had previously watched boxing matches. Now, with his exceptional physical condition and the power of spiral true energy, he displayed a remarkable prowess. With each jab and hook, he forced Yang Ying to retreat, as the once formidable water wave aura dissipated under the swirling energy. With a series of agile leaps, he landed several unexpected punches on Yang Ying, who was left in disbelief. Each strike, imbued with spiral true energy, had the potential to send a person flying. Despite Yang Ying's mastery at the 7th level of martial arts, he was rendered powerless. The sudden shift in momentum astonished the onlookers. What martial art is this? It seemed so peculiar, the way he bounced around like a monkey, yet he exhibited remarkable agility. Gradually, the spectators couldn't help but admire the prowess of the earth-level techniques. They were indeed deserving of their reputation. Even Yang Ping found himself at a loss for words. Though he was reluctant to concede, he recognized the undeniable skill on display. Yang Ying had already been defeated. What could have transpired? Yang Ruolin murmured to herself. On the arena, Yang Ying still stood his ground, albeit precariously. Yang Haoshuan's tactics were exceptionally cunning. Unlike others who would incapacitate their opponents outright, he chose to inflict his blows with a sense of calculated torment, retreating after each strike as if to prolong the suffering. Today, I shall enlighten you. 30 years on the eastern banks. As he spoke, Yang Haoshuan unleashed a left hook that struck Yang Ying's left cheek, followed by a right hook. After 2 consecutive blows, Yang Ying's face was smeared with blood, finally paying the price for his past arrogance. Do not underestimate the brother who has just crossed over. Yang Haoshuan let out a low growl, delivering a powerful punch to his opponent's chest, simultaneously releasing the pent-up anger within him, feeling considerably lighter. The disciples on the stage, witnessing the outcome, gasped in astonishment. Stop. Suddenly, a voice of youthful fury erupted from behind Yang Ying, a voice unmistakably masculine and far too young to belong to Yang Haoshuan's 4th uncle. Yet, this command seemed to possess an enchanting power that compelled Yang Haoshuan to halt his actions. As he regained his senses and prepared to launch another assault, a white figure flickered behind Yang Ying. A person leaped from a height of 10 meters, brandishing a long sword, and descended rapidly, landing between the 2 combatants. The sharp blade forcefully repelled Yang Haoshuan. Chapter 20. Yang Jian. This individual appeared to be of similar age to Yang Haoshuan, donned in a flowing white garment. Tall and slender, with his hair elegantly tied back. His face was as flawless as jade, perfectly fitting the description of a handsome figure akin to Panin. Moreover, he exuded an air of profound mystery. With his arrival, Yang Haoshuan immediately sensed the need for caution, for he understood that this person was no ordinary foe. The sword in his hand shimmered with the same enigmatic aura. Yang Haoshuan scrutinized both the individual and the weapon with keen interest. Weapon: Spirit Sword rank. Low-grade Spirit Tool power. 345 agility. 214 character. Yang Jian level. 21 New World level. Martial Master First Layer occupation. Warrior health points. 3,124 3124 mana points. 2410 2410 strength. 254 1345 wisdom. 241 spirit. 167 agility. 174 1214 occupational skills. Title decision. 3 element secret tome. Inner Scene Origin Sect Life Skills. 6 Wu Stealth Technique. Upon gazing at this array of data, Yang Haoshuan was taken aback, his confidence severely shaken. Observing that his opponent was of the same age only intensified his astonishment. Yang Jian, having repelled Yang Haoshuan, paid him no heed and retrieved a pill from a vial, offering it to Yang Ying. As the pill entered his mouth, Yang Ying's eyes snapped open, his vitality surging as he sprang to his feet to assess his condition. Suddenly spotting Yang Jian, he exclaimed, "Brother? This individual is Yang Ying's brother? Such a person, how have I never heard of him?" Yang Haoshuan was even more astounded. Indeed, the martial world, a realm so coveted, and just moments ago, he had been repelled by a single strike from Yang Jian, clearly a formidable opponent. Not to mention, did you see that long sword of his? It emanates a spirit aura, truly a spirit tool, a spiritual artifact, exceedingly rare in the mundane world. Bestows upon its possessor a fortune sufficient to sustain 10 generations without concern, allowing them to live a life akin to that of royalty. The disciples below began to murmur amongst themselves. Yang Jian, though the elder brother of Yang Ying, was born mere seconds apart, making him also 17 years of age. Such youth combined with formidable prowess is indeed terrifying. Fortunately, my father is well, yet he remains troubled over the position of clan leader. As Yang Ying spoke, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and he cast a venomous glance at Yang Haoshuan. If it weren't for you, brother, I might have perished long ago. Humph. Yang Jian scoffed, shifting his gaze toward Yang Haoshuan. Although Yang Haoshuan wished to deny it, the intensity of Yang Jian's stare instilled a palpable fear within him, as if sharp blades were repeatedly piercing his heart. A duel? Why must you seek a life? Yang Jian remarked coldly, his demeanor exuding an air of superiority. Yang Haoshuan's expression darkened. How could he possibly resort to lethal force? Yet, he would not deign to explain himself. After a brief moment, he revealed a serene smile. "Oh, you mean that? I apologize if my actions lacked restraint. Then you shall bear the consequences of your actions." Yang Jian retorted icily, clearly intent on engaging in combat. As Yang Haoshuan prepared to summon his battle blade, Yang Jian's movements were as swift as lightning, with a mere flick of his hand. A beam of golden light shot forth and penetrated his body. The Heavy Shen sect, one of the 10 foremost sects in the martial world, had crafted the binding talisman, a spell effective solely against adversaries of lesser strength. Yang Jian stepped aside and suddenly noticed Yang Haoshuan's lips moving. Curiously, he crouched down and asked, "What did you say?" "Haoshuan, I love you, but we are no longer children. The life I desire is something you cannot provide." The thoughts of his girlfriend's breakup and his father's disappointment flooded his mind. Unable to hold back, Yang Haoshuan attempted to call out, but only emitted a faint sound. His eyes, however, burned with fury, his heart consumed by a singular thought. I must retaliate. I must retaliate. Meanwhile, Yang Ying cast a triumphant glance at the fallen Yang Haoshuan, wishing to deliver another kick, but felt it unnecessary and followed Yang Jian instead. The disciples below, astonished by Yang Haoshuan's defeat in one move, were further stirred by the conversation. They clamored behind them, excited by the prospect of a gathering chi pill. To them, Yang Haoshuan had already lost significance, while Yang Jian stood as the favorite son in their eyes, akin to a ritter knee from abroad. Although Yang Haoshuan's actions today shocked them, they paled in comparison to Yang Jian, like a mere speck of dust next to a shining gem. Naturally, Yang Haoshuan's spirits were at an all-time low. What had begun as a pleasant day shattered entirely with Yang Jian's arrival. Nevertheless, this was not the moment for curses. As the emotional turmoil in his mind subsided, he found he did not wish to remain here for the day. Suddenly, a pair of slender legs appeared before him, belonging to a woman. Chapter 21. Conspiracy. Could she be intending to take advantage of his vulnerability? Yang Haoshuan possesses a distinctive trait. Whenever he encounters difficulties or experiences tension, he resorts to playful banter to conceal his wounds. "Are you all right?" Suddenly, an unexpected voice broke the silence, resonating with a familiar cadence, as if it had just traversed time. "Is that you, young Roland?" Yang Haoshuan inquired tentatively, noting the voice's inherent frailty. Lo and behold, young Roland's exquisite, radiant face emerged before him. Confusion clouded Yang Haoshuan's mind as he pondered why she had chosen to save him, only to realize that she, too, seemed perplexed by her own decision. "What's the matter? Are you not concerned your little pretty boy will grow jealous?" Yang Haoshuan boldly asked, observing her evasive demeanor. Young Roland was taken aback, her thoughts drifting to Yang Peng and the avarice she had witnessed on his face upon hearing the phrase gathering chi pill, before he eagerly followed others away. "Stop talking nonsense. You can just stay here. Despite her disdain for Yang Ping's behavior, Yang Rulin felt a surge of anger at Yang Haoshuan's insinuations. All right, then. Speak up. What conditions do you require? Don't tell me it's my charm that has captivated you. Yang Haoshuan continued, unabashedly inquiring. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Rulin's reaction to his words was devoid of her previous animosity. Instead, her cheeks flushed with a hint of color. She then replied coolly, I hope this matter will offset my earlier inaction in your time of need. You must refrain from using this incident to threaten either me or Yang Ping. Do you really think I have the leisure to contemplate threatening you both at this moment? Yang Haoshuan's expression shifted abruptly as he recalled Yang Jian's earlier departure. A simmering anger igniting within him. Yang Rulin discerned his thoughts, although she wished to remain uninvolved. A part of her entertained the notion of letting him march towards his own demise. However, she was unaware of why she restrained her words. Don't be foolish. Yang Jian has already become a martial master. Just as the words fell, she noticed Yang Rulin's cheeks flush and her almond-shaped eyes glaring at him. It turned out that the statement was indeed too ambiguous. What? Do you think that merely changing your position and lying here for a night will bring you comfort? Yang Haoshuan, oblivious, cast a puzzled glance at him. His comical demeanor inadvertently prompted Yang Rulin to assist him upright, silently feigning indifference as she led him toward his room. The wafting fragrance filled the air, and while Yang Haoshuan thought little of it, his spirits lifted considerably. However, as they approached a fork in the path, someone suddenly leaped out. Before he could discern the figure, he heard an excited voice exclaim, Rulin, it's true. That Yang Jian has indeed provided each disciple with a gathering energy pill. You must hurry. But upon closer inspection, he realized there was another Yang Haoshuan beside him. Outrageously, this other version had even dared to wrap his arm around the shoulder of the woman he cherished. In that instant, he felt as though struck by lightning, losing all reason as he shouted, Yang Rulin, I never imagined you to be such a woman. Is it because he now possesses earth-level techniques and is basking in glory that you couldn't resist? Upon hearing this, Yang Rulin felt a surge of grievance. Her assistance to Yang Haoshuan stemmed from guilt for not saving him in the past and from a desire to resolve her troubles with Yang Ping. However, she never expected that all of this would be laid bare by Yang Ping in such a manner, leaving her heartbroken and wronged. Seeing Yang Rulin's silence, which was not a denial, Yang Ping was pushed closer to the brink of madness, casting a venomous glance at Yang Haoshuan. Yet he discovered that the latter had smiled strangely at him before running away in a frenzy. Cough, cough. I believe he has misunderstood the pure nature of our relationship. Yang Haoshuan remarked. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, it was not the sound of a slap, but rather Yang Rulin abruptly releasing Yang Haoshuan, causing him to tragically tumble to the ground as she pursued Yang Ping. Could it be? Yang Haoshuan glanced at the darkened road, crying out, I would rather sleep on the martial arts platform. Lying in bed, Yang Haoshuan felt a sense of relief and chuckled. Ha ha. This just proves that our little Qing is the best. What do you mean your family? Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing immediately left. As soon as she departed, Yang Haoshuan's expression turned somber. He had always been introverted, bearing his frustrations and wounds alone, presenting an indifferent facade to outsiders. He believed that displaying anger or sorrow would yield little comfort from others. Indeed, they might even find amusement in his plight. In truth, there had been no actual conflict. Rather, Yang Jian's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, effortlessly incapacitating him with a single incantation. The disparity in their cultivation levels was simply too vast. Yang Haoshuan had spent 6 months advancing from the 2nd to the 6th level of a martial artist, yet he had not even crossed the threshold to the 7th level, let alone the subsequent 3. Moreover, the adult trials lasted merely 6 months, leaving one with a profound sense of helplessness. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yang Haoshuan drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, as he lay in bed for an extended period, the effects of the binding talisman gradually began to wane, further intensifying his sense of frustration. Soon, Yang Haoshuan shook his head with a bitter smile, contemplating how to enhance his strength. As he activated the first longevity meridian of the longevity technique, it was imperative not to directly cultivate the second meridian during its development. However, merely practicing was insufficient to catch up. There was only one solution available, which was to utilize the gaming interface in Yang Haoshuan's mind that allowed him to defeat monsters for experience points and level up. Yet, the beasts in the Great Yin Mountain range were far from adequate. While Yang Haoshuan was lost in thought, Yang Batian hurriedly entered the room, perhaps having learned something, and quickly checked on him. Once assured of his well-being, he expressed concern. Haoshuan, are you all right? I'm fine. Yang Haoshuan shrugged, suddenly noticing the grim expression on Yang Batian's face, and promptly inquired, "Father, are you all right?" As he spoke, he approached the bedside, sweeping his sleeve, causing a cascade of 1,500 chi-gathering pills to spill across the bed, while the remaining few hundred would naturally be kept for himself. Despite having witnessed his son's alchemical prowess before, Yang Badian was still somewhat astonished, though he felt a sense of relief and comfort. With these pills, they now had the fundamental means to engage in battle. Meanwhile, in another courtyard of the Yang residence, it was the abode of Yang Haoshuan's fourth uncle, Yang Baxiang. At that moment, Yang Jian sat at the table, leisurely sipping a cup of tea. Beside him, Yang Ying wore a broad smile, while Yang Baxiang expressed his concern, saying, "Yang Jian, is it not a bit wasteful to distribute such a large quantity of chi-gathering pills?" "Sigh, father, rest assured, my mastery of the gathering chi pill does not solely rely on my own abilities, but rather on the treasures bestowed upon disciples by our sect." Yang Jian, feeling somewhat irked by others' doubts, declared, "Just await your ascendancy as the clan leader. However, it appears that your approach yields little effect. According to clan regulations, Yang Haoshuan has already attained the 6th level of martial prowess, and Yang Badian has garnered the unwavering support of the elders. Moreover, should things go awry, he could be accused of treason," Yang Baxiang expressed with concern. "Indeed, that insufferable brat, Yang Haoshuan, believes that possessing an earth-grade cultivation technique grants him the right to be arrogant." Before Yang Jian could voice his thoughts, Yang Ying erupted in fury nearby. Earth-grade cultivation technique. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's hand trembled around his teacup, his face reflecting sheer astonishment as he questioned, "Are you referring to that Yang Haoshuan from yesterday?" "Precisely," Yang Ying replied, somewhat perplexed. "Huh." Upon receiving confirmation, Yang Jian burst into laughter, his mirth seeming to mock the ignorance of those around him. With a sneer, he remarked, "You have all been deceived. The emergence of an earth-grade cultivation technique is no trivial matter, and the path to mastery is fraught with challenges. More importantly, an earth-grade technique is far more than mere written instruction. It is accompanied by extraordinary phenomena during cultivation. Yet, despite Yang Haoshuan's commendable moves yesterday, he could never have possessed an earth-grade technique. At best, it could only be classified as a profound-grade technique. For I have yet to hear of such a technique within our Chongxin sect." "Absolutely," Yang Jian proclaimed with confidence. "Furthermore, given my treatment of him yesterday, that vindictive little man will undoubtedly seek to challenge me. Once I incapacitate him, the matter will be resolved, won't it?" "Haha." In a cacophony of laughter, the father and 2 sons reveled in mirth. Chapter 22. The Terrifying Valley. What means exist to swiftly enhance one's strength? Yang Haoshuan gazed at the distant artificial mountain and water, feeling a twinge of unease. The festive season had just concluded, and the weather was gradually warming. Icicles began to drip rhythmically. Suddenly, Xiaoqing entered, carrying a meal, yet her demeanor was not her usual playful self. Instead, there was a hint of melancholy in her contemplation. "What troubles you, little one?" Yang Haoshuan inquired, tilting his head in curiosity. "Young master, is human life inherently fragile?" Xiaoqing asked, her tone peculiar. Her words startled Yang Haoshuan, prompting him to urgently inquire about her distress, wondering if she had suffered some emotional trauma. With a sideways glance, Xiaoqing began to explain, "I was out with some sisters from the family, strolling through the New Year market. Suddenly, I saw a notice stating that the trials in the Terrifying Valley are about to commence. One of the sisters accompanying me had her husband perish within. Trials." Upon hearing Xiaoqing's words, Yang Haoshuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet the 2 words echoed in his mind. Trials. Trials. These are the pathways for cultivators to elevate their prowess, primarily centered around adventure and treasure hunting. For Yang Haoshuan, who yearned for strength, curiosity piqued within him. Just how terrifying is the Terrifying Valley? As Yang Haoshuan searched through his memories, he discovered that this valley belonged to a parallel realm, typically entered by warriors of the 9th or 10th level as a crucial trial to attain the rank of martial master. In the realm of Tiana continent, numerous enigmatic parallel worlds and spaces have been uncovered, each shrouded in mystery and peril. Naturally, these realms serve as excellent venues for those seeking to enhance their prowess. The parallel space known as Dian lies on the other side of the Dian mountain range and is governed by the military. Each year, it grants access to those yearning to transcend their limitations and embark on adventures, extracting 30% of the treasures acquired, thus reaping the benefits effortlessly. Despite this, individuals continuously venture into the valley, driven by the tantalizing possibility of discovering extraordinary treasures within the parallel world. This mere introduction ignited a surge of excitement within Yang Haoshuan, stirring an impulse to delve into the unknown. However, the former Yang Haoshuan had never braved the terrifying valley, leaving him utterly unprepared for the enigmas that lay within. This posed a considerable disadvantage for him. Consequently, Yang Haoshuan donned a disguise and stealthily slipped out of the Yang residence, making his way to a rather chaotic tavern in Dian. It was the first day of the Lunar New Year, and the air was filled with the cacophony of bustling marketplace sounds. The patrons here were a motley crew from all walks of life, making it an ideal place to glean information. Indeed, Yang Haoshuan gradually pieced together the narrative surrounding the terrifying valley. This parallel space was rumored to lie nestled between two towering mountains. However, adventurers often found themselves wandering aimlessly within the valley, unable to ascend the peaks. The second tier presented a treacherous expanse of grassland, rife with traps and lurking beasts, their strengths hovering around the 7th and 8th levels of martial prowess. Within the ghost caverns lay a plethora of rare and exquisite treasures. Among these, one particular artifact was said to exist, inciting a frenzy among seekers. The terrain of the ghost caverns twisted and turned, with countless passageways leading to the lairs of 9 formidable boss-level entities. The pinnacle of the martial artist's 10th level, the boss known as the Corpse King, harbors within its being a precious blood pill. For those martial artists lingering at the 9th level, this blood pill holds immense value, as a single one can propel them directly into the 10th level. Furthermore, while under the influence of its medicinal properties, their rate of cultivation will significantly accelerate, allowing them to transcend into the martial master realm with ease. This is precisely why each year, numerous 9th and 10th level martial artists eagerly partake in the trials. Upon hearing this, Yang Haoshuan silently nodded, absorbing the information with keen interest. He could sense the terror and peril that the horrific valley harbored. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his decision to venture forth. Should he obtain a blood pill, it would be a remarkable boon. Although he possessed only the strength of a 6th level martial artist, he could still hunt the blood wolves of the Black Forest to enhance his abilities. While danger loomed, the path of utterly safe cultivation often leads to little achievement. Additionally, there was a whisper of gossip that the 9th princess of the Dian dynasty would also participate in this trial. The 9th princess? Yang Haoshuan paused, recalling the enchanting woman he had inadvertently glimpsed bathing by the Red Leaf Lake. Regardless, he resolved to set aside such thoughts and focus on enhancing his strength. With a sense of guilt gnawing at him, he chose to disregard it. The trials in the horrific valley would commence in a month, granting Yang Haoshuan ample time. He planned to concoct thousands of qi-gathering pills for his father to confront the Yang family, prepare a plethora of healing potions and supplies, and dedicate every moment to relentless cultivation. A month later, the trial in the Valley of Terror officially commenced, with a mere single day allotted for registration. However, Yang Haoshuan had departed from the Yang residence a week prior, wishing to spare Yang Batian the anxiety of his departure. After all, Yang Haoshuan was about to enter a trial designed for martial artists at the 9th tier, and had Yang Batian, who cherished his son dearly, learned of this, he would undoubtedly have forbidden him from going. At the entrance of the Valley of Terror, the trees had been cleared to form a fortified encampment, heavily guarded by soldiers whose cultivation levels astonishingly reached the 10th tier, clad in armor and exuding an air of authority. Upon arriving at the camp, Yang Haoshuan was taken aback by the level of defense, and in the center stood hundreds of adventurers preparing to partake in this trial. What astonished him further was the sight of numerous individuals attired similarly to himself, each draped in black robes from head to toe, accompanied by masks to conceal their identities. However, their intentions diverged significantly from Yang Haoshuan's. Their disguises were a precaution against recognition, as they were resolute in their intent to engage in murder and plunder within the Valley of Terror. The valley itself was almost entirely isolated from the outside world, having once been the scene of a notorious incident known as the Massacre within the Valley, triggered by an unfortunate soul who discovered the flame banner of the earth. This artifact was a treasured defensive tool, categorized among the spiritual, precious, Tao, and immortal treasures carried by practitioners of the heavenly way. The Tao artifact ranks just below the earth-level techniques. Moreover, only 9 blood pills were available at any given time within the valley, whereas there were over 300 adventurers present. Thus, fierce competition for resources was inevitable, which explained the cautious attire of these individuals. Yang Haoshuan gradually becomes aware of the perils of the terrifying valley, which extend beyond merely confronting unknown beasts. He must also guard against the treacherous individuals lurking within. In such a secluded place, a knife wound could easily go unnoticed. Chapter 23. The celestial maiden descends in pursuit of enhancing his power. He must bravely venture forth. Yang Haoshuan recognizes that he falls short of the 9th tier of martial artists. Nevertheless, he possesses significant advantages in the hunt for beasts. The cultivation methods each practitioner employs follow a natural progression from weakness to strength and from slowness to swiftness. However, every skill Yang Haoshuan wields manifests its corresponding power instantaneously, with his spiral true energy being particularly formidable. Thus, he often dispatches his foes with remarkable speed. Moreover, it is said that the terrifying valley is rife with camouflaged forest assassins. Now, Yang Haoshuan can discern the essence of each individual at a glance, granting him an edge over others in this regard. As he weaves through the crowd, he examines each person's attributes, noting that they are all martial artists of the 9th tier. Among them, the more formidable ones are nearly at the 10th tier. Simultaneously, some individuals notice his cultivation level and smirk derisively. However, none dare to provoke him lightly, lest they invite trouble. The beauty of a woman transcends mere physicality. It is an ethereal quality that surpasses even that of Yang Rulan. While Yang Rulan is enchanting like a celestial being, this woman appears to embody an otherworldly essence. Adorning her head is a translucent white silk cloak, impervious to scrutiny. Judging by these features, she is undoubtedly the 9th princess, Yinya. Is it true? What a pity it would be for such a splendid figure. Be cautious with your words, for the 9th princess has recently attained the formidable level of a warrior at the 10th tier. Although she is not drastically superior to us, she is merely 17, a true prodigy of her generation. A 17-year-old at the 10th tier? It is simply astonishing. Who knows, with the blood pill in her possession, she may even ascend to the rank of master by the age of 18. What is more? It is rumored that there exists a master in the Yang family who is yet to reach the age of 18. Is it truly credible? These conversations reach the ears of Yang Haoshuan, for he is acutely aware of the significance of information, particularly given his current disadvantage. The camp's main tent stands a meter taller than its surroundings, making it an excellent focal point for observation. As noon approached, a robust soldier rose and loudly proclaimed the rules. Regardless of what transpires within, no one would be held accountable, not even if the 9th princess, Yinya, were to meet with misfortune. De Yin would be powerless to intervene. Naturally, De Yin would take precautions against such occurrences, assigning 20 soldiers to escort Yinya. To thrive in the treacherous valley, one must ideally assemble a capable team. However, do not say I did not warn you. Any seemingly trustworthy ally could very well turn against you. The soldier delivered a lengthy monologue. Yet only the final statement held any weight. Yang Haoshuan indeed yearned for a team, but upon surveying the motley crew before him, he reconsidered. Following the soldier's concluding remark, the adventurers took hearty swigs of strong liquor, emboldening themselves against their fears. Yet, Yang Haoshuan possessed a sense of assurance and felt no trepidation. As they followed the procession towards the so-called parallel space, Yang Haoshuan found himself momentarily stunned upon witnessing the entrance. The group had unexpectedly arrived beside a precipice, barren of any vegetation, with a remarkably clear line of sight. This allowed for a clear view of the abyss below, shrouded in clouds and unfathomably deep. However, aside from Yang Haoshuan's astonishment, the others displayed impassive expressions, evidently accustomed to such sights. The soldiers accompanying the 9th princess were the first to leap into the void. Under normal circumstances, these warriors would meet a disastrous fate, yet as they descended to a certain extent, a flash of light enveloped them, causing them to vanish without a trace. Following this, Yinya spoke in a measured tone. To enter the Valley of Terror, one must endure for 3 months. Only then will those outside come to our aid. With that, she gracefully leaped into the chasm, her descent unlike that of the soldiers, who had lost their balance. She fell upright and swiftly, embodying elegance akin to that of a celestial being. Soon after, other adventurers followed suit, creating a spectacular display of daring leaps into the abyss. Yang Haoshuan lingered at the rear, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he peered into the depths below, apprehensive about what would happen if the radiant light failed to appear. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced through his thoughts. Hey, kid. It's your first time, isn't it? Turning to the source, he discovered a figure devoid of any disguise, sporting a rat-like face and an unappealing grin. The figure continued unabated. A martial artist of the 6th tier like you dares to plunge into this chaos? Why not join my team? You might just find a chance. Yang Haoshuan was momentarily taken aback by the words. Then he glanced at the mouse-like figure, thinking to himself how naive he must be to assume he was foolish enough to fall for their ploys, perhaps just a pawn in their game. Remaining silent, He instead leaped down, losing his balance as he plummeted rapidly. His anxiety began to mount. Fortunately, a bright light soon flickered into existence, and he felt as though he were sinking into a quagmire. In the blink of an eye, the world before him transformed entirely. Day morphed into night, and the vast valley became shrouded in an eerie gloom, with the chilling wind suggesting that the very trees might launch an attack. Yang Haoshuan found himself suspended 10 meters above the foreboding valley. As he descended, he gazed down, only to behold an overwhelming darkness akin to hell. He then crashed to the ground, feeling a slight sting, and suddenly noticed that he was surrounded by fellow adventurers, all regarding him with disdainful glances. Yet, not a single voice was raised. Yang Haoshuan awkwardly rose to his feet, observing a beam of white light above him where other adventurers were gradually falling from the cloud. The soil was black, the trees were black, and even the flowers were black. It seemed he had entered the dark forest of the terrifying valley. Yang Haoshuan discreetly surveyed his surroundings. Once all the adventurers had gathered, Yin Yu ascended to a higher vantage point. Listen carefully. To avoid unnecessary troubles, it would be wise for us to traverse the dark forest and the vast prairie together. And only after reaching the ghost cave should we disperse to pursue our individual quests. Yin Yu's words elicited nods of agreement from many adventurers. For traversing the dark forest and prairie alone would inevitably attract the attention of the monstrous beasts dwelling therein, leading to entanglements. However, if they formed a large group, their chances of success would surely improve. Chapter 24. The Venomous Serpent. Thus, the large contingent set forth towards the grasslands. However, Yang Haoshuan lingered behind, pacing in place. Yet, someone soon noticed him. It was the mouse-like figure. Hey, you, why aren't you following? Are you planning to go alone? The crowd glanced over and recognized the martial artist of the 6th tier, prompting a wave of murmurs among them. How peculiar. It seems there are indeed many willing to court death. A 6th tier martial artist? Huh. Even a blood wolf here is at the 6th tier. At that moment, Yin Yu approached and said, Esteemed warrior, the exit to the terrifying mountain lies within the desolate hills of the ghost cave. It would be prudent for you to accompany us if you wish to preserve your life. Well, this Yin Yu has a commendable heart. Yet, Yang Haoshuan could not acquiesce. The formidable group would soon reach the ghost cave, where they would be trapped for 2 months. Moreover, he possessed only 9 blood pills. A bloody storm was inevitable. Yang Haoshuan had no desire to perish at the hands of this throng. It seemed far more prudent to slay some monsters here, gain experience, and perhaps ascend to the 9th tier before venturing into the ghost cave to seize the spoils. Chuckling inwardly at the thought, Yang Haoshuan replied, No, I intend to hone my skills here. Hearing this, Yin Yu thought to herself, Foolish boy, even with 3 months, it's unlikely you would reach the 7th tier. You will find no way out. However, she was not one to overly concern herself with others and reluctantly led the group onward. Once they had departed, the Black Forest was left with only Yang Haoshuan. In the previous throng, he had felt no unease, but now, an eerie chill enveloped the surroundings, sending shivers down his spine. As he traversed the terrain, any sense of imminent danger prompted him to inspect his surroundings. Indeed, he encountered numerous carnivorous trees and man-eating flowers. However, Yang Haoshuan refrained from provoking these entities or approaching them recklessly. Instead, he sought out targets more suitable for himself. Uncertain of where to search, he remained confident that he would eventually encounter something akin to the encounters in the game. Suddenly, a familiar rustling sound pierced the air, and Yang Haoshuan instinctively sensed that he was being watched. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a blood wolf lurking in the underbrush, poised to strike. Seizing the opportunity before it realized he had spotted it, Yang Haoshuan examined its attributes. Monster, blood wolf level, 6th rank, beast strength, 321 agility, 302 attacks, claw strike. Venomous fangs, blood spray, a lethal attack that expels its toxic blood from its mouth at the cost of its own life. Characteristics: extraordinary speed, toxic teeth. Decaying body weaknesses: eyes, neck, abdomen, and posterior. Taking a deep breath, Yang Haoshuan steadied himself. Although the attributes of beasts differed from those of monsters, it was evident that this creature would prove formidable. In an instant, the blood wolf leapt forward, its stature unremarkable yet its body reeking of decay and dark blood. The sight was repulsive, with its strikingly red eyes instilling fear, and its mouth could only be described as a gaping maw of blood. With a thunderous charge, the blood wolf advanced relentlessly toward Yang Haoshuan, embodying a savage ferocity that signified a complete loss of reason. A battle to the death was imminent. Yang Haoshuan, adopting a strategy of retreat to advance, awaited the moment when his adversary lunged at him. channeling his strength to deliver a decisive blow with his blade to the wolf's skull. Crack! The battle blade penetrated the blood wolf's cranium, embedding itself halfway before becoming lodged. What took Yang Haoshuan by surprise was that, despite sustaining such a grievous injury, the blood wolf exhibited no sign of hesitation. It forcefully extricated itself from the blade, brain matter spilling onto the ground, and continued its relentless charge towards Yang Haoshuan. He understood then the formidable nature of these blood wolves. They feared neither pain nor injury, determined to fight to the bitter end, even retaliating in their final throes. Fortunately, endowed with the spiral true energy, he delivered another sweeping strike, infused with the spiraling force, that shattered the wolf's skull into a multitude of fragments, rendering it incapable of further attack. In that fleeting moment of vanquishing the blood wolf, Yang Haoshuan's gaming interface surged, rewarding him with a substantial experience boost, equivalent to over 10 hours of arduous training. Indeed, he felt vindicated for his efforts. The thought of such an experience gain was exhilarating, as he pondered just how many creatures he could hunt in 10 hours. Simultaneously, he assessed the recent battle, realizing that despite the ease of victory, it was a testament to the disparity in intellect and skills between man and beast. However, he also recognized the futility of ordinary attacks. Only the spiral true energy or other powerful techniques would suffice, albeit at a significant cost to his own energy reserves. Thankfully, he had stocked up on ample healing potions and chi recovery pills, the latter capable of replenishing his magical energy. Suddenly, mere moments after the blood wolf's demise, a cacophony of howls erupted around Yang Haoshuan. The team traversing the grassland also heard the ominous sound, and one member, frowning in a mix of schadenfreude and disbelief, remarked, "That fool killed a blood wolf without masking his scent, truly courting death." Alarmingly, it dawned on him that at least dozens of blood wolves were converging upon their location. Yang Haoshuan was suddenly taken aback, realizing that the blood wolf he had just slain had completely melted into a pool of sanguine liquid, the acrid scent permeating a radius of at least a mile. Faced with dozens of blood wolves at the 6th level of martial prowess, he found himself utterly unequipped to cope and promptly fled. For an entire month, Yang Haoshuan remained ensconced within the dark forest, engaging in relentless hunts against the blood wolves while simultaneously guarding against various venomous insects and peculiar trees. This brief sojourn transformed him entirely. The once pristine and enigmatic black robe he wore had become tattered and worn, and he had removed his mask, revealing a hint of stubble upon his face. Moreover, Yang Haoshuan recognized that his impulsive venture had been exceedingly reckless and perilous. His back and arms bore the marks of vicious scratches, the toxic nature of which threatened to fester and impede healing. Fortunately, upon inspecting the wounds, he discovered a remedy. The cyclical nature of existence enabled him to locate the necessary medicinal herbs for his salvation amidst the chaos. However, the blood wolves proved to be formidable adversaries. After slaying one, the scent would still linger, attracting others nearby to pursue him. This exhausting cycle left him utterly drained. Over the course of his trials, he had engaged in combat with 20 blood wolves, enduring some of his most grievous injuries. Yet, the price he paid was undeniably worthwhile. Within this month, he had dispatched thousands of blood wolves, an accomplishment equivalent to several months, if not a year, of cultivation. Particularly in this crucible of life and death, his physical form reached an unparalleled zenith. Coupled with prolonged consumption of chi-gathering pills to replenish his spiritual energy, he achieved a remarkable breakthrough, ascending from the 6th to the 7th level of martial prowess within a mere month. Meanwhile, he ascended 2 levels in the game, gaining a substantial allocation of attribute points. Additionally, he acquired 4 skill points, which he allocated to the warrior's 2nd skill, Thunder Slash. This skill unleashed a thunderous and swift cleave, inflicting damage corresponding to his attributes, with a 50 chance of dealing triple damage. With the remaining 3 points, he invested in the mage's 3rd skill, Wrath of the Heavenly Flame. This skill summoned a powerful fiery impact from the heavens, capable of delivering immense damage, doubling the impact inflicted on the target. The mage's 4th skill required level 15, and Yang Haoshuan had initially considered further enhancing his warrior skills to learn the 3rd warrior ability. However, he suddenly realized that the healer's level 10 skills did not require a foundational investment and could be directly enhanced. Moreover, through the trials he had endured, he came to comprehend the significance of healing. Thus, he allocated points to the skills Hawkeye and Dance of Healing. In the game, the healer occupies a crucial supportive role. Merely replenishing health proves insufficient. hence the necessity of additional supportive skills, such as Hawkeye, which grants the user an awakening effect, enhancing strength and agility by 110 points for a duration of 60 minutes. Dance of Healing restores 10% of health with a single point invested. With these multifaceted abilities, Yang Haoshuan found himself navigating the dark forest with increasing ease, and the troublesome blood wolves became far less formidable. Consequently, he took stock of his character's attributes. Character: Yang Haoshuan level 12 New World level division, Warrior level 7 occupation, full-time health points 1128 mana points, 787 strength, 397 wisdom, 621 spirit, 241 agility, 612 occupational skills, Fireball 4 mage, Swift/4 warrior, Earth Flame 2 mage, Thunder/I warrior, Wrath of Heavenly Flames I mage, Eagle I healer, Healing Dance I healer. Life skills: Alchemy. Although his level remains relatively low, Yang Haoshuan possesses a plethora of skills, enabling him to contend with warriors at the pinnacle of level 9. However, he is still no match for the martial masters. Simultaneously, Yang Haoshuan turned his gaze towards the depths of the Black Forest. There, a blood wolf king lurked, boasting the formidable strength of a level 8 warrior at its peak. The experience gained from defeating such a king is not determined by level, but rather by the complexity of the challenge, offering exceptionally generous rewards. Yet, Yang Haoshuan currently lacks the strength to confront it, having previously endured several harrowing chases by the blood wolf, leaving him in a state of disarray. In the afternoon, Yang Haoshuan finally emerged from the Black Forest, where the brilliant sunlight pierced his eyes, nearly blinding him. The stark contrast to the darkness of the forest was evident. It was almost entirely shrouded in shadows. In contrast, the grasslands stretched before him, not only radiant but also vast and boundless, with 1,000 mountains draped in verdant hues. The ground was carpeted with lush grass, from which a fragrant aroma wafted into the air. However, Yang Haoshuan was troubled by the excessive growth of the grass, which concealed his ankles as he tread upon it. If something were to lurk stealthily within, it would indeed spell disaster. Moreover, the more beautiful a place appears, the more perilous it tends to be. Yang Haoshuan was well aware of this truth. Thus, he promptly activated his hunter's eye. With the activation of this ability, his perception heightened fivefold, granting him a power and agility rating of 110. A timer indicated a remaining duration of 60 minutes. At that moment, the game interface delivered a prompt, and Yang Haoshuan felt a significant increase in his strength. His senses underwent a remarkable transformation, allowing him to perceive his surroundings with extraordinary acuity. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as having eyes that could see in all directions and ears that could hear from afar. He could even hear the crisp sound of the grass swaying beneath him. Only after confirming that the ground posed no danger did he proceed forward. Despite this, he advanced with extreme caution, taking deliberate steps while vigilantly observing the terrain. He was uncertain about what dangers the prairie might conceal, but he had faintly heard rumors that the beasts often emerged from below the ground, and their emergence typically heralded death. Therefore, Yang Haoshuan remained vigilant, covering merely a few hundred meters over several hours. Throughout his journey, he encountered no corpses, but just as he began to relax, he was suddenly confronted with a shocking sight that left him disoriented. Bodies. An array of corpses lay before him, dressed as the adventurers who had entered before him, at least hundreds of them. How could he not be startled? Only a few hundred had entered, which meant they had nearly faced total annihilation here. However, noticing that Yin Yu was absent, Yang Haoshuan realized that some must have survived. Yet, he remained curious about the source of such formidable danger. He crouched beside the bodies, frowning in contemplation, only to discover that they had already decomposed, emitting an atrocious stench. The time of death was strikingly close, indicating that they had encountered a severe shock while traversing the prairie. What could have caused this? Yang Haoshuan, astonished, silently rejoiced that had he been with them, he too would likely be among the deceased. Observing the surrounding bodies, he noted the absence of visible wounds. Yet their skin had discolored, as if they had succumbed to poison. Could it be? Yang Haoshuan suddenly considered a possibility, examining the ankles of several corpses. He confirmed the presence of snakebite marks. Snakes. These individuals had all perished due to snake attacks, yet outside. The soldiers had clearly stated that the prairie was not ruled by snakes, but was instead teeming with countless subterranean monsters. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound filled the air. Straining to listen, he discerned the unmistakable sounds of snakes flicking their tongues and slithering, the noise echoing ominously, suggesting that within a radius of nearly 10 meters, A multitude of serpents lurked. Shocked, Yang Haoshuan realized he could not possibly contend with such a swarm. In a panic, he unleashed several fireballs upon the surrounding grass, igniting it in a fierce blaze. The flames quickly spread, producing a peculiar sound akin to flesh burning. If he was correct, it could only be the snakes. However, Yang Haoshuan noticed that his game interface did not display any notification for killing the snakes, indicating that these serpents were impervious to fire. Indeed, from the charred earth, a variety of vividly colored serpents emerged, each measuring at least 2 meters in length, with venomous fangs concealed within their mouths. The scorched flesh merely emitted acrid smoke. A multitude of serpents emerged relentlessly from the flames, drawing ever closer. Could it be that I am allergic to dense entities? Cursed fate. Yang Haoshuan, once a denizen of the city, possessed an innate fear of snakes that surpassed that of the average person. Yet now, he had to maintain his composure and assess their attributes. Beast, 5-flower venomous snake level, 6th rank beast strength, 421 agility, 347 attack, entanglement, venomous bite. Characteristics: its body is akin to steel, impervious to fire and sharp blades. The venom can induce death within 3 seconds. Weakness: the eyes. A formidable challenge. Extremely daunting. Upon reviewing the attributes, Yang Haoshuan immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. These 5-flower venomous snakes were exceedingly toxic, with formidable defenses. And their sole vulnerability lay in their eyes. Given their overwhelming numbers, who could possibly target each eye? Chapter 25. Blood Wolf King. Although flames were not entirely ineffective against them, these serpents exhibited a near immunity to fire, rendering Yang Haoshuan's proud mage skills largely inconsequential, thus turning the prospect of a collective mage assault into a mere dream. Flee. Yang Haoshuan promptly recognized this reality. He had no desire to join the ranks of the fallen. However, he found himself encircled by the venomous serpents, with no escape in sight. Fortunately, having attained the 7th level of martial prowess, he gazed toward the dark forest. Gripping his battle blade, he surged forward, unleashing a powerful shout that enveloped him in a spiraling force of true energy, generating an immense impact. Centered around his blade, he soared into the air, advancing rapidly. For those below the 6th level of martial prowess, their inner energy remained confined to their dantian. Upon reaching the 7th level, this energy coursed throughout the body, marking a profound transformation in his realm. This elevation also rendered his spiraling true energy even more formidable. Soaring swiftly forward, the ground beneath him was thrown into disarray, and the myriad of colorful venomous snakes were also sent spiraling into the air, producing a cacophony of harsh cries. After advancing several dozen meters, Yang Haoshuan finally landed, panting heavily, with a multitude of snakes scattered behind him. Yet, they were not vanquished. After a brief moment on the ground, they quickly resumed their pursuit. Curse it! I shall seek vengeance upon the divine beast. Yang Haoshuan resolved not to remain idle. He hastened towards the black forest, each stride covering 5 meters with astonishing speed. However, the colorful venomous snakes pursued him with equal swiftness, flowing like a river in their relentless chase. From an aerial view, one could observe the snakes behind Yang Haoshuan converging and then turning back in unison, resembling a terrifying tide. Suddenly, from the far side of the black forest, a chilling wolf howl echoed. This was no ordinary howl. It resonated with an air of lethal intent and the commanding presence of a formidable leader. In response to the howl, the venomous snakes, which were about to invade the black forest, immediately faltered, colliding with one another in a chaotic frenzy of self-destruction. Was it the Wolf King? This sight reminded Yang Haoshuan of the time he had offended the Blood Wolf King, realizing that the black forest was its territory, a domain fiercely guarded by wild beasts. At that moment, a piercing cry erupted from the depths of the grassland, sending a jolt through Yang Haoshuan's eardrums. Gazing into the distance, he was taken aback. There, deep within the grassland, he witnessed a serpent coiling and then disappearing, while the venomous snakes on the ground finally retreated in an orderly fashion, akin to a disciplined army. However, Yang Haoshuan remained unfazed, his thoughts entirely consumed by the serpentine creature that had just emitted a sound. With the prowess of his keen eyesight, he clearly discerned the snake's form, a vibrant tapestry of colors coiling together, as massive as the towering tree beside him. Seizing the moment, he instinctively examined its attributes, unveiling the following information. Beast, 5-flower serpent king level, 9th rank beast strength, 641 agility, 574 attack, constricting stranglehold, blade-like fangs, instantaneous assault characteristics. Body akin to dark iron, impervious to blades and spears, capable of manipulation and reproduction of 5-flower poisonous snakes. Weakness: as a 9th-rank Serpent King is tantamount to a warrior of the 10th layer, and its ability to control such a multitude of 5-flower poisonous snakes rendered it even more formidable. No wonder so many had perished. Young Haoshuan was taken aback, simultaneously recognizing that this Serpent King was an anomaly. Otherwise, the trials in the terrifying valley would indeed be perilous beyond measure. However, his current concern was how to traverse the grassland. Without crossing it, he could not reach the ghost cave, thus rendering his escape an exceedingly daunting dilemma. Meanwhile, at the ghost cave, Yinya and the surviving adventurers who had navigated the grassland, along with the soldiers tasked with her protection, 20 in total, of whom only 5 had perished, demonstrated remarkable strength. They had lingered within the ghost cave for an extended period, recuperating and awaiting an opportunity. The emergence of a 5-flower Serpent King on the grassland was indeed a tremendous loss. An adventurer remarked with a sneer, noting that with fewer individuals, the chances to obtain treasures within the ghost cave had significantly increased. It is said that the 5-flower Serpent King manifests once every millennium. While its strength may not be particularly formidable, its ability to control serpents can catch one off guard. There was once a dynasty that encountered the 5-flower Serpent King. Their failure to address it in a timely manner resulted in the entire realm being overrun by these venomous serpents. Ultimately, it took the intervention of martial experts to restore order. Who would have anticipated that such a creature would appear in this valley, leaving the entire prairie teeming with poisonous snakes? Indeed, however, the emergence of the 5-flower serpent may herald the presence of an exceedingly rare treasure, the 5-flower poison leaf within its brain, which grants immense power to those who consume it, rendering them immune to toxins and resistant to miasma. For a week, Yang Haoshuan attempted to navigate the prairie through various means, only to return empty-handed each time, nearly losing his life in the process. Moreover, the 5-flower serpents tend to congregate, making it impossible to eliminate them one by one for training. Yet, there is always a glimmer of hope. He reassured himself to remain calm. Suddenly, he spotted a blood wolf beneath a tree and swiftly dispatched it. However, as he leaped down to mask its scent, a peculiar tree extended its vines to ensnare him. Fortunately, the vines recoiled at the touch of fire, prompting Yang Haoshuan to reflect. Who would have thought that even a tree could grasp the principle of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? In a flash, a brilliant idea illuminated his mind, leading him to contemplate a potential method for traversing the prairie. This approach is fraught with peril. Yet Yang Haoshuan finds himself with no alternative. He adjusts his course towards the Blood Wolf King, which resides beside a serene lake, now resting by the water's edge. Unlike other blood wolves, which are often decayed and repulsive, this one, though entirely crimson, boasts unblemished flesh and a full coat of fur. The hair, fluttering in the absence of wind, blazed as red as fire. Overall, it exuded an imposing presence, particularly when it suddenly rose alertly. Its towering form reached a height of 8 meters, akin to a small mountain. The Blood Wolf King vigilantly surveyed the forest, and soon enough, the sound of movement echoed from that direction. Gradually, Yang Haoshuan came into view. Initially taken aback, the Blood Wolf King swiftly succumbed to fury upon recognizing this human, the one responsible for the slaughter of thousands of its kind in recent days. Several times, this cunning individual had managed to escape its grasp. To its astonishment, Yang Haoshuan had now delivered himself to its doorstep. While excitement coursed through it, so did rage. This audacious human had dared to intrude upon its territory, a transgression that could not be forgiven. Prepare yourself. Yet Yang Haoshuan, with calculated intent, unleashed a barrage of 10 fireballs. The sound of explosions echoed, pop, pop, pop. The Blood Wolf King did not flinch or evade, allowing the ludicrous fireballs to collide with its form. After a cloud of smoke dissipated, it remained utterly unscathed, a peculiar grin spreading across its wolfish visage. Unperturbed, Yang Haoshuan cast a provocative glance at it before turning on his heels and sprinting away. This blatant act of defiance incensed the Blood Wolf King. How dare this human come and go as he pleased? It immediately pursued him, its colossal frame crashing through countless trees, sending splinters flying. Chapter 26. The venomous leaves of 5 flowers. Yang Haoshuan paid no heed, hastening to the edge of the Black Forest, where he unleashed another volley of fireballs. Once again, this futile tactic was employed. The Blood Wolf King neither dodged nor fled, charging forward with unwavering determination, rendering the fireballs ineffective upon impact. However, Yang Haoshuan adopted a bizarre posture, mockingly shaking his rear at the beast before dashing into the grasslands. A blatant act of provocation, contempt, and derision. The Blood Wolf King was truly incensed. The dignity of a sovereign lay utterly shattered in the hands of this mere human. Without a moment's hesitation, he ventured into the grasslands, determined to pursue. Meanwhile, deep within the prairie, the rustling of leaves echoed ominously. However, there were no calls of expulsion from the five-flowered Serpent King, suggesting that it too sought the demise of the Blood Wolf King. This development fortuitously aligned with Yang Haoshuan's scheme. Unimpeded across the vast expanse of the grasslands, the Blood Wolf King's speed surged exponentially. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance. Soon, a swarm of five-flowered venomous snakes emerged before Yang Haoshuan. The most perilous phase of his plan had arrived. He intended to incite these two sovereigns to annihilate one another, seizing the opportunity to traverse the prairie and perhaps eliminate a king in the process. With venomous snakes ahead and the Wolf King behind, Yang Haoshuan thrust his battle blade forward, summoning a spiraling force that surged around him like a cannonade aimed at the serpentine horde. Behind the snakes lay an endless sea of more serpents. Fortunately, Yang Haoshuan, endowed with remarkable intellect, after evading the Blood Wolf King, embedded his blade into the ground, positioning himself at the opposite end. Once more, he adjusted his angle towards the Black Forest, unleashing the spiraling force anew. At that moment, the Blood Wolf King, taken aback by Yang Haoshuan's unexpected maneuver, found himself momentarily bewildered, only to soon feel a multitude of venomous fangs gnashing at his feet. Though they could not pierce his flesh, the discomfort was undeniable. Repeated assaults drove the Blood Wolf King to the brink of madness, his head lifted at a sharp angle as he let out a howl. Simultaneously, a cacophony of wolf howls erupted from within the Black Forest, an unending chorus. Just then, as Yang Haoshuan landed safely, he felt the ground begin to tremble ever so slightly beneath him. From the edges of the dark forest emerged a relentless procession of bloodthirsty wolves, reminiscent of valiant soldiers charging into battle with grandeur. At that moment, another formidable contender entered the fray, the Five-Flower Serpent King. Yang Haoshuan turned his gaze and finally beheld its true form, which aligned closely with his expectations. However, it appeared to bear a peculiar five-colored blossom upon its forehead. The appearance of the Five-Flower Serpent King instantly captured the attention of the Blood Wolf King, who, upon realizing that Yang Haoshuan had vanished, presumed him to have perished within the serpent's belly. Thus, the Blood Wolf King redirected its focus towards the Five-Flower Serpent King. This serpent was known for its extreme aggression, propagating the five-flower poisonous snakes in vast numbers to invade and devastate the territories of other creatures. It had long harbored intentions to eliminate the Blood Wolf King. And now that the adversary had come to its doorstep, it was indeed fortuitous. Simultaneously, thousands of bloodthirsty wolves gradually flooded the battlefield, frantically attacking the poisonous snakes with their claws, undeterred by the venom, even resorting to biting the serpents directly. Upon death, they transformed into pools of blood, further corrupting their foes. Consequently, although the five-flower poisonous snakes possessed superior levels in greater numbers, it often took several of them to slay a single blood wolf, only to succumb to the ensuing corruption. This reciprocal relationship indicated the onset of a fierce battle among the beasts. Yang Haoshuan found no refuge and, seizing the opportunity, engaged in the slaughter of the blood wolves while simultaneously vanquishing the seventh-grade poisonous snakes to accrue experience. Meanwhile, a life-and-death struggle unfolded between the Five-Flower Serpent King and the Blood Wolf King. The Five-Flower Serpent King lacked venom, but its iron-like body repeatedly lashed out at the Blood Wolf King, suddenly opening its maw wide in preparation to tear into its adversary. The Blood Wolf King exhibited remarkable agility, skillfully evading attacks while its claws struck swiftly and sharply, inflicting wounds upon the Five-Flower Snake King, inciting its wrath. With a furious hiss, the injured Five-Flower Snake King became exceedingly irritable, halting its assault to elevate its sinuous body to a towering height of 20 meters. Casting a menacing gaze down upon the Blood Wolf King, it unleashed another furious roar before opening its gaping maw and launching a fierce downward strike, one of its primary offensive maneuvers, a sudden charge. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, the Blood Wolf King instinctively reacted, expelling a torrent of blood from its mouth like a fountain, directed at the descending Five-Flower Snake King. Taken by surprise, the Snake King could not halt its momentum, and the crimson spray struck its face, infiltrating its eyes and creating a cloud of smoke. With its vision obliterated, the Five-Flower Snake King was further incited by rage. Relying on instinct, it collided with the Blood Wolf King, immediately ensnaring it with its iron-like body, tightening its grip relentlessly, an attack familiar to most serpents. Having just expelled its vital essence, the Blood Wolf King was grievously harmed by the sudden impact, rendering it ensnared and facing inevitable demise. However, the question of who would ultimately deliver the fatal blow lingered. Seizing the opportune moment, Yang Haoshuan, who had been poised for action, leapt into the air, executing a rapid rotation as he soared. Gradually, an even more formidable spiral energy field emanated from him, targeting both kings in a powerful collision. At this juncture, the Five-Flower Snake King was blind, and the Blood Wolf King found itself utterly incapacitated. Thus, Yang Haoshuan advanced like a relentless meat grinder, his battle blade piercing into the eye of the Blood Wolf King, relentlessly widening the wound. A mournful howl escaped the Blood Wolf King, a once mighty sovereign, now fallen. Seizing the moment, Yang Haoshuan glanced at the oblivious Five-Flower Serpent King, leaped into the air, and bellowed, "Thunder Slash." The Thunder Slash, a strike reminiscent of a thunderstorm, still carried a hint of celestial lightning. As Yang Haoshuan soared, his battle blade poised, he awaited a small bolt of heavenly thunder to grace his weapon before delivering a mighty cleave. Thunder, a force that instills fear in both beasts and demon creatures, remained unseen by the Five-Flower Serpent King, who stood bewildered before the impending thunder slash. Consequently, Yang Haoshuan's blade struck the serpent's head, producing a resonant, thunderous sound while the Five-Flower Serpent's visage was obliterated, its once iron-like body suffering fractures and spilling crimson blood. With swift precision, Yang Haoshuan, invigorated by the sight of the wound, unleashed a flurry of spiraling true energy, reveling in the carnage. The Five-Flower Serpent King gradually regained its senses, yet it was powerless, its vision clouded and unable to command its other serpentine minions. Striking blindly, its attacks were effortlessly evaded by Yang Haoshuan. Soon, the gash upon the serpent's head had been torn open wide, black blood gushing forth. As the wound reached a critical point, Yang Haoshuan leapt once more, summoning a spiraling aura, ready to dispatch the Five-Flower Serpent King in a manner akin to that of the fallen Blood Wolf King. The outcome was evidently effective. Losing his eyesight diminished his strength by half, making it all too easy for Yang Haoshuan to seize the beast, stirring its head against the bars, following the bloody path of the Wolf King. With the demise of the Five-Flower Serpent King, the remaining Five-Flower venomous snakes vanished in a state of panic, even more so than the Blood Wolf. Meanwhile, Yang Haoshuan experienced a significant augmentation in his cultivation. His gaming level had indeed risen, yet his martial realm remained stagnant. Logically, the Five-Flower Serpent King should have been more formidable than the Blood Wolf King, thus yielding greater experience. Indeed, the experience was considerably more. Yet advancing in rank had become increasingly arduous. In the future, he would need to slay opponents of a higher level to attain any substantial benefits. The slaughter of two kings elevated his cultivation to the mid-stage of the 8th layer of martial arts, an outcome he had not anticipated. What was this? Suddenly, Yang Haoshuan noticed a glimmer emanating from the head of the Five-Flower Serpent King's corpse, as if something were escaping from it. Indeed, a multicolored flower was ascending. With quick reflexes, Yang Haoshuan grasped it, and, without needing to inspect further, instinctively understood it to be a precious item. Upon examination, his intuition was confirmed. Rare item, Five-Flower Venom Leaf Effect. The consumer will transform into a bloodline body, refining their physique, significantly enhancing their cultivation, and becoming immune to all poisons. A bloodline body, refining the flesh. Yang Haoshuan felt a stirring within. Given his current circumstances, he was in dire need of strength. He yearned to consume it immediately, but remained composed enough to ascertain that there were no adverse effects before finally ingesting the Five-Flower Venom Leaf. Upon consuming the Five-Flower Poison Leaf, an immediate and palpable transformation coursed through his physical form, particularly evident in the velocity of his blood circulation, which surged to an extraordinary limit. It felt as though a potent medicinal force was incessantly cleansing his system, akin to a transfusion. However, he soon realized that the full extent of the medicinal power had yet to be unleashed. Following this revelation, his blood ceased to follow its customary flow. Instead, it began to nourish his bones, muscles, and skin from within. Even his pores seemed to exude blood. Gradually, Yang Haoshuan discerned the true nature of the Five-Flower Poison Leaf's effects. It forged an exceptionally resilient physique. Every inch of his meridians and bones became interconnected and continually fortified through the blood. At that moment, Yang Haoshuan appeared as a veritable embodiment of blood, his entire being suffused with crimson, sharing a moment of silent acknowledgement with the deceased Blood Wolf King nearby. Transitioning from a state of anxiety to calm composure, He assumed a posture conducive to eternal cultivation, channeling the enhanced internal energy. Simultaneously, his internal power surged with vigor, as if his body and internal energy were a vessel gradually filling with water. When the bloodline reached the crown of his head, his realm instantaneously transcended, achieving the 9th level of martial prowess, with his rank soaring directly to level 15. Astonishingly, a single extraordinary flower yielded more experience than 2 king-level opponents combined. Overwhelmed with joy and astonishment, Yang Haoshuan promptly assessed his attributes, only to uncover a monumental breakthrough, alongside a particularly astonishing revelation. Chapter 27. At the end of the road character, Yang Haoshuan level, 15 New World level classification, 9 layers of warrior's occupation, full-time health points, 7,412 74 12 mana points, 1214 strength, 598 wisdom, 1121 spirit, 340 agility, 524 professional skills, Fireball 4, Mage, Swift/4, Warrior, Earth Flame 2, Mage, Thunderstrike 1, Warrior, Wrath of Heavenly Flames 1, Mage, Eagle Eye 1, Healer, Dance of Healing 1, Healer, Life Skills, Alchemy Attention. Attention. Observe Yang Haoshuan's health points. A staggering 7,000 plus health points, far exceeding those of Master Yang Jianwu. Indeed, his vitality is leagues ahead, as health points correlate directly with the refinement of the physical body. For a practitioner of martial arts, the essence of their training lies in bodily cultivation, with each physical form undergoing distinct transformations at various realms. At this moment, Yang Haoshuan's vitality surpasses that of a warrior master. Remarkably, within a mere month and a half, he ascended from the 6th layer to the 9th layer of warriors. This is nothing short of a miracle, terrifying in its implications, undeniably tied to his personal attributes. Setting aside innate talent, his audacity and meticulousness in confronting the Blood Wolf King, executing it with such finesse, exemplifies his profound wisdom. Should another 6th layer warrior attempt this, they would likely falter against a single Blood Wolf. Moreover, a crucial factor is that his gaming interface allows him to gain experience points from defeating monsters, thereby enhancing his physical capabilities. With his current strength, he could barely contend with Yang Jian, yet the odds of victory were exceedingly slim. Yang Haoshuan contemplated this as he glanced at the remains of the 2 kings. Suddenly, he recalled that such royal corpses often held value. The serpent hide, akin to black iron, could be fashioned into several pieces of magical attire. However, this would necessitate the expenditure of skill points. Yet, he soon decided that, until his strength had significantly increased, it would be wiser to concentrate on his cultivation. At this moment, he had ascended 3 levels, and his attributes had marginally improved, raising his level to 15. A hallmark skill for mages finally manifested, Punitive Thunder. This skill unleashed an attack with 77.6 power on targets within a 5-meter radius, inflicting an additional 260 points of damage. Clearly, this was a skill intended for area damage, and employing it against foes was not the most prudent choice. Nonetheless, to meet the prerequisites for learning the next skill, Yang Haoshuan resolved to acquire it, investing 2 skill points. To learn this skill, he needed to elevate his previous skills, Earth Flame to level 4 and Heaven's Fury to level 3. Without much deliberation, he promptly enhanced them accordingly. Thus, 6 skill points were swiftly consumed. In terms of skill acquisition, Yang Haoshuan did not pursue any specific skills. He merely aimed to fulfill the requirements for subsequent abilities. He understood that this realm differed from other games where leveling up was arduous. Only by mastering the forthcoming skills could he expedite his progression. However, the materials from the 2 royal corpses were tantalizingly tempting. In a moment of desperation, Yang Haoshuan tentatively attempted to store the remains in his inventory. To his astonishment, upon contact, the bodies of the 2 kings vanished into thin air, appearing within his inventory. Yang Haoshuan was now intrigued by the limits of the inventory, but did not dwell on it. He drew the battle blade embedded in the ground and made his way toward the ghost cave. With his martial prowess at the 9th tier, he regarded those within as inconsequential. If he could find a blood pill, everything would be even more perfect. The ghost cave is situated amidst the vast desolation of the 10,000 wild mountains behind the prairie, where the peaks rise dramatically and bizarre rocks jut out. The mountains themselves are barren, devoid of any vegetation. The entrance to the cave is strikingly apparent. From a distance, it appears deep and foreboding, exuding a chilling atmosphere. Inside the cave lies a straight passage, which after a certain distance, reveals 10 branching paths, creating a convoluted maze that earns it the moniker of 9 turns and 18 bends. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from somewhere within the cave. The rhythm rising and falling for a full 3 seconds, indicating the high cultivation level of the newcomer, whose strides covered more than 10 meters at a time. In a flash, a white figure leaped forth like a specter, revealing itself to be Xia. Her usually composed demeanor was now tinged with urgency. Her beautiful eyes knitted with concern. Behind her appeared a soldier, drenched in blood, most of it belonging to others. Yet he appeared exceedingly fatigued. "Princess, there is no time. You must leave now while I hold them off." "No," Xia replied coldly. "There is still a month left until 3 months are up. If I leave, you will undoubtedly perish, and I too will surely be captured. In that case, we might as well fight them together." "Haha, the princess speaks wisely." Behind the two, a cacophony of hurried footsteps soon followed, as 5 uniquely dressed pursuers closed in. The leader, a bald man, chuckled sinisterly. "You cannot escape. Why not stay and entertain the 5 outside?" As he spoke, 4 others emerged behind him, each one a nefarious character, including the scornful rat who had mocked young Haoshuan during his first encounter. "How audacious you are!" Xia glared at the 5, her expression reflecting the fury of fallen soldiers. "You relied on a battalion of 10 to slay the corpse king, seizing a vast quantity of blood elixirs while leaving us with naught. We had no choice but to resort to force," a grotesque woman interjected. "Moreover, the current plague of serpents makes it easy to explain the demise of a princess," the rat added with a sly grin. It turned out that while they were plotting a clash between wolves and serpents, Xia and her companions had also ventured into the ghost cave. In the past, hundreds would enter the cave, but now only a few dozen remained, significantly increasing the chances of acquiring blood elixirs, which ignited a fierce greed among the adventurers. However, Xia, leading 15 warriors of the 10th level, adeptly navigated the terrain and encountered 7 corpse kings, securing more than half of the blood elixirs, which provoked intense dissatisfaction among the other adventurers, culminating in a massacre. Xinya's 15 10th level warriors resisted a throng of 9th level adventurers, ultimately leaving only 1 soldier and her, along with 5 peak 9th level warriors and a 10th level trader. Both Xia and the soldier were at the 10th level, yet she had only recently achieved this breakthrough, having entered the terrifying valley to hone her skills. The soldier was already at the end of his strength. Suddenly, a chilling scream erupted from the entrance of the ghost cave. This revelation astonished the 2 parties on the brink of confrontation, prompting them to listen intently. One of the 5 rebels remarked, "It seems someone is slaughtering the corpses of soldiers." The term soldier corpses serves as a descriptive moniker. These lifeless creatures, reminiscent of human remains, donned peculiar uniforms. Rumors abound that beneath the ghost hole lies a vast army, whose soldier corpses emerge to assault those who dare intrude. The movements of these corpses are excruciatingly slow, yet their defenses are remarkably robust. Nonetheless, their sluggishness allows a martial artist of the 6th level to withstand a 10th level soldier corpse for several days, ultimately exhausting it. However, soldier corpses possess another characteristic. Upon encountering a target, they emit a chilling wail. Their companions then surge forth endlessly from the depths of the earth, surrounding and devouring the target alive. Typically, adventurers evade soldier corpses through their swiftness, as no one would be foolish enough to engage them in combat. Yet, the current situation appeared to diverge from the norm, as it seemed a lone individual was fiercely battling the soldier corpses at the entrance, drawing countless of them towards that location. How could there still be someone? The bald man exclaimed in surprise, realizing that if anyone were to arrive now, they would not be allies. "Boss, do you remember that martial artist of the 6th level who was left in the Black Forest?" "It must be him," the mouse said gravely. "I thought he wouldn't make it across the prairie. I never anticipated this." "Ah, I see now. It's good. Let him lead the soldier corpses to block the exit." The bald man sighed in relief and declared triumphantly, "Princess, there is a new force outside. We must leverage him." A soldier whispered from the other side. Xia nodded in agreement. At the entrance of the ghost cave, young Haoshuan was engaged in vanquishing hordes reminiscent of the zombies from the game Plants vs. Zombies. They moved sluggishly, gathering in clusters. Yet each possessed the strength of a 10th-tier martial artist, signifying a substantial accumulation of experience. Yang Haoshuan noted that although these corpses boasted formidable defenses, they harbored an intense fear of heavenly thunder and earthly flames, presenting him with a significant advantage. Leveraging the geographical terrain, he faced no concern from behind. Unleashing his mage's fire spells upon the ground ignited a conflagration. Simultaneously, he unleashed punishing thunder, targeting his own body as a catalyst. electrifying each surrounding corpse while deftly evading their grasp, swiftly toppling dozens of them. While the martial corpses were of the 10th tier, the experience gained paled in comparison to that obtained from the Blood Wolf King and the Five-Flower Snake King, as they were sovereign beings endowed with unique talents. These corpses were mere foot soldiers. Nevertheless, with the current pace of progress, Yang Haoshuan felt confident in his ability to ascend to the 10th tier of martial arts. Such an exhilarating velocity of advancement filled him with satisfaction, as attaining the 10th tier would sufficiently prepare him for a confrontation with Yang Jian. Suddenly, the sounds of combat echoed from within the cave, yet he paid it little heed. However, it appeared that those engaged in battle were deliberately making their way toward him. Consequently, the previously relentless tide of corpses was drawn back by them. For every batch Yang Haoshuan felled, another would emerge, leaving only a handful remaining. Surrounding those individuals were hundreds of corpses, each collapsing one by one, which incited his ire. What the hell are you doing? Don't you see I'm busy grinding for experience? Pulling aggro like this is utterly unethical. Yang Haoshuan cursed vocally, yet within, his mind remained as clear as a mirror. Soon, he recognized Yinya, her soldiers, and 5 adventurers engaged in a desperate struggle. The samurai, the royal guard of Dian, implored your esteemed self to assist in protecting the Dian princess, and you shall be duly rewarded in the future. This soldier was actually a royal guard, and in his hasty rush to witness the spectacle, Yang Haoshuan bowed respectfully. The others also followed suit. Huh. You are truly at your wit's end, calling upon a mere 6th-tier martial artist for assistance. The rat, for reasons unknown, instantly recognized Yang Haoshuan, despite him wearing a mask, and began to jeer. Chapter 28. 1 against 5 Rat. Are you certain he is merely a 6th-tier martial artist? The bald man cautiously inquired, glancing at the corpses of the soldiers beside Yang Haoshuan. Brother, absolutely certain. I suspect he must possess some treasure to dare venture in here. Perhaps even able to traverse the grasslands. This fellow truly was called Rat. Treasure. The bald man and his 4 companions immediately brightened, their eyes fixed intently on Yang Haoshuan, practically itching to strip him bare. Yang Haoshuan then swaggered over, casting a disdainful glance at these 9th and 10th tier martial artists, boldly declaring that he harbored no fear of them. Addressing the soldiers, he proclaimed, I shall assist you. What are the benefits? At these words, the crowd was taken aback, astonished that this 6th tier martial artist dared to wade into such murky waters, speaking so brazenly. Hey, you insolent brat. I'll tell you plainly, we 5 are from the Tianyi Society. If you wish for a hero to save the damsel, you ought to weigh your own worth. The bald man spoke, testing the waters. Tianyi Society. Yinya and the soldiers exclaimed in astonishment. The Tianyi Society is the largest organization in the mundane world. Its core purpose shrouded in mystery, known by none. However, they were acutely aware of their formidable power and the multitude of skilled individuals among them. Yet, the current predicament dictated that it was a matter of survival. Either one would perish or the other would. Who still cared about the strength lurking in the shadows? The soldier hastily interjected, if the warrior could assist us in battle, we are willing to offer 2 blood pills. Indeed, Yang Haoshuan's eyes sparkled with interest as he turned to Yinya, knowing she was the leader of the soldiers and her agreement would carry weight. However, Yinya remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Yang Haoshuan, as if she sensed an uncanny familiarity. Princess, quickly agree. Let him entangle these individuals while we seize the opportunity to escape. Outside, there is a serpent calamity. Perhaps we could exploit it. It was evident that the soldier proposing the terms did not place complete trust in Yang Haoshuan, but rather sought to use him. Indeed, Yinya felt a pang of reluctance but found herself at a loss for words. Do you truly intend to intervene in the affairs of the Heaven and Earth Society? The bald man, visibly irate at the sight of Yang Haoshuan and Yinya striking a deal, growled menacingly. Heaven and Earth Society? Yang Haoshuan was taken aback for a moment before daringly jesting. I am none other than Chen Xia. Do not insult your elders. To the astonishment of all, this flippant remark sent shockwaves through the 5 members of the Heaven and Earth Society. Their leader's name was a closely guarded secret. How could this young man possibly know? What? Is it truly Chen Xia? Witnessing their reaction, even Yang Haoshuan was astounded. The coincidence was too extraordinary. You seek death. The only woman among the 5 became incensed, rising to her feet, her hands claw-like and sharp as blades. Beware, ugly woman. The bald man, though rugged in appearance, was a man of caution. It soon became apparent that Yang Haoshuan was far from being as simple as a mere 6th-level martial artist. You certainly have a knack for naming, he remarked. Yang Haoshuan's reluctance to take a life stemmed from the influences of his past life. However, With his adversaries intent on killing him, he found himself in a position of self-defense. Be cautious, warrior. This woman possesses the prowess of a 10th-level martial artist. Her eagle claw technique honed to perfection, wielding power comparable to that of a spiritual weapon. The soldier immediately issued a warning, his gaze darting towards the cave entrance, contemplating an escape. Yet, mid-sentence, he fell silent. Yang Haoshuan did not require any such warnings. A mere glance was sufficient for him to discern the opponent's capabilities. Now a 9th-level martial artist, his skills were comprehensive. Hence, he boldly plunged into this conflict, his battle blade thrusting forward as his waist twisted in an unusual manner. Poison Dragon Drill, he shouted, leaping into the air and spinning, releasing a spiraling force that surged forth to meet the advancing hack. The name of this attack, Poison Dragon Drill, was one of Yang Haoshuan's own inventions. My heavens, what kind of technique is this, so fierce and domineering? The others, witnessing Yang Haoshuan's move and the devastating potential of his spiraling force, were momentarily astounded. Even the rat, who had always looked down upon Yang Haoshuan's cultivation, widened her eyes in disbelief. She was compelled to channel her inner strength, despite her strenuous efforts to endure. Yang Haoshuan's spiraling force drew ever closer, poised to strike at her chest. At that moment, the bald man unleashed a mountain-splitting palm from the side, attempting to disperse the spiraling force. The outcome was evident. He was the one who was repelled, but his intervention caused Yang Haoshuan's spiraling force to waver and gradually dissipate. The ugly woman fell to the ground, gravely injured. The other 3 members of the Heavenly Society, realizing the dire situation, rushed forward in unison. The bald man rushed to the side of the ugly woman, shouting a few words, but upon discovering she had lost consciousness, he became furious and directed his wrath towards Yang Haoshuan. Princess, this individual is undoubtedly a formidable martial artist. Excellent, let us advance, exclaimed a nearby soldier, taken aback by the sudden turn of events. No. Yet, Yinya remained expressionless, her gaze fixed intensely on Yang Haoshuan, especially when he unleashed a fiery attack. The soldiers nearby were anxious, but Yinya's command was akin to a military order, compelling them to comply. Damn, these 2 scoundrels are not lending a hand. Yang Haoshuan cursed inwardly upon realizing this, preparing to acquire several blood pills shortly. The 4 members of the Heavenly Society executed their moves with insidious precision, their power formidable. They operated in perfect harmony, unleashing attacks in succession, forcing Yang Haoshuan to retreat repeatedly. However, retreating was merely a symbolic tactic for Yang Haoshuan. It was a strategic maneuver, a way to advance by yielding, waiting for the opportune moment to strike with lethal force, an astute method of combat, akin to thriving in dire circumstances. Simultaneously, his abundant vitality allowed him to evade the attacks of the 4 without even panting. Furthermore, as they fought, the soldiers around them were also caught in the fray, falling one after another. Thunderslash. Suddenly, spotting a fleeting opening among the 4, Yang Haoshuan bellowed, unleashing his thunderous blade in a sweeping arc towards them. Not good. Retreat. The bald man instantly recognized the gravity of the attack and hurriedly called for a withdrawal. However, Yang Haoshuan, in his ascendance, showed no mercy. His enigmatic mage skills descended from the depths and the skies. No matter how vigilant they could not fathom that such powers existed in the world. Aside from the bald man and the rat, the other 2 were struck by the flames of the earth and the wrath of the heavens, igniting their bodies as they rolled on the ground. The flames of the earth plus 4 and the wrath of the heavens were indeed lethal strikes, and such might was not an exaggeration. Each of Yang Haoshuan's skills contained formidable attack power, capable of taking lives directly. Chapter 29. Warrior. The bald man and the rat were taken aback, their expressions betraying shock, their bodies chilled. They never anticipated that this warrior of the 6th level was merely pretending to be a weakling. Just as they gathered their blood elixirs, he suddenly emerged, truly vicious. The bald man and the rat exchanged glances and launched an assault together. Warriors, be alert. They intend to flee. The bald man possesses 2 blood elixirs, and we must not allow them to escape, or else the Heavenly Society will learn of this, and we shall all be in peril. An urgent soldier commanded. Yang Haoshuan was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't realized their intent to flee until now. Spiral true energy, he bellowed, as a swirling force of true energy enveloped his battle blade, aimed at the 2 approaching adversaries, primarily targeting the bald man. Boss, I'm sorry. If I get the chance to escape, I will surely avenge you. The rat suddenly exclaimed, stealthily burrowing into the earth, vanishing swiftly. Damn it. The bald man's expression darkened, his face contorted with rage. It turned out that their plan was to employ a deceptive maneuver. But they did not expect the rat to be so frightened by the opponent. Realizing that he was not the primary target, he suddenly leapt away. However, the bald man collided directly with Yang Haoshuan's blade, having previously dispersed the spiraling energy field that formed the venomous dragon drill with his mountain-splitting palm. This time, Yang Haoshuan had concentrated the spiraling true energy onto his weapon, holding it steady. As the opponent charged forth, the mountain-splitting palm was immediately ensnared. And with a retreat and a push, the bald man was sent flying by the war blade. A gaping hole the size of a bowl appeared suddenly in his chest, and he died with his eyes wide open. This unexpected outcome startled him. He had never considered that killing would come with experience, for in the realm of games, the scenario was entirely different. Yet, within the Tianhe, every individual was a flesh and blood being. The reality of this result left him in a state of ambivalence, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. The vast experience was undeniably enriching, yet it instilled in Yang Haoshuan a disturbing sense of cannibalistic instincts, even inducing nausea. In this lifetime, I vow never to take a life for the sake of gaining experience. This thought etched itself firmly in Yang Haoshuan's mind. For he understood that if he began to treat humans as mere beasts to be hunted, he would inevitably transform into a terrifying demon. Disregarding the astonished expressions of Xia and the soldiers, Yang Haoshuan approached the bald man's body and discovered 2 blood elixirs. True to their name, they resembled pills, entirely crimson in hue. The sight of the 2 blood elixirs brought a flush to Yang Haoshuan's complexion, confirming his ascension to the martial artist realm. 2 of them, no less. His cultivation would likely see a significant boost. However, a sense of regret washed over him as he pondered why none of the martial practitioners at the 9th level felt compelled to covet the blood elixirs. The soldier's remarks were clearly motivated by ulterior motives, as they feared his formidable prowess and were anxious about him seizing further opportunities. Thus, he spoke of the characteristics of the blood dan, then seduced with the words, "Thanks to your esteemed assistance, after we depart, you shall not need to pay 20% of the blood dan profits, and you will also receive substantial gratitude from the great Yin dynasty." No need for that. Simply hand over the 2 blood dan you promised me. Yang Haoshuan extended his hand, knowing he could only consume one. Yet he could present the other to the Yang family, thus nurturing 1 or 2 talents. The soldier immediately glanced at Xia, and Yang Haoshuan followed suit. However, upon the shared glance, both were taken aback to discover that Xia had removed her veil, revealing a visage marred and uneven, as though scorched by flames. Her eyes blazing with indignation, fixed intently on Yang Haoshuan. Oh no, she recognized me. In that fleeting moment, Yang Haoshuan grasped the gravity of the situation. Tightening his grip on the battle blade, he awkwardly cleared his throat, saying, "Ahem. It appears the 9th princess has indeed recognized me, but I assure you, it was unintentional." This was a genuine statement. Who would deliberately mar the beauty of such a maiden? Xia seemed lost in thought, perhaps weighing their respective strengths and contemplating whether to strike. Upon hearing Yang Haoshuan's candid admission, her fury erupted, and she brandished her sword, ready to strike. "But I can restore the princess's beauty." Yang Haoshuan felt a pang of guilt, not wishing to harm her, and hastily added, "Having recently experienced a significant increase in cultivation, coupled with the blood dan, advancing to the next level was no longer a challenge." Indeed, Xia finally spoke, her emotions shifting dramatically, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. "Naturally, once I consume the blood dan, I shall be able to assist the princess in restoring her appearance." Yang Haoshuan mused, confident that while he could not guarantee a leap in realm, an elevation in level was certainly within reach. Upon hearing Xinya's words, she contemplated the situation. While consuming the blood pill was relatively simple, harnessing its potency for cultivation required an arduous year, which left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Nevertheless, observing Yang Haoshuan's visage, marked by genuine remorse, she discerned that he was not feigning, and pressing him further would be unwise. The soldier, witnessing the lack of discord between them, averted his gaze from the princess's beauty and retreated to the side, where he methodically dispatched each of the 4 members of the Heaven and Earth Society. Yang Haoshuan, observing this scene, felt a tumult of emotions within him, ultimately exhaling a deep sigh. With a flick of his wrist, a radiant figure materialized in the air, a woman of luminescent grace, who then gracefully descended into the soldier's body. This was the soldier, taken aback. Barely had time to comprehend the situation before feeling the ethereal presence invigorating his weary form. Almost instantaneously, he felt rejuvenated. "Thank you, my lord." Yang Haoshuan remained silent, Internally marveling at his own formidable strength, he had never before employed the healing dance, and now he relished the opportunity. "Princess, should I pursue that fellow who fled?" the soldier implored, now restored. "No need," Yinya replied. "The vastness of the desolate mountains makes pursuit impractical. Instead, let us lay in wait at a predetermined location, and we shall catch him unawares." As she spoke, she turned to Yang Haoshuan, conjuring 2 blood pills that gracefully floated into his hands, discreetly showcasing her prowess. Yang Haoshuan accepted the blood pills with a wry smile and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "In that case, let us depart promptly." The number of fallen soldiers continues to increase. The 3 emerged from the ghostly cave, and Yang Haoshuan declared, "I shall seek a suitable place to consume the blood pill at once. Esteemed sir, it is advisable to find a tranquil place for the consumption of the blood pill." After witnessing recent events, the soldiers' admiration for Yang Haoshuan has greatly increased, and they respectfully suggested, "Moreover, the 5-flower poisonous snakes will soon invade the ghost cave. We should retreat to the desolate mountains. The 5-flower snake king has already fallen by my hand, and those poisonous serpents will flee upon seeing me. Furthermore, my world does not pause for anyone." Without heeding the astonished expressions of the 2, Yang Haoshuan declared, "Farewell." He then rose and swiftly vanished from sight. Yang Haoshuan's abrupt departure was not without reason. He had but a month remaining. For one who races against time, such a duration is intolerable. Naturally, he could not afford to consume the blood pill in their presence, as one must always guard against unforeseen events. As for the fleeing rat, with a cultivation level of merely the 9th tier, it would fare poorly against any of the 3 of them. Thus, there was no cause for concern. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Black Forest, the former domain of the Wolf King, where not a single blood wolf or anomalous tree could be found. Nearby lay a serene lake, providing ample convenience. Assured of the absence of threats, Yang Haoshuan wiped the blood pill before placing it in his mouth and swallowing it whole. The blood pill is not a medicinal pill to be held in the mouth. It must be ingested to take effect. Once in his stomach, the blood pill resembled a seed sprouting as its shell gradually cracked open, releasing a crimson medicinal essence that began to permeate the air. Concurrently, Yang Haoshuan's entire physique began to undergo a remarkable transformation as the potent essence flowed ceaselessly, gradually integrating into every part of his being. Yang Haoshuan lacked a dantian, with the medicinal essence entirely nourishing his corporeal form. At this moment, he intended to adopt the posture of longevity for guidance. However, unexpectedly, as the medicinal energy flowed into his blood vessels, they exhibited a formidable, akin to when he previously ingested the poisonous 5-flower leaves, rapidly absorbing the essence. In the blink of an eye, a blood pill was completely disintegrated. Under ordinary circumstances, the complete refinement of a blood pill would enable a breakthrough to the realm of a martial artist. Yet, Yang Haoshuan had, in an instant, refined a blood pill, reaching merely the pinnacle of the 9th level of a martial practitioner, while his corporeal body had been remarkably enhanced to an astonishing vitality nearing 10,000. Could it be the doing of his bloodline physique? Yang Haoshuan then contemplated a possibility, unable to suppress a wry smile. For cultivators, while the physical body is indeed significant, it is not the sole factor. The bloodline physique directly absorbed the medicinal effects, hindering Yang Haoshuan's ability to cultivate the longevity decision, making it exceedingly challenging for him to advance further in his realm. This situation presented 2 scenarios. Firstly, although Yang Haoshuan's realm may be inferior to others, his overall strength could surpass those of a higher realm. His martial path would be broader and longer than that of his peers. However, the downside was the difficulty in elevating his realm. Upon transitioning from martial practitioner to martial master, one experiences a qualitative transformation. If given the choice, Yang Haoshuan would prefer to attain the rank of martial master in due time. For now, he had to place his hopes on the remaining 3 blood pills. The instant consumption of the previous blood pill had left no trace, alleviating his concerns regarding malevolent energy. With confidence, Yang Haoshuan prepared to consume another blood pill. Immediately, he assumed the posture for cultivating the everlasting technique, unwilling to waste a single moment. Before the medicinal properties could diffuse into his blood vessels, he fervently practiced to refine his own longevity meridians, simultaneously attempting to control the state of blood absorption. This time, he rapidly expanded the duration, elevating his level to 16 and his realm to the 10th layer of a martial artist. Through 2 prior experiences, Yang Haoshuan discerned a pattern. Immediately after ingesting the blood pill, a powerful medicinal force would urge the cultivator's advancement. Yet once a threshold was reached, it would be absorbed by the blood vessels. However, with the third pill, after persevering for over 20 minutes, he found himself incapable, and the medicinal effects swiftly dissipated into his blood. Fortunately, with the fourth pill, he managed to endure. The blood pill no longer unleashed its medicinal properties uncontrollably, and the previous 3 pills were not entirely squandered, as they had at least refined his physical body to a certain extent. Furthermore, due to the repeated acceleration of his cultivation speed, the everlasting technique was enhanced, and the spiral true energy was fortified. Without the interference of the blood vessels, the medicinal properties steadily allowed Yang Haoshuan to enter the realm of a martial master, a feat that would typically require others a full year to fully refine. Yet, his cultivation of the everlasting technique, imbued with various nuances, reached its final state in just a month. On this day, the area surrounding the Black Forest Lake was infused with a spiraling true energy that did not coalesce but rather whirled around like a blade. Within a 100-meter radius, the blood wolves that appeared were ruthlessly slain by this razor-sharp spiral energy, demonstrating the profound transformation in Yang Haoshuan's spiral true energy. As he ascended to the 10th layer of a martial artist, perhaps at the next moment, he would transcend into the realm of a martial master. In a remarkable display of skill, Yang Haoshuan found himself suspended upside down, his entire being involuntarily flushing with warmth during his cultivation, accelerating his progress manifold, particularly in the refinement of his physical form. At this pivotal moment, he realized he was on the verge of breaking through to the realm of a martial master. The surrounding spiraling blade energy intensified, severing trees with ease, leaving them toppled in its wake. Yang Haoshuan's body underwent a profound transformation. His muscles, bones, blood, and internal organs radiated an extraordinary heat, as if his very physique were being upgraded to a superior state. Suddenly, an explosive force erupted around him, accompanied by a brilliant beam of light that shot skyward. In the distant mountains, Chen Xia and the soldiers bore witness to this spectacle, their hearts filled with astonishment. They could hardly believe that Yang Haoshuan had truly refined his blood dan and ascended to the level of martial master within just a month. It is said that when one breaks through a realm, extraordinary phenomena manifest. However, the magnitude of Yang Haoshuan's ascension to martial master was unparalleled. Few could achieve such a remarkable feat at his age. Chen Xia mused silently, contemplating the extraordinary potential he would undoubtedly realize in the future. Yang Haoshuan felt as though his senses had sharpened to that of a hunting eagle. His muscles were taut and powerful, his skin smooth and flawless like fine mutton fat. He was surrounded by an ethereal aura reminiscent of Yang Jian, yet distinct, adorned with vibrant hues, while Yang Jian's essence was characterized by pure white. Yang Haoshuan's brilliance was an eye-catching crimson, a testament to his attainment of the martial master realm. Chapter 30. The scheme. The distinction between martial masters and warriors is akin to the disparity between a simple barrel and an intricate one. The disparity between the two is as vast as the heavens and the earth, especially now that the mysterious vessel is utterly empty, yet still possesses 10 layers of development. Furthermore, Yang Haoshuan feels as though his physical form has become more intrinsically his own, more obedient to the commands of his mind. Previously, when executing a particular attack, his body and brain acted in near synchrony. Although he was aware it was the brain issuing the command, he could not truly perceive it. Now, before taking action, Yang Haoshuan merely needs to contemplate in his mind, and the action manifests effortlessly. For instance, when he glances at a technique within a martial arts manual, he can visualize it in his mind, allowing his body to execute it flawlessly. In combat, he maintains composure, allowing his brain to analyze the situation and secure a significant advantage. Should Yang Haoshuan be confronted once more by the 4 members of the Heavenly Society, he is confident he could defeat them within a mere 3 seconds. This exemplifies the might of the martial master realm, with particular emphasis on the term master. It was only when Yang Haoshuan truly grasped the essence of being a martial master that he comprehended the previous chasm between himself and Yang Jian. At that time, he had foolishly believed he could contend with Yang Jian at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of martial arts. Such thoughts were mere delusions. Even if he were to reach the pinnacle of the 10th layer without a breakthrough, he would still fall far short of matching Yang Jian. A martial master possesses the capability to contend with over 10 practitioners at the 10th layer. Yang Jian, oh Yang Jian, if I do not best you soundly, it would be an affront to my life and death endeavors. As Yang Haoshuan reflects on his astonishing breakthrough within just 3 months, it feels as though the entire experience has been a vivid dream. With only a few days remaining until the trial in the terrifying valley, Yang Haoshuan hastens towards the desolate mountains, moving with remarkable speed, each stride covering a distance of no less than 50 meters. In the desolate mountains, Yin gazed at the approaching Yang Haoshuan and coldly remarked, "Congratulations, Your Excellency, on such remarkable talent. To have broken through to the martial master level within just a month, one cannot help but feel inferior." Yang Haoshuan, in high spirits, chuckled heartily. "The princess certainly possesses a sweet tongue. Fear not, there is no need for flattery. Your fate is already sealed." Upon hearing this, Yin shot him a sidelong glance. Yet her impatience was palpable. "Pray tell, what preparations remain?" "None of any consequence. We can commence at once," replied Yang Haoshuan, as he made a slight adjustment to his appearance within the game interface, feeling no regret, for his current experience points were somewhat excessive. Observing his confidence, Yin promptly dismissed the soldiers. However, the noble princess refrained from approaching him for advice, choosing instead to sit upon a stone, awaiting his arrival. Yang Haoshuan, unperturbed, strolled over, saying, "Princess, I assure you, that day was not intentional. I never anticipated that 2 fireballs would mar your visage." "Did you not fend them off with your sword?" Silence. Yin clearly wished to avoid further discussion of that unfortunate incident. As a member of royalty, she held her reputation in utmost regard. It was a bitter irony that, as a princess, her physical form had been exposed. And now she must suppress her indignation while relying on him for assistance. Almost immediately, she regretted her impulsiveness. After all, he had just attained the martial master rank, and there was no obligation for him to aid her. Yet, Yang Haoshuan exhibited no sign of anger, instead wearing an expression of helplessness, one that did not convey subservience, but rather a sense of intimacy, prompting her to ponder deeper thoughts. Subsequently, Yang Haoshuan began to perform a transformation, which bore a resemblance to the dance of healing. A radiant visage materialized from the light in his hands. Under his meticulous guidance, this luminous form delicately adhered to Yin Ya's face, gradually merging with her skin, akin to the application of a facial mask. Slowly, the glow integrated into her features, causing her previously blemished skin to shed away. What emerged was a visage as pure as jade, flawless and with more refined features. As the light dissipated, Yin Ya's beauty surpassed her former self. In disbelief, she gently touched her skin, which felt as soft as that of an infant. Upon suddenly catching sight of her former disfigured reflection on the ground, she swiftly struck it down with a sword, reducing it to ashes, leaving Yang Haoshuan in a state of bemusement, reflecting on the nature of women. At the same time, Yang Haoshuan perceived Yin Ya as exceedingly proud and aloof. Although she might harbor a passionate heart within, her upbringing and royalty imbued every movement with an air of superiority, coupled with her exquisite beauty. This demeanor evoked a profound desire for conquest in men. However, Yang Haoshuan found himself somewhat disenchanted by her. In contrast, he favored the charm of a humble beauty or someone like Chen Xia, who embodied both warmth and enigma. Nevertheless, he could not deny that Yin Yu was undeniably beautiful, transcending mere appearance. Her posture, seated upon a stone, accentuated her flawless figure, long legs, a slender waist, and particularly her voluptuous curves, which, when perched upon the stone, evoked the most primal desires in every man. Having feasted her eyes upon her own beauty, Yin Yu suddenly noticed Yang Haoshuan's gaze and was reminded of the events at Hongye River, where her impression of him lingered as that of a lecher. Ahem. Yang Haoshuan initially anticipated a gesture of gratitude, or perhaps a word of thanks from the other party, yet was met with such indifference that he felt a twinge of disappointment. Standing in place, he found himself at a loss for words, enveloped in discomfort. "You once marred my appearance, and now you have saved me. I have already bestowed upon you 2 elixirs. Here, this is a blood pill. And we owe each other nothing." Yin Yu suddenly spread her hands, and a blood pill gracefully floated towards Yang Haoshuan. He did not refuse it at this juncture. Having attained martial prowess, the blood pill held little significance for him. Nevertheless, it was a treasure, and he accepted it, placing it in his inventory before retreating to a corner to meditate and pass the time. As he turned away, he remained oblivious to Yin Ya's gaze, which had shifted from the grassland to his back, lingering for a while as she pondered. When she was besieged by 5 members of the Heavenly Earth Society, Yang Haoshuan's sudden appearance evoked a peculiar sensation within her, one of familiarity, coupled with the awe of his formidable strength that easily subdued the grotesque woman with a single strike. His prowess was more terrifying than that of her own lofty status. However, before she could express admiration, Yang Haoshuan unleashed the fiery orb that lingered in her memory. A tumult of conflicting emotions surged within her, particularly in light of his nonchalant expression, which only fueled her anger. Yet, The prospect of a remedy for her disfigurement left her ire unvented. Deep down, she sensed a simmering resentment toward Yang Haoshuan's indifferent demeanor. If he were aware, he would surely exclaim that he did not intend to toy with her affections. For several consecutive days, Yang Haoshuan and Yinya coexisted peacefully alongside the three soldiers, exchanging barely a handful of words. In the face of the intangible nobility manifested by Yinya, Yang Haoshuan remained indifferent, often meditating for an entire day, completely ignoring her presence. This only intensified the discomfort within her heart. It was not until the final day that the three of them became acutely vigilant, for it was universally acknowledged that the fleeing mouse would undoubtedly reveal itself today. With 2 martial artists at the 10th level and 1 martial master, they surmised that he could not escape. Their greatest fear was that he might have some cunning schemes. The exit was situated beneath a cliff in a desolate mountain, where the trio awaited the emergence of the exit from the clouds while vigilantly guarding the soul path. "My lord, after we exit, may we accompany you to the royal palace? I am certain the emperor will reward you handsomely," a soldier suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, Yang Haoshuan waved his hand, feeling a certain fondness for the soldier, and jested, "No need. The reward of 3 blood pills is already quite satisfying. If the emperor were to betroth the princess to me, that would be quite unfortunate." The soldier chuckled at this, yet out of consideration for Yinya, he refrained from expressing further amusement. "What do you mean by that?" Yinya, unable to contain herself, demanded. "What do you mean by that would be quite unfortunate?" This is nothing short of blatant disdain and contempt. Her gaze bore down on Yang Haoshuan with intensity. "Just a jest." Yang Haoshuan laughed, but suddenly his nose twitched. "What a delightful fragrance! What could it be?" Indeed, Yinya, initially thinking Yang Haoshuan was being frivolous, had not yet grown angry but had noticed a pleasant aroma wafting through the air. "Wait, this isn't right." The soldier, who had not yet caught the scent, quickly covered his nose and warned, "Princess, my lord, be cautious. This land is barren. Such a fragrance can only indicate a trap." Yang Haoshuan and Yinya's expressions changed dramatically, and they held their breath in unison. Meanwhile, beneath the desolate cliff, a surge of white mist erupted, reminiscent of the initial scene at the entrance. Suddenly, the three stood before the rocky path of the cliff, where a shadow burst forth from the earth, revealing itself to be a rat. It turned out that the rat's name was not merely a superficial description, it possessed a talent for burrowing, making it an adept escape artist. "Huh, you may as well enjoy yourselves here," the rat exclaimed with reckless abandon, exuding confidence as it dashed towards the edge of the cliff. Yang Haoshuan sensed the deceptive nature of the fragrance wafting through the air, yet he was assured of his immunity to toxins, thus remaining unfazed. Just as he intended to pursue, a sudden warmth radiated from his lower abdomen, quickly spreading throughout his body, filling his mind with an indescribable desire. Gradually, he deduced the true nature of the scent, his expression shifting in alarm. This was not poison. It was an aphrodisiac. Yang Haoshuan's countenance paled, and he glanced at Yinya beside him, only to find her in a more precarious state, her cheeks flushed, delicate hands restlessly fidgeting, and her thighs lightly rubbing together. You must pursue them. Prevent them from sealing the mist, or we may find ourselves trapped here," Yinya urged, struggling against her own desires. The soldier paused for a moment, casting a strange look at Yang Haoshuan before swiftly leaping off the cliff, vanishing from sight. The terrifying valley was left with only Yang Haoshuan and Yinya. As a woman, Yinya was particularly vulnerable, her entire being ablaze, as if countless ants were crawling over her skin, creating an overwhelming sense of yearning that was impossible to resist. Gradually, her usually serene, composed, and noble gaze began to lose its clarity, becoming imbued with the essence of spring, evoking an unfamiliar sensation. Chapter 31. Return to the manor. As for Yang Haoshuan, having ascended to the realm of martial artists, his body was increasingly governed by his mind. Struggling to remain seated in meditation, fate had other plans. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma enveloped him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Yinya in disarray, her neck and delicate bosom laid bare before him. Particularly, her ethereal visage now resembled that of a liberated enchantress. Yinya, heedless of all else, perched upon Yang Haoshuan's lap, her hands aimlessly exploring his form. The intoxicating aroma, her voluptuous figure, and the weight of her ample curves pressing against his thigh rendered the experience overwhelmingly pleasurable. In a moment of confusion, Yang Haoshuan recalled the tale of Tang Sung being seduced by either a spider spirit or a fox spirit, secretly admiring the old monk's composure. However, he was not the venerable Tang, the lingering potency within him, coupled with such tantalizing provocations, threatened to overwhelm his senses. Hesitantly, his hand seized Yinya's alluring curves, exploring and caressing her with fervor. In that moment of utter abandon, Yinya surrendered completely, her luscious lips finding Yang Haoshuan's, her tongue intertwining with his. It felt as though the barriers of desire had been shattered, prompting Yang Haoshuan to reciprocate fervently, his right hand descending to release her enticingly beautiful legs. Amidst Yinya's dazed yet fervent movements, he surrendered to bliss, reveling in ecstasy akin to that of celestial beings. The following day, Yang Haoshuan gradually awakened. His mind clouded yet feeling a significant release of internal energy coursing through his body, establishing a more stable foundation. This left him utterly astonished. And he soon recalled the events of the previous day, pondering whether engaging in such actions might indeed be beneficial for his cultivation. Suddenly, the thought of Yinya crossed his mind. He hurriedly glanced around, only to find himself still lying at the edge of the cliff. Yet Yinya was nowhere to be seen. The ground, aside from exuding a foul odor, held nothing else. Could it be that Yinya had left him here to perish while she made her escape? With this thought racing through his mind, he dashed to the precipice, relieved to see that the ground below was still intact. Suddenly, a faint sound came from behind him, accompanied by a cold voice. "Do you really think I would abandon you here?" Yinya appeared behind him, holding a long blade, her expression inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor anger. Upon hearing her words, Yang Haoshuan did not immediately turn around. He took a moment to ponder before preparing to offer an explanation. However, he was startled to suddenly see the blade pointed at him and quickly exclaimed, "Do not act rashly. Do not act rashly." Yinya remained unfazed, not uttering a single word. Yet her eyes gradually shifted from sharpness to a haze, tears cascading down like raindrops. At that moment, gazing at the beautiful figure reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom, Yang Haoshuan felt an urge to offer comfort. Yet, he was acutely aware that he did not fully grasp Yinya's character. If she were indeed as formidable and proud as she appeared, perhaps suggesting they forget the entire matter would elicit her cheerful agreement. But what if she were not? Such words could prove deeply hurtful. Caught in a dilemma, Yang Haoshuan finally awkwardly said, "Princess, the events of yesterday were not intentional. If you have any commands, do not hesitate to speak." "What if I were to command your death?" Yinya's lips turned pale, her teeth clenched, and the sword in her hand trembled slightly. Yet, she was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between them and refrained from attacking. Yang Haoshuan found himself in a predicament. "I regret that I cannot comply. I have numerous aspirations and missions awaiting my fulfillment. Moreover, I believe the princess does not wish for my demise, does she?" Upon hearing this, Yinya fell into contemplation, but was suddenly consumed by fury at his last words. "What did you say? I have marred my appearance and tarnished my honor. I would relish the thought of torturing you 1,000 times and ending your life swiftly. Yet, did you not refrain from such actions?" Yang Haoshuan shrugged and replied, "You were the first to awaken. Aware of the disparity in our powers, you chose not to strike. Once I regained consciousness, you had no opportunity left." Clang. With a crisp sound, Yinya's sword fell to the ground. Unable to accept the truth, she crouched down and wept bitterly. At that moment, Yang Haoshuan realized that Yinya was indeed the type he had envisioned. He picked up the sword from the ground and approached her, saying, "Princess, I sincerely apologize. Your honor has indeed been compromised by my actions. If you truly desire my death, then take my life now. I hope this melodramatic scene has had some effect." Yang Haoshuan rose, closed his eyes, and assumed a posture of martyrdom, while secretly calculating his next move. Yinya immediately ceased her weeping, disbelievingly gazed at Yang Haoshuan with the sword in her hand, suspecting he was merely testing her resolve. In a sudden motion, she lunged the blade towards his neck. However, such an action would have severe repercussions on her cultivation. A typical warrior would never consider establishing a family before achieving a high level of cultivation, for such a commitment would tether them to worldly concerns and impede their progress. Take seclusion, for instance. One cannot truly engage in it without distractions. In the Tianhe continent, certain entities undergo seclusion for millennia, cultivating extraordinary powers. And they share a common trait, a lack of familial ties. While Yang Haoshuan could never reach such a callous state, he was equally unwilling to abandon himself at the onset of his achievements. Thus, every time he encountered an adversary, he would plant a seed of vengeance in his heart, which served to bolster his cultivation. Moreover, he had little insight into Yinya. Her demeanor was serene, almost ethereal, exuding maturity and nobility. Beneath such an exterior, perhaps a true self was concealed, yet she had not yet opened her heart. As for Yinya, Yang Haoxuan's previous actions had finally quelled the anger within her, leading her to understand that he was not to blame for the circumstances. Nonetheless, a lingering resentment remained, albeit unexpressed due to her nature. What manifested instead was her composed approach to situations. The brief stretch of road they traversed took them at least 10 minutes to reach the precipice. Suddenly, Yang Haoxuan and Yinya exchanged a knowing glance, momentarily stunned. The first to regain composure, Yang Haoxuan flashed her a smile, but Yinya quickly turned her head, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Without hesitation, Yang Haoxuan leapt into the abyss, and like before, as he descended into the clouds, it felt as though he were sinking into mire. In an instant, he emerged into a brand new realm of Tianhe, beneath a boundless azure sky and amidst invigorating air, creating the sensation that even a 3-month sojourn within this world would feel like an eternity apart from reality. As Yang Haoxuan made his appearance, he was taken aback to find himself surrounded by a throng of soldiers, their sharp blades pointed menacingly towards him. A commanding voice rang out, "Halt! Halt!" The soldier who had earlier raised the alarm rushed over, managing to intervene just before Yang Haoxuan touched the ground, instructing the soldiers to stand down. For he was a distinguished protector of the princess and must not be treated with disrespect. It was evident that this soldier held a higher rank. Instantly, the soldiers responded with renewed vigor, their curiosity and admiration for Yang Haoxuan palpable. The previous day, when the exit was opened, the mere presence of a single adventurer had raised their suspicions. However, upon hearing the royal soldiers' explanations, they quickly developed a sense of reverence for the perils that lay within the terrifying valley. A 5-patterned serpent king, they mused, could be manageable individually, but to trespass into its territory meant certain death for any below the martial artist rank. Yet, here stood Yang Haoxuan, a lone figure with only martial arts mastery, who had actually slain the 5-patterned serpent king. His feat of protecting the princess while single-handedly defeating 5 peak martial artists from the Celestial Society instilled in them a profound respect for his strength. What of the rat? Yang Haoxuan inquired immediately. I captured him yesterday, but he possesses the earth escape technique and managed to flee under the cover of night, the royal soldier replied, somewhat awkwardly. However, my lord, there is no need for concern. The Celestial Society is in the wrong this time, and they will not cause any disturbances. At that moment, Yinya suddenly appeared in the sky, clad in a flowing white robe that, while not flawless, still radiated elegance as she descended gracefully. Yet, even a glance in Yang Haoxuan's direction caused her to blush. Princess, my name is Yang Haoxuan. Remember it, he whispered as she landed, before swiftly taking flight once more. Yang Haoxuan. Yinya murmured his name. Her cheeks instantly flushed and her heart raced. Who cares to know your name? The distant Yang Haoxuan did not give the soldiers an opportunity to express their gratitude. He was simply averse to complicating matters. Although he had never met the emperor, he had seen enough on television to know that such formalities could be quite overwhelming. Lying on the soft bed, Yang Haoxuan rolled around joyfully, feeling an immediate sense of comfort. 3 months spent in the terrifying valley had left him utterly sleep-deprived. After sufficient rest, he began to assess his gaming status. He had previously noticed a peculiar situation while in the valley. His current gaming level stood at 23, and upon surpassing level 20, he had astonishingly gained 4 skill points. This meant he no longer needed to worry about skill points, but rather the limitations imposed by skill levels. Given this circumstance, Yang Haoxuan allocated all his original skill points to 4, as 4 was the minimum requirement for future skills. He also learned the level 20 skills for the warrior, mage, and healer classes. Skills at this level exhibited enhanced effects, but the level requirements were stringent, allowing only minimal improvements. P.S. There are no recommendations this week, and the results are disheartening. Your support would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 32. The Arrival of the Princess Character. Yang Haoxuan Level 23 New World Level Classification. Martial Master. First Tier Occupation. Full-time Health Points. 12141. 12141 Mana Points. 3412 3412 Strength. 2241 Wisdom. 3416 Spirit. 1214 Agility. 1934 Professional Skills. Fireball 4 Mage. Swift/4 Warrior. Earth Flame 4 Mage. Thunder Strike 4 Warrior. Wrath of Celestial Fire 4 Mage. Eagle Eye 4 Healer. Dance of Healing 4 Healer. Punishing Thunder 4 Mage. Berserk Blade Eye Warrior. Overlord S/I Warrior. Blessing of Life Healer. Heart-Piercing Strike Eye Healer. Life Skills. Alchemy Eye. Cosmetic Surgery Eye. The skills across these 3 professions exhibit striking similarities. each representing the survival strategies inherent to their respective classes within the game. Although they are learned together, yielding practical effects, young Haoxuan finds the process somewhat cumbersome. He contemplates the possibility of amalgamating these skills into a singular form. In the realm of fantasy world, there exists a method for skill integration utilizing a mystical orb, which allows players to seamlessly combine various skills, thereby alleviating their burdens. However, young Haoxuan is uncertain whether such orbs exist in this world, and thus, he refrains from dwelling on it, focusing instead on mastering his newly acquired skills. Berserk Blade, a furious strike from the god of fury, executed with unparalleled speed. Capable of inflicting a staggering 104 points of damage. The Blade of the Overlord delivers a lethal blow to enemies with an explosive attack rate of 89. 3. Blessing of Life grants the player a blessing effect, increasing their life limit by 4950 for a duration of 60 minutes. Heart-piercing strike instills fear in the target, rendering them incapable of attacking for a maximum of 14 seconds, provided the target's level does not exceed that of the user. Armed with these skills, young Haoxuan felt confident in defeating martial artists 3 levels above him. As for Yang Jian, he appeared to be a trivial challenge. Simultaneously, his thoughts wandered to the realms beyond martial arts. With the evolution of his strength, his horizons broadened, and he began to fantasize about traversing the vast expanse of the Tianhe continent. Suddenly, young Haoxuan recalled Yang Jian's spirit weapon and opted for 2 skills, weapon forging and weapon refinement. His battle knife had long been in tatters, prompting him to prepare for the crafting of a new weapon. The materials required were precious, such as mysterious iron, and young Haoxuan felt a twinge of concern regarding whether the Yang family possessed them. Another bath? Do you wish to spy on me while I wash? Young Haoxuan teased. Having not seen Shaoqing for 3 months, he then inquired, what news from the family? Before Shaoqing could express her indignation, she found herself momentarily flustered by young Haoxuan's question, wearing an expression of uncertainty about how to respond. Eventually, she replied, Young master, I am not well informed, but I have heard from those outside. More importantly, Yang Jian recently entered the imperial palace, engaging in a personal discussion with the emperor as a disciple of the martial realm. It is said he secretly imparted some longevity techniques to the emperor of Dian, greatly pleasing him, who now intends to summon Yang Jian as a prince consort. After all, a dynasty would undoubtedly reap benefits if it possessed a favored disciple from one of the top 10 sects of the martial realm. For instance, during times of drought, the adept from the martial world could summon rain to provide assistance. With the dynasty's unwavering support, many members of the Yang family gradually succumbed to his influence. Rumors circulated that on the day of the coming-of-age trial, Yang Haoxuan's 4th uncle would compel him to seize the position of Yang Baxianchen. Although this was contrary to the family rules, there existed another stipulation within the Yang clan. When the interests of the entire family faced a radically different shift, the priority would be given to those interests. Upon hearing this, Yang Haoxuan snorted derisively, reflecting on how Yang Jian had truly invested heavily, even arranging a marriage to curry favor with the Yang family. It seemed that the bribes extended to the elders were not limited to an endless supply of elixirs, but rather involved the acquisition of rare treasures from the martial realm. By the way, young master, the 10th princess is visiting today. She should be arriving shortly, Shaoqing suddenly remarked. Yang Haoxuan was taken aback and dismissed the thought, pondering how he had just dismissed the 9th princess, and now the 10th was arriving. It was all quite chaotic. His primary concern was how to alter the current dynamics of the Yang family. There was no way that rascal Yang Jian had managed to win over the elders with martial techniques. It was indeed the rare treasures, such as spiritual artifacts, that would sway the elders, thereby garnering support from their followers. Yang Haoxuan confirmed this in his mind, a sneer of disdain crossing his lips. He had just learned the art of weapon forging and refining, and he was now capable of crafting weapons. Although he was uncertain of their grade, he believed they would undoubtedly be commendable. Time was of the essence. Yang Haoxuan rose and made his way to the hall, intending to request some mysterious iron from Yang Baxianchen. As for the outcome of the coming-of-age trial, that was already a foregone conclusion. Outside the grand hall of the Yang residence, a line of attendants stood respectfully on either side, creating a 5-meter-wide pathway, each with their heads bowed as if to welcome an esteemed guest. At the far end of the hall stood Yang Batian along with a group of elders. Yang Batian's expression was grim. He understood that Yang Jian's invitation to the 10th princess was a blatant display of power. Nevertheless, when nobility and high officials graced the Yang family with their presence, meticulous preparations were a necessity, let alone for a princess. Suddenly, The sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside the residence, a grand spectacle that indicated the approach of a cavalry and a carriage. Indeed, a magnificent carriage adorned with dragon and phoenix motifs slowly made its way to the entrance. From within emerged a young woman clad in an exquisitely luxurious gown. No more than 16 years of age. Her long legs, graceful figure, and the budding curves of youth exuded an enchanting allure. Without the application of any makeup, her lips were a vibrant red against her pearly white teeth, her beauty striking and ethereal. She possessed an elegance akin to Yin. With delicate features framed by her dark hair, adorned in a delicate attire of apricot hue, her brows resembling the color of a crow's feathers. Beside her stood a magnificent steed, upon which sat Yang Jian. Dressed in resplendent attire befitting a prominent family, he sported a jade hairpin shaped like a sword, enhancing his already dashing demeanor and extraordinary presence. The women along the street cast glances of admiration, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. A confident smile graced Yang Jian's lips as he dismounted and walked side by side with the 10th princess into the Yang residence. A clear display of their esteemed status and intimacy. As Yang Haoxuan approached, he was taken aback to see Yang Batian directing a fierce glare towards him. A mixture of anger and profound concern etched across his face. With a cheerful demeanor, he chuckled. "Haha, father," with his keen insight, reassured me, "do not worry. I am perfectly fine." However, a sense of peril lingered in the air. It was far too reckless. I knew my concerns were not unfounded. Yang Batian extended his hand to examine Yang Haoxuan, letting out a sigh of relief, though still harboring a trace of reproach. The Valley of Terror is fraught with danger, and the hearts of men can be treacherous. Your impulsiveness is alarming. Upon hearing this, Yang Haoxuan realized that his father had ventured into that perilous place as well. Contemplating his father's current cultivation and age, he found himself astonished. Although appearing merely in his 40s, Yang Batian had already reached the realm of a grand martial master, suggesting an exceptionally formidable talent. Simultaneously, Yang Haoxuan's abrupt entrance disrupted the atmosphere of welcoming the princess, prompting the onlookers to cast curious glances at the peculiar father-son duo from the Yang family. Yang Jian, who is that person? Inquisitively tilted his head. The 15-year-old Yin Wuxie scrutinized Yang Haoxuan. It became evident that he had rushed out, still clad in the tattered robe he wore in the Valley of Terror. Isn't he the notorious scoundrel? Yin Wuxie's face immediately contorted with disgust. I heard that his dantian was repaired by a master, and he acquired a technique. Yet his nature remains unchanged. It is said that while the landscape may change, one's innate character is difficult to alter. Yang Jian replied nonchalantly, "Indeed. Compared to him, you are like the heavens to the earth." Yin Wuxie continued with unabashed enthusiasm. "At such a young age, you have already become a martial master and are affiliated with one of the top 10 sects in the martial world, the Chengxian sect. Your future is limitless." There was a glimmer of respect in Yin Wuxie's eyes, intertwined with a hint of shy admiration. At this tender age, he was beginning to entertain fantasies of a remarkable partner. Yang Jian was undoubtedly the most qualified, possessing strength, charm, and a notable background, far superior to any princely figure. He displayed an enchanting smile, yet internally he bore a bitter laugh. Initially, he believed that he could win over the elders with elixirs. However, Yang Batian presented even more potent concoctions, rendering his own gifts mere acts of selflessness. In a moment of desperation, he relinquished some treasured possessions bestowed upon him by his master, ultimately securing the favor of the elders. Furthermore, he paid a hefty price to draw closer to the royal family, aspiring to overturn Yang Batian through a marriage alliance. This endeavor came at a considerable cost, as those who cultivate often find themselves entangled in worldly matters, with marriage being the most significant factor. Raising a family and providing for them detracts from the tranquility required for focused cultivation. Of course, it is important to note that many warriors do indeed marry and bear children. Meanwhile, upon learning that Yang Haoxuan sought Xian iron, Yang Batian found himself in a predicament. The value of Xian iron was scarcely inferior to that of qi gathering pills, particularly given its extreme scarcity. However, after a series of events, he felt assured regarding his son and promptly replied, "No problem. You may retrieve it from the back courtyard. The elder in charge of Xian iron will assist you." As Yang Haoxuan traversed the courtyard, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a group of disciples engaged in lively conversation. Upon his approach, they all rose, their expressions peculiar, and furtively glanced at the individual seated among them, Yang Ying. With a sullen countenance and a piercing gaze, he fixated on Yang Haoxuan, adopting a posture that suggested he was ready to strike. Yet, He quickly transformed his expression into an unusual smile, stood up, and exclaimed, "Oh, young Master Yang, what on earth have you been up to? It's only been 3 months, and you appear so disheveled." Upon hearing this, Yang Ying was instantly consumed by fury. Yet, moments later, he erupted into a fit of wild laughter. "Yang Haoshuan, oh Yang Haoshuan, how naive and laughable you are. With my brother's assistance, I have ascended to the 8th level of martial arts. Humph, do you still dare to challenge me? Do you still have the audacity to act so arrogantly?" As he spoke, he swaggered forward like a rogue, his face a mask of provocation. Those around them cast glances filled with schadenfreude towards Yang Haoshuan. It turned out that during these past few days, with Yang Ying's guidance in the aid of medicinal pills, he had remarkably broken through to the 8th level of martial arts within just 3 months, firmly establishing his foundation. A typical 7th level martial artist was no match for him. Moreover, Yang Ying had frequently proclaimed to others that Yang Haoshuan possessed no earth-grade techniques and was nothing but a fraud. Coupled with his recent swift defeat at the hands of Yang Jian, everyone chose to believe this narrative, indulging in their jealousy of Yang Haoshuan. Suddenly, just as various thoughts danced in the minds of the spectators, a sharp sound pierced the air. "Isn't it just asking for a beating?" With an expression of disdain, Yang Haoshuan strode past the fallen Yang Ying without even glancing down. The surrounding disciples stood frozen, their eyes wide with shock. Their gaze towards Yang Haoshuan was now filled with terror. What had once seemed like mockery now appeared utterly deranged and arrogant. Especially the words he had uttered, brimming with pride, left a profound impression on them. In that moment, the thought that Yang Haoshuan was a formidable force was indelibly etched in their minds. As for Yang Ying, he once again succumbed to unconsciousness. A single punch from a martial artist is not something a mere 8th level warrior could withstand. Soon after, upon learning the news, Yang Jian and Yin Wuxie hurried over. They had been engaged in a discussion on martial arts in the garden when they suddenly received word that Yang Ying had been struck down by Yang Haoshuan. Rushing to the scene, Yang Jian was taken aback by the sight of Yang Ying sprawled on the ground. Without hesitation, he administered a healing pill, yet this time, Yang Ying did not awaken immediately. He merely regained a flicker of vitality. This led Yang Jian to speculate. It seems that Yang Haoshuan has improved in strength during his 3-month absence. Humph. I refuse to believe that you could have advanced to martial artist in such a short span and stand against me. However, Yin Wuxie, observing Yang Jian's indifference, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Her expression shifted to one of defiance, her mind conjuring the image of Yang Haoshuan in his tattered and disheveled attire, filled with disdain and contempt. Chapter 34. Tang Dao. As for Yang Haoshuan, he had no time to engage in debates of right and wrong with these individuals. His conviction was clear. Anyone who opposed him was an enemy or a villain. Dealing with such people, whether through killing, deceiving, or humiliating them, was merely customary. He then approached the elder in charge of finances and took 10 pieces of mysterious iron. This elder, responsible for the vast array of Yang family finances and one of Yang Beishan's most loyal supporters, felt a pang of heartache at Yang Haoshuan's sudden withdrawal of such a quantity. With the mysterious iron in hand, Yang Haoshuan proceeded to purchase various refined iron materials outside. While taking a bath, he opened the weapon forging interface in his mind, which displayed an extensive array of weaponry, showcasing a plethora of choices. Yang Haoshuan's warrior skills are exclusively tied to the blade, so without further contemplation, he immediately directed his focus towards the weaponry of swords. In the realm of fantasy world, the swords forged bore little distinction. Save for their aesthetic appeal and varied attacking styles, the game predominantly emphasized attributes. However, now that Yang Haoshuan found himself in the authentic Tiana continent, the dimensions, length, and appearance of the sword demanded the utmost precision and excellence. Moreover, fantasy world draws inspiration from the rich heritage of China, and among the finest swords, the Tang Dao stands out. The battle sword previously wielded by Yang Haoshuan resembled the famed green dragon crescent blade of Guan Yu, albeit in a more modest and refined form. This type of sword, when wielded, exudes a sense of dominance, yet lacks the elegance required for more distinguished settings, presenting numerous disadvantages in future confrontations. Additionally, as an ardent anime enthusiast, Yang Haoshuan was particularly captivated by the samurai swords wielded by ninjas in Naruto. The samurai sword, in essence, traces its origins back to China, where many of Japan's renowned cultural elements or national arts find their roots. Most notably, this connection flourished during the Tang Dynasty, a period marked by amicable relations with Japan and unprecedented cultural exchange. Yet, during that era, Japan's engagement was merely a consequence of Tang civilization's enlightenment, a fact they now seem reluctant to acknowledge. With a mere thought, Yang Haoshuan summoned the Tang Dao into his grasp. The straight-edged blade, with its razor-sharp cutting edge, embodies both sword and saber, while the elongated handle offers ample space for wielding. The Tang Dao, neither excessively long nor short, was wielded by Yang Haoshuan with remarkable finesse. As he swung the blade, it emitted a resonant hum, a testament to its extraordinary craftsmanship. In the realm of the game, refined weapons represented an innovative feature, enhancing weapon quality through the infusion of precious materials. The likelihood of success diminished as one advanced further, yet at this initial stage, the probability remained commendably high. At this moment, the Tang Dao was enveloped by a unique aura, absorbing and refining the surrounding spiritual energy, rendering it superior to Yang Jian's spiritual sword. A mere 10 pieces of mysterious iron could be exchanged for a spiritual weapon, which could subsequently fetch millions of pieces of mysterious iron in return. Yang Haoshuan's mind brimmed with boundless fantasies. Possessing the Tang Dao felt akin to being endowed with the wings of a tiger, making the prospect of overcoming Yang Jian seem effortlessly attainable. With determination, he ventured into a spacious area, his figure a whirlwind of motion, unleashing powerful shouts. Swift slash, thunderous cut, overlord strike. Each of these warrior skills flowed from the Tang Dao, lacking the previous sword's ferocity yet exhibiting an unparalleled purity in execution. The inner force was utilized with greater precision. Speed intensified, and an aura of lethality pervaded the air. The trio of swift slashes was executed with astonishing rapidity. Particularly striking was the thunderous cut, which, unlike the previous blade that merely bore lightning at its tip, now enveloped the entire Tang Dao, shimmering with a radiant electric glow, as if it possessed the power to sever all. Throughout the day, Yang Haoshuan immersed himself in the formidable essence of the Tang Dao. Sharpening the knife and nurturing one's spirit, he once exuded a formidable aura, but now he appeared utterly transformed, his demeanor unremarkable, akin to a sheathed blade. Young master, someone seeks your presence. At this moment, Xiaoqing stepped forward, her tone tinged with reluctance. It's that Huangping. She thought to herself that the young master had become such a decent person, yet these dubious friends were now seeking him out, causing her heart to race with unease. Huang Peng, still plump as ever, greeted Yang Haoshuan with a smile, exclaiming, Young Master Yang, I've been searching for you for 3 months. You finally make an appearance. Come, let's indulge in some drinks. Young Master Yang, I feared I would miss the chance to bid you farewell. Huang Ping continued after a short while, his voice slightly slurred with intoxication. You are my only friend. Those pompous airs in the capital looked down upon me. Yang Haoshuan was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. He then reached out and patted Huang Ping's shoulder, saying, What are you talking about? Who dares to look down upon you? After all, your father is the Minister of Finance. Yet, despite his words, he understood that in the martial arts-dominated Tianhe continent, a Minister of Finance was often held in low esteem, derisively labeled as a wealthy pig. If the minister succeeded, the nation prospered, and the people attributed that to military strength. If he failed, it could cost him his head. Huang Ping let out a bitter laugh, clinking his cup with Yang Haoshuan's, and suddenly a surge of bravado enveloped him as he declared, I have made my decision. I shall take to the battlefield to slay enemies and earn merit. Surely, you cannot be serious. Yang Haoshuan was taken aback. In the battlefield, lives were as expendable as grass. For someone like Huang Ping, who possessed no martial prowess and had a short, stout physique, it was akin to courting death. You must think this through. Yet, disregarding all caution, Huang Ping had evidently made up his mind, whether to live or die. To soar like a dragon or crawl like a worm would soon be revealed through trial. He then sprawled on the table, swiftly descending into a deep slumber. Yang Haoshuan smiled wryly, shaking his head. Despite his concerns, he could empathize with the fervent desire to rise above the ordinary. Every individual possessed the right to choose. The outcome of success or failure lay solely in their hands. Perhaps it was the intoxicating aroma of wine that spurred him to step outside. As he wandered aimlessly, he was suddenly confronted by a figure that captured his attention. Chen Xia, dressed in a long gown of azure and white, it fit her perfectly, neither excessive nor revealing, exuding an air of both sensuality and modesty. Her enchanting face, a captivating blend of allure and innocence, bore a hint of melancholy as her eyes regarded him. Caught off guard by Chen Xia's gaze, Yang Haoshuan felt a momentary lapse in composure, awkwardly turning his head. Before her, any man would find himself flustered. After regaining his poise, he approached her with a smile, saying, it is indeed Miss Chen Xia. Unfazed, she cast him a sidelong glance, shifting her posture with an enchanting grace. Her voice ringing clear, So, young Master Yang remembers little old me? You certainly kept me waiting. Cough, cough. I sincerely apologize. I was unable to attend that day due to pressing matters, Yang Haoshuan replied, his tone tinged with nervousness. Hee. Upon witnessing Yang Haoshuan's awkward demeanor, Chen Xia offered a gentle smile, her delicate hand seemingly weaving through the air as an enchanting fragrance wafted from her sleeve into his nostrils. Might we share a drink now? She inquired. Yang Haoshuan nodded, yet a thought soon crossed his mind. This captivating beauty, Chen Xia, was pursued by suitors of notable standing, including nobility and generals. Why then was she so fixated on him? Despite his suspicions, Chen Xia's demeanor was utterly innocent, her smile undeniably enchanting. Could it be that he was merely being paranoid? Contemplating his thoughts, he followed Chen Xia to a private chamber. Upon opening the door, he beheld a table already adorned with an array of food and drink. Chen Xia swiftly entered, taking her place by the table, pouring a glass of wine, and cheerfully declaring, "Come, young Master Yang, I toast to you." Yang Haoshuan maintained his composure as he approached and drank the wine, reassured by his immunity to toxins. Moreover, as the liquid slid down his throat, Chen Xia exhibited no signs of discomfort, merely smiling and saying, "Miss Chen Xia, please, just call me Chen Xia," she interjected shyly. Yang Haoshuan, with a composed demeanor, replied, "I must admit, there is something I find perplexing. Please do not take offense at my curiosity. But why would such a striking beauty like you take an interest in someone of my dubious character?" As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed upon Chen Xia's enchanting visage. Chen Xia paused for a moment, then with a bitter smile, she set down her wine cup and remarked with melancholy, "When I first arrived in Dian, I heard tales of Yang Haoshuan as a notorious scoundrel. However, upon meeting you, I found you to be quite unlike my initial assumptions. The poetry you recite reveals the depth of your character, which prompted me to seek your company. Yet, who could have foreseen?" Chapter 35. Friends listening to Chen Xia. Yang Haoshuan found himself at a loss for words. "I'm sorry. It's nothing." Chen Xia shook her head with a wry smile, self-deprecatingly stating, "I understand that with my background, it is indeed difficult for anyone to believe in the possibility of a genuine relationship. That is not what I meant." Yang Haoshuan did not anticipate that a mere compliment could lead to such a response from her, and he felt a twinge of guilt. He then inquired, "I have discerned your intentions clearly, but what brings you here?" "If given the choice, I would prefer to remain here," she confessed. "I was orphaned at a young age and taken in by a popular dancer. I learned to dance and was subsequently sold to various esteemed establishments, leaving me with no autonomy, forced to ensure that I performed without compromising my integrity. Though there have been individuals who offered to redeem me, their intentions were merely to make me their concubine or wife." As Chen Xia bared her soul, tears welled in her eyes. Yang Haoshuan felt a sense of helplessness, regretting that he had not chosen to remain home, cultivating his skills in anticipation of the trials ahead. "How much would it cost to redeem you?" he suddenly asked. 1 million, she replied. "Young Master Yang, there is no need to force yourself. Even if you manage to redeem me, Chen Xia would never agree to follow you." As Chen Xia spoke, she suddenly realized that the room was utterly empty, desolate, and silent. She paused, lowering her head in disappointment, lost in thought. At that moment, Yang Haoshuan entered through the window, landing beside her with a stack of silver notes in hand. With a cheerful demeanor, he placed the money on the table and said, "Hee, I took a little longer than expected, my apologies. Here is 1 million. You may use it to redeem yourself." Just a few hours prior, Yang Haoshuan had purchased several pieces of mysterious iron to forge a spirit sword, selling it at a bargain price to a wealthy individual and acquiring 1 million in return. It was, in essence, a venture with no initial investment. He simply did not wish to be claimed by another as a wife, right? Yang Haoshuan smiled and reassured her. "Do not worry. I am still underage and cannot marry. Consider this money as a gesture of friendship." As he spoke, he calculated in his mind how much 1 million silver notes translated to in renminbi. After a brief mental conversion, he felt a twinge of regret. "Ah!" Chen Xia exclaimed in surprise. Over the years, she had encountered generous individuals, but they all had ulterior motives. Yet, she had never met anyone as resolute and selfless as Yang Haoshuan. To tell the truth, she felt a stirring in her heart. Her initial approach towards him was born from her weariness of her current life, never expecting such an outcome. She felt a mix of excitement and embarrassment. Noticing her hesitation, Yang Haoshuan stepped closer and said, "Did you not ask me to call you Chen Xia? If we are to be friends, how could I allow you to remain in a place you dislike? Moreover, This imposes no challenge for me. Please take it. Chen Xia hesitated for a moment, and then, suddenly, she leaped towards Yang Haoshuan, wrapping her arms around his waist with a blush gracing her cheeks. With a voice tinged with shyness, she said, "You truly are as remarkable as I imagined, distinctly different from others. I am at a loss for how to repay you. If only you would stop." "Stop!" Yang Haoshuan interjected, quickly raising his hand to halt her, his urgency palpable. "Chen Xia, what do you mean by that? You are making it seem as though I have ulterior motives." Taken aback by Yang Haoshuan's rejection, Chen Xia instinctively released him, her heart puzzled. When had her allure diminished so significantly? She soon felt a wave of shyness wash over her again. I do not know how to repay you. I am merely anxious. How about I perform a dance for you?" "Very well. Dance away," Yang Haoshuan replied, settling comfortably beneath the table. Truth be told, Chen Xia was undoubtedly a captivating beauty, yet he preferred to maintain a certain distance. Chen Xia stepped aside, casting a smiling glance at Yang Haoshuan before gracefully waving her sleeves and beginning her dance, singing as she moved. Her performance was even more enchanting and melodious than before, each gesture exuding an exquisite charm, as if revealing genuine emotion. "Didn't you say that Chen Xia rarely entertains guests? Only performing a song and dance at the end of the month? Why did I just hear her voice? How dare you deceive me?" An indignant and prideful voice shattered the moment between Yang Haoshuan and Chen Xia. They exchanged glances before turning their attention towards the door. At that moment, the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open, revealing a young man standing tall, gazing inside with an air of nobility. Yang Haoshuan and Chen Xia were momentarily taken aback by his imposing presence. Adorned with a magnificent crown of purple gold, intricately designed with 2 dragon-seizing pearls, and a striking red garment embellished with butterflies and flowers, the individual exuded an air of grandeur. His attire was completed with a multicolored silk sash and a stone-blue brocade coat, paired with elegant satin boots. This ensemble rendered him a figure of formidable presence. Yang Haoshuan quickly discerned that this person was no ordinary individual. He was likely of royal lineage, perhaps even a prince or a high-ranking officer. For even the scions of noble families would not don such ostentatious garments outside of formal occasions. "What more do you have to say?" The young man directed his words toward an elderly woman behind him, gesturing toward 2 individuals within. "I am merely dancing with my friend. Is there anything wrong with that?" Chen Xia cast an exasperated glance at the young man before involuntarily looking at Yang Haoshuan, unable to refrain from drawing comparisons in her mind. "Friend," the young man, visibly agitated, stormed into the private room but refrained from directing his ire at Chen Xia. Instead, he fixated his gaze on Yang Haoshuan and declared, "I have asked Miss Chen Xia for her company several times, only to be rebuffed. I did not expect you, young man, to possess such influence. You are simply lacking." Yang Haoshuan replied nonchalantly, glancing at the young man with disinterest. However, he noted internally that this youth was surprisingly at the 3rd level of martial mastery. "Boldness!" The young man shouted in fury. "Do you not know who I am? I am Yin Xiang, the son of General Yin Nanfly. In the realm of the great Yin, numerous generals exist, their powers varying in magnitude. Yet, the position of the Grand General stands distinct. For to oversee these myriad generals is to govern the martial might of the great Yin itself, commanding thousands while being subordinate only to one." Yang Haoshuan pondered the situation momentarily, but instinct compelled him to declare, "The Grand General, Yin Nanfeng. Undoubtedly, he is the hero of our great Yin. However, what are you, but a mere wastrel? How dare you recklessly meddle with matters of your father's authority, blithely risking the tarnishing of the reputation of your esteemed general's household?" His words elicited disdainful glances from those who recognized his identity, with thoughts echoing that he had previously exploited his father's unscrupulous dealings without remorse. Even Chen Xia could not suppress a light chuckle, thinking, seeking death. Enraged, Yin Xiang retaliated with a punch, inciting gasps from the onlookers, taken aback by his sudden aggression. The force of his fist sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh. "Be cautious," Chen Xia warned, not having anticipated this turn of events. Yin Xiang, nearing the age of 25, had honed his martial skills through the crucible of battle, rendering him a formidable opponent. As for Yang Haoshuan, she recalled that merely half a year prior, he had merely been a martial artist at the 4th or 5th tier. Yet, to her astonishment, he remained seated, utterly unmoved, until a Tang Dao suddenly manifested in his grasp. With its tip and blade imbued with spiraling true energy, he lunged it toward Yin Xiang's fist. Such is the advantage of the Tang Dao, where the intricate interplay between blade and sword could be fully harnessed. Clang! The blood-red tang Dao met the azure fist, producing a jarring metallic resonance that pierced the air, causing those nearby to instinctively cover their ears. In reflection upon Yang Haoshuan and Yin Xiang, both leapt several meters away. With Yin Xiang's fists faintly twitching, his face awash with astonishment, clearly taken aback by the unexpected prowess displayed by his opponent. Today, you have relied on the advantage of your weapon. Humph, do not let me encounter you again in the future. Yin Xiang suddenly uttered a fierce remark before departing. Qing Shui remained momentarily stunned by the rapid turn of events, only regaining her senses when Yang Haoshuan approached. She gazed dreamily at the individual who had managed to repel a third-tier martial artist with a single strike, her heart increasingly convinced of Yang Haoshuan's exceptional nature. Yet, upon being met with his penetrating gaze, she felt a twinge of shyness. For those devoted to cultivation, 2 months pass in the blink of an eye. And the true nature of the Yang family's adult trials is unveiled. The timing of these trials does not hold a specific significance within the continent but marks the anniversary of the Yang family's establishment. Thus, the Yang family believed that the adult trials would not affect anyone. However, this time, circumstances were markedly different, and the adult trials garnered widespread attention across the entire Diyin. The sole reason for this heightened interest was the personal attendance of the Emperor of Diyin at the Yang family to observe the trials. The Emperor, the sovereign of the nation and the spiritual embodiment in the hearts of the people, gracing the Yang family with his presence was an unparalleled honor. The Yang family had meticulously prepared for this occasion a month in advance, making this year's adult trials the most grandiose in their history, stirring excitement among all. Naturally, astute observers speculated that the emperor's visit held another implication, the potential public acknowledgement of the favored Yang Jian as the imperial son-in-law amidst the adult trials. If such a scenario were to unfold, it was likely that the emperor would depart shortly thereafter. The antagonists of the Yang family would seize the opportunity to drive Yang Batian away. From that moment forth, the fate of the Yang family would be irrevocably altered. The crux of this transformation lay in the outcome of the adult trial, which was evidently predetermined. Yang Jian had become the consensus choice. For he was indeed a martial master, a concept entirely distinct from that of a mere warrior. No one could hope to surpass him in combat. Yet, in stark contrast to the gravity of the situation, Yang Haoshuan maintained an exceptionally carefree demeanor, indulging in a leisurely slumber. Gradually awoken by the furious calls of Shao Qing, he had not yet donned his attire when Yang Batian hurriedly entered, dismissing Shao Qing with a wave of his hand and immediately stating, "Haoshuan, I have received word that Yang Jian intends to incapacitate you during the trial. Alas, it seems our fate is sealed. You must leave Dian and wait at the confluence of the Dian Mountains. I will meet you shortly. I shall relinquish my claim to the position of family head." Upon witnessing his father's distressed state, Yang Haoshuan burst into laughter, and in response to his father's perplexed gaze, he languidly replied, "Father, why must we flee?" Yang Batian hesitated, sensing that his son had concealed something from him. Indeed, as he spoke, Yang Haoshuan leaped down, brandishing a tang knife and casually executing several moves, exclaiming, "Father, behold my current cultivation level. By the heavens, a martial master. You have actually ascended to the rank of martial master." Yang Batian was taken aback, astonished that, despite knowing his son had ventured into the terrifying valley, he had not anticipated such an advancement, especially considering he had only been at the 6th level of warrior before. Suddenly, he noticed something else and, trembling with realization, exclaimed, "That knife. It is a spiritual weapon. Indeed, all of this was bestowed upon me by my master." When Yang Haoshuan encountered a problem requiring explanation, he promptly attributed it to his master, whose reputation did not align with his capabilities. Very well, Yang Batian immediately praised him. Shortly thereafter, Emperor Yin Tianxi of Dian arrived, accompanied not only by protective generals and ministers, but also by the 9th princess, Yinya. Amidst a grand display of reverent welcome, Yin Tianxi entered the Yang residence, escorted by General Yin Nafeng, who commanded the Yin army. Preceding the troops was a young man clad in armor, wielding a dark iron spear, exuding an imposing presence. This was Yin Xiang, who had clashed with Yang Haoshuan 3 months prior at the Fragrant Pavilion. On the viewing platform, Yin Tianxi occupied the central position, while the members of the Yang family sat to his left. Interestingly, it was not Yang Batian who appeared closest to the emperor, but rather Yang Baxiong, who was engaged in cheerful conversation with the emperor, his face beaming with pride. Suddenly, he boastfully addressed Yang Batian, saying, "Elder brother, why has nephew Haoshuan not yet arrived? Is he perhaps afraid?" "Humph." Yang Batian scoffed softly, soon recalling his son's current prowess, and replied with a smile. The truly formidable ones naturally make their entrance last. Besides, the competition has yet to commence, so what is the rush? His calm demeanor left Yang Baxing somewhat puzzled, however, feeling secure in his authority. He harbored no significant concerns. The viewing platform was divided into 3 tiers, with the emperor and his entourage seated at the top, while below them sat rows of disciples poised to partake in the upcoming adult trials. In this trial, the challenge does not involve confronting wild beasts or magical creatures. Rather, it is a contest among the disciples themselves, aimed at determining their ranks. The elders of the Yang family will observe each disciple's performance in battle, selecting those who are deemed competent and those who will be considered failures. Amidst the viewing platform, a cacophony of voices erupts, with the eyes of the disciples fixated on the focal point. Aside from the emperor, it is Yang Jian, who is conversing with the 10th princess, Yen Wuxia. In recent days, Yang Jian has been generously disseminating his knowledge of alchemy and imparting the profound secrets of martial arts, enlightening the disciples in ways that years of arduous practice could not. As a result, he has garnered a significant amount of respect and admiration in the hearts of the disciples. Even with the presence of a princess by his side, they regard them as a match made in heaven. At that moment, at the entrance of the viewing platform, Yang Haoshuan gracefully approached, his countenance adorned with a serene smile, inciting a stir among the crowd. His peculiar behavior over the past year had rendered him a subject of discussion, especially with the emperor's arrival today reshaping the dynamics of the Yang family, prompting comparisons between him and Yang Jian. The disparity between the two is evident, particularly following the events at the previous annual banquet, which solidified their perceptions. As Yang Haoshuan sauntered past Yang Jian's seat, he noticed him engaged in conversation with a young girl who looked upon him with disdain, exclaiming, "You really have the audacity to show up. I thought you were afraid of brother Yang Jian." Taken aback by her words, Yang Haoshuan paused, smiled lightly, and thought to himself how naive the girl was, before continuing towards his seat. Along the way, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the emperor on the platform, and he was momentarily stunned to find that the esteemed ruler was, in fact, quite portly. Clad in a dragon robe, akin to a scene from a grand film, he exuded an aura of harmony and majesty. The sole feature that captivated attention was his pair of eyes. In moments of tranquility, his round visage radiated an unyielding authority, while his laughter imparted a sense of warmth. However, in moments of anger, he instilled a feeling of dread, attesting to his exceptional prowess in governing the dynasty and its ministers. Truly, he was a talent befitting an emperor. Behind Yin Tanchi stood several ministers, yet beside him sat Yenya, adorned in regal princess attire, her graceful figure presenting a unique allure. For reasons unknown, upon seeing her, Yang Haoshuan instinctively shrank his head back. As he shifted aside, he encountered various generals, including the young General Chen Xia. While observing the scene, Yang Haoshuan approached his designated seat, only to realize the awkwardness of his arrangement. He found himself positioned precisely between the legitimate disciples and the ordinary ones, with the ordinary disciple beside him being none other than Yang Rulin. Yang Rulin appeared flustered, her gaze evasive, her demeanor uncomfortable, alternating glances between Yang Haoshuan and Yang Peng. Noting her discomposure, Yang Haoshuan chuckled. "What's the matter? Are you still upset about that incident?" Upon hearing Yang Haoshuan address her, Yang Rulin grew even more anxious. Yet she retorted defiantly, "It's none of your business." Chapter 37, The Princess's Pride None of My Business? You must remember where you left me. I had to endure an entire night in that predicament. Yang Haoshuan feigned a sorrowful tone, disregarding Yang Peng's piercing glare. Really? Young Rulin, recalling that day, felt a twinge of guilt. "I'm sorry. Rulin, why bother saying so much to him? Haven't we already come to an agreement with Uncle Yang Baxiong? After today, let him preside over the dissolution of the engagement." Suddenly, Yang Peng interjected, casting a sinister glance at Yang Haoshuan. "After today, you will no longer be a young master. Let us see what qualifications you have to be arrogant." Alas, what a pity. Yang Haoshuan suddenly sighed loudly, glancing at Yang Rulin and Yang Ping, shaking his head as he remarked, "Such beauty, yet she is with a good-for-nothing, placing her hopes on another." "What did you say?" Yang Ping immediately became furious. "Oh, do you wish to fight me? Come down." Yang Haoshuan provocatively shot him a glance. Yang Ping paused, suddenly recalling that although Yang Haoshuan had been defeated that day, his strength still surpassed his own, leaving him unable to save face, resorting only to a fierce glare. "Yang Haoshuan, what are you doing? Did you not say you would no longer make things difficult for me and Yang Peng?" Yang Ruolin anxiously looked at Yang Haoshuan from the side. Indeed. But he provoked me just now. Yang Haoshuan shrugged and replied. This. Yang Ruolin pondered for a moment. It was true that Yang Peng had shown his true colors, yet she still spoke on his behalf. Then I shall apologize for him. Insincere. Yang Haoshuan elongated his tone. Hearing this, Yang Ruolin's expression turned peculiar. Her cheeks flushed as she glanced around, finally mustering the words. I'm sorry. That's more like it. Yang Haoshuan clapped his hands and suddenly said seriously, Do you truly wish to dissolve our marriage? His inquiry undoubtedly signified his intention to release Yang Ruolin from any ties. For he was no longer the reckless scoundrel he once was. If the other party chose to overlook his past transgressions, what more could be said? Naturally, Yang Ruolin replied without hesitation, having contemplated this matter countless times in her mind. Yet, on this occasion, her expression betrayed an unnatural flicker. Very well. After today, I shall speak to my father. We shall owe each other nothing. Yang Haoshuan nodded, speaking with a calm demeanor. I also wish to apologize for my past actions. Truly. Yang Ruolin felt a surge of joy upon hearing Yang Haoshuan's sincere apology. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the passage of a year had altered her perception of him. Despite their differing encounters, the sensation was remarkably peculiar. She also recalled their previous entanglements and blushed as she murmured, Thank you. However, before she could finish her sentence, Yang Peng interjected with a sarcastic tone. Humph. To voice such sentiments at this juncture is the height of hypocrisy. After today, you and your father will be nothing. What right do you have to act magnanimous now? It was as if he perceived an opportunity for retaliation, abandoning his previous demeanor to chatter incessantly like a bothersome fly. His words not only furrowed Yang Haoshuan's brow, but also caused Yang Ruolin to feel a twinge of displeasure. She found such behavior from a man utterly distasteful. Suddenly, a whisper reached her ears. Let me tell you, you will not find happiness with Yang Ping. It is none of your concern. Yang Ruolin, feeling a tinge of impatience, elongated her face as she observed the ongoing competition. On the martial arts stage, a thrilling series of matches unfolded, featuring 10 bouts in a single round. The disciples of the Yang family practiced similar martial techniques. Yet the key to victory lay in individual cultivation and physical prowess. Yang Haoshuan gradually discerned the truth in the path of martial arts. The physical body is of paramount importance for any cultivator. Through continuous transformation, the body becomes increasingly robust, aspiring towards immortality. However, even more crucial than the body is the mind of the practitioner. Each time the physical form reaches a certain realm, new insights emerge within the mind. For instance, as Yang Haoshuan attained the rank of a martial master, his brain gained exquisite control over every subtle movement of his body, significantly enhancing his strength. This exemplifies the qualitative disparity within the realms of cultivation. Yang Haoshuan referred to this change in perception within the mind as the spiritual awareness of an alchemist. Thus, the decisive factor in a battle, particularly among those of equal cultivation, hinges on the individual's spiritual recognition within their mind, which in turn influences the execution of their martial techniques. The matches among the lesser warriors lack brilliance, yet they showcase the indomitable spirit of the Yang family disciples. With each round of competition and subsequent eliminations, many were expelled from the Yang family. Not merely a matter of success or failure, but a reflection of the individual's innate talent exhibited during combat. The rankings in these matches merely serve to refine the trials, creating an atmosphere of anticipation. As the elimination rounds continued, with 10 matches occurring simultaneously, it became increasingly challenging to discern the contenders. Yang Haoshuan cast a glance at her, disregarding her presence, and with a serene smile, proceeded onward. Humph, this person is indeed peculiar. Before, Yin Wuxia held a disdainful view of Yang Haoshuan's past misdeeds. Recently, she witnessed him vanquishing her beloved's brother, Yang Jian, also known as Yang Ying. Naturally, her feelings towards him were not warm. Do not be angry. Yang Jian, however, remained indifferent. For just moments ago, Yang Haoshuan had merely repelled a disciple at the 6th level of martial arts, an expected feat that failed to capture his attention. The trial progressed amidst this peculiar atmosphere, gradually advancing towards its conclusion. After determining the top 10 contenders, the event transitioned into individual matches, where all eyes would converge upon the stage. Thus, Yang Haoshuan understood that he could not evade Yenya's gaze today. In the early hours of the morning, a call to action resonated. Let us rally for support. Chapter 38, Dare You Fight Again? Upon recognizing Yang Haoshuan, another figure emerged, Yin Xiang. His piercing gaze immediately fixed upon Yang Haoshuan, and he mused, So, He is the Yang Haoshuan of the Yang family. Humph. Is it not rumored that his cultivation is merely at the martial artist level? How could he wield such power with a single stroke that day? As he spoke, he instinctively caressed the nearby Xiantai spear. Clearly still troubled by the humiliation he had endured from that fateful encounter, Yang Haoshuan's entrance stirred considerable commotion, with disciples buzzing in conversation. Even the emperor seated above took a curious glance. Meanwhile, Yang Ying stood hesitantly, uncertain whether to step forward. Having suffered a blow previously, he still felt apprehensive. Never anticipating that his hard-earned cultivation at the 8th level of martial arts could be so effortlessly dismantled, leaving him utterly incapable of retaliating. Do not fear. Yang Jian sat gracefully beside, sipping his tea, casting a disdainful glance at Yang Haoshuan below. It seems that after his 3-month absence, his cultivation has indeed ascended to the 9th or even 10th level of a warrior, quite impressive. However, you dare to take this. As he spoke, his spirit sword unexpectedly slipped from his grip and was handed to Yang Ying. Brother, what are you doing? Yang Ying exclaimed, taken aback. A spirit weapon possesses emotions akin to those of the world, and its bond with its master can be either favorable or detrimental. Lending it to me may anger the spirit sword and diminish our synergy, which would considerably impair your strength. Yang Ying was startled, yet his gaze remained fixated on the spirit weapon. Despite his words, he did not regard this extraordinarily alluring spirit weapon with any seriousness. Rather, the nonchalance in his tone seemed to carry a hint of pride, causing Yin Wuxia beside him to sparkle with excitement, echoing, indeed. Yang Ying swiftly wielded this spirit sword to avenge the grievances of that day. Observing Yang Jian's actions, Yang Ying eagerly accepted the spirit sword, and instantly felt a surge of formidable power emanating from the hilt. Simultaneously, the sword emitted waves of resistance, which he soon suppressed, his expression brightening as he descended from the stage. Look, Yang Ying is wielding a spirit sword. Soon, disciples recognized the significance, and whispers of astonishment rippled throughout the venue. Even the generals, ministers, and the emperor seated in the viewing platform were taken aback, not expecting that such a minor trial would yield a spirit weapon. It is said that a spirit weapon not only enhances one's cultivation but also directly influences the mind, allowing for an elevation in realm even without a tangible breakthrough in physical form. Indeed, moreover, it can instantaneously sever the weapons of others. Yang Haoshuan stood there, empty-handed, exuding a sense of arrogance that seemed destined to lead to his downfall. Humph. Having previously vanquished Yang Ying with a single punch, he appeared utterly dismissive this time, oblivious to the emergence of a spiritual weapon, likely regretting his hubris in silence. Ultimately, the expressions of those around transitioned from shock to mockery. The foolishness of their ignorance was palpable. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Haoshuan merely curled his lip in disdain as he observed Yang Ying ascend the stage. Unable to suppress his words, do you ever tire of your endless dawdling? After being bested by me twice, how can you not remember? Yang Ying, ignited by fury, though lacking complete confidence this time, was brimming with fighting spirit as he provocatively retorted, Yang Haoshuan, you are insidious and vengeful. I have no desire for further discourse. In front of all these witnesses, I challenge you to a fair duel. Draw your weapon. To the astonishment of many, Yang Ying's eloquence painted him as a man of honor, unwilling to take advantage of Yang Haoshuan's unarmed state, earning him nods of respect from numerous disciples. In the viewing area, Yang Jian nodded in satisfaction, while Yang Wuxia cheered, well said, Yang Ying. Shame on that shameless one. On the upper tier, Yin Tianqi and others were equally captivated by the spiritual weapon and exchanged glances of approval towards Yang Ying. Yin Tianqi, curious, inquired of Yinya. Yinya? What do you think the outcome of this match will be? Yin Yaxin was in a state of distraction when she suddenly seemed to hear someone inquiring about the flowers. She immediately responded, Father, what did you say? Yin Tianqi remained silent, merely shaking his head. At that moment, a loud roar erupted from the arena. I care not for hypocrites or petty individuals. If cultivation cannot empower one to assert oneself, what purpose does it serve? If cultivation fails to allow one to live freely, what use is it? Yang Haoshuan laughed heartily, exuding an air of dominance, before lowering his head and stating solemnly, if you wish for me to draw my blade, then I shall acquiesce to your request. In the midst of his words, the Tang Dao had unknowingly found its way into his grasp. Once the Tang Dao was drawn, Yang Haoshuan's entire demeanor transformed, akin to a blade unsheathed, as a surge of crimson energy erupted from his being, soaring skyward. The blade of the Tang Dao voraciously absorbed the ambient spiritual energy, exhaling a blood-red mist that enveloped the blade itself. This mist, apart from being distinct in color from the spiritual sword held by Yang Ying, appeared even more refined and potent. Following such grandiloquence in the ensuing display, the atmosphere fell into a hush. A spiritual weapon. Yet another spiritual weapon. Soon, the air was filled with ecstatic cheers that resonated through the heavens, permeating the entire competition arena with fervor. The spectators rose from their seats, craning their necks to catch a glimpse. Yang Jian's teacup trembled, spilling tea onto his trousers, while Yin Wuxie beside him struggled to contain his words, his expression a tapestry of emotions. In contrast to the others, a faint smile flickered across Yin Ya's face, as if she could see through Yang Haoshuan, mocking him for his ostentatious display. Do you still dare to fight? Yang Haoshuan brandished a Tang Dao. Its blade pointed ominously at Yang Ying, exuding an indescribable elegance. Yang Ying's posture leaned backward, seemingly reluctant to engage in battle, his face a canvas of varied emotions. His eyes bulging in fear, while his hand trembled around his spirit sword. With the Tang Dao unsheathed, Yang Haoshuan radiated an aura of impending violence. A sight unfamiliar to Yang Ying, whose fear only deepened by the stark disparity in their strengths, particularly after two previous defeats that had swiftly extinguished his fighting spirit. Suddenly, overwhelmed by terror, Yang Ying let out a piercing scream, haunted by memories of his earlier failures, as if he could foresee his fate. He dropped his spirit sword and fled, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, bewildered by the abrupt turn of events. Pathetic, Yang Jian exclaimed, his shock giving way to rage as he smashed his teacup onto the table, his previously indifferent gaze now brimming with fury directed at Yang Haoshuan. Perhaps sensing Yang Jian's ire, Yang Haoshuan cast a scornful glance towards the direction of Yang Ying's escape before striding to the side of the spirit sword. Amidst the crowd's puzzled stares, he suddenly kicked the sword with force, sending it hurtling towards Yang Jian. Yang Jian swiftly dodged to the side, the sword embedding itself into the wall behind him. After assessing the situation, he resumed his seat, his expression darkening further. The spectators were taken aback by Yang Haoshuan's blatant provocation of Yang Jian, for the latter was regarded as an undefeated champion in the eyes of his disciples. They gazed at Yang Haoshuan with a sense of bewilderment, pondering his qualifications to challenge a martial artist. The ensuing match was devoid of suspense, as it would culminate in a showdown between Yang Jian and Yang Haoshuan. Both possessed extraordinary shadows, making them the favorites in this trial. In the spectators' area, Yang Batian, with his calloused hands clenched into fists, fixated intently on Yang Haoshuan, his brow furrowed, his gaze reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. On the platform, Yang Haoshuan and Yang Jian stood at opposite ends of the martial arts arena, exchanging no words. Suddenly, Yang Jian broke the silence, exclaiming, "I never imagined it. Yang Haoshuan, you are indeed formidable, yet your aura is anything but righteous, akin to that of a demon, having already ventured into the path of darkness. Beware of being hunted by righteous individuals. In this land, various races coexisted, and among them were creatures comparable in intelligence to humans, monstrous beings that regarded humanity as adversaries, exhibiting extreme bloodlust and cruelty, collectively known as the path of darkness. Those unfamiliar with Yang Haoshuan's bloodline might mistakenly assume he belonged to this malevolent faction. However, she merely cast a disdainful glance his way, retorting, "How tedious. Righteousness and darkness? What concern is it of yours? Shall we chat on QQ instead?" Yang Jian refrained from further prattling, drawing his spirit sword before him. A radiant light flickered and entered his body, and in that instant, his previously turbulent emotions began to settle, as his heart became tranquil and his eyes agile, as if he had entered a heightened state. The techniques of the martial world were indeed extraordinary. Upon witnessing this, Yang Haoshuan felt a tinge of surprise, promptly activating his hunting eagle eye, gripping his Tang Dao firmly as he awaited the opponent's assault. Yang Jian seemed to realize that the binding technique was futile. His figure swiftly moved forward, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. Some disciples of lower cultivation could not even catch a glimpse of him, highlighting the disparity in their realms. The sword danced with agility, wielded deftly against the enemy. Yang Haoshuan understood this principle and recognized that his opponent's aggressive strike was merely a feint, surely accompanied by a follow-up attack. Thus, he granted no opportunity, stepping forward, his body twisting as he enveloped himself in a spiraling aura of true energy, launching the poison dragon drill fiercely towards the approaching assailant. Heavens! What is this? Witnessing Yang Haoshuan's breathtaking maneuver sent shockwaves through the audience. There he stood, suspended in midair, surrounded by a formidable spiraling energy field. the destructive force at its periphery shattering the bluestone of the competition platform into fragments, causing the nearby disciples to flee in terror. This fellow, he has indeed stepped into the realm of master martial artists. In the viewing area, Yan Xiang's gaze turned icy as he confirmed his suspicions, increasingly perceiving Yang Haoshuan as a significant threat. A master martial artist, Yang Haoshuan has already entered this esteemed domain. Suddenly, someone in the crowd screamed hysterically, drawing gasps of astonishment. Although many had speculated about Yang Haoshuan's cultivation level that day, none had dared to boldly predict the rank of master martial artist. The nobles in the viewing area were equally taken aback, while Yin Yu observed the competition with an air of familiarity, as if she were watching every move of Yang Haoshuan from the comfort of his home. The princess harbored an indescribable sense of pride and joy. "Haoshuan!" Yang Batian exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Humph! Yang Haoshuan had vanished for 3 months, and one could only speculate whether he had employed some nefarious means to attain the status of a martial master. However, his foundation surely remained unsteady. Yang Jian, hailing from the martial realm, believed he could prevail. In the arena, Yang Jian found himself momentarily daunted by Yang Haoshuan's toxic dragon drill, its formidable power causing him to question the disparity in their strengths, which seemed to favor his opponent. No, this is impossible. Reluctantly dismissing such thoughts, Yang Jian sidestepped and seized the opportunity to gather strength, thrusting his sword toward the spiraling true energy of the toxic dragon drill. With a fierce strike and formidable prowess, he successfully deflected Yang Haoshuan's attack. Seeing this success, Yang Jian's expression brightened as he unleashed a unique technique, causing his body to seemingly vanish from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared behind Yang Haoshuan, his spirit sword imbued with a sharp sword aura aimed at his opponent. The ferocity and swiftness of his blade raised a mocking smile within Yang Haoshuan. With a swift counter, he executed the thunderclap slash, now enhanced to level 4. Enveloping his Tang Dao in a tempest of lightning that compelled onlookers to retreat, Yang Jian promptly leaped into the air, meditating briefly, as 3 illusory swords materialized around his spirit sword, forming a lethal array directed at Yang Haoshuan. In haste, Yang Haoshuan retreated, using the spiraling true energy to disperse the luminous swords. After a strenuous effort, he felt a pang of astonishment. Controlling sword weapons with one's mind required at least the prowess of a grand martial master, which Yang Jian could not possibly possess. It must be attributed to his unique technique. The martial realm, indeed, held great wonders. Gradually, he realized that this confrontation was far from the effortless encounter he had anticipated. On the stage, brilliance erupted, and the sharp, cutting techniques dazzled the audience below. Except for a few skilled individuals who could vaguely discern the unfolding events, most could only perceive the 2 figures merging into a radiant blur, intertwining with one another. Yang Jian's martial arts techniques were undeniably formidable, exhibiting a lethal intensity that was a hallmark of the martial realm. Observing from the spectator's platform, Yin Tianqi witnessed Yang Jian vanish momentarily, only to reappear wielding countless ethereal swords, launching assaults from all directions that struck Yang Haoshuan relentlessly. Yet, Yang Haoshuan proved equally impressive, maneuvering with remarkable ease amidst such an onslaught, employing techniques so peculiar they seemed to draw the most potent moves from every profound martial art, blending them into a mesmerizing display. The onlookers nodded in silent approval. Their own advanced cultivation allowed them to perceive the fierce clash unfolding on stage with clarity. Yang Batian, wearing a smile, observed with greater insight than the rest. He noted the calm, confident smile lingering at the corner of Yang Haoshuan's mouth, in stark contrast to Yang Jian's clenched teeth and furious demeanor. This indicated a clear message. The boy was audacious enough to leverage his own refinement of the realm. Yang Jian, stunned, comprehended the situation. The recent battle revealed that their powers were now evenly matched, a notion that bewildered him, considering it had only been a mere 3 months since their last encounter. Recognizing that prolonging the fight would lead to certain defeat, he hesitated, retreating with a feigned move. Yang Haoshuan, however, did not seize the opportunity to pursue, instead regarding him with a smile as the combat came to a halt. Some disciples finally began to witness a glimmer of results. However, they were suddenly taken aback to see the seemingly disheveled Yang Haoshuan standing there with a radiant smile, while Yang Jian was panting heavily. Yin Wuxia, situated in the viewing platform above, wore an expression of astonishment, unable to comprehend how Yang Jian had not swiftly defeated his opponent, but instead found himself at a disadvantage. Did this not serve as evidence that Yang Haoshuan possessed equally formidable abilities? She couldn't help but reflect on her earlier mockery, with a shift in perspective. She realized why he had regarded her with disdain, feeling akin to a mere jester. Let the victor be decided, Yang Haoshuan. Suddenly, Yang Jian bellowed from the stage. Hurling his spirit sword into the air, its tip descending slowly yet with an almost surreal slowness. He then proclaimed, "Within the spirit sword box lies the essence. Gathering the sentiments of the Tao, the sword's heart must not cease. The divine connection must be upheld. 10,000 swords unite as one." After reciting the ethereal incantation with fluidity, a vein bulged on Yang Jian's forehead as he let out a tremendous roar. At that moment, the spirit sword in the air began to clatter, multiplying in number as if employing a technique of duplication, rapidly filling the space above the competition stage. The swords that appeared were vastly different from those previously summoned. They resembled tangible spirit swords, and one could even observe them absorbing and expelling spiritual energy. This was the signature move of the Chen Xia sect. 10,000 swords unite as one. By harnessing his own inner power to propel countless spirit swords, they formed a lethal formation within a defined realm, continuously absorbing spiritual energy and growing stronger. Those with keen insight gasped in astonishment, realizing that Yang Jian had indeed mastered this technique. Countless spirit swords now adorned the stage, suspended in midair, as if poised to descend at any moment. Such a spectacle caused many to swallow their saliva in astonishment, immediately contemplating the predicament of Yang Haoshuan. Yang Haoshuan himself furrowed his brow, realizing that these spiritual swords, although not tangibly existent, possessed a formidable essence. In due time, the power they wielded was not to be underestimated, and he now had to devise a means of evasion. Though not numbering in the thousands, there were still several hundred of these swords, densely crowding the arena, devoid of vitality. Yang Haoshuan, let us see how you will break my sword formation this time. Naturally, Yang Jian would not allow Yang Haoshuan a moment's respite. Once the spiritual swords had absorbed sufficient spiritual energy, with a wave of his hand, they descended rapidly, piercing through the air as if possessing a consciousness. Aimed directly at Yang Haoshuan. Damn it! Yang Haoshuan quickly sensed that these swords were sealing every inch of his muscles, leaving him no room for resistance or retreat. In a moment of panic, an idea flashed through his mind, and he bellowed, "Punishment Thunder." The execution of this technique could only be described as exquisite. A true marvel of craftsmanship, akin to adding the final stroke to a masterpiece. Suddenly, a series of thick columns of electricity emanated from Yang Haoshuan's body, filling every gap. The spiritual sword struck against this barrier, seemingly becoming lodged in place, struggling to advance while producing a crackling sound. As Yang Haoshuan summoned another surge of punishment thunder, the spiritual swords, unable to withstand the force, were propelled into the air with a resounding bang. Yet, they did not vanish. After a brief tumult, they returned to their original state, seemingly preparing for their next assault. However, with such an opening, Yang Haoshuan was reluctant to linger. He executed a series of swift strikes, employing thunder strike interwoven with spiral true force, charging forward as if propelled by an unseen force. As he approached his target, he unleashed the poison dragon drill. The surrounding spirit swords, instead of dispersing, seemed to be drawn into a vortex, swirling around him as if ensnared. Let the battle commence. Faced with this formidable technique, Yang Jian found his garments fluttering as if caught in a tempest. In an instant, all the spirit swords on the dueling platform were absorbed into his being. At that moment, he leaped into the air, transforming into a colossal spirit sword, hurtling towards Yang Haoshuan. The essence of countless swords converged into one, embodying the concept of unity, delivering a cataclysmic strike that even a fifth-level martial artist would struggle to withstand. "I'll fight you." Yet, Yang Haoshuan bellowed fiercely, urging the poison dragon drill onward. "No, Haoshuan." Yang Batian sensed the overwhelming power of Yang Jian's strike, realizing it far exceeded Yang Haoshuan's capabilities, and a wave of dread washed over him. Suddenly, a transformation occurred within Yang Haoshuan's poison dragon drill, as fiery projectiles erupted forth, an unrelenting barrage that surrounded him in a sea of flames. "Humph, you think to amplify your power with this? A commendable idea, but my sword is beyond your defense." Yang Jian, embodying the essence of a razor-sharp blade, silently mocked him, accelerating towards the fiery projectiles. What initially seemed like formidable fireballs disintegrated into mere dust under the force of his sword aura, unable even to detonate. Suddenly, as Yang Jian split the last fiery orb, he found himself alone, with Yang Haoshuan, and even his poison dragon drill vanished without a trace. A voice unexpectedly resonated in his ears, "Just teasing you. I'm not foolish enough to confront you directly." Alarmed, Yang Jian's heart sank, for the voice originated from behind him. It was evident he had fallen into a trap, and he hastily prepared to turn around. However, he was taken aback to discover that the spiritual sword, which had been a part of him, seemed to be acting out of control, as though it were sulking, reminiscent of the time he had lent it to Yang Ying. This undoubtedly inflated Yang Haoxuan's confidence further. He had previously sensed that the opponent's sword was formidable and he would not foolishly engage in a direct confrontation. With his skills fluidly executed, he launched an elaborate feint, maneuvering behind Yang Jian before leaping into the air, wielding his Tang Dao, and bellowing, "Slash of the Overlord." In that instant, as Yang Haoxuan soared through the air, he emanated an aura of sovereignty that astonished even Yin Tianqi, who was present. Suspended in midair, Yang Haoxuan paused momentarily, his presence instantly electrifying the atmosphere, stirring the hearts of all, evoking an overwhelming urge to submit. The Tang Dao underwent a dazzling transformation, flames erupting from its blade. Timing it just right, he brought the blade down with force. In that fleeting moment, Yang Jian, unwilling to accept defeat, roared in defiance, "Yang Haoxuan, you are as despicable as a dog, as insidious as a rat, and your cunning rivals that of the dark arts. I refuse to yield." Bang. Haha. The victor claims the throne, while the vanquished are condemned. Why waste words? Yang Haoxuan laughed heartily, yet he had no desire to take a life, mindful of the opponent's martial background. Nevertheless, victory was undeniably his. The disciples below stood in a stupor, gazing in astonishment at Yang Jian, who lay prostrate on the ground. In that moment, they comprehended the vast chasm that separated them from Yang Haoxuan, realizing he had soared far beyond their reach. Reflecting on their previous mockery and disdain only deepened their sense of absurdity. Their gazes toward Yang Haoxuan transformed entirely. Gone was any trace of dislike, replaced instead by profound fear and admiration. As the first-place winner of this adult trial, Yang Haoxuan was awarded 20 qi gathering pills and 10 pieces of mysterious iron. The previously amiable elder who had managed the proceedings now bore a serious expression as he announced the results, his eyes fixed on Yang Haoxuan with incredulity. Upon hearing the outcome, Yang Haoxuan descended from the stage, and the disciples before him hurriedly parted in trepidation. His presence awakened many in the audience to the reality of Yang Jian's defeat. Yang Jian has lost, Yin Tianqi murmured, struggling to grasp the situation. He had anticipated a fierce battle between Yang Haoxuan and Yang Jian, only to witness Yang Haoxuan swiftly and effortlessly outmaneuvering his opponent, a testament to his cunning. Meanwhile, the emperor found himself in a quandary, casting a peculiar glance at Yang Baxiong and Yin Wuxia, pondering for a moment before deciding to announce the marriage proposal. Unperturbed by the dynamics of the Yang family, suddenly, at that moment, a royal soldier who had previously emerged from the terrifying valley alongside Yang Haoxuan approached the emperor and whispered a few words, causing the emperor's countenance to change dramatically. Beside him, Yin Yu observed the soldier's enigmatic communication, her heart in turmoil, and she instinctively glanced at Yang Haoxuan, her gaze imbued with complexity. How could this be? How could Yang Jian possibly lose to him? Yang Ping's expression was a kaleidoscope of emotions as he watched Yang Haoxuan approach, his thoughts unknown. Yang Ruolin, still in a state of distraction, abruptly heard this remark, offering an awkward smile, unsure of what to say. Beside her, Yang Ping's face turned a ghastly shade, his nails leaving deep grooves on the armrest of his chair. Suddenly, he felt a flicker of hope, involuntarily turning his gaze toward the emperor. At this juncture, most onlookers' attention was also directed at the emperor, for they all understood the gravity of the events about to unfold. However, with Yang Haoxuan having just defeated Yang Jian, the situation had become increasingly intricate, leaving uncertainty about the proceedings. Yin Tianqi rose at that moment, his expression grave and contemplative, moving towards the viewing platform as if preparing to speak. Meanwhile, Yang Baxiang looked triumphantly at Yang Baodian, who shot him a disdainful glance. At this moment, the position of clan leader had lost its significance. What mattered was that his son had matured. Today's trial competition of the Yang clan was exceedingly thrilling and simultaneously. I have an announcement to make, Yin Tianqi suddenly proclaimed loudly. The crowd stirred with anticipation, as rumors of the matters between Yang Jian and Yin Wuxia had long circulated. Although the parties involved had faced defeat, it would not sway the overarching narrative of the events. Yang Baxiong, initially filled with concern, now gazed triumphantly at Yang Baodian. However, the subsequent proclamation left the assembly in a state of astonishment. I have decided. I shall betroth my daughter, Princess Yinya of the Great Yin, to Yang Haoxuan of the Yang family. He shall be granted the title of son-in-law. Yin Tianqi's words exuded an undeniable authority, yet they sparked an uproar among those present. How could it be? How had this engagement transformed into a union between Yang Haoxuan and Yinya? What on earth was happening? As discussions erupted among the crowd, Yin Wuxia felt a profound sense of grievance upon hearing her father's declaration. Meanwhile, both Yang Haoshuan and Yinya stood up simultaneously, their eyes eagerly fixed on Yin Tianqi. Yinya, drawing closer, immediately inquired, "Father, what are you doing? How can you unilaterally decide my marriage? I am aware of your relationship with Yang Haoshuan, and I trust that you have already consummated it." Yin Tianqi asserted, his tone firm. "A father cannot idly witness others take advantage of my daughter while remaining carefree." Without hesitation, Yin Tianqi annulled the proposed match for Yang Jian, not merely out of impulse, but because he had swiftly discerned the situation. Firstly, Yang Jian's victory or defeat was of little consequence. However, it highlighted Yang Haoshuan's value. Within a mere year, he had ascended from a mere second-tier warrior to a master, vanquishing the five-flower snake king. Yin Tianqi recognized the blood-red aura around Yang Haoshuan as a sign of the five-flower poison leaf, indicating that this individual possessed immense potential. Subsequently, he had triumphed over 5 10th-tier martial artists from the Tiandi Society, showcasing extraordinary combat skills and possibly even possessing earth-grade techniques. Furthermore, wielding a spiritual weapon, the Tang Dao, he appeared to be a veritable treasure trove. As for Yang Jian, he cannot marry off 2 princesses in a single day. If he wishes to take Yin Wuxia as his bride, he remains free to do so. However, Yang Haoshuan has already become a prince consort, rendering Yang Jian's decision unnecessary. When it comes to matters of the heart, he naturally will not continue to make sacrifices for a single princess. Upon hearing these words, Yinya felt a flush of embarrassment, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. Yet she still had something to express. "Alas, do not be so pessimistic. Father does not intend for you to marry Yang Haoshuan immediately. As cultivators, a betrothal will suffice. Should you find someone you truly love in the future, you may retract your engagement then. For now, it is merely a precaution." Upon witnessing his daughter's demeanor, Yin Tianqi felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. What precaution? It sounded as if his daughter were unworthy of suitors. Yin Ya's delicate face instantly turned frosty, yet she furtively cast a glance at Yang Haoshuan. Observing the exchange between father and daughter, Yang Haoshuan sensed an undercurrent of intrigue and hastily ascended the platform. Nearby, Yang Rulin, having recovered from her surprise, was reminded of his earlier promise to annul the engagement. Reflecting on the emperor's words, she could not help but think, "So that's how it is, no wonder." A sudden pang of sorrow welled up within her. As Yang Haoshuan approached the viewing platform, he was met with the imposing figure of Yin Xiang, clad in armor and exuding an aura of authority. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "I knew at the fragrant pavilion that brother Yang Haoshuan was no ordinary man. It seems you are a wolf in sheep's clothing." Upon hearing this, Yang Haoshuan furrowed his brow. After his battle with Yang Jian, he realized that Yin Xiang possessed the formidable strength of a third-level martial artist, making him a challenging adversary. Although he could maintain an undefeated status, truly overcoming him proved to be a daunting task. In his previous encounter at the Fragrant Pavilion, he had been somewhat naive, unafraid of tigers, as his physical prowess indeed surpassed that of a third-level martial artist. However, after the battle, he came to understand the paramount importance of spiritual awareness. A mere 2-level disparity could be perilous. "Xiang, what are you doing?" Suddenly, the steadfast Yin Nanfeng spoke up. Yin Xiang promptly retreated to the side, and Yang Haoshuan, disregarding him, approached the emperor. Fortunately, they were not in the palace, and thus he need not kneel. He merely performed a respectful bow and said, "Your Majesty, the princess of noble lineage, I, Yang Haoshuan, am utterly unworthy, so I implore your Majesty to reconsider." On that day in the terrifying valley, did you believe you were worthy then? Yin Tianqi's chubby face hardened, and an aura of intimidation radiated from him. Yang Haoshuan's expression morphed to one of astonishment as he assessed the situation, only to discover that this portly figure before him was, in fact, a martial spirit, at the pinnacle, no less. It was terrifying. Yang Haoshuan's singular realization was the disparity in strength. The mere presence of such an aura rendered him speechless. He also silently vowed never to judge a person solely by their appearance. After a brief moment, he began to ponder how the emperor could possibly know, and he glanced at Yinya, only to find her blushing deeply due to her father's words. Noticing Yang Haoshuan's gaze upon her, she quickly composed herself, albeit with a hint of displeasure at being scrutinized with suspicion. It was as if she wished to convey that she had not divulged the events of that day to her father. It was entirely the soldier's doing. This. Yang Haoshuan found himself at a loss for words. "Very well. Since you do not object, it is settled. I shall arrange your engagement banquet. Yet, Yin Tianqi suddenly looked at young Badian with an almost shameless expression. Brother Badian, what do you think? This. Young Badian, much like his son, hesitated. And finally, with a sense of resignation, replied, let us see what Yang Haoshuan thinks. Father. Yin shot a glare at Yang Haoshuan before chasing after him, clearly dissatisfied with everything about him. Heavens! After everyone had departed, Yang Haoshuan exclaimed. Yet upon reflection, he realized that he was to be engaged to a princess, leaving him uncertain whether to feel joy or trepidation. Having dealt with Yang Jian and being able to forge spiritual weapons, he believed that Yang Beixian's position could now be secure, prompting him to reevaluate his life plans. Little did he know that such an unexpected development would unfold. Those around him, witnessing Yang Haoshuan's conflicted expression, were tempted to deliver a couple of slaps, thinking, how can he still act coy after winning the princess? Ultimately, with Yang Haoshuan's victory, the adult trial came to a swift conclusion. Some rejoiced while others lamented. More importantly, the day's competition would likely etch an indelible memory in their hearts. Afterward, Yang Ying, who had fled, was nowhere to be seen, and had essentially become a source of ridicule for the Yang family. As for Yang Jian, he was met with more pity and sighs. The elders, who had once benefited from him, now shifted their allegiances upon witnessing Yang Haoshuan's ascent to the role of prince consort, aligning themselves with Yang Batian. In the evening, within the grand hall of the Yang family, Yang Haoshuan was conversing with his father. Father, is this truly the case? My engagement with Yinya requires no effort on my part, and everything continues as usual. Upon seeing Yang Batian nod, I immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I had feared that I would henceforth be the prince consort of the court, residing perpetually within the palace. One must remember that even if a princess is willing, she may not be inclined to accept. After all, she has been guided by esteemed mentors and possesses remarkable talent. This marriage is merely a matter of formality. The 9th princess will remain in Dian for 2 years before pursuing her training with her master. I have also resolved that, at that time, I shall allow you to traverse the continent, Yang Batian declared, a glimmer of confidence evident in his eyes. 2 years. Yang Haoshuan exclaimed in astonishment. Is that not an excessive duration? Moreover, how do you know I wish to journey? He chuckled. During my own coming-of-age trials, I could hardly wait to depart. Yang Batian cast a knowing glance at his son. Your fleeting thoughts are hardly a mystery to me, and my intentions are grounded in reason. You currently possess extraordinary talent, having attained the rank of martial artist within a year. However, when it comes to exploring the continent, mere martial artistry is insufficient. And you are still quite young, impulsive in your actions. Such recklessness will undoubtedly lead to troubles. When others observe your youth and exceptional abilities, they may perceive you as a threat to their own prospects and seek to eliminate you. This phenomenon is hardly novel on the continent, at least in mundane society. What, then, shall I do at home? Upon hearing this, Yang Haoshuan found the reasoning compelling, prompting him to calm himself and inquire further. Indeed, numerous matters await. By successfully completing the coming-of-age trials, you have officially become a member of the Yang family, and we, the Yang family. Yang Batian gradually adopted a more serious tone as he continued his explanation. Yang Haoshuan gradually came to realize that a prestigious family like the Yang clan could not merely rely on trade to attain its current level of influence. The essence of their power lies in the numerous disciples that the Yang family diligently cultivates. Once these individuals complete their initiation trials, they mature into full-fledged members of the clan, dedicating their lives to its service. The advancement of a family is not solely contingent upon wealth and power. It is profoundly influenced by the constraints of the dynasty. For a family to evolve to a certain extent, it must contribute to the nation. The most direct means of contribution is to undertake various state-sponsored missions at the government offices, while also engaging in intricate activities such as escorting merchants. Thus, the Yang family primarily trains its disciples to earn contribution points for the clan, often by accepting perilous assignments from the great Yin government. This serves as a substantial growth opportunity. If you feel that 2 years is too lengthy, I can offer you an alternative. Complete 200 tasks, and I shall release you. Upon noticing Yang Haoshuan's contemplative demeanor, Yang Batian let out a long sigh. Alas, Haoshuan, I am doing this for your benefit. You ought to heed my words. Now, to share what transpired in the terrifying valley that enabled you to ascend to the rank of martial master in just a few months. After a moment of reflection, Yang Haoshuan recounted the events in the terrifying valley in full detail, feeling no need to hold back, as it was his father he was speaking to. And he was also eager to hear the insights of such a formidable martial master. Papa. The five-flower serpent king. It is said that once this wretched creature flourishes, venomous snakes could abound for miles around. You have done remarkably well to lure the blood wolf king to restrain it. What a fortuitous turn of events, indeed. Ha. You have acquired several blood elixirs in the company of the princess. After listening to the story, Yang Badian felt a mix of nostalgia and pride for his son, Yang Haoshuan. Observing the peculiar yet satisfied smile on his father's face, Yang Haoshuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement. However, the bizarre long sigh that followed reminded him of Yang Rulan. Simultaneously, Yang Batian arrived at the same realization and spoke first. By the way, that Yang Rulan was originally meant to be your betrothed. Now that things have unfolded this way, you'll have to handle it yourself. Me? Yang Haoshuan found himself at a loss for words. Isn't this something you, as a parent, should discuss with the other family? Nonsense. The consequences of your actions are yours to manage, Yang Batian exclaimed, muttering under his breath. Enjoying the company of two beautiful women and still expecting me to clean up after you? P.S. We have made it onto the rankings. Everyone is incredibly formidable. Rising from 47th to the leaderboard in just a day, Tofu is poised to make a great leap today, and I hope everyone will lend their support. As we are currently laying the groundwork, we aim to ascend further. Chapter 41. You think it's me? However, the current challenge lies not in skill points, but in levels. For instance, to continue advancing a skill by 20 levels, one must reach level 25. Thus, he turned his attention to life skills. Without hesitation, he invested in the long-forgotten alchemy skill, raising it to level 2. Alchemy is particularly crucial for cultivators, as it is said that martial spirit masters consume elixirs daily to avoid the impurities of grains contaminating their bodies. He also elevated refining weapons and forging weapons to level 2. As these two skills increase, both the success rate and quality will improve. He had attempted to transform the Tang Dao into a treasured weapon, only to discover that it required at least a refinement level of 6. However, with his current level of 4, failures were frequent. It was evident that upgrading his skills was essential for success. To elevate the Tang Dao to level 6, one would likely need to reach level 40, and even then, the success rate would still be quite low. Thus, it appears that the game system has not overly favored Yang Haoshuan. Various limitations compel him to strive for advancement. Subsequently, Yang Haoshuan learned the sewing method for magical artifacts and advanced it to level 2. He utilized the materials from the 5-pattern Snake King in his inventory to craft a magical robe and several jewelry pieces, ultimately refining them all to spiritual artifacts. Adorning himself with these, he found that he could indeed withstand the assaults of a second-tier martial artist. With the remaining 12 points, he decided to hold on to them for future needs. Similarly, after defeating Yang Jian, Yang Haoshuan felt considerably relieved, lounging lazily on his bed while gazing contentedly out the window. Suddenly reminded of unfinished business, he managed a wry smile. This so-called business primarily revolved around his engagement to the princess and the complicated task of breaking off his engagement with Yang Rulan, which would necessitate discussions with her parents and might lead to accusations of being a fortune seeker. Nevertheless, there was no alternative. After splashing some water on his face, Yang Haoshuan stepped out of the courtyard and strolled through the Yang family estate. Amidst the respectful gazes of the Yang clan disciples, he arrived at the main gate, preparing to visit Yang Rulan's home when he unexpectedly spotted Yang Jian and the Yang Ying family standing outside. This piqued his curiosity. Given that Yang Jian had been severely injured yesterday, he was expected to recuperate for at least a month, unless he had access to healing potions from the martial realm. At this moment, his face still bore a pallid hue, while Yang Ying, having fled from the competition yesterday, had lost his standing within the Yang family. However, he now appeared laden with various packages, as if preparing to venture out with his brother. Upon spotting Yang Haoshuan, the two brothers exchanged glances before making their way toward him. Yang Haoshuan, of course, did not refuse their approach. He regarded the pair with amusement, their pitiable demeanor eliciting not a shred of guilt within him, for had he not demonstrated his own resilience, he would have surely been rendered incapacitated yesterday. Then, Yang Ying spoke. Yang Haoshuan, I truly thank you for facilitating my departure from the Yang family. Now, I can accompany my brother to the martial realm. The prospect of entering the martial realm was a source of great pride for Yang Ying, and thus he spoke with an air of triumph, albeit with a hint of trepidation regarding whether Yang Haoshuan might suddenly unleash a punch. A defeated adversary like you make such declarations. I find little interest in your words, Yang Haoshuan chuckled, noticing the increasingly grim expression on Yang Jian's face. He then added, however, I do appreciate the latter part of your statement. Let me assure you, I shall certainly tread into the martial realm in due time. Should you possess the qualification to challenge me then, feel free to bring it on. Yang Haoshuan. I swear, I too shall defeat you. Yang Ying, unable to tolerate Yang Haoshuan's demeanor, declared with fervor. Enough. You two are merely defeated opponents. I have no interest in your grandiose proclamations. Suit yourselves, Yang Haoshuan remarked, clearly disinterested in engaging with their self-important banter. You think you can intimidate me? He shrugged off their bravado with indifference. You. Yang Ying was immediately incensed. Enough of this. Yang Ying, let us depart. Yang Jian cast a meaningful glance at Yang Haoshuan before turning to leave, with Yang Ying closely following behind. The two brothers gradually vanished through the gates of the Yang family estate. Yang Haoshuan was preparing to seek out Yang Rulin when, unexpectedly, a woman entered through the door. Tall and voluptuous, with a stunningly beautiful face, it was undoubtedly Yinya, clad once more in a flowing white garment. She strode directly to Yang Haoshuan, and upon noticing his perplexed expression, inwardly scoffed before adopting a cold demeanor. You need not overthink this. I have come to convey a message on behalf of my father. Before Yang Haoshuan could respond, she continued, I cannot go against my father's wishes, but I must inform you that you should not harbor any illusions about us. It is simply not possible. Furthermore, upon learning of your engagement to another, my father feels quite troubled and has instructed you to handle this matter yourself. Upon hearing this, Yang Haoshuan felt a surge of indignation, as if his chest were constricted by an unseen force. This was a blatant affront. Yet, he did not succumb to anger. Instead, his mind raced with fervor. Then let me make myself clear. I shall undoubtedly step into the martial realm, compelling those beneath me to tremble. I aspire to establish a sect far superior to your King Meng's Hai. I shall return to wed you, and you will willingly lie in my embrace. His bold declarations rendered Yin Yu momentarily pale before a flush of embarrassment swept over her. She bit her silver lip, seemingly cursing Yang Haoshuan for his crudeness. However, she quickly gathered herself and declared, very well. If you can one day attain the same level of strength as my King Meng's Hai, I will marry you. Otherwise, between us, there would be no ties. Very well. Yang Haoshuan, initially sulking, gradually assumed a serious demeanor. Before him stood a princess, transformed into an unassailable figure. Although he recognized her pretense, a yearning for conquest mingled with a masculine vulnerability to female disdain compelled him to exclaim, in the future, I shall ensure my name is etched in the annals of the martial world, which you all so proudly cherish. Yinya, her expression devoid of emotion, paused momentarily before turning to stride towards the exit. Humph. Arrogant fool, you should be pondering how to defeat Yang Jin when you eventually enter the martial realm. He certainly won't be as easily vanquished as you imagine. With that, she exited. As for Yang Haoshuan, he gradually regained his composure, shrugged, and offered a smile. Indeed. And thank you for your concern, princess. However, Yinya, now out of Yang Haoshuan's sight, felt a sudden shift in her demeanor, a pang of discomfort igniting within her. Concern for you? Impossible. Before she could further contemplate, Yang Haoshuan's voice rang out once more. Remember your promise. Once I possess the strength to defeat your sect, you shall be my wife. His loud proclamation drew the attention of passers-by, who gathered in curiosity, prompting Yinya to curse under her breath and hastily depart. Yang Haoshuan, sensing her retreat, couldn't help but recall her earlier words, as if Yang Jian held some hidden card, indicating that she was not gambling recklessly against him. Simultaneously, a singular ambition began to take root in his heart. In times past, he had envisioned traversing the vast continent, yet now he yearned to enter the enigmatic martial realm. He pondered what identity would allow him to seamlessly integrate into this world, should he become a disciple of a sect or pursue another path. Presently, a bold aspiration emerged, to establish his own sect and ascend among the top 10 sects. Only then could he stand proudly above all and conquer the haughty princess. In the days that followed, the Yang family grew increasingly industrious, assigning tasks to each disciple. The direct descendants were entrusted with the management of various enterprises. As the son of the clan leader, Yang Haoshuan was also appointed to oversee a particularly lucrative venture. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Yang Betian began to exert his influence, purging the rebellious elders of the past, while Yang Baxiong, fully aware of the shifting tides, vanished with a considerable sum of money. Thus, the Yang family, once mired in conflict, began to unify under the influence of Yang Haoshuan. Half a month later, Yang Haoshuan sat in a private chamber of the fragrant pavilion, feeling quite dejected as he observed the bustling activity around him. However, he was not there for frivolities. He was engaged in serious matters. The Yang family possessed countless enterprises, and every direct disciple, upon reaching adulthood, had been assigned to a specific venture. Yang Haoshuan found himself allocated to this particular establishment. Originally, it was a position filled with allure, yet now he bore the title of royal consort, which rendered him undesirable in the eyes of women. It seemed that his romantic prospects in Dian had all but vanished. However, what took Yang Haoshuan by surprise was that the fragrant pavilion was, in fact, a property of the Yang family. Reflecting on the past when he had spent $1 million to redeem Chen Xia, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Speaking of Chen Xia, she had departed, reportedly leaving Dian. Additionally, there was another matter that troubled Yang Haoshuan. He was now the master of the fragrant pavilion, and as a result, others referred to him as Pavilion Master. After he shared his thoughts, he would often be met with exclamations such as "Hail Pavilion Master," or "Pavilion Master is so handsome." This was quite perplexing for him. He yearned to leave Dian and traverse the continent, to behold the wonders of this strange world. Yet, he could not entirely disregard Yang Baishan's words, compelling him to postpone his plans for the time being. Furthermore, those who dared to cause a disturbance at the fragrant pavilion were invariably influential figures, making them difficult to handle. Nevertheless, Yang Haoshuan had no choice but to head in that direction. Pavilion Master. The instigator this time is a prince from a neighboring country, seemingly here to attend your engagement banquet with the princess. The report was delivered with a rather audacious demeanor, as his entourage consisted entirely of martial artists. Meanwhile, an elderly courtesan casually relayed the intelligence, her bosom brushing against Yang Haoshuan's arm in a suggestive manner. Yet, Yang Haoshuan had long since grown accustomed to the ways of the maidens within the fragrant pavilion. Alas, should a conflict arise, others would undoubtedly consider his current status as a prince consort, which was quite vexing. A cold smile escaped him. The Dian dynasty was a formidable power within thousands of miles, and the presence of a prince from a neighboring nation at the banquet only highlighted the disparity in strength between the two countries. As a prince consort, he had no reason to fear the prince. As I approached table 5, a disheveled young woman, her attire in disarray and hair unkempt, rushed out, tears streaming down her face as she sought refuge in the arms of the madam. Recognizing her as one of the musicians from this establishment, I, Yang Haoshuan, pondered why she was in such distress despite the guards typically preventing such occurrences. However, upon parting the curtain and entering, the scene became clear. The guards of the establishment lay unconscious on the floor, while a burly man with an obscene grin prepared to pursue her. Upon seeing me blocking the entrance, his expression shifted dramatically. "Who are you?" "I am the owner of this place." I observed this oddly dressed prince with an exotic flair, accompanied by 5 formidable guards. Unperturbed, I stood my ground. My physical prowess rivaled that of a third-tier martial artist, and the spiritual artifacts adorning me elevated my capabilities to that of a second-tier martial artist. The disparity between these levels was ample to dispatch such minions. "What are you still standing there for?" The prince, irritated by my hesitation, shouted and attempted to advance towards me. Yet, he was merely a drunken fool. Possessing an 8th-tier martial prowess, and with a swift kick, I sent him sprawling to the ground. My sudden action astonished onlookers, including the madam, who could hardly believe I had so easily bested a prince. Suddenly, the prince's 5 guards shouted in unison and charged at me, wielding an array of peculiar and sharp weapons. However, with a flourish of my Tang saber, a superior spiritual artifact, I swiftly severed their weapons and then stepped aside, allowing the chaos to settle. The 5 guards found themselves momentarily dumbfounded, glancing at the broken blade in their hands, hesitant to act as they cast terrified glances at the Tang Dao wielded by Yang Haoshuan. "You wish to court death. I am the Prince of the Blue Moon Kingdom, a close friend of the esteemed General Yin Nafeng and his son Yin Xiang of the Great Yin. Beware, lest I dismantle your little gathering." The prince, rising to witness the scene, seemed less than pleased, his incompetence prompting him to shout instead, "Yin Xiang." Yang Haoshuan was taken aback. Recalling the young general from the past, and after pondering the day's events, it became evident that a fierce confrontation awaited them in the future. Observing Yang Haoshuan's hesitation, the prince's confidence surged. "Now you understand. Bow before me and acknowledge your wrongs." Smack! Yang Haoshuan delivered another kick, sending him sprawling, and turned to the 5 guards, declaring, "If you truly wish to engage me in battle, then step forward. Otherwise, take your master and leave." The guards exchanged glances, daunted by the might of the spiritual weapon, and after a brief moment of hesitation, they assisted the cursing prince to his feet and prepared to depart. "Damn it. You're delaying my workday." Chapter 43. A touch of jealousy after half a month, the long-anticipated engagement banquet between Yang Haoxuan and Yin Yu commenced. His sole reflection was on the grandeur of the royal palace. However, the event proved exceedingly dull. Yin Yu's demeanor towards him was tepid. The officials were a sea of unfamiliar faces, and there was little enjoyment to be had. He found himself burdened with the title of a prince consort, yet received not even a modicum of recognition from the emperor. Thus, the event concluded, leaving Yang Haoxuan in a state of bemusement. One day, in the verdant hills behind the Yang family, Yang Haoxuan stood tall before a waterfall, gripping a tang sword horizontally across his chest. The blade shimmered with the brilliance of lightning, a sight so striking that one could hardly gaze upon it for long. This was evidently the skill known as thunder slash. However, at this moment, something seemed amiss. The sharp crackle of thunder echoed ominously, stirring a sense of unease. Observing Yang Haoxuan, beads of sweat adorned his brow as torrents of inner strength surged into the tang sword. He was compressing the thunder slash. What was his intention? It became clear that Yang Haoxuan had been preoccupied with matters at hand, leaving him no time for tranquil cultivation. Only after the conclusion of his betrothal could he finally find a moment of peace, which signified his readiness to undertake tasks from the officialdom. Simultaneously, he began to reflect upon the deficiencies he had recognized during his battle with Yang Jian. His current mastery of skills could be described as quite adept, yet he struggled to unleash their full potential. Take Thunder Slash, for instance. Its attributes boasted of delivering a swift, thunderous strike that inflicted corresponding damage upon the target, with a 50 chance of tripling that damage. Such a blow could rival Yang Jian's 10,000 swords unite. Yet, in the heat of battle, he found himself unable to capitalize on it. The mere sight of the lightning frightened opponents into immediate flight. Aside from its previous application against the five-flower snake, he had yet to achieve success. Recognizing this, Yang Haoxuan understood the necessity for a breakthrough, an endeavor befitting a true warrior. The advancement of a mage's skills lies in the application of their spells, a realm in which he had excelled, particularly during his victory over Yang Jian. However, in the realm of warriors, the technique Swift Slash is undeniably remarkable, yet it cannot serve as the sole condition for victory. Thus, he turned his attention to Thunderstrike, aspiring to condense its wild and chaotic appearance into something akin to a lightsaber. This endeavor is undoubtedly perilous, but Yang Haoxuan felt compelled to take the risk in order to possess a lethal technique for his future traverses across the continent. Gradually, he began to validate his hypothesis. Astonishingly, Thunderstrike could indeed be compressed. As the moment of truth approached, the thunder strike on the Tang Dao began to undergo a conspicuous transformation. The entire electric force swelled and fluctuated, while the power emanating from the hilt threatened to overwhelm Yang Haoxuan's grip. He felt his arm grow numb, compelling him to channel his primal inner strength to maintain control. This primal energy is immensely potent, the culmination of one's cultivation, and its usage would deplete his reserves significantly. Nonetheless, faced with this critical juncture, he had no alternative. As he unleashed his primal energy, the Tang Dao responded like a tamed wild stallion, producing a crisping sound. The swelling electric force gradually flattened beneath it, and ultimately, a surge of lightning erupted from the blade's tip, transforming the Tang Dao entirely. No, it would be more accurate to say that Thunderstrike had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Previously, the flickering lightning would envelop the Tang Dao, yet now, the electric energy lay tranquil upon it, resembling a serene water surface, even shimmering with a glimmering light. With this transformation, one could trust that others would no longer leap away from Thunderstrike with the same franticness as a startled rabbit. Yang Haoxuan felt a surge of pride within him. Suddenly, he leapt up and swiftly descended into the nearby forest, darting between the trees like a nimble monkey. His gaze fell upon a century-old tree, and with a mighty shout, he swung his Tang sword, which sliced through the bark as effortlessly as a blade through water. With a resounding thud, the ancient tree toppled, its cut clean and charred. Aha! Success! Yang Haoxuan exclaimed joyfully, sheathing his sword and descending the mountain with a beaming smile. As he reached the halfway point down the slope, he suddenly halted, taken aback by an unexpected sight. Perched upon a branch was a young woman, her long legs dangling gracefully in midair, clad in a yellow dress that accentuated her allure. Her 3,000 strands of hair framed her forehead with bangs, while the rest was elegantly pinned up, a hairstyle recently favored among the young female disciples of the Yang family. However, this woman was undoubtedly stunning. She was Yang Rulan. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment under her gaze, Yang Haoxuan was about to speak when she interjected. Why have you not honored the promise made on the day of the trial? Yang Haoxuan hesitated. You mean the engagement annulment? Of course, Yang Rulan replied, her brows arching in surprise. In that moment, Yang Haoshuan inwardly protested his innocence. He had assumed that his father would address the matter. But it seemed that was not the case. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, "I apologize. I considered my own difficulties at the time, thinking my father would handle it. Now it appears I must take matters into my own hands." Difficulties? Yang Ruolin was taken aback and suddenly spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Are you afraid of being accused of vanity for becoming engaged to the princess, thus abandoning your former fiancée?" Her words were laced with anger. It turned out that after the trial, because Yang Haoshuan had a marriage contract with the princess, other members of the family also learned about his engagement to Yang Ruolin. Consequently, some female disciples of the Yang family began to gossip about Yang Ruolin, mocking her in secret. They failed to comprehend Yang Ruolin's feelings. However, now that Yang Haoshuan had astonishing cultivation and a bright future ahead, he had become the object of admiration for the female disciples, who could not help but harbor jealousy towards Yang Ruolin. With the matter of the imperial marriage, they relished the opportunity to ridicule her impending abandonment. Initially, Yang Ruolin paid little heed to the situation, yet she still felt a twinge of discomfort when Yang Haoshuan promised to annul their engagement before she could feel any joy. The princess's betrothal arrived. This left her with a sense of loss and mockery, as if she had been toyed with. Moreover, during these days, he had yet to come to formally end their engagement, which left her increasingly impatient, prompting her to seek him out. "You have already become engaged to the princess. Do you intend to marry her before breaking our engagement? What do you take me for? A mere backup?" Yang Ruolin observed Yang Haoshuan's silence and coldly inquired once more. If you had not communicated with the princess, would you even consider ending our engagement?" Suddenly, Yang Ruolin murmured with a hint of displeasure, realizing that any woman in her position would feel similarly. That man, having been taken away, now nonchalantly seeks another. It is indeed disheartening. "Oh, your words are making me feel a tinge of jealousy. What did you say?" Upon hearing those words, Yang Ruolin appeared as if provoked, her eyes narrowing into a glare directed at Yang Haoshuan, as if she could devour him whole, her cheeks slightly flushed. "How can you say such a thing?" Yang Ruolin clearly found it hard to believe. "You would still become engaged without feelings?" After a moment of hesitation, Yang Haoshuan inquired, "Do you wish to know?" Noticing Yang Ruolin nodding, he lightly leaped up to a tree and began running in a certain direction. Seeing this, Yang Ruolin realized that Yang Haoshuan intended to find a more private place for their conversation. After a brief pause, she decided to follow him, and eventually, they arrived at the edge of a cliff, offering a breathtaking view of the entire Great Yin. As they stood there, Yang Haoshuan began to recount his experiences. "The truth is, on that day, I was insulted by that scoundrel Yang Jian and entered the terrifying valley to undergo a trial." He proceeded to share a multitude of thoughts that had long been pinned up within him, though he naturally withheld any mention of the game system in his mind. Yang Ruolin listened intently, astonished that Yang Haoshuan had dared to enter the terrifying valley for training at the 6th level of cultivation. A sense of admiration began to blossom within her heart, and she gradually found herself drawn to this man beside her. However, the memory of her previous inaction during a crisis caused her complexion to pale slightly. As she recalled the incident between Yang Haoshuan and Yinya, her heart raced, and she felt a flush rise to her cheeks, torn between laughter and restraint. It was only after Yang Haoshuan finished speaking that she suddenly remembered. "Wait, you were the one who saved me during the last practical training, weren't you?" Having just unburdened himself of a torrent of words, Yang Haoshuan immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. Suddenly hearing the remark, he teased, "I see you and Yang Peng make quite the pair of star-crossed lovers. I might just save you. But honestly, that Yang Peng is not worthy of you. If that wild wolf had attacked him instead, I wouldn't lift a finger to help." Yang Ruolin, upon hearing such unconventional words, felt a flicker of joy in her heart. Yet, the thought of Yang Peng instinctively stirred a hint of displeasure within her. However, before she could articulate her feelings, Yang Haoshuan rose and declared, "Having shared so much, let us consider ourselves friends. Now, I must head to the Yamen to see if there are any tasks available. Alas, my father insists that I complete 200 tasks before I am allowed to venture out." Time flowed like water, swiftly passing by. It has been 2 years since the adult trials, a period during which Yang Haoshuan transformed remarkably from a notorious young scion into a celebrated hero of Dian. He frequently accepted bounty missions issued by Dian, earning contribution points for his family. In this continent, heavily influenced by heroism, he was able to cleanse his former infamy and be lauded by the people. As dusk approached, with rays of light painting the sky, Yang Haoshuan strode forward. Having shed the remnants of his youthful naivety over these 2 years, exuding an aura of maturity, His gaze was fixed intently ahead, with his tang knife at the ready. This was his 200th task. Upon its completion, he would be free to explore the continent. The elder before him, known as Old Feng, was a notorious flower thief, having wronged several wealthy and powerful daughters, thus landing on the wanted list. The Old Man of the Wind practiced a unique technique of leg movements, akin to a form of lightness skill, which granted him remarkable speed and mastery at the 4th level of martial arts. In contrast, Yang Haoshuan, after 2 years of arduous experience, had finally attained the 3rd level of martial arts. His progress was undeniably slow, yet, in comparison to others, it was commendable. Suddenly, in the expanse of the grassland, the old man leapt an impressive 100 meters through the air, landing directly in the forest upon a tree, where he vanished from sight. Yang Haoshuan followed closely behind, leaping 80 meters to land within the woods, his aura flickering subtly. The relentless pursuit over the past 2 years had indeed fostered significant growth in Yang Haoshuan. Abruptly, an ancient voice resonated from above the forest. "Little one, you have chased me for 8 days and nights. I see your talent is commendable. I do not wish to slay you, but do not overreach." Haha, a jest. Even at the 4th level of martial arts, you would hastily flee upon encountering me. Moreover, I possess countless elixirs. My energy is unceasing. I presume you shall not endure for long. Yang Haoshuan erupted into a hearty laugh, simultaneously activating his hawk's eye vigilance. After 8 days and nights of pursuit, the continuous replenishment of energy elixirs left him feeling invigorated. At that moment, the old man in the sky emitted a peculiar sound, evidently struck by Yang Haoshuan's words. Just then, over his head, more than a dozen leaves descended, clustering together in an odd manner. Suddenly, one leaf landed atop another and seemingly severed it. Ha ha. Old Man of the Wind, do you truly believe me to be a mere child of 3? You have revealed yourself. As soon as his words fell, Yang Haoshuan was jolted violently, the tremendous force causing the branch he had just landed upon to snap completely. In midair, the poison dragon drill surged towards the treetop, stirring up a tempest of leaves. From the tree targeted by the poison dragon drill, a figure emerged. It was Old Wind. Confronted with the spiraling true energy propelling the poison dragon drill, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Suddenly, his ankle was ensnared by the spiraling force, and as he attempted to extricate himself, he was horrified to discover a force pulling him towards the center. This revelation struck him with dread. Despite Yang Haoshuan relying on a spiritual weapon and an unpredictable technique to catch him off guard, he was still a martial artist at the 4th level. Yet he found himself restrained by the technique of a 3rd-level martial artist. The inability to move his physical body was a terrifying concept. Upon witnessing this, Yang Haoshuan let out a cold laugh. After 2 years of training, he had yet to succeed in cultivating the 2nd meridian of longevity. But he had become increasingly adept at wielding the spiraling true energy of the 1st meridian. Not only could he strangle his foes, but he could also pull or shove them. At that moment, as he ensnared Old Wind, his Tang Dao Thunder Slash, infused with spiraling true energy, drew ever closer to his adversary, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, Old Wind shouted, "Humph! Do you think you can kill me this easily?" Winds of chaos arise. As the Old Man Wind kicked his legs, Yang Haoshuan immediately sensed that the spiral energy within the poison dragon drill had unleashed a torrent of chaotic airflow, colliding against the energy field. After all, this was a technique of a formidable warrior at the 4th level, and its potency should not be underestimated. Yang Haoshuan, unwilling to risk the dangers of a turbulent energy field, feigned a move, and the two once again parted ways. "Little brat, we have no grievances between us. So why resort to lethal force? If you spare me, I shall reward you with several times the amount from the magistrate." How does that sound? The Old Man Wind nimbly landed on a tree, although his expression remained grim. The relentless pursuit over the past few days had left him in poor condition, and now, faced with Yang Haoshuan's spiral true energy, he thought to himself that if it weren't for his deft techniques, he would have long since perished. He silently vowed, "Today, I shall pay for my losses. When I break through to the 5th level, I will ensure this little brat has no place to rest in peace." What reward? Yang Haoshuan could not fail to notice the murderous intent in the other's eyes, yet he feigned a greedy expression, inquiring curiously. "Hiki, 100 pieces of mysterious iron, a few 2nd-tier medicinal herbs, and a special technique." The Old Man Wind immediately proclaimed, listing enticing items. Special technique? Yang Haoshuan's eyes lit up. Ordinary techniques were of no use to him, while those suited to him were typically quite powerful, such as the longevity decision. This was a dual cultivation technique that could draw an aim to supplement Yang. The old man had relied on it to ascend from the second to the fourth level of warrior in just 3 short years. He produced a volume of the technique, the cover depicting 2 figures entwined in a passionate embrace. How contemptible! No wonder you are a flower thief. Yang Haoshuan found himself at a loss for words. The practice of yin-yang replenishment was fraught with numerous drawbacks, and its effects could hardly be as miraculous as the other party claimed. One must look out for oneself. Heaven and earth will punish the wrongdoers. The old man Feng boasted shamelessly. Moreover, this is no ordinary yin-yang technique. Prior to its cultivation, one can harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance the physical body. Even without engaging in such acts, one can absorb the inner strength of a woman through intimacy, completely depleting her vitality for one's own use. Hearing about the potential to enrich the body with the essence of nature, Yang Haoshuan felt a surge of temptation. It seemed he could cultivate without relying on his dantian. Is what you say true? He inquired earnestly. Absolutely, Feng replied. Very well. I shall let you go, but you must leave behind everything you just mentioned. Yang Haoshuan declared astonishingly. Haha, now that's the spirit. The old man laughed heartily, casually tossing pieces of black iron onto the ground. As for the manual, he hesitated, choosing to wait for Yang Haoshuan to retrieve it. A peculiar glimmer flashed in Yang Haoshuan's eyes as he leaped onto a branch, preparing to seize the manual. Suddenly, midair, he unleashed a powerful thunder slash. Although he was tempted by the other's rewards, he understood the principle of letting a tiger return to the mountain, which could lead to endless troubles. Thus, he feigned greed to create an opportunity for a lethal strike, showcasing his cunning mastery. Humph. After all, the old man Feng has lived for many years. Does he truly believe I would fall for his tricks? The old man Feng exhibited no signs of panic, as if he were merely waiting for Yang Haoshuan to strike. With a swift motion, he aimed a claw at Yang's chest, declaring, Even if I were to endure a wound from you, I would not perish. My claw is a lethal strike from my martial arts, and you shall await your demise. Having lived for over half a century, the old man understood that he could not outmatch Yang Haoshuan in terms of martial prowess. Thus, he sought to exploit the disparity in their realms, reasoning that as a 4th-level martial artist, he could withstand a blow from a 3rd-level opponent without facing certain death. In turn, he intended to deliver a fatal blow to Yang Haoshuan, inflicting severe injury even if he himself did not perish. However, he had not anticipated that Yang Haoshuan's physical prowess had reached the pinnacle of the 4th level. Suddenly, Yang Haoshuan erupted into a fit of laughter, exclaiming, Then allow me to demonstrate the might of my triple attack. With that, the Tang Dao, enveloped in crackling lightning, unleashed a tremendous surge of energy as it descended upon him. This is impossible. The old man's outstretched claw hesitated, as he initially planned to counter Yang's advanced technique with his superior physical strength, intending to inflict a grievous wound upon him. Yet, it now appeared that Yang's strike could cleave him in two. A piercing scream escaped his lips as the Tang Dao struck the top of his head, shattering his corporeal form in an instant. Humph, you think you can outsmart me? You are sorely mistaken. Yang Haoshuan sheathed his Tang Dao and hurried over to collect the Xian iron medicinal materials scattered on the ground. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a tome of martial arts lying nearby. This technique, described by the old man Feng as exceedingly vulgar and despicable, seemingly possesses remarkably alluring effects. Within a mere 3 years, one can ascend from the 2nd to the 4th tier of martial mastery, though he is capable of such feats. For someone who has spent the better part of their life only attaining the level of a martial artist, this achievement is indeed a source of pride. Curiosity, a perilous trait, compelled Yang Haoshuan to approach and grasp the manual. At first glance, the cover resembled a provocative Spring Palace illustration. Upon turning a page, detailed explanations unfolded before him. According to the text, the inventor of this technique aimed to siphon the arduous internal energy cultivated by others into themselves, though they had yet to experience any sensation of success. However, they had made some advancements in matters of intimacy. Who goes there? The horseman immediately sensed the sound of Yang Haoshuan's approaching steed. One burly man, adorned with a lengthy beard and exhibiting a physique of formidable strength, bellowed, We are the pursuit team of the Great Yin government, in hot pursuit of the lecherous Feng San. We possess the authority to eliminate any troublemakers. Tread carefully. As he spoke, Yang Haoshuan felt the familiar sound of bowstrings being drawn. He was well acquainted with the perilous existence led by these pursuit teams in such darkness. It would be surprising if they were not on high alert. He promptly declared, I am Yang Haoshuan. Oh, it is young Master Yang. The vigilance on the face of the horseman dissipated instantly, replaced by a warm smile. He gestured for his subordinates to lower their bows. Then, glancing towards the thicket ahead, He indeed spotted Yang Haoshuan atop a splendid steed. Over the past 2 years, he had frequently interacted with these individuals, so recognition was mutual. Naturally, they trusted young Master Yang's words. The reward would be delivered to his residence on the morrow. Ma Puda glanced at the weapons on the ground without a second thought, casting an admiring glance at Yang Haoshuan. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression shifted. When young Master Yang was pursuing Feng San, something happened at your residence. I heard that old Master Yang was gravely injured and has only just regained consciousness. What? Yang Haoshuan's countenance changed dramatically as he immediately spurred his horse into a frenzied gallop. Uncle, was that person just now the Yang Haoshuan you speak of so often? After Yang Haoshuan departed, the previously lively young girl chimed in with a bright and animated voice. Indeed, he has garnered quite a reputation these past 2 years. They say he even topped the girls' potential list. Is the little girl smitten? Teased the captain of the horsemen. Nonsense. The young girl retorted excitedly, her words tumbling out chaotically. And she inadvertently splattered some saliva. Embarrassed, she wiped her mouth, and Yang clenched his fist, declaring, "Those are merely ignorant girls. My aim is to surpass him and capture criminals. Master, the master has awakened and is no longer in danger," the young attendant said, somewhat awkwardly. That's splendid. Who was it that harmed him? Yang Haoshuan pressed. I'm not entirely sure, the attendant replied. On the 3rd day after the young master accepted the task concerning Feng San, a person claiming to be Bailey Changhong arrived at the estate with his son and daughter. He then had a private conversation with the master. During that time, his son was exceedingly arrogant, injuring several disciples alongside his sister. Ultimately, Bailey Changhong ended up in a quarrel with the master, which led to a fierce confrontation. As the attendant recounted the events, his voice gradually diminished. Bailey Changhong? Yang Haoshuan was taken aback. Evidently, this name had never surfaced in his memory. With no other option, he hastily made his way to his father's room. Upon pushing the door open, he found an elderly physician standing by the bedside, his hands enveloped in a radiant light that continuously flowed into Yang Beishan's frail form. Lying on the bed, Yang Beishan's breath was erratic, and his complexion was exceedingly pallid. Father, who has injured you? Yang Haoshuan inquired directly, pondering the severity of his father's injuries, which indicated that the assailant possessed considerable strength, yet had not delivered a fatal blow, as no vital areas were harmed. This was evidently more complex than a mere challenge. Chapter 45. A long journey of Red. Upon hearing his son's question, Yang Beishan's expression shifted to one of difficulty, as if he were grappling with whether to divulge the truth. Finally, he exhaled deeply and replied, in fact, this matter is entwined with your fate as well. Then you must tell me. Regardless of the adversary's prowess, I will avenge you. Yang Haoshuan declared with unwavering resolve. Impudent boy, do not speak as if I am on the brink of death. Yang Batian jested lightly before adopting a grave tone. This matter traces back to my past in the martial realm. Indeed, I once belonged to a sect within that realm. Though it was not one of the 10 prominent sects, it was but a nameless minor faction. Pausing for a moment, he looked at Yang Haoshuan and continued. With your talent, I could have recommended you to my master. However, the martial world is one of survival of the fittest, rife with competition, making it unsuitable for someone of your extraordinary fortune. Wait, father, are you suggesting that a boy and a girl should unite as one? What is the reasoning behind this? Upon hearing that his father had arranged yet another marriage for him, Yang Haoshuan inquired with palpable exasperation. Ahem. In truth, this arrangement was born out of a sense of rivalry, a wager to see who would bear a daughter and thus be at a disadvantage in marrying off their offspring. After a moment of awkwardness, Yang Batian continued, do not digress. When you turned 5, he had another daughter, but by that time, our lives had already diverged. Yet, his daughter fell in love with the son of the esteemed sect, Shuangfeng sect. They are preparing to become engaged in 3 years. Yang Haoshuan remained somewhat perplexed. So, why did he come looking for you? Originally, it had nothing to do with us. But he feared that you might pursue a relationship with his daughter and disrupt her engagement. Hence, he took the initiative to come and break off the engagement. Even when he came in person, he retained his previous arrogance, and his daughter is no different in character. I was inclined to consent, but his smug demeanor irked me, leading to a quarrel that escalated unexpectedly, as he had significantly improved his cultivation. Yang Batian sighed deeply by the end of his account. So, their family is worried that I might seek out his daughter and thus jeopardize her engagement to the esteemed sect? Very well. Upon hearing this, Yang Haoshuan's fury surged, and he repeated the word very well twice, gritting his teeth. Did they truly believe themselves to be of such importance? How dare they assume I, Yang Haoshuan, would shamelessly approach them. Even more unforgivable is that they dared to injure my father. That scoundrel must be Li Changhong. Haoshuan, what are you planning to do? That fellow is now a 6th-level Grand Martial Artist. Upon hearing his senior brother's name, Yang Batian was immediately taken aback by the astonishing capabilities of his son. Moreover, his son had obtained an ancient miracle, achieving the formidable level of a 3rd-rank martial master. Truly, their family had struck gold. An ancient miracle? His son was merely 28 years old. To attain the 3rd-rank martial master at such a young age was an accomplishment that could not have been achieved even with years of diligent training. Yang Haoshuan murmured in shock, suddenly awakening to a realization. Father, why are you telling me about his cultivation? Are you concealing something from me? If Yang Batian merely praised Li Changhong, it would be one thing, but to mention his son as well was indeed perplexing. Alas, unbeknownst to him, his son possessed such meticulous thoughts, and Yang Batian, feeling increasingly helpless, replied, because you were not present in the residence at that time. This matter regarding the annulment of your engagement cannot be regarded as entirely resolved. Upon hearing that you had reached the level of a martial master within a year, Li Changhong recalled the promise made back then. He wishes for you to engage in a duel with his son, Li Changjing, at the time of his daughter's betrothal in 3 years, thereby completely severing the ties between his daughter, Li Jiaojiao, and yourself. Presently, with Yang Haoshuan at the 3rd-rank martial master level, and the fact that ahead of him lies the realm of martial king, the disparity with Li Changjing, who is also at the 3rd-rank martial master but separated by a realm from a martial king, is staggering. 2 realms apart, an inconceivable gap. After spending 2 years to reach the 2nd-rank martial master, the challenges posed by the subsequent bottlenecks in the entire realm of martial king render such a task nearly insurmountable. Li Changhong's intention is quite simple, to make you retreat in the face of difficulty. Once his daughter is engaged, he will rest easy. And we should not act foolishly, allowing him to have his way. We must wait until you have matured further before addressing this matter. After all, you have only been cultivating for 3 years, which is commendable. Yang Batian is evidently aware of this as well. No, father, I shall honor this agreement. I will go after 3 years. However, Yang Haoshuan shook his head with a bittersweet smile and replied, it is not mere impulsiveness, rather. I recognize this as a valuable opportunity for growth. As you have said, I have squandered far too much time. If I remain complacent with my current 3 years of cultivation, I will never become a formidable warrior, nor will I be worthy of fulfilling my past aspirations. Should I reach the realm of the Grand Martial Artist in 3 years, I would then possess the foundation to traverse the world and hold my head high above all. Haoshuan, you. Yang Batian was moved by the intense confidence exuded by his son. Although he was fully aware of the improbability of the situation, he gradually began to believe. Recalling his own experiences from the past, simultaneously, he felt a twinge of jealousy towards his senior brother Li Changhong's family, who had achieved remarkable success. You possess such determination, I cannot say much more. However, there is still a significant gap between you and him in terms of realms. Everything is possible. By the way, what is the distinction between a martial artist and a grand martial artist? Yang Haoshuan began to delve into the differences. The distinctions are indeed substantial. Each realm's title carries its unique significance. A warrior represents the most fundamental moment in a person's journey, upon reaching the status of a martial master. The realms of mind and body undergo a profound transformation, marking the beginning of genuine cultivation. The distinction between a martial master and a grand martial master is not insubstantial. Both realms signify a qualitative leap. It is akin to the difference between a child and an adult, and I find myself somewhat apprehensive. Father, do not overthink this matter. It is my concern to address, and it bears no relation to the Grand Martial Master. Allow me to handle it myself. Furthermore, regarding the Shuangfeng sect, I recall hearing its name from your lips, and it seemed to possess considerable prestige. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yang Baishan's expression grew grave. Although the Shuangfeng sect claims to be the foremost sect in the mundane world, common people often overly scrutinize the divide between the martial and secular realms. In truth, the distinction lies solely in the density of spiritual energy, abundant in the martial realm, but rife with impurities in the secular one. However, nothing is absolute. The 2 peaks occupied by the Shuangfeng sect are rumored to possess spiritual energy rivaling that of the top 10 sects in the martial realm, rendering its power formidable. In reality, after undergoing the trial of adulthood, Yang Haoshuan's mentality had matured significantly. He initially considered enduring for a while, for the gap of a single realm is indeed daunting. Yet, Upon hearing that Bailey Chen Xia had already attained the status of a Grand Martial Master at the mere age of 28 and without notable fame, it became evident that such talent was not particularly rare in the Tianhe continent. Reflecting on his own status, Yang Haoxuan felt like a mere frog at the bottom of a well in Dian. While being a martial master for 3 years is commendable, he had squandered 17 precious years. Thus, he recognized that the agreement with the Bailey family represented his true opportunity to become a formidable force. Otherwise, the lofty vow he once made to stand above the world would be utterly unattainable, let alone the notion of establishing a sect. Furthermore, challenges present the finest opportunities for growth. This is something Yang Haoxuan can discern through the events concerning Yang Jian. Gradually, the initial doubts regarding his potential for success transformed into an unwavering resilience. Additionally, judging by Yang Baishan's tone earlier, it was evident that he was considerably affected by the recent ascendancy of the Bailey family. After all, which parent does not desire their daughter to excel? And who wishes to see their child lag behind others? Thus, this time, Yang Haoxuan is also motivated by a desire to vindicate his father. Otherwise, his father's suffering would have been in vain. The following day, after a night of rest, Yang Haoxuan rose early. In light of the recent events involving Bailey Changhong, he resolved to expedite his departure from Dian. In matters of experience, nourishment is indispensable. Hence he set about concocting a substantial quantity of second-grade elixirs known as tiger leopard pills. This particular remedy was originally invented by the nameless apothecary. Yet he has since adeptly harnessed its potential. Simultaneously, he optimized his vital energy and blood flow, assessed his attributes and resources, and devised a meticulous plan for his journey, ensuring he would not wander aimlessly like a headless fly, wasting precious time. After dedicating 3 full days to preparation and planning, everything was in order. Yang Haoxuan then intended to bid farewell to a few acquaintances. However, he realized that over the past 2 years, he had garnered many sycophants. Yet true friends were conspicuously absent. No, perhaps there was still one. With this thought in mind, Yang Haoxuan made his way to Yang Rulan's courtyard. 2 years ago, Yang Batian mustered the audacity to call off his engagement. The Yang family, witnessing the transformation of the erstwhile rogue into someone so remarkable, found themselves at a loss between joy and concern. Yet, privately, the two maintained a cordial relationship. As they meandered along, they occasionally encountered some disciples of the Yang family, nursing minor injuries, who greeted them. Upon inquiring, Yang Haoxuan learned that during a conversation between Bailey Changhong and his father, Yang Batian, the latter's children had exhibited extreme arrogance within the Yang family, inciting discontent among the disciples. However, they were unable to contend with their grievances, resulting in such a fate for them. Having also come from a modern society, Yang Haoxuan understood the desire to resist parental authority. Yet the brazen bullying displayed by these individuals, perhaps believing that their connection to a wealthy heir granted them impunity, stirred a twinge of resentment within him toward this Bailey Jiao. Suddenly, Yang Rulan, taken aback, noticed Yang Haoxuan behind her and shot him a meaningful glance, remarking, "But none can rival your prowess, consistently claiming A-grade missions and basking in the limelight." A sudden thought crossed her mind. Is the clan leader unharmed? Following their previous conversation on the cliff, the two had effectively resolved their past grievances, leading to an amicable relationship. Yang Haoxuan nodded. "She's doing well. Once I recover, I shall depart." Upon hearing this, Yang Rulan's eyes glimmered with profound reluctance, though she concealed her feelings, expressing instead, "A golden-scaled fish is not meant to dwell in a pond. It transforms into a dragon when faced with storms. I wish you the best in your journey to becoming a formidable force. Establish your own sect and emerge as a master of your generation." Yang Haoxuan shrugged dismissively, yet secretly felt a sense of pride, for these words were spoken by a woman he once cherished. It felt exhilarating, almost ethereal. He then remarked, "Your cultivation has reached the 9th level of a martial artist. Allow me to gift you something." As he spoke, a solitary blood pill materialized in his hand. Over the course of 2 years, Yang Haoxuan had consistently provided Yang Rulan with qi-gathering pills and personally imparted the mysteries of martial arts, enabling her to progress remarkably. Within such a brief time, she had already attained the 9th level of martial prowess. With this blood pill in his possession, it seemed likely that the Yang family would soon witness the emergence of another martial master. Chapter 46. Burden training. In that instant, Yang Rulan's heart raced. The miraculous effects of the blood pill were well known throughout Dian. Initially, she had hesitated about entering the fearsome valley, but now it seemed unnecessary. However, The weight of this gift left her uncertain about whether to accept it. This is too extravagant. Let us settle this matter. Give me a kiss, and we shall be even. Yang Haoshuan suddenly chuckled with pride, evoking a desire to deliver a couple of punches in retaliation. You. Humph. A dog cannot change its nature. Yang Ruolin immediately turned her face away in anger, though her cheeks flushed a deep crimson rather than pale. Just as Yang Haoshuan prepared to speak further, Yang Ping abruptly entered their line of sight. Without hesitation, he forcibly took Yang Ruolin's hand and placed the blood pill into it, declaring, I was merely jesting. Keep the blood pill. I truly must take my leave. Take good care of yourself. And once more, I reiterate, Yang Peng is unworthy of you. Suddenly, Yang Ping's shout echoed from behind her. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Yang Ruolin felt a twinge of irritation, as if her thoughts were consumed by the sorrow of Yang Haoshuan's impending departure. As he prepared to leave Dian and embark on a journey across the continent, Yang Haoshuan felt a surge of excitement. However, he resolved to wait until his father's health improved before setting off. Seizing the moment, he stepped out of the Yang residence and made his way to the finest blacksmith shop in Dian. The establishment appeared unremarkable, yet within, a fierce blaze roared alongside flickering flames, creating an atmosphere of intense heat. This, however, was the best forge in all of Dian. A year prior, Yang Haoshuan had commissioned a set of armor, and now the deadline had arrived. The owner of the forge, a rugged man with a bare neck, brightened upon seeing Yang Haoshuan. The prince consort has arrived. Just in time, your items are ready. Prince consort. Yang Haoshuan could only manage a wry smile and shake his head as he observed the owner struggling to wheel a wooden cart towards him. The contents of the cart were quite ordinary, merely a piece of clothing. Yet, this was no ordinary garment. It was crafted from a rare meteorite that Yang Haoshuan had spent a year collecting, possessing a resilience surpassing that of dark iron. But with a unique characteristic, it could transform like fabric. Upon discovering this trait, he whimsically decided to fashion it into a weighted training outfit. Weighing a substantial 1,000 kilograms, this attire not only added weight but also absorbed and suppressed the wearer's inner strength. In simple terms, when Yang Haoshuan donned it, his abilities would be limited to that of a first-tier martial artist. However, this was precisely the outcome he desired. In his 2 lifetimes, he had amassed a wealth of knowledge across various domains and understood that the effects of weighted training were profoundly significant. One could easily deduce this from Goku's weighted clothing in Dragon Ball. Your Highness, I truly cannot comprehend. Who would don such garments? Although the defensive capabilities are remarkably high, I surmise that the wearer would undoubtedly lose their offensive prowess. The blacksmith wiped the sweat from his brow, his face a canvas of bewilderment. Yang Haoshuan reached for the wrist guards crafted from peculiar stones. These seemingly small accessories weighed several hundred pounds. Once he adorned his left arm with them, he immediately felt a slight soreness in his muscles, rendering his movements cumbersome. The spiral true energy he attempted to wield was significantly hindered. Then, to the astonishment of the blacksmith, he donned the entire ensemble. The outfit weighed a staggering 1,000 kilograms, had he not possessed a physique of flesh and blood. His bones would have surely been crushed under such pressure. It appeared that he had indeed overdone it. After putting on the attire, he not only struggled with mobility, but the garments incessantly constricted his body. After circulating his internal energy for several rounds to adjust his physique, he experienced slight improvement. However, each step felt akin to a battle. Draping the black robe over his shoulders, he paid the blacksmith and set forth towards the mansion. What should have been a brief stroll transformed into a 30-minute ordeal, leaving him drenched in perspiration by the end. It became evident that he had truly overburdened himself. Yet he found himself without the means to modify his situation. Yang Haoshuan resolved to adapt diligently to the circumstances. Upon reaching the back mountain of the Yang residence, he grasped his tang knife and executed skill after skill, albeit at a sluggish pace, with their potency halved. Occasionally, he could hear the crack of his bones under pressure as he twisted his wrist, illustrating the extent of his struggle. Persevere, Yang Haoshuan. If you cannot endure this, how can you hope to transcend to the level of a martial master within 3 years? How will you ascend to the ranks of the top 10 sects, or conquer Yinya? Whenever the weight of perseverance becomes overwhelming, Yang Haoshuan finds himself whispering a mantra within, instantly invigorating his spirit. This is the advantage of challenge. As he describes it, after a few more days, Yang Haoshuan's movements and attacks gradually return to normalcy, yet he still struggles to forget the burden of his weighted garments. However, he firmly believes that once those garments are shed, his speed will manifest in an explosive manner. Concurrently, Yang Baishan's injuries have significantly improved. Fortunately, the Yang family is now unified. Otherwise, unforeseen complications could have arisen from this matter. Upon entering Yang Beishan's study, Yang Haoshuan's expression turned serious. The communication devices on Tiana continent are nearly non-existent, and the shortest departure would take 3 years, a wave of melancholic farewell washing over him. Yang Haoshuan nodded. Choosing not to acquiesce to Yang Beishan's assertions, disregarding the notion of failure, I will. I understand. Observing his father's concerned demeanor, Yang Haoshuan could only manage a wry smile. Subsequently, Yang Batian imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding the trials of the continent, but as the information grew excessive, Yang Haoshuan's interest waned. He retrieved his belongings and, amidst the adoring gazes of the disciples, stepped out of the Yang family's gates. As for bidding farewell to Yang Ruolin, he decided to forego that. Chapter 47. The mountain town. The vast Dian mountain range stretches endlessly, with the entirety of the entrance to the Great Yin dynasty merely a glimpse of what lies beyond. On the other side of the mountains lies the Great Qin Empire, where most individuals typically traverse the official roads. However, Yang Haoshuan made a surprising decision. He resolved to traverse the majestic Dian mountain range, slaying beasts and monsters along the way to hone his skills. Yet, the weight of his burdensome attire proved to be excessively cumbersome, impeding his movements and preventing him from recklessly vanquishing creatures as he once did. As night fell, the moment he shed the heavy garments, the game interface transformed, and the soaring metrics ignited a sense of exhilaration within him that dispelled his earlier gloom. His training plan involved a bold journey across the Dian Mountains, ultimately leading him to the Great Qin Empire to participate in the annual Adventurers competition. In a world teeming with adventurers, some of notable prowess established an Adventurers Guild, which hosts a competition every year, offering substantial rewards, a perfect opportunity for Yang Haoshuan to validate his abilities. Wuyun Town, situated in the heart of the Dian mountain range, is a quaint settlement amidst the rugged terrain. While the mountains are dotted with numerous villages, primarily close to nearby official roads or relay stations, Wuyun Town stands out as extraordinary. Nestled deep within the forested peaks, its residents lead a life of self-sufficiency, with men venturing out only once a month to sell animal skins in exchange for essential goods. Despite its modest size, the town surpasses others in the surrounding area. Its geographical advantages render it an ideal locale for adventurers to train. Consequently, the astute inhabitants transformed their village into a thriving town, capitalizing on the influx of adventurers seeking to earn their keep. At this moment, the streets of the small town were lined with numerous shops. Yet there were few vendors calling out to passers-by, creating a bustling atmosphere despite the sparse crowd. The few pedestrians present were primarily villagers and a handful of adventurers. Suddenly, a young man appeared on the street, strikingly handsome yet seemingly fragile, panting heavily as he muttered curses under his breath. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that my cultivation of the eternal life technique requires a specific environment, I wouldn't be trudging up this mountain with 1,000 kilograms on my back. This individual was Yang Haoshuan, who had been away for several days. The initial excitement and novelty of his journey had gradually worn off, overshadowed by the weight of his attire. His days of training had elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the martial master third layer, with a faint hint of approaching the fourth layer, sufficiently powerful to contend with those at the fifth layer. As he made his way to the heart of the mountain range, he gained some understanding of the perilous nature of this place, where certain areas were rife with demon beasts. The distinction between demon beasts and ordinary wild animals lies primarily in their formidable strength. Furthermore, they possess their own cultivation and advancement. The classification of demon beasts is the most basic, equivalent to the realm of martial practitioners. Yet it is well known that beasts are often more ferocious and difficult to handle than humans. Like humans, they are categorized into 8 tiers: demon beasts, demon monsters, demon generals, demon commanders, demon kings, demon emperors, demon sovereigns, and demon gods. Each tier consists of 10 stages, with the titles reflecting their significance. Legend suggests that beyond these 8 realms, there exist divine beasts. In recent days, Yang Haoshuan encountered a 3rd-tier demon. Although he was initially capable of handling the situation, he sustained an injury while attempting to flee, as a claw struck him while he donned a heavy yet protective garment. Consequently, he decided to rest in the town and sought medicinal herbs to concoct healing potions. Suddenly, while reclining beneath a tree, Yang Haoshuan observed a menacing group swiftly approaching him. Realizing he was alone, he understood they were undoubtedly seeking him out. As anticipated, the individuals converged before him, their eyes fixed upon him with a fierce intensity. Most were partially unclad, adorned with scars, and their fearsome demeanor would petrify any ordinary person. Moreover, each member of this group was a martial artist, with the leader bearing a scar across his left eye, possessing a 6th-tier martial cultivation. Surprised yet enlightened, Yang Haoshuan recognized that as one's realm ascends, the adversaries encountered would no longer be mere lackeys. Perhaps, in the future, should he attain the status of a martial deity, he might confront beings of divine caliber. "Hey, you there!" The scarred leader bellowed, his voice booming, a newcomer adventurer. "I presume this is the rule of Wuyun village. Take heed and avoid trouble." As he spoke, he produced a piece of paper. Yang Haoshuan, puzzled, glanced at the document and suddenly comprehended its significance. It appeared the town's mayor, fearing the influx of adventurers might disrupt order, had summoned this unruly band to maintain control, self-styled as the enforcement team, though in truth, they were little more than bullies, incapable of imposing any genuine authority. The rules are rather conventional, forbidding arbitrary killings, especially of local residents. However, as Yang Haoshuan contemplated these regulations, the enforcement team did not disperse. Instead, they remained steadfastly beside him. Eventually, Yang Haoshuan grasped the situation. Pretending to reach into his pocket, he retrieved a sum of silver coins as indicated on the note and handed it over. The young man demonstrated understanding. The scarred leader, who had been fixated on Yang Haoshuan, suddenly shifted his demeanor and erupted into laughter. "I am Xiong Ba, the captain of the enforcement team. Should you require assistance, seek me out." Suddenly, he scrutinized Yang Haoshuan's physique, chuckling as if mocking his frail appearance. "Yet you possess quite the audacity, daring to venture here at such a young age. I suspect you will be bullied." Hence, a sly grin followed. Yang Haoshuan, witnessing the man extend his hand once more, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness but refrained from retaliating, instead producing more silver coins to pass along. "Ha, a fine lad." Xiong Ba, perceiving Yang Haoshuan's compliance, deemed him a fool, greedily asserting, "I shall instruct my brothers to keep a watchful eye on you." Thus, one must not be excessive. This time, however, Yang Haoshuan refrained from offering more money, casually remarking instead. Upon hearing this, Xiong Ba's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a cold, menacing expression. Yang Haoshuan remained vigilant, knowing he could not contend with such a multitude, and prepared himself for a potential escape. Just then, a voice rang out, melodious and captivating. "What are you doing? He has already given you money twice. You are being utterly unreasonable." Yang Haoshuan gazed over, utterly astonished. Not because the young lady was either exceedingly unattractive or breathtakingly beautiful, but rather due to her youthful visage juxtaposed with a voluptuous figure boasting a 36F chest. Good heavens! How exaggerated! As he watched the girl approach, it felt as if the ground beneath him swayed. Xiong Ba and the others exchanged knowing glances, their eyes brimming with mischief. Yet they significantly toned down their demeanor, refraining from pressing Yang Haoshuan for money. Instead, they addressed the girl, saying, "It turns out to be a young lady. Hee. We were merely jesting with him." They then cast a glance at the girl, seemingly a formidable presence, before retreating one by one. Yang Haoshuan discerned that their reluctance was not born of fear towards the girl herself, but rather a consideration of the power she wielded. Observing her attire, which reflected local customs yet exuded an air of purity and grace, he surmised that she was not a person of ulterior motives, allowing him to lower his guard. After all, when venturing into the world, vigilance and caution are paramount. Once Xiong Ba and the others had departed, the young lady approached Yang Haoshuan with a triumphant demeanor, tilting her chin in a playful manner. "Hey, why are you so foolish as to give them so much money? If anyone dares to bully you here in the future, just invoke my name. I am Yun Shui." Yang Haoshuan smiled, intrigued by her attributes, and was quite taken aback to discover that she was a pill master. It was no wonder she carried herself with such confidence at such a tender age. "Thank you. Mississippi, may I inquire where I might procure medicinal herbs?" he asked earnestly, standing upright and shedding his previous frivolity. As Yang Haoshuan stood up, Yun Shui, the young lady, felt a sudden brightness in front of her. To her surprise, although the young man before her was dressed rather unremarkably, he possessed an extraordinary handsomeness and an air of elegance. "Are you from the city?" she inquired. I suppose so," Yang Haoshuan replied, taken aback by her question. However, he did not dwell on it. Time was of the essence, and he needed to expedite the crafting of nourishing elixirs before venturing into the mountains for further training. He promptly asked, "May I inquire?" I know. You wish to inquire about medicinal herbs." Yun Shui interrupted impatiently. "In our town, there is but one clinic. It's run by my senior sister and me. However, I must go out to gather herbs now. If you seek herbs, You'll need to assist me. It was then that Yang Haoshuan noticed the basket on Yunshue's back, along with various herb-gathering tools at her side. After contemplating, he realized that his funds were limited, making the procurement of a significant quantity of herbs unfeasible. Consequently, he decided to accompany her in herb gathering, considering that this skill would be beneficial in the future, thus not a waste of time. No problem, he affirmed with a nod. In the presence of this young woman, Yang Haoshuan sensed a unique atmosphere, as if her spirit had somehow resonated with his own. Unable to resist, he continued the conversation. By the way, you are the daughter of the town mayor. Do you know why it is called Zhongwuyun Village? Upon hearing this, Yang Haoshuan couldn't help but feel a flicker of surprise, having encountered this name in the family's ancient texts. The term ancient refers to a time so distant that it has faded from memory. The great emperor, having advanced further in the realm of the martial deity, attains the status of the great emperor. Such individuals possess unparalleled prowess, and their remnants should not be underestimated. On a side note, I regrettably overslept today and forgot to schedule my posts. What a nuisance. Interestingly, I dreamed of embarking on a heist with a notorious thief, and to my surprise, I succeeded while he was apprehended. Just as I was about to relish my fortune, the words update required echoed in my mind. Chapter 48. Earthquake. A miracle. As for the ancient Great War, it was an unprecedented duel among the great emperors, the reasons for which remain unknown. However, it is known that thereafter, the world was devoid of great emperors, who became mere legends. Unconsciously, Yang Haoshuan found himself harboring thoughts of treasure hunting. Nevertheless, Yunshui promptly remarked, yet, after countless generations, we have not uncovered any ancient treasures, which is why I have always doubted their existence. I yearn to venture beyond and witness the world outside, but alas, my father forbids it. I can empathize with your sentiments, yet you are undeniably still quite young, and the world outside is fraught with danger. Yang Haoshuan himself once shared a similar desire to leave Dian, fully aware of the perils that lay beyond. Humph, just like my father. You think you are so much older than me. Yunshui pouted, scrunching her nose in discontent. Suddenly, her eyes glimmered as she spotted a peculiar grass atop a rocky mountain. The 5-cloud grass, she exclaimed in astonishment. With that, she set down her basket, preparing to climb. Observing her, Yang Haoshuan noticed that the 5-cloud grass bore a striking resemblance to the colors of the clouds. However, the steepness of the rocky mountain made him uneasy. Allow me to assist you, he offered with concern. Perhaps it was Yang Haoshuan's earlier remarks that made Yunshui feel belittled. She promptly waved her hand and declared, no need. I can manage on my own. Reluctantly, Yang Haoshuan remained nearby, allocating 2 points to herb collection. Instantly, he transformed into a seasoned herbalist, swiftly gathering all the medicinal plants within a 10-meter radius. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, making it nearly impossible for anyone to maintain their footing. Having previously experienced the Sichuan earthquake, Yang Haoshuan immediately recognized the situation, his expression shifting dramatically as he dropped to the ground. However, he felt somewhat reassured. In the forest, as long as the earthquake did not tear the earth apart, they would be safe. Suddenly, Yunshui cried out from the other side. Realizing the urgency, Yang Haoshuan stumbled over to her. Indeed, Yunshui had climbed a rocky hill, which was swaying perilously, loose stones tumbling down and narrowly missing Yang Haoshuan. When he looked up, he saw Yunshui trembling in a state of panic, poised precariously as if she might fall at any moment. Given the circumstances and height, Yang Haoshuan could not guarantee he could catch her, so he shouted, hold on to the nearby rocks, and do not let go. It was unclear whether Yunshui heard him, yet she ceased her cries. The tremors gradually subsided, suggesting that the epicenter of the quake was not in their vicinity. Look over there. As the earthquake abated, Yunshui suddenly pointed towards a spot on the rocky hill, exclaiming in astonishment as if she had witnessed something truly extraordinary. Yang Haoshuan cast his gaze and discovered that the location she indicated was, surprisingly, the valley at the base of the mountain in Wuyun town. The once unfathomable ravine now emanated a dazzling radiance, evoking a sense of familiarity. He suddenly recalled that the hue of the light bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Wuyun grass, albeit more resplendent. The luminous brilliance of Wuyun expanded, gradually ascending from the valley to the mid-mountain area, precisely where Wuyun town lay. With his extraordinary eyesight, Yang Haoshuan observed that numerous onlookers had gathered above the streets of Wuxing town to witness this extraordinary spectacle. Just as the Wuyun radiance was about to envelop the summit and soar into the sky, an abrupt and strange sound echoed, causing the light to recede swiftly. The once exaggerated brilliance vanished into the original depths of the ravine, and in that moment, It felt as if the world had fallen into silence, as if the preceding events had been but a mirage. At that instant, the figure of Yun Xue on the rocky mountain was also startled by the earlier phenomenon. In her moment of distraction, she lost her footing and tumbled downwards. Yang Haoshuan, lost in contemplation, snapped back to reality just in time to witness Yun Xue plummeting. He instinctively prepared to catch her, but quickly remembered that his body was made of iron. If he were to catch her directly, the impact could potentially harm her more severely than falling to the ground, possibly reducing her to a mere pulp. Thus, he concentrated his energy, forming a protective aura around his arm, gradually slowing Yun Xue's descent until he was able to catch her securely. In her moment of panic, Yun Xue found herself landing without any pain, momentarily dazed. Blushing, she swiftly leaped from Yang Haoshuan's embrace, shyly fiddling with the hem of her garment, and then suddenly recalled the recent events. Grabbing Yang Haoshuan's arm, she exclaimed, "We must hurry. Did you see that? What on earth was that?" Yang Haoshuan steadied his mind, shook off her hand, and took the initiative to follow behind. "Did you not see? The Five Clouds Radiance. Legend has it that this is the very abode of the Five Cloud Emperor. It is bound to be a lively affair." Yun Xue cast a glance at Yang Haoshuan. As if he were a fool, his excitement surged upon hearing her words. He had indeed considered the possibility of treasure, for where there is a manifestation of valuable items, there are always peculiar occurrences. The majority of the people here had heard of the Five Cloud Emperor's legend, and they instantly recognized the significance. Eagerly, they rubbed their fists together, wishing to embark on their treasure-seeking expedition at once. Consequently, several hundred adventurers crowded the streets. Among the throng, the mingling scents of sweat and blood were overpowering. Yun Xue covered her nose and pulled Yang Haoshuan toward a nearby alley. Although he initially intended to remain and observe the situation, it seemed that Yun Xue was more informed, so he followed her and inquired, "Where are we headed?" "You fool. Of course, we are going to my senior sister. Did you not notice all those people clamoring to descend the mountain for treasure? There will certainly be those seeking my senior sister to serve as a healer. We must stick with her to accompany them." Unbeknownst to her, Yun Xue had unconsciously begun to regard Yang Haoshuan as one of her own. Hearing her explanation, Yang Haoshuan couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared this girl was also eager for adventure. However, as an alchemist lacking in combat prowess, she likely would not attract much attention, thus concocting this plan. Of course, she remained unaware of Yang Haoshuan's true strength. "By the way, my senior sister has quite a temper, so do take care." Suddenly, Yun Xue turned to Yang Haoshuan and added, "Moreover, she has a particular aversion to outsiders, especially men." Yang Haoshuan shrugged dismissively. Gradually, he realized that they had arrived at a secluded location, where a rural courtyard could be faintly seen ahead. However, a woman's sharp insults could be vaguely heard. "Tang Yurua. You shameless wretch. Come out, and see if I don't beat you to a pulp, you disgraceful creature." Accompanying her harsh words were the sounds of galloping hoofs. Yun Xue, who was leading the way, immediately changed her expression, exclaiming, "Oh no, it's that widow Wang again. Her husband was infatuated with my master's sister." But she completely ignored him. Now, this woman, feeling neglected by her husband, vents her fury on my master's sister. Especially after her useless husband passed away. She has been mingling with a group of outsiders, forming alliances. She is utterly disgracing our Wuyun town. Well, you all can handle your personal matters. I shall go over there to see when they will take action. Yang Haoshuan initially thought the other party would lead him through some shortcuts or connections. However, upon hearing the incessant bickering, he realized it was severely wasting time. If others got a head start, it would be too late to lament. To his surprise, Yun Xue suddenly lunged forward, grabbing his arm disdainfully. "Humph. You coward. Are you afraid? I brought you to gather medicinal herbs and shared so much information. And now you want to leave? Is this how a man behaves? Well, can it be said the other way around?" Yang Haoshuan felt extremely frustrated. Clearly, she had enlisted him to help her gather herbs, yet her words made it seem otherwise. Faced with her attitude, he asked, "So, what should we do?" Yun Xue furrowed her brows, expressing her concern. In the past, this place has always been guarded by the Heavenly Fire Adventure Team. However, given the recent commotion, it seems that woman has seized the opportunity. We must defeat them, or my sister will be in grave danger. Upon hearing this, Yang Haoshuan looked into Yun Xue's pitiable eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Although she did not explicitly ask him to intervene, the implication was unmistakably clear. Reluctantly, he leaped onto the surrounding rooftops and gazed down, only to find several fine steeds circling the courtyard, their riders hurling stones. At the entrance stood a woman. dressed in a most peculiar manner, hurling insults. The cultivators among them appeared to be at the first or second tier of martial mastery, which reassured Yang Haoshuan. As he was in a hurry to join the treasure-seeking team, he bellowed, "Halt." With that, he sprang into the air, landing directly at the entrance of the courtyard. Right before the woman, the sudden appearance stunned the woman at the door, but she quickly regained her composure and shouted at Yang Haoshuan, "Who are you, you little brat? Are you that wretched girl's paramour? If you wish to live, I suggest you silence that foul mouth of yours." Yang Haoshuan felt a deep-seated annoyance towards such a woman. "Oh, you dare to threaten me, do you? You must be seeking death. You ought to know that the Fire Wolf Adventure team is quite familiar with me. Don't think that just because you possess some degree of power, you can show off here. A brat like you would not even know how to meet your demise if you encountered a true master. Now, step aside." This woman, Wang Gu, showed no fear. Her lips curling in defiance, her words sharp and cutting. Who is Yang Haoshuan? He is a quintessential character who cannot endure the slightest grievance, regardless of one's background. Anyone daring to provoke him will meet a dire fate. Without hesitation, he delivered 2 sharp slaps to her cheeks. "Ah, Wang," the widow shrieked piercingly, "you little wretch. Just wait." At that moment, those who had been lurking around the courtyard swiftly approached on horseback. Taking a few steps back, Wang covered her face and, upon seeing others behind her, her confidence surged. She pointed at him and commanded, "Quickly capture this brat. Let him suffer alongside that little harlot." Immediately, the group charged towards Yang Haoshuan with ferocity. Seeking death, Yang Haoshuan's expression turned icy. Witnessing the widow's mocking grin only fueled his fury. Realizing that further words were futile, he stomped the ground, sending a flurry of stones hurtling towards the horsemen. Each stone struck with the force of a bullet, crashing against them and echoing as if against solid rock, causing many to be thrown from their mounts, some even losing consciousness. The smug expression on Wang's face vanished, replaced by sheer panic as she fled. Chapter 49. Descending the mountain in search of treasure, Yang Haoshuan curled his lip, ready to make his exit, when suddenly, Yun Shui rushed over, joyfully wrapping her arms around his neck and nuzzling against him. "Wow, you were incredible! You managed to take down so many people in one go." Her ample bosom pressed against him, undeniably stirring excitement, yet his thoughts were firmly set on treasure hunting. "I helped you fend them off. But now I truly must take my leave." Yun Shui immediately elongated her face and expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "Do you really wish to leave so eagerly? My dear sister, that might be an ancient miracle. I am in urgent need of enhancing my strength. What if someone else seizes it?" Yang Haoshuan responded with a wry smile. "Oh, fret not. The sole path down this mountain has been sealed off. No one can descend without permission. The adventurers in town are gathering. Yet they will not set off until my senior sister is present. After all, she is the finest physician in our town. If you accompany us, you can join in the journey," Yun Shui declared with a triumphant tone, her voice chilling as if to keep others at bay. Once Yun Shui hurriedly distanced herself from Yang Haoshuan, he turned to behold a striking sight. A woman stood by the door, tall and slender with long legs, possessing an alluring figure. Her curves were modest yet captivating, her waist slim enough to be encompassed by a single hand. Clad in a dark ensemble, her face obscured by a veil, her beauty remained a mystery. Nevertheless, her presence exuded an air of cold elegance, reminiscent of a sophisticated woman. Realizing she was still too close to Yang Haoshuan, Yun Shui blushed and quickly approached the woman, greeting her with a cheerful demeanor. She intended to introduce Yang Haoshuan but discovered she did not even know the woman's name. "Hey, what is your name?" "Yang Haoshuan," he replied. In a fleeting moment, he sensed that the woman named Tang Yuru cast a glance his way before promptly turning away, seemingly devoid of any interest. Yang Haoshuan curled his lips in nonchalance. Yet suddenly, the path he had traversed earlier was filled with a galloping horse brigade. Initially, he presumed it to be the widow who had summoned them, and instinctively prepared to draw his tang knife. However, something felt amiss. The leader of the group was a young man clad in ornate samurai attire, who rode forth to the courtyard, dismounted, and cast a puzzled glance at the unconscious figure on the ground. He then regarded Yang Haoshuan with curiosity before striding directly to Tang Yuru, exclaiming, "Yuru, are you unharmed?" Just now, the brilliance of Wu Yun startled these individuals. He then commanded those behind him, "Come forth and apprehend these people." In an orderly fashion, the horsemen surrounded the area, capturing those who had been thrown from their mounts by Yang Haoshuan, while others prepared to seize him. Fortunately, Yun Shui interjected, "Hold, he is one of us." It was he who thwarted these individuals. The young man immediately waved off those about to apprehend Yang Haoshuan and approached him with purposeful strides, smiling. I am truly grateful to this young brother. Ah, you appear somewhat unfamiliar. I presume you are a newcomer among adventurers, likely without a party. How fortuitous. Why not join us? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Guangjuan, and the Tianhou Adventure Team is my father's enterprise. Upon hearing this, Yang Haoshuan felt a sense of eagerness. For he did not possess the arrogance to venture into treasure hunting alone. He understood that the more precious the treasure, the greater the peril it entailed. Associating with these individuals markedly increased his safety. To put it bluntly, it would provide him with more potential allies. Then I extend my gratitude to young Master Zhao. Yang Haoshuan promptly clasped his hands in appreciation. With a hearty laugh, Zhao Guangjuan expressed his delight upon hearing Yang Haoshuan's agreement. His demeanor exuding exuberance and a hint of pride. No need for thanks. Let us hasten our departure. The enforcement team is clamoring to enter first. At that moment, Tang Yuru stepped forward, carrying a medicine box, closely followed by Yun Shui. However, she was swiftly admonished by the former. Shuer, you must not follow. This situation is unlike any before and is exceedingly perilous. Why not? Yun Shui protested, clearly displeased. She was poised to throw a tantrum. But Tang Yuru's tone grew even colder. Shuer, do not be foolish, or I shall inform your father. Humph. Yun Shui crossed her arms defiantly, rooted to the spot. Her irritation evident. Although she refrained from further argument, Yang Haoshuan, observing from the side, detected a glimmer of cunning in her gaze. He chose to disregard it and continued alongside Zhao Guangjuan towards the heart of the town. According to reports, it was highly probable that an earthquake had unveiled the ancient lair of the Wuyuan Emperor. Zhao Guangjuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he suddenly turned to Yang Haoshuan and inquired, by the way, my friend Yang, please do not take offense. Given the gravity of the situation, the enforcement team and certain adventure squads have resolved to prohibit individuals of the second tier of martial masters from entering, fearing they may impede our progress. The 5 I dealt with earlier were all of the first or even second tier. I wonder if that is sufficient? Yang Haoshuan, with a cryptic tone, expressed his own enthusiasm, surprised by the unfolding events of the day. That will suffice. Zhao Guangjuan nodded, his gaze lingering on Yang Haoshuan's youthful visage as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yang Haoshuan listened for a while and discerned that the majority of these individuals possessed merely the second level of martial arts mastery, which was rather inadequate. Fearing that they might lag behind, he thus intervened, naturally eliciting discontent. Standing above the crowd, Xiongba immediately rose, his voice cold and commanding. Your skills are insufficient. You are unfit to venture forth in search of treasure. Should you inadvertently attract formidable beasts, it could spell trouble for us all. Indeed, this is not our expedition. Yet I categorically forbid you worthless lot from entering. Do you have any objections? Even if you insist on entering, you must wait until the day after we have done so. Xiongba's arrogance was palpable. Such blatant disdain incited a flush of indignation among the crowd. However, their lack of cultivation, coupled with the overwhelming numbers of the law enforcement team, whose members hovered around the 4th and 5th levels of martial arts, rendered them powerless to retaliate. Indeed, the crowd began to stir, a manifestation of human nature. If I cannot have it, I shall ensure you cannot either. Their arguments held a semblance of logic. And soon all eyes were fixed upon Yang Haoshuan. His youth was striking. Despite being 20, he appeared considerably less seasoned than the others. The law enforcement team and the Heavenly Fire Adventure team, led by Zhao Guangjuan's father, were poised to investigate the matter further. Nevertheless, Zhao Pejuan, Zhao Guangjuan's father, observed his son approaching with a group, and though he felt perplexed, he refrained from questioning. Xiongba, however, sneered a few times before sauntering over to Yang Haoshuan's side. Ah, we meet again, my friend. But as you can see, you are ill-suited for participation. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Yang Haoshuan remained silent, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, he approached a nearby grove and unleashed a mighty roar, spiral true strength. Accompanied by a powerful punch, he wreaked havoc upon the trees, leaving a barren expanse of earth marked by spiraling scars. Such destructive power indeed indicated he had reached the 3rd tier of martial mastery. The gathered martial artists, possessing discerning eyes, immediately recognized his formidable prowess and cast admiring glances at Yang Haoshuan. After all, achieving such cultivation at a young age was truly remarkable. The eliminated contestants could only stare in astonishment, rendered speechless. Suddenly, Xiongba erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "It appears our friend is a hidden gem. Excellent. Without further ado, let us descend." Yang Haoshuan remained quiet, his demeanor serious, for he had just taken a considerable risk. After all, the tallest trees attract the fiercest winds. Should he offend someone in the depths of the grove, the consequences could be dire. Soon, the group arrived at a rugged path, winding and seemingly endless. A large stone obstructed their way, and only through their combined efforts were they able to push it aside. It was no wonder Chen Xia had mentioned the entrance was sealed. Yang Haoshuan scanned the area meticulously, aware that his strength was still lacking. Thus, he needed to exercise utmost caution to avoid dire consequences. Suddenly, his eyes landed on a frail figure, shrouded in black cloth, its face concealed. He paused momentarily, then silently smiled. Hey, if you won't let me go, I shall go nonetheless. Chen Xia concealed beneath a guise of clothing, her enchanting eyes glancing around with an air of triumph. Suddenly, she felt a hand pat her shoulder, prompting her to turn around in a flurry of nerves, only to find Yang Haoshuan gazing at her with a cheerful smile. Ahem, might I inquire what brings you here, good sir? Chen Xia, in her fluster, hastily deepened her voice. In response, he feigned a foolish demeanor, patting her shoulder once more. Brother, it seems you are alone as well. This journey must undoubtedly be perilous. Why not travel together? Oh, is that so? However, I believe I just saw you in the company of the Heavenly Fire Team's young master. Chen Xia observed that Yang Haoshuan had not recognized her, which filled her with a sense of pride, and she brushed aside the slight embarrassment. P.S. Haha. I've made it to the second place, surging forth with fervor, which is quite exhilarating. I also extend my gratitude to Who Cries for Whom and Drowning in 3,000 Cups for the motivation they provided today, and to all the affectionate readers. Achieving first place on the new book list this week seems unlikely. Perhaps next week, with a little more fervor, I might attain that coveted position. Chapter 50, A Revelation of Wealth. He is merely putting on a show before the ladies. Do you truly think he would associate with someone of my martial prowess at the third tier? Yang Haoshuan spoke the truth. Since reuniting with the team, Zhao Guangyuan had been inseparable from Tang Yuru and his father, seemingly forgetting about him entirely. Acknowledging this, he took the initiative to move to the back of the group. Indeed, Miss Tang Yuru is breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Xia, oblivious to her own blunders, continued to bask in her pride. Indeed, just look at her figure, those perfectly rounded curves. Particularly her legs, so elegantly long. Yang Haoshuan immediately broke into a mischievous grin and remarked. Upon hearing this, Chen Xia felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch to this fellow, whose crude comments about curvaceous figures were utterly distasteful. Was it the nature of all men to behave so? Yet, she found herself intrigued and defiantly inquired. I actually prefer the daughter of the town mayor. Is that so? It seems my brother has such tastes. Yang Haoshuan exaggeratedly glanced at her, speaking in an overly dramatic tone. What tastes? Chen Xue's heart raced with anxiety, fearing the implications of his words. Confused yet compelled to remain silent, she fixed her gaze on Yang Haoshuan, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Simultaneously, a long line of hundreds formed along the narrow path, each person laden with trepidation as they slowly entered a dense forest. One could not help but marvel at the sheer magnitude of the mountain, the descent winding and treacherous, particularly after a recent earthquake had caused trees to collapse, complicating their progress. The atmosphere grew increasingly ominous as dark mist thickened, obscuring the sunlight, reminiscent of Yang Haoshuan's previous encounter in the black forest of the terrifying valley. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. Yang Haoshuan hurriedly approached the front of the line to inquire, learning that scouts from the leading group had discovered a gaping chasm at the base of the mountain. It was uncertain whether it led to an underground world or a parallel dimension, and these dark vapors emanated from within. Additionally, there were remnants of beastly excrement. The nature of these creatures shrouded in mystery, their power unknown. However, dissent arose swiftly, should formidable warriors intervene. It was feared that there would be nothing left for the rest to consume. After all, humans perish for wealth, and birds for sustenance. The team hesitated for a moment before continuing their advance. Why are you unarmed? Upon hearing the situation ahead, Chen Xia grew anxious and inquired about Yang Haoshuan. With a gentle smile, Yang Haoshuan reassured her, for his Tang Dao was a weapon of exquisite quality, perhaps even of the finest grade. If he were to brandish it recklessly, he would likely become the first treasure sought after. Turning to Chen Xia, he said, Do not fret, for I place my trust in Brother Chen. Before Chen Xia could inquire who this Brother Chen, the ancient emperor, was, a series of anguished cries echoed from the front. Yang Haoshuan hastened to investigate and discovered several unprecedented venomous snakes, each possessing a formidable cultivation level akin to a third-tier demon. He had barely escaped death from such a creature before, and now, encountering multiple was certainly no trivial matter. They exhaled a chilling mist, freezing unfortunate adventurers one by one. And the ice was laced with a rare and potent toxin, causing the immobilized bodies to shatter into countless shards. Fortunately, the sheer number of adventurers allowed them to launch a concerted attack, swiftly vanquishing the serpents. "Brother, do not stray even a step away from me," Yang Haoshuan urged Yunshui beside him, now regretting having invited her into the fray. Yunshui, desperate to cling to Yang Haoshuan's garment, nodded fervently. As the group moved further forward, the cries of despair grew ever louder, and Yang Haoshuan found himself at the rear of the formation, catching glimpses of the fallen ahead. At that moment, a formidable creature intruded at the edge of Yang Haoshuan's vision, resembling neither wolf nor deer, nor tiger, but rather an enigmatic amalgamation. Its drooling, razor-sharp jaws hinted at its extraordinary nature. It seemingly materialized from thin air at the rear of the group, standing arrogantly and motionless, its gaze sweeping about as if a fussy child selecting delectable morsels. The surrounding adventurers dared not make a move. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Haoshuan examined its attributes, discovering it was named the true demon wolf deer, a being of the 4th tier of demonhood. The antler-like appendages upon its head signified an intellect that transcended the ordinary, indicating its formidable essence. Suddenly, the demon wolf deer lifted its front leg and stomped down, causing the very earth to tremble. In an instant, it charged towards the crowd. The unwary adventurers swiftly reduced to mere pulp. Yet, its target appeared to be Yang Haoshuan, as it relentlessly advanced without pause. Faced with the onslaught of the demon wolf deer, Yang Haoshuan felt both alert and hesitant, regretting his earlier decision not to wield a standard weapon. Helpless, he watched as the demon closed in, prompting him to unleash the Tang Dao with a sudden strike of the venomous dragon drill. To his astonishment, the demon wolf deer did not halt. Instead, it collided with the force of the venomous dragon drill, momentarily slowing its speed. However, propelled by the spiraling energy, one of its horns struck the edge of the Tang Dao. Clang! The contact produced an exceedingly discordant sound. Upon closer inspection, a mere puncture appeared on the demon wolf deer's forehead, revealing flesh but no blood. In contrast, Yang Haoshuan found himself staggering backward several steps, his blade trembling slightly as it emitted a crisp sound. What a formidable physical form! Yang Haoshuan quickly steadied himself, standing alongside the demon wolf deer. He gradually discerned that although this beast lacked the venomous strikes of a snake or other perilous attacks, it exhibited nascent consciousness. With its corporeal might, it swung its powerful limbs as if wielding the fist of a beast. While the battle raged here, others remained idle, none daring to approach. Most were gripped by fear, while a few fixed their gaze intently upon Tang Dao, longing to seize it at once. "Beast, seeking your own demise." Yang Haoshuan realized he needed to employ an unconventional tactic. With a booming voice, he forced the demon wolf back and unleashed the wrath of heavenly flames. The flames descended from above like divine fire, relentlessly pursuing the demon wolf. With no avenue for escape, it boldly charged forward, using the sharp angle of its forehead to strike. Bang! Another resounding impact echoed as the wrath of heavenly flames crashed down upon its head, causing dark liquid to ooze from its face and seep into its eyes, igniting a furious glow within them. Perish! Faced with the impending wrath of the demon wolf deer, Yang Haoshuan exhibited no fear. Such was his nature, exaggeratedly fearless, unafraid of heaven or earth, especially intolerant of provocation. Thus, as the demon's fury intensified, so did his own. He leaped into the air, executing another strike, thunderclap slash, enveloping his blade in crackling energy. Suddenly, the Tang Dao, now imbued with the power of thunderclap slash, unleashed a torrent of lightnings, filling Yang Haoshuan with exhilaration, for this signaled the approach of a critical hit. Laughing maniacally, he brought the Tang Dao down. Before the demon wolf deer could manifest its terrifying rage, it was struck down by the unexpectedly potent blow, its eyes remaining open, as if in profound disbelief. Excellent! The surrounding adventurers, witnessing Yang Haoshuan vanquish such a formidable beast, erupted in applause, filled with admiration. However, a portion of them remained fixated on the Tang Dao. Yang Haoshuan realized he had become the center of attention, understanding that he must put on a show to maintain their regard. With a swift stroke, a resounding cry echoed as arcs of lightning erupted from his core. The punishment thunder may not have possessed great power, yet its visual spectacle was remarkable. What is this? Why is my entire body electrifying? Could it be a lightning-based technique? Legends speak of such arts being exceedingly domineering, enabling one to effortlessly slay foes of higher rank. Just how formidable is his cultivation? Indeed, the onlookers were thoroughly awed, causing those who had contemplated drawing weapons to reconsider. Yang Haoshuan took note of the greedy glances directed at him, realizing that he must remain vigilant in the days to come. Ultimately, he stowed the carcass of the demon wolf deer into his inventory, consumed several chi-gathering pills, and noted a substantial gain in experience from slaying such a creature. After allowing his team a brief respite, they resumed their journey, only to soon discover they had strayed from the group. Initially positioned at the rear, they had been delayed by the encounter with the demon wolf deer, but now the front ranks had vanished, leaving a multitude of corpses and a stench of decay. With no other option, the gathered throng of several dozen individuals had to band together and forge ahead. Suddenly, someone looked up to behold the bright moon in the sky, realizing it was now dark, and fatigue had begun to take its toll. Thus, a group of individuals commenced the felling of nearby trees, creating a clearing for respite, as they eagerly began to set up camp. However, Yang Haoshuan found himself in a predicament. In his haste, he had forgotten to bring a tent, and his previous one had long since become unusable. Fortunately, the exhausted Yun Xue, who arrived later, managed to pull a tent from her backpack. Yet, she fumbled with it, appearing uncertain about how to proceed. With a cheerful demeanor, he approached her and said, "Hey, brother, you are a lifesaver. I was just fretting over the lack of a tent. Let us set it up together." He then seized the tent from her hands, found a relatively safe spot, and began to pitch it. "There's no need for concern, and I forgot to bring my own tent, which is quite perilous outdoors." Yang Haoshuan mysteriously set aside his current task and whispered, "Moreover, I have heard tales of a mythical beast known as the chrysanthemum silkworm, rumored to be a divine creature that delights in burrowing into humans before erupting." Gulp. Upon hearing Yang Haoshuan's description, Yun Xue instinctively tightened, unable to refute his claims, and fear gripped her at the thought of this so-called divine beast infiltrating her tent. The mere notion sent a shiver down her spine, and she regretted ever following him. In the stillness of the night, amidst the tents and the flickering campfires, the temporary encampment was enveloped in silence, with no one speaking and no one on guard. Yet, seated in front of each tent was an individual keeping watch. Yang Haoshuan prodded the fire with a stick, gazing vigilantly around. Suddenly, a sound emanated from behind his tent, prompting Yun Xue to curiously inquire, "Aren't you coming in?" "No need. I shall remain on watch." Yang Haoshuan spoke solemnly, for his extraordinary perception informed him that events of significance were destined to unfold that night. As for her request to accompany Yun Xue, it was a protective instinct. That girl, with her whimsical charm and vivacious spirit, evoked within him a profound sense of guardianship, akin to that of an elder brother towards a younger sister. Perhaps this sentiment stemmed from his long-standing solitude. "Thank you for today. You have recognized me, haven't you?" Yang Haoshuan. Yun Xue, not lacking in wit, realized her earlier nervousness had led her to reveal numerous flaws. Upon reflection, she discerned that Yang Haoshuan had been safeguarding her from the shadows, which stirred feelings of gratitude within her. "Hee, are you regretting it now?" Yang Haoshuan did not deny it and smiled as he inquired. "Humph, I know, you rascal, you deliberately uttered those vexatious words." Yun Xue retorted playfully, her tone imbued with a hint of feigned annoyance. "Go to sleep, and beware of the spirit beast sneaking into your tent." Yang Haoshuan shrugged, appearing unfazed. As time silently slipped away, suddenly Yang Haoshuan noticed a plume of green smoke drifting in from an unknown source, in a forest shrouded in darkness. Such an occurrence was not unusual. However, a disdainful smile crept upon his lips. It was well known that his greatest strength lay in his ability to perceive the world with remarkable clarity. This green smoke, known as drunken immortal lotus powder, was an extraordinarily potent anesthetic. Those ensnared by it would immediately find themselves rendered powerless and plunged into unconsciousness, vulnerable to exploitation. Yang Haoshuan swiftly deduced that someone intended to commit murder and seize treasures, yet he remained silent, feigning ignorance as he sat there. When the smoke encroached upon his vicinity, a look of confusion crossed his face, which soon transformed into alarm, before he helplessly collapsed. Each expression was flawlessly crafted, perfectly in place, capable of deceiving anyone. Nevertheless, despite Yang Haoshuan's pretense of fainting and lying down for a while, no one approached him. Yet, he could sense someone covertly observing him. Suddenly, a stone infused with the inner strength of a fourth-tier martial artist was hurled towards his chest. The force was fierce. Had it struck him, his heart would likely have been shattered instantly. Faced with such a probing attack, Yang Haoshuan, rather than panicking, marveled at the caution of these individuals. With a mere thought, he activated the weighted clothing from his inventory, which promptly adorned his form. The heavy and sturdy garment shattered the stone into dust upon impact. As the dust settled, several dark figures emerged from the surrounding forest, those who had previously exhibited greed during the day. The adage humans die for wealth rang true, as a single spiritual artifact could tempt them to take risks. For figures coalesced, each a fourth-tier martial artist. Despite their initial success, they approached in a formation that encircled him. However, Yang Haoxuan's convincing act had lulled their vigilance, causing them to feel a sense of triumph. The young master's sedative is indeed effective. I am truly impressed. Hey, originally, this drunken immortal lotus powder was intended to incapacitate women. Who would have thought it would serve such a remarkable purpose today? If we seize his spiritual blade, our Fire Wolf adventuring team shall supplant Heavenly Fire in prominence, and that enchanting Tang beauty will be unable to escape. The lead figure, clad in black, had a voice that was exceedingly youthful and lewd, revealing his lascivious nature. Originally, these individuals were members of the Fire Wolf adventure team from Wuyuan Town. Their recent discourse was laced with lewdness, particularly that of Li Legion, a cunning and lascivious man. Consumed by greed for Yang Haoxuan's spirit weapon, he had come with his subordinates to commit murder and seize treasures. Young master, do not let your guard down, cautioned one of the more prudent members. Understood. Li Legion scoffed, advancing toward Yang Haoxuan with a dagger drawn from behind. A malevolent grin etched on his face as he prepared to strike. Unexpectedly, Yang Haoxuan, who had been lying unconscious on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. Without granting them a moment's respite for contemplation, he unleashed a lightning-fast strike with his right hand, drawing forth his Tang knife, which seamlessly pierced Li Legion's neck, blood splattering onto his face. Young master. The other three members of Fire Wolf were startled by this sudden turn of events. In a fit of rage, they cried out in despair and charged at Yang Haoxuan. Yang Haoxuan swiftly stowed away his burdensome attire, exhibiting astonishing speed. He struck the ground with his palm, propelling himself into a horizontal spin as the poison dragon drill erupted forth. The remaining three, fueled by urgency, were acutely aware that with their leader's demise, they would face dire consequences. Resolving to eliminate Yang Haoxuan to redeem themselves, they coordinated their attacks, pressing him to retreat rapidly. Their confidence soared, believing that, being young and inexperienced, he would fall easily to their combined might, especially as they were all at the fourth level of martial prowess, accustomed to a life steeped in bloodshed. They aligned themselves for a coordinated strike, intending to corner Yang Haoxuan. However, their sudden maneuver caught them off guard. While the two on the left narrowly evaded the attack, the third was swiftly cleaved in two, his flesh charred in the process. Retreat. The two survivors, witnessing this scene, were utterly terrified, devoid of any fighting spirit. With a loud shout, they fled in opposite directions. How cunning. Realizing that it was impossible to eliminate both of them at once, Yang Haoxuan immediately pursued the more cautious one. To his surprise, he was chasing after his own target. The member of the Firewolf faction, unwilling to accept defeat, let out a desperate cry and met his demise at Yang Haoxuan's hands. Chapter 52. The Golden Lizard Humph. After consecutively slaying 3 foes, Yang Haoxuan merely emitted a cold snort. He then gathered the valuables from their corpses, discovering numerous second-tier medicinal pills and treasures. While they were rather ordinary, such items were seldom seen in Dian, thus saving him the trouble of searching for medicinal materials. Upon inspecting his personal attributes, he found that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of Martial Master. Vague signs of a breakthrough began to manifest, filling him with delight. Having only left home for a little over 3 months, the prospect of a breakthrough at this pace suggested that in 3 years, he might indeed become a Grand Martial Master. Once he achieved that status and transcended his current realm, he would have the opportunity to contend with that formidable figure, Bailey Changing. However, the difficulties associated with the subsequent realms remained uncertain, so Yang Haoxuan refrained from excessive elation, simultaneously aware that he had become a target for some. Yang Haoxuan tidied up the remains and shouted towards the camp, "Humph! 3 greedy souls have already fallen to my blade, each at the 4th level of cultivation. I dispatched them with ease. If there are any who are unafraid of death and wish to part with their treasures, come forth swiftly." The entire camp, having just endured a fierce skirmish, remained enveloped in an eerie silence. Yet, Yang Haoxuan perceived that everyone had awakened, poised and prepared for the opportune moment. Upon hearing the revelation that all 3 martial masters had perished in such a brief span, he could not suppress a sigh of regret. Even those at the 5th level of martial mastery felt a pang of unease, their earlier slumber now shattered. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yang Haoxuan smiled with satisfaction. He had long since deciphered the laws of this world, Had he remained silent, others might have presumed him injured. However, his previous resounding declaration, imbued with a palpable killing intent, had effectively quelled their apprehensions. In their eyes, his current prowess was formidable, particularly accentuated by his deliberate display of the so-called thunder technique, which instilled greater trepidation among them. It could be said that Yang Haoshuan's cunning had matured to a frightening degree, a testament to the rigorous training imposed upon him by Yang Batian during his 2 years of homebound cultivation, for which he now felt immense gratitude. The following day, within this peculiar forest where day and night bore no distinction, the azure sky above had no bearing on the otherworldly ambience below, creating an exceedingly strange atmosphere. Yang Haoshuan sat cross-legged outside his tent, appearing as if he had not yet stirred from slumber. Suddenly, the tent flaps were drawn aside, and Yun Shui, upon seeing him seated outside, was profoundly moved. It dawned on her that his intention for sharing a tent was not to take advantage of her, but rather to vigilantly safeguard her at all times. Brother Haoshuan. In that moment, her address had shifted, yet Yun Shui hesitated to disturb him. Most of the surrounding adventurers had already begun to pack their tents, preparing to depart. However, Yang Haoshuan remained seated, unyielding, and the impatience of those around him gradually led them to take their leave. Humph. Yesterday's events compelled these individuals to push me into the spotlight. Yet I am reluctant to squander my strength on such matters. Yang Haoshuan, upon perceiving their departure, finally opened his eyes, a scornful smile escaping his lips. The members at the forefront of the group had already dispersed. If my conjecture holds true, they have descended into the valley and perhaps even located the cave. In such a scenario, my urgency bears little significance. It is wiser to conserve my strength and observe for any advantageous opportunities. Yun Shui, having waited patiently, sensed the unfolding situation and emerged from the tent. The two of them then dismantled their tent and proceeded downwards. Brother Haoshuan, at such a tender age, you appear even more formidable than Brother Zhao Guanjuan, Yun Shui remarked, emboldened by the absence of others. I wonder how Brother Zhao Guanjuan and senior sister are faring now. Yang Haoshuan raised an eyebrow. Those two had aligned themselves with the Heavenly Fire Adventure Team, now in close proximity to the law enforcement team, placing them in a precarious position. That Haoshuan. You eliminated Li Lijun yesterday. Though he was despicable, his father commands the Firewolf Adventure Team, a formidable force, and they are ahead of us. Be cautious when you encounter them. Yun Shui had evidently caught wind of the commotion from the previous night, discerning the identities of those involved from the sounds. Do not speak. Yang Haoshuan replied dismissively, his vigilance directed towards their surroundings. He had intentionally delayed their departure, a decision that proved astute, as they encountered minimal trouble along the way, likely resolved by those ahead of them. After traversing for an entire day, Yang Haoshuan and Yun Shui finally arrived in the mountain gorge just before dusk. The gorge, nestled between towering peaks and steep cliffs, was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. However, at the opposite end of the gorge, a flickering light unexpectedly illuminated the depths. Reminiscent of the radiant glow emitted during an earthquake, this light seemed to emanate from the very earth itself, as if the ground had split open. Yang Haoshuan's heart raced, dazzled by the brilliance before him. The allure of treasures and riches stirred excitement in anyone, let alone someone like him, who was in dire need of strength. Yet, he managed to maintain his composure, carefully guiding Yun Shui's delicate hand as they moved toward the source of the light. The sight of adventurers' corpses on the ground filled him with a sense of guilt for bringing Yun Shui along. As they traversed the gorge, the sounds of battle and anguished cries reached their ears, accompanied by a peculiar noise that resembled a strange beast scaling the walls of the gorge. Yang Haoshuan hurried forward, only to witness a group of adventurers from a nearby camp engaged in a fierce struggle against a lizard-like creature. This beast, adorned in resplendent golden scales and possessing 3 ominous, dark green eyes, exuded an aura of terror. Its tongue, vivid and serpentine, and its powerful limbs lent it remarkable speed. The adventurers' losses were staggering, as the team of dozens fell at an alarming rate. Yang Haoshuan swiftly began to assess the situation. Monster, golden lizard level, demon rank 6, monarch, strength, 3241 agility, 3141 attack, venomous tongue, death upon contact, remarkable speed, capable of leaping 1,000 meters, unpredictable. Breathes fire and rage. Characteristics. Possesses 3 eyes resembling 3 individuals. The 2 lateral eyes secrete venom, inducing madness and leading to death. Weakness. 3 eyes in the soft-bodied areas. A monarch. It is indeed a royal demon. Yang Haoshuan's eyes brightened at the sight. A monarch demon. Astonishingly experienced, he was confident that defeating it would elevate him to the 4th level of a martial artist, surpassing it significantly. However, at present, he could scarcely contend with a 6th-level martial artist, let alone this demon. Chapter 53. Seeking fortune amidst danger, Brother Haoshuan. What shall we do? Yunshui exclaimed. Witnessing the frail lives of once familiar adventurers being mercilessly extinguished by a monstrous creature, panic surged within her. Upon hearing her words, young Haoshuan pondered deeply. The path ahead was obstructed, and should this lizard claim more lives, their chances of survival would diminish to nothing. It would be better to take a desperate gamble. Seeking fortune amidst peril. This was a philosophy young Haoshuan had always found profoundly resonant. Remaining here would only pose a significant burden to Yunshui. Rest assured, I will take care of myself. Yesterday, I gathered materials from the corpses of the demon beasts and concocted 2 gas pills that will allow other demon beasts to perceive me as one of their own. As Yunshui spoke, she produced a peculiar pill, grimacing as she swallowed it, before offering one to young Haoshuan. Young Haoshuan's attributes were worth examining. The effects were indeed remarkable. He quickly swallowed the pill and cast an appreciative glance at Yunshui. Recognizing her extraordinary talent in refining elixirs without a cauldron, such proficiency in spiritual perception and the ability to conjure potions from thin air was no small feat. With a commanding presence, young Haoshuan charged forward, skillfully regulating his speed. As the golden lizard leaped into the air, he launched the poison dragon drill upward with ferocity. The golden lizard immediately sensed young Haoshuan's approach. Its 3 eyes darted erratically, and a mocking grin curled at its lips. In an instant, it accelerated, evading the poison dragon drill so deftly that not even a hair was grazed. The creature's ability to forcefully gain speed in midair left young Haoshuan astounded. Was it a matter of innate talent or the extent of its physical refinement? He soon found himself amidst a group of adventurers who regarded him with expressions of relief as though he were their savior. However, before their laughter could escape, young Haoshuan sternly cautioned, "If you wish to survive, do not place your hopes solely on me. There is hope in unity against the enemy. Avoid its gaze and be wary of its tongue and saliva." Upon hearing his words, the group quickly regained their composure, tightening their grips on their weapons. Their gratitude towards young Haoshuan palpable. He could have chosen to stand aside, but instead chose to lead and warn them. Little did they know, his true motivation was to gain experience. The golden lizard perched on the opposite wall, momentarily still, its 3 eyes whirling rapidly once more. Suddenly, a twisted pattern emerged from its gaze, hurtling toward young Haoshuan. Humph! Young Haoshuan refrained from gazing into the piercing, striped eyes of the creature, fully aware that such an action would render him vulnerable. Instead, he prepared to repel the aerial stripes with his fireballs, bracing himself for an impending battle. Hissing in frustration upon witnessing his failure, the golden lizard seethed with anger, perplexed as to how his formidable attack had been anticipated. It recognized that the most formidable adversary present was young Haoshuan. With renewed determination, it leaped once more, lunging fiercely towards him. The surrounding adventurers, wary of its residual power, quickly dispersed. In a striking display of courage, young Haoshuan neither fled nor evaded. He steadied his left hand against his right, directing it towards the airborne golden lizard. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of exaggerated explosions echoed as countless fireballs surged forth from his right hand, transforming him into a veritable turret that unleashed a relentless barrage. The dazzling fireballs astonished the onlookers, prompting a collective inquiry within their minds. What sort of technique is this? Are you all just going to stand there? Get to it! Young Haoshuan shouted, his face flushed with indignation. This finally snapped the adventurers out of their stupor. They realized that while the fireballs may not possess overwhelming power, their impact was undeniably painful. The airborne golden lizard, now cautious and stripped of its former bravado, began to retreat step by step. Seizing the opportunity, the adventurers unleashed a myriad of diverse techniques in unison. Young Haoshuan found satisfaction in this outcome. His past gaming experiences echoed in this moment. The warrior would withstand the onslaught, the healer would provide support, and the mage would deliver damage. Now, he embodied the essence of all 3 roles. Yet, lacking the defensive capabilities of a warrior, he relied solely on the suppression offered by his fireballs. Nevertheless, the intensity of his output resulted in the rapid depletion of his chi-gathering pills from his inventory. As the adventurer's techniques struck the golden lizard, a palpable effect was finally felt. Its flesh resonated with each blow, yet none proved fatal. Instead, this only incited its fury. And with a frenzied swing of its spiked tail, it claimed the lives of several adventurers. In a moment of clarity, young Haoshuan noticed the golden lizard momentarily falter from the assault, seizing the opportunity to unleash the wrath of heavenly flames that descended upon it, forcefully pinning it to the ground with a resounding crash. The golden lizard was finally brought low, prompting a surge of exhilaration among the surrounding adventurers who rallied forth with shouts of triumph. However, Yang Haoshuan suddenly observed its three eyes shifting, a telltale sign of its impending attack. A recollection flashed in his mind regarding the lizard's fiery capabilities. "Do not advance, retreat immediately," he urged. No sooner had his warning escaped his lips than the golden lizard's gaping maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, opened wide, revealing a swirling liquid within its throat. Fortunately, the adventurers heeded his warning and withdrew, though a few unfortunate souls were engulfed in flames, reduced to charred husks, hissing in fury at the disruption of its plans. The golden lizard leaped into the air, claiming a vantage point and heedlessly unleashing a torrent of fire. Yang Haoshuan felt a jolt of anticipation, not from fear, but from the realization of a prime opportunity. The lizard's vulnerability lay in its soft underbelly, yet its tail provided protection during its aerial maneuvers. However, in the act of breathing fire, its tail would rise, exposing its underbelly, which was now fully visible from its elevated perch. If someone were to strike from beneath at that moment, it would surely suffer a grievous blow. Thus, when Yang Haoshuan faced his opponent's strike, he did not immediately evade. Instead, he bellowed, "What a splendid opportunity!" charged forth and thrust at its underbelly. Yet, the majority of the adventurers, upon witnessing the golden lizard's fiery breath, were utterly paralyzed by fear, particularly as they saw it targeting Yang Haoshuan, prompting many to flee. How infuriating! Such a golden chance should not be squandered. Yet if no one dared to strike, he would suffer the consequences alone. In the blink of an eye, the lizard unleashed its flames, hurtling towards him with alarming speed, and he could already feel the searing heat. Yang Haoshuan instinctively considered retreating, but suddenly, he noticed an adventurer rushing forward beneath the golden lizard, brandishing a spear, poised to deliver a powerful upward thrust. Witnessing this, Yang Haoshuan donned his reinforced attire, raising his hands to shield his head, becoming a tempting target. Fortunately, when the flames were a mere half-centimeter from Yang Haoshuan's hand, he felt the scorching sensation on his arm, and at that moment, the adventurer's spear finally struck the lizard's underbelly. Though it did not pierce through, the golden lizard reacted as if it had been kicked in the stomach, tumbling through the air, its tail instinctively sweeping downward. The agile adventurer executed a roll to evade the attack. Now, it was Yang Haoshuan's turn. Observing the temporarily incapacitated golden lizard mid-air, he shook his burned arm, disregarding the pain. A cold smirk gracing his lips as he unleashed his full power in a poison dragon drill combined with the thunder slash of the Tang Dao, charging forth with formidable intensity. The synergy of the two techniques created a spiraling aura that crackled with electricity. As the golden lizard finally processed the situation, it was already far too late. It felt a sharp blade pierce its neck, subsequently slicing through its body, shredding its flesh into disarray. At that very moment, a long-forgotten system notification resonated in Yang Haoshuan's mind. Congratulations, player has leveled up. Character is now at level 27. Health and mana have each increased by 50%. And physical attributes have randomly augmented by up to 200 points. Additionally, there are 20 attribute points to allocate and 4 skill points to learn. Accompanied by this announcement, Yang Haoshuan, who had just endured a grueling battle, felt his muscles relax as if stretching after an arduous day, yet 100 times more pleasurable. Simultaneously, he broke through to the 4th level of Martial Master, causing his muscles to swell with visible veins, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Soon after, he returned to a state of normalcy. A booming laugh erupted from Yang Haoshuan's lips. This treasure hunt had undoubtedly resulted in his first significant gain. He calculated his current experience, realizing that to ascend to the 5th level of Martial Master, he would require 1.5 times the previous duration, not accounting for the earlier encounter with the King Lizard. Upon further reflection, Yang Haoshuan deduced that in 3 years, he could at most achieve the Martial King realm, likely capped at around 6 levels, which left him somewhat disheartened. However, he still possessed a trump card, the 2nd meridian of the longevity technique. Once activated, it would significantly elevate his realm. Moreover, the spiraling true energy derived from the 1st meridian filled him with anticipation for the unlocking of the 2nd, 3rd, and beyond. Just how powerful could he become? As he indulged in his fantasies, an individual approached, hesitating for a moment before expressing gratitude. "Thank you." Yang Haoshuan was taken aback, and upon glancing over, he recognized the bold figure who had earlier thrust a spear at the golden lizard. A closer inspection revealed a tall, handsome man, slightly older. With a hint of stubble on his chin, a rather dashing gentleman. It was your daring act that saved my life, Yang Haoxuan retorted with a slight grimace, reluctant to assume the role of a hero. However, several individuals emerged from behind the gentleman, collectively expressing their thanks to Yang Haoxuan. Even those resting at a distance chimed in with their gratitude. I am Chi Feng. This is my adventure team, named Wind S Remnant. You had no obligation to assist us. Yet you boldly intervened. Although it may have seemed foolish, our team owes you a debt of gratitude. Chi Feng, the gentleman, exhibited a generous spirit. At that moment, a procession appeared on the path they had traversed, led by the formidable Xiang Ba of the enforcement team, accompanied by Zhao Pejuan and Tang Yuru from the Heavenly Fire Adventure team, as well as Li Lang from the Fire Wolf Adventure team. Yun Shui also removed her mask, appearing pitiful as she trailed behind her senior sister. P.S. Yang Baishan's gaming level will be adjusted to level 43. Thus it is, heh. Chapter 54. Li Lang, their group had dwindled to a few dozen members, each bearing the marks of battle. The remaining factions consisted of 3, the enforcement team, along with the Heavenly Fire and Fire Wolf Adventure teams. However, what perplexed Yang Haoxuan was that they had arrived from behind. After a moment's hesitation, he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and was filled with indignation. It became clear that these individuals had encountered the Golden Lizard, suffered significant losses, and then hidden away without offering any warning or assistance to their fellow adventurers. Instead, they sought to enlist help against the formidable creature, hoping for an opportunity to break through. Little did they anticipate that Yang Haoxuan would vanquish such a terrifying beast. Their actions were truly contemptible. While Yang Haoxuan had felt a flicker of guilt moments before, that sentiment had now vanished entirely. For among the fallen adventurers were not only allies but also friends and even family. They had stood by, witnessing their demise. While Yang Haoxuan's audacity in battle rendered him a hero, the surviving adventurers stared in disbelief at their erstwhile companions from the later group, with whom they had once shared drinks and boasts. Human nature can be wicked, yet they had not foreseen such treachery. Brother Yang Haoxuan, truly a remarkable individual. Just yesterday, we were deliberating on how to deal with this beast when we suddenly heard the sounds of combat. Upon investigation, we discovered that the creature had already been dealt with. Xiong Ba shamelessly approached, enthusiastically patting Yang Haoxuan on the shoulder. After such a fierce battle, the entire valley must have known of it, yet they continued to feign ignorance. Yang Haoxuan felt nothing but disdain in his heart and chose to remain silent. Nevertheless, Xiong Ba and the representatives of the other 2 factions refrained from further comment. For Yang Haoxuan's triumph over the Golden Lizard had elevated his status among them to one of equality, at least on par with Xiong Ba and Zhao Pejuan. Yang Haoxuan, feeling perturbed and sensing that he had been manipulated, chose to disregard Xiong Ba and instead approached Yun Shui, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Before Yun Shui could respond, Tang Yuru, for the first time, addressed Yang Haoxuan, her tone notably colder than usual. "Given that you led us into this perilous place, do you think there is no issue?" "Senior sister, it was my own decision to come. It has nothing to do with Brother Haoxuan," Yun Shui quickly clarified, her expression shifting to one of admiration as she added, "Moreover, Brother Haoxuan is truly remarkable. You all witnessed how impressively he vanquished that golden creature." No worries. Sister Yun, may fortune smile upon you." At that moment, Zhao Guangjuan approached, his demeanor towards Yang Haoxuan markedly more respectful. "Brother Haoxuan, you are indeed formidable." Curse it. After the earlier incident, Yang Haoxuan's impression of Zhao Guangjuan had soured considerably. He muttered under his breath and joined the other surviving adventurers. Subsequently, without the obstruction of golden lizards, the group resumed their slow advance. The radiant 5 clouds shimmered brilliantly in the distance, seemingly just ahead. Yet, as the party continued onward, they found themselves no closer, the distance remaining unchanged. It wasn't until nightfall that they reluctantly prepared to rest. Throughout the journey, Yang Haoxuan refrained from engaging in conversation, instead perusing skills within the game interface. It goes without saying that by the time he reached the 25th skill level, all 20 skills had already been upgraded by 1 point. Now, he was contemplating enhancing several skills, including Flame Ball, Earth Flame, Sky Fire, and Thunder Slash, among others. Initially, he believed that enhancing these skills to level 4 would suffice for acquiring even more formidable abilities later. However, at that time, his perspective was rather limited. After countless battles, he discerned that these seemingly inconspicuous skills were indispensable for achieving victory. With an ample supply of skill points now at his disposal, he decided to elevate all his skills to level 6 and upgraded Thunder Slash to level 7, reserving the remaining skills for unforeseen circumstances. It was another night, this time in a valley, not merely a ravine, as he had initially thought. After a day of arduous travel, the howling winds echoed through the night. Most adventurers sought refuge behind rocks, setting up their tents. Yang Haoshuan surveyed the area and noted that the once mighty contingent of several hundred had dwindled to a mere 3 squads, totaling just over 40 individuals. Brother Haoshuan, you must be weary today. Why not rest in my tent while I sleep with my senior sister? Yun Shui suddenly approached him from behind, her cheeks flushed with shyness. It seemed that the girl was beginning to develop feelings. Nevertheless, it was unsurprising. From an external perspective, Yang Haoshuan certainly passed the test. His talents, particularly in martial arts on the Tianhe continent, were remarkable. Most importantly, his character shone through. Any woman would be moved by his unwavering protection. Yang Haoshuan sensed something amiss but chose to remain indifferent, neither acknowledging nor dismissing her. In the world of adventurers, comfort was often sought in a warm bed and a soft pillow, yet he craved neither, for he understood that such desires could lead to peril. With a yawn, he swallowed a few chi-gathering pills and settled down. Due to the radiance of the clouds, most people refrained from lighting a fire. Yang Haoshuan felt no chill, while Yun Shui, lacking in cultivation, shivered but still chose to sit beside him. By the way, what is wrong with your senior sister? Yang Haoshuan suddenly inquired. I am perfectly fine. A cold voice suddenly emerged from behind, belonging to Tang Yuru, who appeared like a captivating specter, slightly exasperated. This rendered Yang Haoshuan exceedingly awkward. He merely smiled in silence. Unfazed, Yang Haoshuan shrugged dismissively. What? Suddenly, his keen senses detected several individuals seated on the opposite side of the tent, engaged in conversation. Among them was a burly elder, exuding an air of authority, whose only distinguishing feature was his graying hair. Indeed, he noticed the black-clad figure who had once attempted to kill him for treasure, now conversing with the commanding elder. This elder was none other than Li Lang, the leader of the Firewolf adventuring team and the deceased Li Legion's father. Do not act rashly. His cultivation is formidable, and we still require his assistance in treasure hunting. Once we are outside, Li Lang suddenly suppressed his fury and spoke. Upon hearing this, Yang Haoshuan was taken aback, even in the wake of his son's death. The elder remained fixated on profit, compelling him to admire the cold-bloodedness of these individuals. Simultaneously, he scoffed inwardly. If you wish to use me as a pathfinder, I too desire your aid in my ascent. P.S. Gratitude to Drowning and 3,000 dippers for the generous reward. Heh, there are now 2 disciples on the board. Though there remains a significant distance to go, but Dofu will strive diligently. Chapter 55. The Ancient Kingdom. Although Yang Haoshuan learned that Li Lang harbored no thoughts of vengeance, he spent the entire night in meditation within the confines of the tent, remaining vigilant. The fierce battle with the golden lizard had left his breath disordered and his physical state exhilarated. Consequently, his realm of power had ascended. In simpler terms, he found himself in a state of disarray. He had intended to seek a tranquil location for proper recuperation, aiming to attain an optimal condition. Yet the present circumstances afforded him no such luxury. Meanwhile, although the chi-gathering pill had little effect on him, merely replenishing his magical energy, the emanating medicinal potency still required absorption. However, in the past 2 days, the surviving adventurers were predominantly at the 5th or 6th tier of martial prowess. Should they unite? Yang Haoshuan felt reluctant to act recklessly. Unconsciously, he recalled the Gentle Breeze adventuring team from earlier. It seemed prudent to temporarily ally with them. The following day, amidst the furious reprimands of Xiang Ba directed at the law enforcement team, the others gradually awakened, each bearing a serious demeanor. Today, they were likely to reach the 5 Clouds radiance, which signified the location of the coveted treasures. With dozens of individuals present, the principle of many wolves. Little flesh was well understood by all. Yet, they were apprehensive about confronting any formidable entity ahead that one could not tackle alone. Thus they pressed forward, each burdened with their own concerns. Uncle Chi Feng, as they approached the treasure-s location, it was evident that whether facing demons or their own kind, the casualties would be grievous. I suspect I would become their primary target, and your relative weakness would render you equally vulnerable. Therefore, I propose we temporarily form a small team and share the spoils of the treasures evenly. Yang Haoshuan felt as though he had been under constant scrutiny throughout his journey. Upon reaching Chi Feng, the leader of the Finsan team, he noted that the team's cultivation levels hovered around the 5th rank of Martial Master. with Qi Feng himself standing at the pinnacle of this rank. Nonetheless, the events of the previous day had showcased his audacity and meticulousness. Qi Feng had long harbored this intention, yet he misinterpreted Yang Haoxuan's aloof demeanor as disdain. Indeed, Yang Haoxuan was not devoid of empathy, but he understood the necessity of delineating interests in this world, especially in the current circumstances. Otherwise, one might find themselves in peril without understanding the costs. Of course, were they in a tavern, he would be more than willing to share a few drinks with Qi Feng. Thus, under their hasty verbal agreement, a temporary team was formed. The remaining 4 members of Fengcan awkwardly approached Yang Haoxuan to greet him. Observing these individuals, Yang Haoxuan recognized that after 2 days of combat, especially the fierce struggle of the previous day, they had become quite worn down and were unable to unleash their full potential. Since this was a collaboration, he waved his hand, casting the dance of healing upon them. He harbored significant grievances regarding this skill, as opportunities to utilize it on himself were exceedingly rare. As the radiant light gracefully enveloped the 4 members of Fengcan, they were momentarily taken aback, only to feel a warm glow rejuvenating their bodies. Their sore muscles gradually returned to optimal condition, and their vitality surged. Good heavens, this healing method is simply extraordinary. One exclaimed. I am Yang Haoxuan, he declared. You may address me as you wish. This is indeed a healing technique. Here are a few pills to help replenish your vitality. Yang Haoxuan remained unfazed. Seizing the moment when the other teams were distracted, a qi-gathering pill materialized in his palm, and astonishingly, it floated effortlessly around them. The sight of the qi-gathering pill sparked intrigue among the onlookers. While such elixirs were no longer deemed exceptionally rare among martial artists, their value remained considerable. Yet, a mere utterance from Yang Haoxuan left them momentarily dumbfounded. This particular pill was intended for restoring their vitality. Could it be? This was an elixir, one of the most sought-after luxury items in the Tianhe continent, casually offered without hesitation. In their hearts, an unusual admiration for Yang Haoxuan began to blossom, as if following him promised an infinite horizon of possibilities. Yang Haoxuan was taken aback by the profound effect that a few pills, which he deemed trivial sustenance, had on them. His thoughts had already soared towards the luminous destination ahead, oblivious to the passage of time under the influence of the 5-cloud radiance. Nevertheless, the group showed no signs of halting. None were willing to allow anyone to precede them. Eventually, the brilliance ahead began to shift, appearing increasingly nearer, its radiance intensifying. After a brief moment, they all experienced a fleeting blindness, only to suddenly behold a barrier formed by the dazzling 5-cloud radiance, its myriad colors shimmering like rippling water. What could this be? The group, comprised of 3 formidable teams at the forefront, found themselves engulfed in astonishment. One among them picked up a stone and cast it into the barrier, only for it to vanish as if it had been swallowed by the sea. The situation prompted their hesitation, as they had always assumed the entrance lay beneath, with the earth cleaved open. However, it became evident that this was not the case. It appeared as if the valley through which they had traversed had been carved out by an earthquake. They had thought a vast chasm had been breached below, yet it now seemed that the entire peak had been split apart, revealing a parallel realm within. Su Ba, driven by insatiable greed, reached out towards the barrier, but suddenly hesitated, casting a wary glance behind him. At that moment, a member of the enforcement team was pushed forward by others, trembling as he extended his hand toward the Wuyun barrier. As his fingertips made contact, everyone instinctively stepped back. Yet his hand seemed to penetrate the barrier as if it were water, without any indication of pain. The officer sighed in relief, but abruptly felt himself thrust forward. Useless fool, Su Ba thought, seeing his own team member pushed into the barrier. After a brief moment of uncertainty, he stepped in as well, vanishing from sight. The others, no longer hesitant, followed suit without delay. As Yang Haoxuan advanced, a flash of light enveloped him, different from the previous Wuyun radiance. Rather, it felt akin to emerging abruptly from darkness into the brilliance of sunlight, causing his eyes to ache. He instinctively bent down to rub his eyes, only to find others around him doing the same. Suddenly, he directed his gaze forward and was taken aback. Contrary to his expectations of a mystical cave or a mere dwelling, what lay before him was nothing less than a kingdom. An ancient yet magnificent kingdom, grand in scale and distinguished by its peculiar and atmospheric style, boasts a striking palace whose grandeur rivals that of a mountain peak. Surrounding the palace are houses that dwarf even the most opulent mansions, yet the kingdom bears the marks of age, with some structures in ruin and walls crumbling. The group stands upon a fractured bridge, the same radiant barrier of 5 clouds shimmering behind them as it did upon their arrival. The scene before them far exceeds their expectations. The kingdom stretches for at least thousands of miles, seemingly endless. Even a mere street here rivals the length of the entire capital city of Yin, as if it were a realm designed for giants. However, there are no signs of treasure to be found. More crucially, they have descended beneath a mountain peak, raising questions among them. How could there possibly be a palace here? If it existed, it would have been discovered long ago. They soon realize they have truly entered a parallel space. Xue, do you comprehend the situation? Amidst the confusion and speculation, Yang Haoshuan approached Yun Xue, aware of her lineage as a descendant of the 5 clouds. He gently inquired. Yun Xue's large eyes scanned the newly revealed kingdom, her charming visage deep in thought. Suddenly, a look of delight crossed her face as she appeared to have made a realization. However, Yang Haoshuan quickly gestured for her to refrain from speaking carelessly. Understanding his intent, she whispered to him, "The great emperor of the 5 clouds has fallen, yet his disciples remain. It is said that his eldest disciple, Yun Ruoqing, became a ruler of a nation. Subsequently, as other emperors fell, the continent descended into chaos and strife. Thus, he wielded unparalleled divine powers to carve out a space beneath the earth, relocating his entire kingdom underground to shield it from the ravages of war. It seems that this is it." This also elucidates the reason for the radiant 5 clouds. Yang Haoshuan nodded, feeling an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Yet, he was soon taken aback by the astonishing revelation that someone could create such a space underground. It was indeed far more challenging than moving mountains or filling seas. Truly deserving of the phrase supreme divine power. What on earth is going on? If anyone knows, just tell me. Xiongba faced the palace, utterly at a loss, his heart brimming with frustration. Over there, Yun Xue and Yang Haoshuan exchanged a glance, each lost in their own thoughts. "Do you possess any further knowledge about this kingdom?" Yang Haoshuan inquired once more. "This is all what my grandmother told me. I cannot vouch for its authenticity. She mentioned that the kingdom's inhabitants lived underground for millennia, where life mirrored the outside world, free from worries, resulting in a populace with pure hearts. However, it was later said that a woman emerged, bringing calamity upon the entire kingdom, which was forever buried beneath the earth. Our ancestors from Wuyun Town are said to have been the ones who escaped back then." Yin Xue explained. "Ahem. Don't think that your elder brother Haoshuan is merely greedy for wealth. I wish to inquire about any treasures?" Yang Haoshuan smiled awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Yin Xue shot him a pointed look. The underground kingdom has long abandoned transactions involving gold and silver, and there are no precious metals or jewels. However, it is said that they possess unique insights into weapon forging, and with Yun Ruoqing being a disciple of the emperor, perhaps he left behind the treasures you mentioned. Indeed, Yang Haoshuan's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Though the master is gone, a disciple is still commendable. Yang Haoshuan gestured for Yun Xue to remain silent, and they exchanged smiles, both choosing not to speak further. Chapter 56. The Great Treasure. Meanwhile, the 3 leaders, Xiongba, Zhao Pejun, and Li Lang, engaged in a discussion. Though they were not fully apprised of the circumstances, they resolved to explore the interior of the palace, convinced that such an extraordinary phenomenon must harbor a treasure. The segment of the broken bridge where they stood spanned a distance of 100 meters. Yang Haoshuan found it perplexing that someone would construct such a grand edifice for the nation. However, upon hearing Yun Xue's explanation, he understood. It was revealed that in ancient times, even an ordinary citizen possessed the strength of a martial artist, or even a grand martial artist. This was done to allow them the freedom to demonstrate their abilities. How astounding! An ordinary citizen reaching the realm of martial artists? Yang Haoshuan mused with a sense of nostalgia, lamenting how each generation seemed to pale in comparison to the last. With a sigh, he leaped across the gap, embracing Yun Xue, while the 3 teams left a few members behind to guard the entrance before descending into the streets. Upon reaching the thoroughfares of the kingdom, they were met with a true display of opulence and luxury. The common houses towered 10 meters high, resembling a stroll amidst towering skyscrapers on Earth. Throughout their journey, the group encountered no obstacles, nor did they stumble upon a single corpse. However, the keen-eyed Yang Haoshuan discerned numerous traces of demons scurrying about, all leading toward the entrance, suggesting that the demons which had appeared 2 days prior had emerged from this very place. Before long, the group ascended the steps of the palace, gradually approaching the grand entrance. The door itself seemed designed for a colossal figure, and upon entering the palace, they were utterly astounded by the lavishness that greeted them. The ground is adorned with resilient stones resembling mirrors, Walking upon them feels akin to traversing a surface of water, creating ripples in its wake. The adjacent columns are intricately inlaid with cloud patterns, featuring numerous small openings that seem capable of emitting mist. It is reasonable to surmise that this kingdom is aptly named Cloud. What a farce! There is nothing here, not even a glimmer of gold. Xiangba gazes at the barren palace, its sparse furnishings provoking a profound sense of frustration. Let us go. Others, having discerned this reality, promptly follow suit, eager for discovery. Yang Haoshuan also leads the Wind Remnant team inside. As they traverse the palace's narrow path, they arrive at a door marked with a character not of contemporary script. Yunshui, standing nearby, smugly informs him that it reads Weapon Pavilion. The door is slightly ajar. Upon entering, they find the entire team standing in the center of the room, mouths agape. Their gaze is fixated on the walls surrounding them. Following their line of sight, Yang Haoshuan's heart races, his blood surging and pores widening, a testament to his exhilaration. Treasures, treasures, treasures. A staggering 9,886 treasured swords of exceptional quality hang densely upon the walls, exuding an aura of lethal elegance, as if lying in wait for worthy individuals to unleash their potential. What does possessing a treasured weapon signify? A single spiritual weapon, presented to the imperial dynasty, could yield a hereditary title, granting endless wealth and luxury. However, to possess a treasured weapon is no exaggeration to say that one could establish a sect or even found a modest kingdom. We have struck gold. We have struck gold. Xiongba's complexion was flushed like a rising tide. His lips involuntarily parted as he spoke. With so many swords, we need not engage in battle. They cannot possibly be transported. The others nodded in agreement. Yang Haoshuan remained in a state of shock, and upon hearing Xiongba's words, he felt a profound disdain. He possessed a comprehensive understanding of the world and could discern the essence of matters with a mere glance at their attributes. These swords were, in fact, part of a set, belonging to a sword formation. Thus, when he examined them, the total quantity was revealed. This set of swords was known as the Cloud Star Sword, while the formation was called the Stellar Sword Array. Furthermore, these swords were previously individual Dao artifacts, indicating that during ancient times, the martial arts prowess reached an astonishing height, capable of unleashing a formation akin to thousands of sword artifacts. What formidable strength that entailed! Terror was the only sentiment Yang Haoshuan could grasp. Naturally, his second feeling was the desire to collect all these swords. He chuckled inwardly. The attribute examination was comprehensive, and he believed that the items would not occupy space in a traditional manner, but rather as a singular weapon, alleviating concerns of insufficient storage. This was a fortuitous opportunity. Yang Haoshuan smirked repeatedly in his mind. Collecting items was a simple task for him, with a mere thought allowing him to store anything in his inventory. However, just as they were indulging in their fantasies, the swords mounted upon the wall began to vanish one by one, without a sound. Each sword was identical, so they disappeared sequentially from the wall as if conjured by an illusion. The speed of disappearance was astonishingly swift and peculiarly enigmatic. However, as the crowd followed the direction in which the treasured sword had vanished, they turned to behold Yang Haoshuan, who was poking at a sword with his finger. The surrounding swords that had disappeared were drawing ever closer to that very blade, until ultimately that sword too vanished, leaving not a single one remaining on the once crowded wall. The scene fell into a profound silence. "You little brat! How dare you hoard it all for yourself?" Xiongba exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before the realization struck him, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Enraged, he pointed his axe menacingly at Yang Haoshuan. "This is terrible. The collection of the entire set of items is indeed from the outside in." Yang Haoshuan still dared to argue. "You must possess a storage treasure. Quickly produce it." Xiongba was not one to be easily convinced, advancing a step with an imposing presence. "Indeed, this lad possesses a spirit-level blade. Yet it has not been seen on his person. He must have a storage artifact." Li Lang, standing nearby, seized the opportunity to speak up. He was naturally haunted by the death of his son, yet had no chance for revenge. Should he lead his team to confront Yang Haoshuan in a desperate struggle? Success might be within reach, but his strength would be significantly diminished in this treasure hunt, leaving him without a foothold, much like the Remnant Wind team, who lacked the necessary power to claim any authority in this endeavor. Chapter 57. Body Search. However, the circumstances were different now. Yang Haoshuan's earlier display had incited everyone to take action against him. Indeed, upon hearing these words, the surrounding adventurers immediately drew their weapons as if compelled by an unseen force. The wrath of the multitude was not to be trifled with. Upon hearing his words, the adventurers exchanged glances, uncertain of what to think. They were torn between the authenticity of his claims and their apprehension regarding Yang Haoxuan's earlier display of power. The boy's unique martial arts, coupled with his possession of a superior spiritual weapon and exceptional storage artifacts, was indeed remarkable. Perhaps he was merely a disciple from a certain sect, attempting to exploit them for his own gain. Did he take them for fools? Li Lang immediately shouted, unwilling to miss this opportunity. His words stirred some doubt among the group. Without further ado, you will submit to a thorough examination, proposed Xiang Ba, scrutinizing Yang Haoxuan's palms, which revealed no rings or bracelets, the typical indicators of storage artifacts. Preposterous. Do you dare to inspect me? Do you possess the authority? Yang Haoxuan retorted with a grand gesture, standing sideways in an air of arrogance. In truth, he was not concerned about being discovered. He himself was unaware of precisely where the items in his inventory were stored within his body. However, allowing them to inspect him too easily would surely raise their suspicions. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Yang Haoxuan's stance, Qi Feng and others hastily positioned themselves behind him. The originally amiable Yun Xue appeared ready to support him. But her older sister held her back firmly. Haha, Xiong Ba sneered at Yang Haoxuan's defiance. I must concede, you are indeed a prodigy. Your cultivation is impressive. But do you truly believe you can contend with so many of us? Yang Haoxuan displayed an expression of exasperation, casting a significant glance at the other adventurers. Most wore expressions imbued with lethal intent, including Zhao Guangjuan. Of course, Tang Yuru's mask obscured her face, yet he could sense her gaze upon him. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly declared, Fine, you win. I shall allow you to search me. His demeanor was unmistakably on point, while Xiong Ba exhibited a smug grin, gesturing to his subordinates. Do not attempt any tricks. Remove all your clothing, everything down to your bare skin. How infuriating. I cannot endure this humiliation, Yang Haoxuan bellowed. At the very least, provide me with a private space and bring in a few women. Oh, you desire women, do you? Very well. Xiong Ba responded with a silent chuckle. With a mere flick of his gaze, several ordinary law enforcement officers emerged, their robust physiques and bearded faces imposing. Before Yang Haoxuan could voice any objections, they abruptly removed their headscarves, long hair cascading down like a waterfall. They then peeled off their beards and extracted thick shoulder guards from their sides, transforming their appearances into something more delicate. Is this permissible? Yang Haoxuan's eyes widened in astonishment. We shall remain vigilant. It is best if you do not resist. Xiong Ba and the other two teams exchanged glances, expressing their agreement with this course of action, before stepping out of the armory to stand guard outside. You may proceed. Yang Haoxuan instructed Qi Feng and the others accordingly, as the room dwindled to just Yang Haoxuan and several female law enforcement officers. An air of awkwardness enveloped him as he wondered if they had fallen victim to the unscrupulous conduct of Xiong Ba. Old Yang, the world is rife with malevolence, and women struggle to survive. They can only conceal their true selves. I beseech your understanding. One slightly older woman, displaying no hint of discomfort, clasped her hands and implored. Please, Old Yang, remove all your clothing, everything, without exception. Am I truly to strip? Yang Haoxuan's expression soured, not from fear, but from the sheer helplessness he felt in the presence of these women. Yet, they remained unperturbed, their gazes devoid of any shame, as if assessing an object. With no other recourse, Yang Haoxuan reluctantly shed all his garments and cast them onto the ground, for they held no significant value. However, to his astonishment, once he was stripped bare, the four women approached, extending their hands, rendering the scene as sordid as it could possibly be. Sister, what are you doing touching my abdomen? And now you dare to go lower? In the ensuing moments, the room echoed with Yang Haoxuan's voice, a blend of despair and incredulity. Yet, recalling the treasure trove of over 10,000 swords within his inventory, his spirits lifted considerably, recognizing the fortuitous advantage he had gained. Meanwhile, he scanned the surroundings, intent on locating the sword formation. Moments later, clad in a standard outfit provided by the law enforcement team, he witnessed a surge of individuals rushing into the room, each eager to uncover the unfolding drama. Xiong Ba led the charge, striding at the forefront. He glanced at the remnants of Yang Haoxuan's garments, which had been reduced to tatters by four women, and then at the visibly displeased Yang Haoxuan. Curiosity sparked, he inquired, Have you conducted a thorough inspection? Yes, Captain, the elder woman replied promptly. We've scrutinized every inch, even within his hair, and found no anomalies. Is there any hidden secret within his physical form? Xiong Ba asked, his frustration palpable. Some individuals conceal storage treasures within their bodies, rendering them undetectable from the outside. Every inch of his skin is comprised of flesh and blood, with no irregularities. Could it be that he has achieved the martial spirit realm, allowing? No, that cannot be the case. Countless treasured swords, not merely artifacts, require extraordinary cultivation. Xiong Ba's discontent churned within him, yet he could conjure no conceivable rationale. Unless Yang Haoshuan had already reached the martial king level. However, if that were true, exterminating them would be as effortless as crushing ants. And he would not have permitted such a thorough examination. There remained only the possibility of the illusion Yang Haoshuan had mentioned. Indeed, upon their entrance, none had touched the swords, leaving them uncertain of their authenticity. Concurrently, a collective sigh of disappointment resonated among the adventurers, with Li Lang, particularly disheartened, slapping his forehead. 1,000 artifact-level swords could rival the wealth of an empire. Even if such treasures were claimed by a master like Yang Haoshuan, a fierce battle would still ensue. Yet, it appeared that was not the case. It seemed the reality aligned with what Brother Yang had stated. The swords suspended upon the wall were indeed mere phantoms. How could there possibly be so many swords hanging there? At this moment, Zhao Pejuan, who had been cautious and reticent throughout the journey, stepped forward to defend Yang Haoshuan. He had observed that the other two teams had thoroughly offended Yang, and seizing this opportunity, he sought to ally with him. Chapter 58, The World-Destroying Long Spear. Yang Haoshuan, witnessing the effectiveness of his actions, felt an overwhelming joy. Unbeknownst to others, he had stumbled upon a significant fortune. However, his thoughts swiftly turned to locating the Sword Array's secret manual, pondering whether there was a chance to cultivate the ancient martial arts and formations. The group of adventurers, upon hearing Zhao Pejuan's words, could not help but glance at the wall once more. There, they beheld a mural previously concealed by swords, depicting an array of unknown avian and terrestrial creatures, enchanting landscapes, and various totems. Suddenly, one adventurer noticed a weapon's totem that seemed peculiar. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Look, that totem's weapon appears to be real. Everyone followed his and saw an axe engulfed in blazing flames. Yet, it seemed as though the axe was genuinely embedded within the fire, giving it a unique concave-convex sensation. As they gazed intently, the extraordinary Bear Ba's eyes widened in astonishment. Another treasure. Quickly, take it down and ascertain its authenticity. Immediately, members from the three teams surged forward, and when the first person touched the axe, he let out a shriek. It's real, it's real. Yang Haoshuan was well aware of the reality of the situation. After all, there was no illusion to be found. He had already discerned that the walls around him bore 9 totemic weapons, each a genuine treasure. However, there was nothing particularly extraordinary about them. They were merely exquisite weapons. How amusing it was, given that he would have been elated to encounter a single treasure weapon before, yet now, in the face of such disdain, he felt a sense of triumph. Before long, others began to follow suit, sequentially uncovering the remaining 9 treasure-grade weapons, plunging the scene into chaos with shouts of mine. And I found it first, filling the air. The leaders of the three teams hesitated to issue commands, fearing that their overzealous subordinates might resort to violence. Eventually, the 9 treasures were laid upon the ground, including swords, spears, and axes, yet conspicuously absent was a single dagger. This absence puzzled Yang Haoshuan. If only there were a treasure blade among them, his prowess would surely ascend to new heights. Of course, wielding any of the other weapons would suffice, provided he activated their skills. However, the unparalleled finesse he had honed over 3 years with his own blade would be lost. Starting anew with these other arms would be a futile endeavor. In the end, a throng gathered around the 9 treasures, their eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. Though the 9 treasures paled in comparison to the myriad of Cloud Star swords they had encountered previously, they still represented an immeasurable fortune. Witnessing such grand treasures displayed merely as totems upon the wall raised questions about what else lay in store. Consequently, the teams refrained from vying against one another, and the leaders commenced deliberations, ultimately deciding that each team would claim 3 treasures, a perfectly equitable arrangement. However, at this juncture, Yang Haoshuan scoffed, stepping forward to confront them. Are you 3 teams truly intending to hoard everything for yourselves? The sound of the abacus clicking was almost deafening, but what about me? From the outset, Xiong Ba, Zhao Pejuan, and Li Lang wielded the greatest power, and by the end, those who survived were exclusively their followers. Thus, they naturally believed that this treasure hunt had firmly established itself in their domain, completely disregarding others. As for Yang Haoshuan, One might presume that with nearly 10,000 treasures at his disposal, he would be indifferent to these meager 9. However, such a notion is foolish. Should Yang Haoxuan exhibit even a hint of nonchalance, it would merely suggest that he had already acquired a far greater fortune. His words startled everyone. The 3 leaders, Xiong Ba, Zhao Pejun, and Li Lang, turned simultaneously to face Yang Haoxuan, their eyes flickering uncertainly as they pondered their thoughts. Suddenly, Xiong Ba chuckled and said, I nearly forgot about Brother Yang. Based on your perspective, how should we allocate this? Humph. Quite simple indeed. I shall take 3. And each of your 3 teams shall receive 2. Yang Haoxuan declared with an air of solemnity. The proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Was this not exceedingly greedy? Brother Haoxuan, is that not a tad inappropriate? Zhao Guangjuan, standing behind his father, approached with a cordial smile. You insolent child. So brazen. Do you truly believe we fear you? Li Lang seized the opportunity to sneer. Nonsense. Were it not for my slaying of the golden lizard. Ask yourselves if you would even have been able to enter. You all sought to use me as a pawn. Why should I not claim 3? Yang Haoxuan brandished his Tang Dao, pointing at the 3 teams. His demeanor compelled a group of adventurers to instinctively take a step back, clearly filled with trepidation. His extreme actions were intended to obliterate any doubts they harbored, should they merely express a hint of skepticism. It was inevitable that some capable individual would discern the underlying truth. Did you not slay the golden lizard to gain entry? What difference does it make? Very well. You shall take 2 weapons, and we shall divide the remaining 1. Roared Xiong Ba, his laughter imbued with a palpable aura of menace. Yet, his reasoning held merit. Despite being a single treasured artifact, its worth was undeniably immense. Yang Haoxuan, however, remained unfazed, scoffing repeatedly as sparks and arcs of lightning erupted from his Tang Dao. A fearsome display. His piercing gaze swept over the assembly. Do you truly believe me to be easily bullied? I demand 3 weapons. Should you refuse, we shall engage in battle. I trust you are aware of the prowess of my techniques and the advantages of confronting a formidable opponent. In that moment, another wave of punishing heavenly thunder erupted from his body, causing the surrounding adventurers to pale and retreat in alarm. Yang Haoxuan had initially considered acquiescing, but at this juncture, he felt as though he were being manipulated by them. He realized he needed to assert himself to garner their respect. If he continued to lack a firm stance in the forthcoming treasure hunt, he would face unrelenting constraints. Their failure to account for him, coupled with their prior search of his person, indicated they had never regarded him as a serious contender in their eyes, at least not in the estimation of the leaders of the 3 factions, who perceived him merely as a young man of decent cultivation. Thus, Yang Haoxuan must elevate himself to the same level as Yang Wei and the 3 teams, ensuring he is not targeted as a partner to be dealt with. The punishment thunder indeed exudes a formidable presence. Lightning holds profound significance in the Tianhe continent, symbolizing destruction. The leaders of the 3 teams wore expressions devoid of emotion. At this moment, Qi Feng led his quartet to stand behind Yang Haoxuan. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the opposing adventurers, he slowly proclaimed, I stand with him. If battle is to ensue, let us unite. This declaration astonished not only them, but also Yang Haoxuan. Although they had previously agreed, the situation was indeed surprising. In truth, he had no intention of genuinely engaging these adversaries. Even if a confrontation arose, he could effortlessly escape using the poison dragon drill. He could then conceal himself within this vast kingdom, waiting for them to continue their treasure hunt, suffering significant casualties before making his move. After all, having acquired the 10,000 Cloud Star swords, he felt a sense of satisfaction with such abundant wealth. You are correct. They hardly regard us as worthy. We are either cannon fodder or targets. Qi Feng remarked nonchalantly. Meeting Yang Haoxuan's bewildered gaze, their actions intensified the deadlock between the 2 factions. Suddenly, over a dozen individuals approached and stood behind Yang Haoxuan. These were the adventurers he had previously saved by slaying the golden lizard. They stood silently behind Yang Haoxuan, their eyes filled with intense anger directed at their former teammate. Their hearts were heavy with disillusionment from yesterday's betrayal. It was one thing to be sold out by strangers, but to be betrayed by once close allies was profoundly disheartening. The numerical advantage of both sides had diminished significantly, and if a confrontation were to ensue, Yang Haoxuan contemplated the possibility of eliminating these individuals entirely, embarking on the treasure hunt alongside Qi Feng and his companions. Suddenly, disregarding Tang Yuro, Yun Shui approached Yang Haoxuan with a charming smile, playfully hiding behind him. In this tense atmosphere, Zhao Pejun nudged his son, Zhao Guangjun. who immediately grasped the implication and exclaimed, "Father, I have a bond with Brother Hao Xuan. This dispute is truly detrimental to our camaraderie. Let us settle this matter amicably." Indeed, Xiong Ba, Li Lang, our Tianhua adventure team shall refrain from involving ourselves in your conflict. We agree to the distribution proposed by Yang Haoshuan. Zhao Pejun echoed his son's sentiments, stepping back to clarify his stance. At this juncture, any other teams that dared to challenge Yang Haoshuan would be courting disaster. However, Yang Haoshuan did not feel gratitude towards Zhao Pejun. Rather, he recognized the depth of his cunning. By taking such a stance, Zhao Pejun positioned himself to watch the impending clash unfold from a safe distance, reaping the benefits without engaging in battle. Conversely, Yang Haoshuan was not the impulsive fool he appeared to be, willing to resort to violence over mere treasure. He was, in fact, playing a game of wits. Since that is the case, I shall withdraw as well. Xiong Ba's avaricious nature reflected in his harsh tone. Humph. Li Lang grunted in dissatisfaction, signifying the reluctant concession. Subsequently, Yang Haoshuan selected a sword, a spear, and a dagger. Upon acquiring these treasures, he felt his consciousness ascend to a new realm. He then presented the spear before Qing Feng, exclaiming, "This one is for you." The spear, known as the world-extinguishing spear, was remarkably imposing, with a serpent-like, wave-patterned tip that was notably robust. Crafted from a unique material, the spear's body boasted an extraordinary iron that was not only resilient, but also possessed excellent flexibility, allowing for the true essence of spear techniques to be fully realized. In Yang Haoshuan's words, "This is truly an exceptional spear. Is this spear truly for me?" Qing Feng asked, his face reflecting disbelief. His decision to step forward had stemmed from the understanding that if Yang Haoshuan were to perish, the next to fall would be their small band of fortunate survivors. It was better to take a chance than to wait for doom. Little did he know that this resolute decision would swiftly lead to the acquisition of such a magnificent treasure. Upon awakening, he felt a slight discomfort, realizing with embarrassment that he had indeed been outmatched. Tomorrow was Monday, and with renewed determination, they would rise to the challenge, ready to conquer their foes. In the 59th chapter, The Pretentious High-Mindedness, the other adventurers who had followed were equally mesmerized. Although they understood that Yang Haoshuan would not bestow treasures upon them, his generous gesture towards Qi Feng instilled a sense of validation in their choice to follow him. As they departed from their original group, they anticipated becoming part of the Wind Remnant adventure team, knowing that their captain's possession of a treasure would undoubtedly benefit them all. The other weapons and treasures were swiftly divided among the remaining 3 teams, and soon they began to survey their surroundings, leaving no opportunity unexamined. Yang Haoshuan, now in possession of the Cloud Star Sword, was naturally eager to locate the sword formation, while the other teams were busy claiming their share of the treasures. Qi Feng and Yang Haoshuan tended to the adventurers who had just arrived, offering their healing services and extending invitations, garnering substantial goodwill. Before long, those who had been dividing the treasures discovered a dark courtyard path at the far end of the weapon pavilion, shrouded in obscurity, its destination unknown. Yet, in their excitement, some rushed forward to push open the door. As the light poured in, they uncovered a staircase leading downward. The 3 teams, no, 4, descended in succession. The staircase was remarkably long, and gradually, they realized it was circular, spiraling downward with no visible end. Suddenly, as they trekked further, a disconcerting sensation gripped them. The ground beneath their feet seemed to vanish, sending a tremor through their bodies, accompanied by a deafening roar. Yang Haoshuan glanced around, and was seized by a horrifying realization. The entire circular staircase was rapidly retracting downward, with the steps behind them disappearing at an alarming rate. Yun Chuel let out a terrified scream. Yang Haoshuan quickly moved to support her, only to notice his senior sister, Tang Yiru, faltering beside her. Just as he intended to assist, he observed that she too sensed the imminent danger, instinctively retreating. This infuriated him as he watched others desperately racing downwards to avoid falling. How pretentious! Yang Haoshuan let out a furious exclamation, forcefully holding on to Tang Yiru. She struggled momentarily, but ultimately found herself powerless against him. Without delay, Yang Haoshuan dashed downwards. In the rapid descent down the staircase, if he ran too swiftly, he risked losing his balance. Yet, if he moved too slowly, he could easily slip and fall. Fortunately, with his cultivated prowess, he firmly anchored his feet to the ground as he descended. However, it was evident that some mechanism had been triggered, as various intricate traps activated along the walls, resulting in numerous casualties. Ultimately, the Group S numbers dwindled once more, leaving only about 15 individuals remaining. At that moment, the descent also began to slow, and ahead, a stone chamber came into view, its grand entrance descending slowly, albeit at a sluggish pace, allowing the group some time to reach it. Yet, calamity struck as blades emerged once again from the walls, densely packed and beginning to spin, resembling a menacing wall of steel. "Stop!" bellowed the leader, Xiangba, as he plunged his weapon into the adjacent wall to stabilize himself, prompting those behind him to follow suit. However, Yang Haoshuan was different, with a woman clutched in each arm and 3 weapons strapped to his waist. He summoned his weighted attire, which enveloped him, instantly increasing his burden. He pressed his feet firmly into the ground, leaving an imprint as he steadied himself. Just as Yang Haoshuan regained his balance, he sensed a formidable aura approaching from behind, accompanied by a furious shout, "Give me back my son's life." Bang! A powerful internal force struck Yang Haoshuan's back, but fortunately, the weighty clothing absorbed much of the impact. Nevertheless, he was propelled swiftly towards the menacing blades ahead. The air was thick with danger as he hurtled towards what felt like an impenetrable wall, with the abyss beneath the nearby staircase stretching into infinity. Yang Haoshuan could discern no escape, and death loomed close, threatening to claim him as a victim of the blades. At that moment, Tang Yuro beside him suddenly retrieved a scroll from her possession, unfurling it with haste as she proclaimed, "Transform the tangible into the intangible. Activate." Instantly, the scroll emanated a brilliant white light, enveloping the 3 of them. As Yang Haoshuan grappled with confusion, he felt an inexplicable lightness, as if the weight of the world had been lifted, and they were now approaching the blades. Remarkably, the rapidly spinning blades passed through him without harm, as though he were a specter, an extraordinary phenomenon indeed. He instinctively glanced up to discern the identity of this remarkable woman. There was no need for doubt. The distinctive black attire unmistakably marked her as Tang Yuro. However, as he raised his gaze, he caught a glimpse of the subtle outlines of her veil, revealing the enigmatic visage beneath. Initially, he had surmised that Tang Yuro must possess extraordinary beauty, and now, as he drew closer, he beheld her elegantly elongated neck, a striking jawline, and skin that radiated a soft pallor. Her lustrous hair was elegantly coiffed, and her delicately arched brows framed bright lips that showcased a radiant smile, revealing pearly white teeth. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with life, and 2 charming dimples graced her cheeks, presenting a figure of exquisite grace and alluring charm. However, now her expression was one of confusion and panic. Suddenly, her pupils dilated as she fixed her gaze upon Yang Haoshuan, her mouth slowly parting as if to scream. "Ah!" Indeed, a piercing shriek followed, and Yang Haoshuan immediately felt himself pushed aside. Tang Yuro then stood up, a dagger appearing in her hand, poised to strike him. "Ah!" But at that moment, another scream rang out. This time it was Yun Shue's voice. Looking over, he saw her bent over on the ground, drenched in sweat, with blood gradually seeping from her ankle. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Haoshuan disregarded Tang Yuro and rushed towards her. "Shue, are you all right?" Tang Yuro hurriedly followed, her concern evident as she approached Yun Shui, using scissors to cut away the fabric of her tights. To her horror, she discovered a patch of blood staining the material. It turned out that during their frantic escape, despite Yang Haoshuan's carefulness, Yun Shue's calf had been pierced by a concealed mechanism, leaving a gaping wound. Yet, Tang Yuro suddenly pushed him aside. Her eyes filled with worry as she looked at Yun Shui and reassured her, "Don't worry. Are you okay?" As she spoke, she retrieved a medical kit, filled with various bottles and jars, emanating a strong medicinal aroma, and shot a glare at Yang Haoshuan, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. You greedy fool. Today's performance is rather dismal." Chapter 60. The Starry Sword Array. As a new week dawns, the rankings are poised for a refresh. After a week of diligent effort, I hope to seize the coveted first place this week, to make my mark, while Tofu may also experience a small resurgence. Moreover, maintaining a tri-daily update is no easy feat. Ahem, I would appreciate some support. I merely seek what I rightfully deserve. Yang Haoshuan, recognizing that Tang Yurua is a physician, relinquished control and allowed her to tend to Yun Shui. He rose to inspect the stone chamber, noting that the heavy stone door behind him had sealed shut. The interior of the chamber lacked the opulence of the outside. It was surrounded by yellowed earth, and the few columns stood dilapidated, devoid of any adornments, with no visible exits. It dawned on him that they were likely deep underground. And heaven knows if that door remained shut, whether they would ever escape. Humph, what is deserved? What of the 9,886 Cloud Star Swords? At that moment, Tang Yurua unexpectedly interjected, Yang Haoshuan's body jolted, utterly astonished that this woman possessed such intricate knowledge. Tang Yurua, sensing Yang Haoshuan's gaze, smirked disdainfully and remarked, "What? Do you intend to silence me? Then you must eliminate Yun Shui as well. Do not forget, my time in this town has not been brief. I know no less than Yun Shui. The starry sword array composed of 9,886 cloud star swords safeguards the imperial palace. Once the array dissipates, the cloud star swords return to the armory, and where then lies the illusion? Had it not been for Yun Shui's pleas, I would have revealed this long ago." Her words caused Yang Haoshuan's expression to shift once more. However, when Yun Shui gazed at him with dry, anxious eyes, his mood lightened. He understood that Yun Shui feared he might truly harm her senior sister, or even her, especially considering the multitude of precious artifacts. She was well aware of their significance. Yet, Yang Haoshuan was not the cold-blooded individual he appeared to be. Suddenly, he broke into a smile and remarked, "So you are aware that this is a sword formation. Yet those individuals intend to divide it amongst themselves? Is that not a waste of an ancient sword array? Thus, I am safeguarding the magnificent relics of our Tian Hakan in it." Shameless. Upon hearing Yang Haoshuan's nonsensical words, Tang Yiru, who had always prided herself on her composure, could not help but utter a curse. Nevertheless, his statement was rather amusing, causing her lips to twitch, although she ultimately restrained herself. Observing the easing of the atmosphere, Yun Shui, despite her pain, patted her ample bosom reassuringly, then glanced around in fear and said, "Brother Haoshuan, are we trapped here?" Indeed, Yang Haoshuan nodded, yet there was no hint of concern in his demeanor. "But fret not. The individuals outside will not overlook the allure of any mysterious treasures here, even if this place holds nothing at all." As he spoke, he glanced down at Yun Shui's wound, only to be surprised when Tang Yiru slowly produced a roll of gauze and some supplies for cleaning wounds, preparing to attend to her injury. This bewildered him, for he had originally believed that the profession of physician possessed remarkable healing techniques, akin to his own skills. But he was taken aback by such rudimentary methods. As I gazed upon Yun Shui, drenched in perspiration and pain, a wave of compassion washed over me, prompting me to speak. "My dear lady, if you continue in this manner, it seems that Snow will be unable to walk." With that, I endeavored to push aside Tang Yiru, who immediately arched her brow and erupted in fury. "What? Do you look down upon my medical skills? If you think you can, then hasten to heal her. Then prepare to witness my prowess. The treatment must be vigorous," I declared, shoving her aside and crouching on the ground. Before she could express her indignation, the dance of healing swiftly manifested in my hands, ultimately transforming into a radiant beam that plunged into Yun Shui's wound, seamlessly fusing at a visibly astonishing speed. Yun Shui's pained visage transformed into one of astonishment as she shot me an incredulous smile. However, behind her, Tang Yiru was enshrouded in shock. The bandages in her grasp fell away as she abandoned her previous demeanor, suddenly lunging toward me and seizing my wrist. Without a moment's hesitation, she knelt before me. What is the meaning of this? Surely astonishment does not necessitate such gestures. I stood there, momentarily taken aback, casting a bewildered glance at Yun Shui, who mirrored my confusion. "Please, teach me the ways of your healing arts," Tang Yiru implored, her voice deliberate and earnest, as she removed her mask to reveal her exquisite visage. The ways of healing? I was momentarily lost in thought, taken aback by her request. Yet, even if she wished to become my disciple, such a display of reverence seemed excessive, particularly the kneeling. Her expression, however, was one of unwavering expectation and determination. "I'm sorry, I cannot teach you." Yang Haoshuan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment as he spoke those words, struggling to grasp the underlying principles of the medical skills, let alone teach them. "Why, oh why?" Tang Yiru, in a fit of urgency, knelt and moved a few steps forward, attempting to grasp Yang Haoshuan's form, only to have him deftly evade her. Helpless, she finally uttered, "Is there some condition you have? I can comply with it, even offering my body." Ahem. Yang Haoshuan couldn't help but glance at her figure, but under Yun Shui's peculiar gaze, he promptly declared, "I am not that kind of person. But I truly cannot teach you. You simply cannot learn." Upon hearing this, Tang Yiru felt as though struck by lightning. Her movements became somewhat sluggish, and her expression morphed into one of bewilderment and despair. She quickly rose to her feet, despondently removing her veil as she murmured, "Is it truly impossible to learn? Yes, I am indeed a useless wretch." Gradually, she aimlessly wandered toward the opposite side of the stone chamber. "What if you teach my senior sister?" Such stinginess. Yun Shui raised an eyebrow at him and followed suit. Yang Haoshuan leaned forward to look, and through the light, He beheld the inscription on the book, Starry Sword Formation. Goodness, could it really be that simple? Just moments ago, he had been contemplating this matter, and now it lay before him, leaving him somewhat incredulous, even questioning whether it was some formidable ancient maze. Yet he could not resist the temptation to reach into the radiant light of the 5 clouds. And there was no obstruction to his actions. It seemed the illumination merely served to prevent the books from deteriorating. Grasping the tome on the sword formation, he swiftly held it in his hands, letting out a great sigh of relief as he opened the book. The ancient sword formation technique was indeed remarkable. The pages were entirely blank, devoid of any text. However, before Yang Haoshuan could voice his frustration at being deceived, the center of the pages appeared to unveil a world of its own, gradually illuminating the entire surface. Ultimately, a scene emerged, depicting a sky filled with mystical star swords, accompanied by a melodic incantation and a figure demonstrating the posture of chi manipulation. The star swords began to assemble into a grand formation, resembling constellations, moving with remarkable speed and multitude, imbued with profound mysteries that left adversaries defenseless. The entire treatise was divided into 12 pages, each containing a minor star formation. According to the text, the most formidable array was the combination of these 12 smaller formations, culminating in a cataclysmic killing array that could rend the heavens and distort the cosmos, placing enemies beneath the stars, where the star swords would strike like meteors. In his hurried attempt to grasp the overarching concept, Yang Haoshuan was astonished by the formidable secrets of the star sword array, yet simultaneously filled with disappointment. For it was evident that one needed at least the martial spirit realm to cultivate and activate this formation. It appeared that for now, he could only keep it for safekeeping. Why, oh why, must you all place such hopes upon me? Why am I so utterly useless? Why can I not concoct elixirs? Why must I remain a feeble and pitiable physician? Suddenly, Yang Haoshuan heard the rather unhinged voice of Tang Ryu from the other side, prompting him to rush over. Before them, Tang Yiru and Yun Shui stood in front of a wall, adorned with a totem of a golden lizard. Despite being merely a totem, the 3 eyes displayed a remarkable relief, akin to the 9 treasured artifacts previously encountered, as if they were genuinely embedded within. At that moment, an enigmatic aura emanated from the totem, causing Tang Yiru to succumb to madness, her expression contorted in a grimace. Strangely, Yun Shui remained unaffected. However, witnessing her senior sister in such a state filled her with a sense of urgency, leaving her drenched in cold sweat and hesitant to approach. Why? Why does this little brat possess such an innate talent for alchemy? Suddenly, Tang Yiru, appearing almost deranged, reached out with her slender hand, aiming to grasp Yun Shui by the throat. As the hand drew near, Yun Shui felt her legs weaken, rendering her immobile. Fortunately, Yang Haoshuan materialized behind her, swiftly lifting her away from the impending assault. Brother Haoshuan, what has happened to my senior sister? With Yang Haoshuan's arrival, Yun Shui felt a surge of reassurance and hastily inquired. Yang Haoshuan's gaze remained grave as he observed Tang Yiru's frantic demeanor. His eyes reddened with what seemed like burgeoning tears of frustration at the world's injustices. Turning his attention back to the wall, the golden lizard appeared astonishingly lifelike, its 3 eyes radiating an uncanny realism. In a sudden burst of determination, he launched himself forward, executing the poison dragon drill against the wall. The wall, situated underground, concealed its depths. Yet Yang Haoshuan managed to bore a hole through it. Instantly, the totem of the golden lizard vanished, and the 3 eyes, resembling emerald orbs, tumbled to the ground. Although he initially intended to obliterate them, a fleeting thought compelled him to collect them into his inventory instead. As the 3 eyes vanished, Tang Yiru's complexion transformed into a serene pallor, and she subsequently collapsed in a state of utter weakness. Yang Haoshuan swiftly caught her. After checking her breath and confirming she was unharmed, he realized that the torment she endured had rendered the healing dance ineffective. Recalling Tang Yiru's recent behavior, he curiously inquired of Yun Shui. What exactly is troubling your senior sister? Yun Shui hesitated for a moment, initially thinking Yang Haoshuan sought to address her condition directly. She gradually replied, My senior sister arrived alone in Wuyun Town 3 years ago, and she refrains from speaking about her past. However, my curiosity led me to investigate, and I discovered that she is the eldest daughter of the Tang family. What is the Tang family? Yang Haoshuan interjected, his curiosity piqued. You don't know about the Tang family? Yun Shui regarded him as if he were oblivious, exclaiming in exasperation. The Tang family is a lineage of the most formidable empire in the mundane world, the Great Zhou Empire. Every member of their family is an alchemist, belonging to a rare lineage of medicinal artisans. It is rumored that her father is a 7th-grade alchemist. My goodness, do you comprehend the significance of that? It is said that the 10 major sects of the martial world summon their promising disciples annually to assist in the alchemical arts. However, my senior sister, as you know, lacks the innate talent for alchemy. Can you fathom the implications of the daughter of the clan leader in an alchemical family being devoid of such a gift? Subsequently, her father unceremoniously betrothed her to a prince of the empire, an unprecedented act within the Tang family, where their offspring are typically courted by the sons of various sections. Thus, I can imagine the life she leads. It is likely that this very circumstance drove her to seek refuge in Wuyan Town. Yunshue's discourse was rather lengthy, yet her tone was tinged with melancholy, rendering Yang Haoshuan at ease as he listened. Upon concluding her narrative, he felt an overwhelming sense of empathy. He too had once been regarded as a waste, yet having traversed realms, he could dismiss such judgments. Nevertheless, for someone like Tang Yurua, it was altogether different. He sighed, realizing why she had knelt before him in supplication. Had it been in the past, he would undoubtedly have knelt for the chance to gain strength. At that moment, Tang Yurua gradually regained consciousness, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion as she glanced between Yang Haoshuan and Yunxue. Suddenly, a thought struck her, causing her pupils to constrict sharply. She trembled and swiftly stepped aside, turning her back to them. Senior sister. Yunxue immediately approached her with concern. Do not come any closer. Tang Yurua retreated a few paces, creating distance, her voice cold as ice. Yang Haoshuan observed the stone chamber's entrance, realizing they would not be leaving anytime soon. He moved beside her and said, Do not be this way. I fully comprehend your feelings. Comprehend? What do you truly understand? A prodigy of your youth must have been esteemed from an early age. How could you possibly fathom the depths of disdain? Tang Yurua, overwhelmed by her emotions, unleashed a fierce retort. Of course I understand. I am well aware that to be revered, one must not shy away. It is a pursuit to be earned through one's own endeavors. I can impart to you the path of the healer. Yang Haoshuan suddenly exuded an air of authority, his words instilling trust and resoluteness. Is there truly a path for healers? Tang Yurua gasped, lifting her gaze in bewilderment, unable to comprehend. In fact, within the Tianhe continent, the title of healer is merely an honorific. To put it bluntly, it refers to one who merely examines ailments and administers treatment with bandages and various medicines. However, the display Yang Haoshuan had just exhibited led the eager Tang Yurua to believe in the so-called path of the healer. Yet, her skepticism lingered, now, upon hearing it again. A flicker of hope ignited within her. Healers are far from the inept figures you envision. Although Yang Haoshuan was aware that he could not teach her, he could certainly rekindle her hope. Tang Yurua immediately perked up her ears, eager to listen. Traditionally, the disciplines of martial arts, alchemy, and the crafting of artifacts did not possess the comprehensive systems seen today. They required the diligent efforts of individuals to cultivate and develop. A physician cannot simply refine elixirs to enhance one's strength. The practice of healing remains grounded in ancient methods. However, why must we not see transformation? For instance, my earlier dance of healing serves as a symbol of this departure from traditional therapies. Yet, the role of a physician is far from simplistic. Its potency is formidable, powerful enough to evoke a sense of shame in elixir artisans. As Yang Haoshuan spoke, he invoked blessing of life upon himself, subsequently casting heart-piercing arrow from a distance. In the astonished gaze of Tang Yurua, he continued, The first technique I demonstrated is a form of medical art that enhances both the physical body and vital energy. This is merely a preliminary gesture. Consider this. A physician possesses an unparalleled understanding of the corporeal form that can invoke enhancements to one's strength during combat, a mystery surpassing that of elixirs. The second technique I employed serves as an instructional example. A physician can bolster their allies while simultaneously diminishing the state of their adversaries. Yang Haoshuan's words resonated in Tang Yuru's ears like a thunderclap, as if a portal to a wholly new realm was gradually unveiling before her. She was eager to inquire about the path of medical arts. However, before she could speak, Yang Haoshuan anticipated her question and preemptively declared, Do not ask me if I can impart my medical techniques to you, for there exists no method of instruction. Though I possess the knowledge, I cannot articulate it. It requires your own comprehension. Coughing lightly, Yang Haoshuan recalled how certain esteemed figures on television would encourage others to seek their own enlightenment. It appears that the situation is quite similar. Indeed, it is all a form of deception. The results were evidently remarkable, and Tang Yurua promptly became convinced, exclaiming, please demonstrate that healing dance once more. Yang Haoshuan complied, meticulously performing the healing dance. Tang Yuro leaned in closely, observing with focused attention, which left him feeling somewhat uncertain. After all, what he had just stated, while lacking in logic, remained untested. It appeared to be a method of channeling spiritual energy for self-healing, a practice typically employed by powerful martial spirits. Suddenly, Tang Yuro expressed her puzzlement. Not out of skepticism, for Yang Haoshuan did not resemble a martial spirit practitioner at all. Seizing the opportunity during her observation, Yang Haoshuan curiously inquired, "What was that extraordinary scroll you used earlier?" "It is a life-saving gift from my father," Tang Yuro replied, due to her dedication to the medical arts. Her demeanor towards Yang Haoshuan was drastically different. Yet, when she spoke of her lineage, her tone grew somber, only to be swiftly replaced by a resolute expression and eyes brimming with hope. It was clear she possessed the confidence to pursue the medical path, determined to redeem herself from a lifetime of shame. As the stone chamber was entirely sealed, Yang Haoshuan devoted the initial days to imparting various principles of medical skills to Tang Yuro, sincerely wishing for her to succeed in her endeavors. However, when the energy-gathering pills on him diminished significantly, he anxiously approached the entrance of the stone chamber, listening intently, only to be met with the disheartening realization that it was utterly silent within. I understand now. The principle behind the application of medical techniques diverges from the martial spirit. Rather, it involves the absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth during cultivation, transforming it into a method of healing. This method entails reconfiguring the composition of spiritual energy, which you can then manifest. A few days later, Tang Yuro exclaimed with sudden joy. Upon hearing her words, Yang Haoshuan felt a semblance of understanding and immediately performed the dance of healing. Tang Yuro observed intently for a while, her delicate jade-like hands twirling gracefully. Suddenly, a radiant light resembling a tiny sprite emerged from her, enveloping her own form. Instantly, an expression of ecstatic delight spread across her face. It worked. It worked. It seems my conjecture was correct, and you were right as well. This composition is truly ineffable and profoundly mysterious. However, I can gradually modify it based on this foundation. Oh my, are you truly the first to master this composition? You are remarkable. P.S. Yesterday, brimming with confidence, I aimed for the top, only to end up in 6th place. How ironic. Yet, it's not that we lack strength. Rather, the opponents are exceedingly formidable. Chapter 62. The bald adventurers witnessing her exuberance. Yang Haoshuan admired her innate talent and nodded in agreement. Senior sister, you are impressive too. Yun Shui joyfully ran to his side. Subsequently, Yang Haoshuan continued his search for an exit, while Tang Yuro attempted the heart snatch strike. However, the skill required a higher level. And according to her, the configuration of spiritual energy was considerably more intricate. As for Yun Shui, she lamented daily, expressing her helplessness. In the blink of an eye, for days had slipped away, inciting a sense of urgency. Even the ever-composed Yang Haoshuan, who had steadfastly believed that the 3 teams outside would not relinquish their pursuit of the treasures within, began to harbor doubts. Approaching the stone chamber's entrance, he heard not a whisper of sound and turned to Yun Shui, inquiring, "Shui'er, do you possess any knowledge about this place?" From the totems, it seemed evident that this was a site where Yun Ruoqing's ancestors dealt with the nation's affairs. Yet, Yun Shui could only share this much. I, too, am unaware of any escape routes here. However, I recall my grandmother mentioning that Yun Ruoqing's beloved wife was a remarkable figure herself, possessing profound insights into the scrolls and secret texts. Tragically, while delving into an ancient tome, an unforeseen calamity struck. She became ensnared by the malevolent book. Upon learning of this, Yun Ruoqing, in despair, confined her underground. Yet, as the kingdom began to witness a gradual demise, akin to the madness exhibited by my senior sister, the populace, having heard whispers of this tragedy, demanded the execution of Yun Ruoqing's wife. Unyielding, Yun Ruoqing disregarded their pleas and executed all the ministers who had urged him to comply, inciting a rebellion. Nevertheless, as a disciple of the great emperor, he swiftly quelled the insurrection, halting his divine powers, which in turn caused the underground world's sustenance to falter and its climate to deteriorate. Thus, the kingdom descended into ruin, with many perishing and others fleeing, until ultimately, only Yun Ruoqing and his wife remained, eternally entombed in this place. Yun Shui recounted, her voice steady and clear. Upon hearing this, Yang Haoshuan couldn't help but sigh. For the sake of a woman, the entire kingdom had descended into such chaos. Truly, Yun Ruoqing was deeply infatuated. Curiously, he inquired, "What is the name of his wife?" With a playful grin, he added, "Now you see the advantage of bringing me here. My grandmother simply adores sharing tales." Yun Shui, feeling valued, proudly declared, "Her name is Yin Yulu." The moment the name escaped Yun Shui's lips, it resonated with a peculiar cadence, imbued with an enchanting allure, as though it held a profound significance. Indeed, moments later, the stone chamber began to tremble, the stones of the ceiling dislodging, while the pillars swayed precariously, threatening to collapse at any moment. Simultaneously, the stones on the wall behind the table where the sword array was arranged, adorned with totems, appeared to be constructed from interlocking bricks, separating with a mechanical sound reminiscent of Harry's entrance into Diagon Alley in the first Harry Potter film. In the blink of an eye, a grand portal, 5 meters tall and 5 meters wide, materialized before them. Yet, there lay no path ahead. The walls on either side cloaked in darkness. Suddenly, as Yang Haoshuan prepared to observe with curiosity, torches mounted on the walls ignited one by one, illuminating the space. Gradually, the scene became clearer, leaving onlookers in a state of astonishment. The expanse between here and the opposite side stretches over 10,000 miles. And even Yang Haoshuan feels it to be even farther. Below lies a sheer cliff, unfathomable in depth. However, the torches flickering above indicate a passage to some destination. The dilemma lies in whether to venture forth. Observing that nothing alarming had occurred, Yin Shui cautiously approached, her expression one of astonishment. Tangyiro, too, set aside her research to join her. Suddenly, with a resounding rumble, the massive stone door of the chamber began to creak open. Before their eyes stood not only Xiong Ba, Zhao Pejun, and Li Lang from 3 separate teams, but also a bald man positioned at the center, exuding an air of authority. His cultivation level was astonishingly at the first stage of Martial King, and behind him was another formidable team, each member at least at the 6th stage of Martial Master. The presence of such a powerful force stirred a sense of apprehension within Yang Haoshuan. Oh no, that bald man belongs to the Bald Adventure Team, ranked 6th among the top 10 adventure teams in the mundane world. I encountered them a few years ago in Wuyun Town. They sought to explore the legend of the Wuyun Emperor, hoping to uncover relics. Yun Shui suddenly interjected, adding, "He is highly likely to be aware of the Cloud Star Sword. Indeed, he possesses extensive knowledge of Wuyun's history, as evidenced by his action of opening the stone chamber door." Tangyiro exclaimed. "What?" Yang Haoshuan was taken aback. In this world, rankings are a prevalent phenomenon, whether it be the top 10 sects, the top 10 empires, the top 10 families, or the top 10 adventure teams. Such occurrences are commonplace. However, these rankings also signify strength. Now, with the emergence of such a formidable team and the revelation regarding the Cloud Star Sword, what could possibly unfold? Initially, he had intended to feign ignorance about having acquired the treasure and leave unnoticed, but that now seemed impossible. Yun Shui and Tang Yuru also sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly concealed themselves behind a pillar. Indeed, this was the very location mentioned in the records, where the Star Sword array was said to be situated. Over there, the bald man spoke in a low voice. "Is that Yang Haoshuan truly here?" Indeed, Bearba's expression grew exceedingly grim. It turned out that those second-tier martial artists, who were not qualified to enter, harbored resentment and sought out these ruthless beings. One of their precious artifacts had been seized. Had they not been astute enough to hide the remaining artifact and attribute it to Yang Haoshuan, they would have lost everything. Simultaneously, they had learned about the Cloud Star Sword, and their eyes were now filled with a fierce determination. "Search," the bald man commanded with a wave of his hand. His subordinates immediately surged into the small stone chamber, which was soon to be thoroughly scoured. Yang Haoshuan was drenched in sweat, knowing that the members of the top adventure teams were no ordinary foes, all possessing a cultivation level of at least 6th-tier martial artists, with many lingering around the 9th tier, far beyond his capacity to contend with. Suddenly, a strange door appeared on the wall, and from the opposite side floated an unusual cloud. Exceedingly bizarre. Before Yang Haoshuan had the chance to inquire, Yin Shui exclaimed, "The 5 Clouds Divine Steed. This is an artifact from the ancient times, utilized by emperors to soar through the skies. It must be a relic of the past. We must hurry." Yang Haoshuan replied without hesitation. "No. It seems that it requires a blood sacrifice to activate. Otherwise, it remains an ordinary cloud, unfit for treading upon." Yin Shui lamented. "Very well, Yin Shui. As a descendant of the 5 Clouds, your bloodline has a higher chance of success. I will buy you some time." Yang Haoshuan declared. Yun Shui ceased her words and dashed outside, only to be immediately noticed by others. A multitude of bald men approached, their prowess formidable and their speed astonishing. Yet suddenly, a barrage of fireballs was unleashed, restraining their velocity. At this moment, Yun Shui arrived beside the Five Clouds' divine steed, biting her fingertip and allowing her blood to drip onto the cloud. To her surprise, the blood fell directly upon it, and the divine steed emitted a radiant glow, indicating a certain requirement for bloodline, likely necessitating the essence of a descendant like Yun Shui. However, the bald men were swiftly closing in. The fireballs had not completely subdued them, and with a few gentle strikes, they shattered the fiery restraints. Panic surged within Yang Haoshuan. With a mere thought, the three eyes of the golden lizard manifested in his hand, and he hurled them forward like bowling balls. Wherever they landed, adventurers recoiled in confusion, unaware of what had transpired, only to realize they were gradually losing control. At that moment, the Five Clouds' divine steed expanded dramatically. After a brief hesitation, Yun Shui ascended and miraculously landed securely atop it. Yang Haoshuan and Tang Yuru, without further ado, dashed towards that direction. However, at that moment, a whooshing sound erupted behind them, akin to the howling of a tempest, signaling the approach of the formidable bald warrior. Realizing that continued flight would inevitably inflict grievous injuries upon him, Yang Haoshuan resolutely halted. He beheld the bald warrior assume the stance of a predatory eagle, soaring through the air, with the head of a mighty hammer hurtling towards him with alarming speed. The hammer was uniquely designed, featuring a central iron rod connecting its head, allowing for precise control over its trajectory. The sheer force emanating from it was awe-inspiring, capable of unsettling even the heavens and instilling terror in the spirits, reminiscent of a raging river thundering forth. Even Yang Haoshuan's most esteemed technique, the poison dragon drill, appeared insignificant in the face of such an onslaught. This moment starkly illustrated the disparity in strength between himself and the bald warrior, rendering his earlier belief that he could contend with the likes of Bailey changing utterly laughable. As the hammer neared, Yang Haoshuan was overwhelmed by a sense of impotence. When the iron hammer struck his Tang Dao, his mind went blank, the spiraling true energy dissipating instantaneously. His physical form suffered catastrophic damage, sending him hurtling backward like a severed kite, unwittingly soaring towards the ominous void that lay before him. Just as he seemed destined to plummet into the abyss, fortunately, Yun Shui promptly summoned the Five Cloud divine steed to catch him. Meanwhile, upon landing, the bald warrior seized his weapon chain and spun the hammer above his head several times before hurling it towards the Five Cloud divine steed, its force surpassing that which had struck Yang Haoshuan. Yang Haoshuan attempted to utter words, yet was rendered mute, glancing at his attributes to discover that his health had dwindled to a mere few hundred, rapidly declining until it stabilized at 15. A testament to the severity of his injuries. At that moment, Yang Haoshuan could not help but feel grateful for having taught Tang Yuru the dance of healing. In her exertion of power, he had managed to cling to life. His limbs could move ever so slightly. With his left hand, he grasped a vitality pill, and with his right, a healing potion, both of which he consumed eagerly. Unavoidably, he began to surmise that the cyclical nature of cause and effect in this world seemed particularly potent. For instance, with Yun Yue's descent, he was shielded along the way, receiving vital information and seizing treasures ahead of others. He had also rescued Tang Yuru at the staircase trap, where she saved the three of them with a scroll, leading to her learning the art of healing, and now, once again, he had been saved. "Brother Haoshuan, are you all right?" Yun Wei inquired, her voice laced with concern upon noticing the significant improvement in Yang Haoshuan's vitality. It was only then that he realized he was lying atop the Wuyun divine steed, akin to resting in a bed. He glanced ahead and then behind, questioning, "Given my severe injuries, I am unaware of the situation ahead. Alas, I have never heard of this passage before." Yun Wei, equally perplexed, responded, "However, I can deduce a bit, based on the method of opening this passage. It should lead to the place where Yun Ruoqing and his wife perished after the kingdom's collapse." Tang Yuru gently interjected, "Does that not imply a graveyard?" Yun Wei bit her fingernail, fear evident in her demeanor. Consequently, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the three of them as they contemplated what lay ahead. Despite having encountered no obstacles thus far, the prospect of entering what could very well be another's burial site was anything but simple. Creak, creak, creak. As the battle commenced, Yang Haoshuan, under the lingering effects of the Hawkeye skill, suddenly perceived some movement below. Cautiously, he seized a nearby torch and cast it downwards. The torch extinguished before it could illuminate the ground, leaving Yun Shui and Tang Yiru unaware of anything amiss. However, Yang Haoshuan's complexion turned pale as he beheld a sight that sent shivers down his spine. The abyss was teeming with glimmering golden lizards, thousands of them, desperately leaping upwards in their attempts to ascend. Yet, each time they approached a certain height, a radiant light would manifest, casting them back down. Despite this, the sheer density of their numbers was enough to instill a profound sense of dread. An hour passed, and even with the 5-cloud divine steeds' remarkable speed of 100 meters per second, they had not yet reached their destination. However, amidst the persistent darkness, a faint scene gradually emerged. As they flew closer, they discerned a barrier formed of 5 clouds. Unaware of its benign nature, the trio pressed forward, with Yun Shui urging the 5-cloud divine steed to venture inside. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped their vision. When it subsided, they found themselves within an altar adorned with twinkling starlight. Above them, celestial bodies shone brightly, and an ethereal 5-cloud spiritual energy permeated the air, falling like snowflakes around them. Yang Haoshuan remained perplexed by the essence of this 5-cloud energy. However, its abundance here suggested that it might represent a powerful form of energy derived from the 5 elements, distilled into a potent cloud-like essence, characterized by its 5 distinct colors. The altar appeared to be suffused with ethereal essence, as if the very air had been replaced by the quintessence of the 5 clouds. In that fleeting moment, Yang Haoshuan inhaled deeply, and the essence coursed through every inch of his being, producing a series of crisp sounds, akin to the sensation of an impending explosion within him. Instantly, his physique became robust, and every drop of blood surged with vitality, reminiscent of the time he absorbed the blood pill, greedily drawing in the energy that swiftly healed his wounds. Suppressing his astonishment, Yang Haoshuan surveyed the altar. At the center of the altar stood 2 magnificent stone statues, one male and one female. The unique stone, devoid of any tangible sensation, rendered the sculptures remarkably lifelike, with every inch of their skin meticulously crafted and their garments equally exquisite. Apart from these statues, the altar held no other adornments. Above, the cosmos shimmered with stars, while around him swirled the ethereal essence of the 5 clouds, creating an enchanting tableau that captivated all who beheld it. Yun Shui beamed with satisfaction at the sight. Gazing once more at the male statue, one could see a countenance as refined as jade, exuding an air of freshness and elegance. His sword-like eyebrows framed eyes that sparkled with an unparalleled intensity, and despite being a mere sculpture, one could sense the profound affection in his gaze directed towards the beautiful female statue beside him. It was evident that this pair represented Yun Ruoqing and Yan Yulo, the illustrious couple. I am the progeny of the 5 clouds, Yun Ruoqing. In my lifetime, I was foolish and tyrannical, causing untold suffering to my kingdom. I am guilty. I am guilty. I wielded all my powers but could not save my beloved wife, and thus, we lie here together in eternal slumber. I shall dedicate the essence of my life to the altar, intertwining my mystical arts with the ethereal energies of the 5 clouds, in the hope that a destined individual may comprehend them and safeguard my people of the 5 clouds. Suddenly, as Yun Shui completed her reverence, the stone statue of Yun Ruoqing astonishingly spoke. Were it not for the rigidity of its expression, one might have believed it to be a living being. However, it soon fell silent. The words of the statue left the 3 present in utter shock. After a moment of daze, Yun Shui remarked, "It seems that the ancestor Yun Ruoqing was aware of his transgressions. Alas, it is the wickedness that brings harm to others. We must consider our next course of action, for it is evident that there is no escape here." Tang Yiru expressed her concern, saying, "Yet he mentioned that his techniques are intertwined within this place. If you could grasp them, your cultivation would surely experience a significant enhancement, allowing us to break free." The yu she referred to was, of course, Yang Haoshuan. Upon hearing this, he too fell into deep contemplation, calculating that with his current cultivation at the 4th level of a martial artist, he would be utterly defenseless against the bald-headed minion. They were undoubtedly stationed outside, akin to capturing a turtle in a jar. Indeed, even if I cannot fully comprehend the techniques of the emperor, merely inhaling the essence of this place would surpass an entire day's training outside, enabling me to break through my barriers at an accelerated pace. Yang Haoshuan suddenly remarked that after a thorough analysis, he had discarded various possibilities. Yet he still found himself with a glimmer of hope. He was currently situated in this realm suffused with ethereal clouds of spiritual energy, which significantly accelerated his cultivation speed, presenting him with an excellent opportunity. If he could successfully activate the 2nd longevity meridian of the longevity decision, his cultivation would experience a substantial enhancement, consequently allowing his game level to reach the coveted 30. At that juncture, he would be able to acquire the warrior skill Petrifications, which would augment his basic defense by 60 and elevate his maximum health by 30. This elevation in realm would synergistically increase his capabilities, especially when complemented by skills such as Hawkeye, enabling him to compete with that bald adversary. Given the pace of cultivation in this place, he anticipated achieving this within 3 months. Upon articulating this plan, the two women expressed no objections. However, the question of sustenance for those 3 months posed a dilemma. Fortunately, during his previous encounters, Yang Haoshuan had collected a variety of medicinal herbs from the defeated Li Lijun and his cohorts, which he could utilize to concoct numerous qi-gathering pills to sustain himself until that time. Once he successfully activated the longevity meridian, he vowed to exact retribution on that old scoundrel Li Lang for the previous ambush, and as for the bald man, he would not rest until he had avenged his grievances, for in the realm of martial arts, he was indeed a menace. With these thoughts in mind, Yang Haoshuan entered a meditative state to continue his cultivation. Chapter 64. The Five Clouds Technique. The moment Yang Haoshuan commenced his cultivation, the ethereal essence of the five clouds surged wildly into his being. This infusion of spiritual energy, imbued with the quintessence of the five clouds, exerted a remarkable effect, violently impacting the longevity meridian within him. Having been developed over the course of 3 years, the time for its awakening had surely arrived. Yet, he remained uncertain of the skills that would manifest. Day by day, immersed in this environment, Yang Haoshuan's progress soared. Though he was challenging his meridian, his bloodline, in this setting, resembled a ravenous child drawing nourishment from its mother. Simultaneously, the prolonged absorption of this five clouds essence refined his marrow, imbuing it with the vibrant hues of the five elements, strange yet undeniably formidable. As the transformation of his bones commenced, Yang Haoshuan began to sense an integration between his physical form and the altar of this realm, as if he were beginning to grasp the profound mysteries of the five clouds. This recollection brought to mind the words of the ancient stone carving. The primordial techniques resided within this very place. Thus, he remained vigilant, deliberately slowing the pace of his longevity meridian to attune himself to the essence of the five clouds technique. Upon understanding the principles of the five clouds, he surmised that this technique was likely a harmonious convergence of the five elements, granting mastery over them and facilitating the creation of new worlds beneath the earth. After all, the very structure of existence is founded upon the five elements. Moreover, every technique is said to encompass the five elements: wood, water, fire, earth. Subtle influences can significantly affect an individual's performance. When a person reaches the realm of martial spirit, in harmony with the celestial energies, they can unleash a lethal surge of spiritual power with a mere gesture. For instance, through fire-based techniques, one can command extraordinary flames, showcasing a terrifying prowess. The same principle applies to the mastery of all five elements. However, this requires quintuple the time and effort. Yet, once achieved, it bestows unparalleled abilities. Faintly, Yang Haoshuan sensed that in this abundant realm of five clouds spiritual energy, as he absorbed it day by day, he began to perceive the emergence of something ahead. The sensation of approaching power grew ever stronger. Even with his eyes closed, he could see the spiritual energy of the five clouds gradually transforming. Time became indeterminate, and soon, the surrounding elemental energies began to thin. However, 5 radiant tomes, each glowing with brilliance, floated around him. This understanding he experienced revealed that true enlightenment involves absorbing the surrounding 5 clouds' spiritual energy to unveil the hidden techniques within. Given the altar's abundant spiritual energy, had it not been for my Changxing Ju, which primarily focuses on absorption, such discoveries would have remained elusive, a serendipitous fortune indeed. Yang Haoshuan was elated by the revelations of the techniques surrounding him, yet he understood the necessity of restraint. Any attempt to reach out would cause these techniques to vanish. They were not tangible entities, but rather ephemeral manifestations conjured by Yun Ruoqing, interwoven with the spiritual energy. They needed to be absorbed into his being. Indeed, he had to acknowledge that his accumulation of wisdom had led him to this accurate conjecture. As time unfolded, the 5 tomes drew ever closer to his essence. Sister, have you noticed how peculiar Brother Haoshuan seems? At the altar, Inxue observed Yang Haoshuan's demeanor, contemplating aloud. Several months prior, she had discerned the oddity of his cultivation posture, which had only grown more bizarre with time, as if he were becoming one with the 5 clouds. He must have grasped the profound secrets of the techniques of the mighty Yun Ruoqing. Tang Yuru remarked nonchalantly. Yet there was a glimmer of admiration for Yang Haoshuan's innate talent in her eyes. Indeed, just as Tang Yuru had suggested, 5 tomes radiating distinct hues of light hovered beside Yang Haoshuan, seemingly poised to merge with his being. Suddenly, sensing the opportune moment, Yang Haoshuan bellowed, "Enter me." Instantly, a powerful force of attraction erupted from him, and the 5 tomes sequentially entered his body. With each tome that assimilated, his cultivation significantly enhanced, and upon the 5th tome's entry, he felt as if a multitude of insights had unfurled within his mind. In a flash, the contents of those 5 pages crystallized vividly in his consciousness, revealing 5 elemental techniques, which could be collectively referred to as the 5 cloud techniques. Ha! This treasure hunt has proven immensely rewarding. Bailey Changing, did you not acquire an ancient relic? I too possess one, and soon it shall be revealed who is mightier. Yang Haoshuan immediately delved into the study of the 5 cloud techniques. Sensing their profound mysteries and exceptional power, Cloud Gold Method, Cloud Wood Method, Cloud Water Method, Cloud Fire Method, Cloud Earth Method. Within the recesses of the mind lie tomes akin to martial arts techniques. Yet distinctly different, they cannot be directly read or practiced. Instead, one must amass a vast quantity of the elemental energies to augment them and thereby acquire their mystical powers. Fortuitously, Yang Haoshuan possesses the 5 clouds technique, a stroke of extraordinary luck. However, the earth-tier techniques available today are remnants of ancient times, originating from an era teeming with formidable warriors, where the martial spirit realm was requisite for their execution. This realm is essential for communicating with the spiritual energies of the cosmos, thus unleashing the full potency of these abilities. The requirements for advancement in this realm are quite demanding, yet in ancient times, the difficulty of attaining martial spirit was likely comparable to that of today's martial masters. Nevertheless, despite the inability to manifest these mystical powers, Yang Haoshuan can still absorb the elemental energies in accordance with the foundational techniques of his discipline, thereby strengthening the 5 clouds technique and harnessing the power of the 5 elements. Concurrently, the activation of his 2nd longevity meridian, which has reached level 30, instills in him a desire to showcase his prowess. Suddenly, he notices Yunshui and Tang Yuru tending to his abode and inquires, "How long has it been?" "If I recall correctly, it has been 4 months. Tang Yuru replies calmly, "My goodness, 4 months? How have I managed to remain here for so long without succumbing to boredom?" Yunshui exclaims, "So, how have you fared? Brother Haoshuan, have you made any progress in your cultivation? Can you defeat that bald man now?" Meanwhile, the activation of the 2nd longevity meridian has propelled his martial realm to the pinnacle of the 5th stage of martial mastery. The elevation of martial arts realms is indeed a formidable challenge, as one must ascend 2 levels for each tier of advancement. Yang Haoshuan pondered gravely upon this realization and nodded at Yunshui. It appears that the new book rankings have suffered a dismal fate, and Tofu requires some solace. Chapter 65, Breakthrough Excellent. Let us venture forth and vanquish that bald adversary. Yunshui exclaimed with palpable excitement upon learning the outcome. Wait, grant me 1 more month. I aim to directly ascend to the 6th stage of martial mastery. Yang Haoshuan interjected. His mind was consumed with the urgent need to amplify the 5 cloud technique, necessitating visits to various realms imbued with the essence of the 5 clouds to absorb and refine them into 5 cloud chi. To squander the abundant 5 cloud spiritual energy present in this altar would be sheer folly. The 5 clouds represent the quintessence of the 5 elements, refined to an extraordinary degree, and embody a unique method of cultivation exclusive to the 5 cloud technique, thus rendering it far superior to conventional elemental techniques. The 5 cloud spiritual energy is the essence of these 5 elements. Yang Haoshuan comprehensively grasped the formidable divine abilities he had encountered along his journey, such as the barriers and suppressions against the golden lizard, which were among the more potent manifestations of the 5 cloud technique. Finally, Yang Haoshuan took several steps back, assuming a cross-legged position. As he activated the 5 cloud technique in his mind, the surrounding 5 cloud spiritual energy surged into his consciousness with fervor, aligning perfectly with the attributes of the 5 foundational techniques. The technique illuminated brilliantly, rapidly enhancing in strength, and his cultivation level correspondingly advanced. After a month, the altar, once blanketed with a flurry of 5 cloud spiritual energy, now lay desolate and bare, while Yang Haoshuan effortlessly ascended to the 6th stage of martial mastery. Although I am unable to wield supernatural powers, I have, to some extent, grasped the essence of the 5 cloud strength, which proves to be as effective as the spiral true force. Yang Haoshuan's countenance shifted like the tide, his exhilaration evident from the bountiful gains he had reaped along his journey. However, his thoughts soon turned to the second eternal meridian. Without hesitation, Yang Haoshuan moved to a secluded spot, drew forth the Tang Dao, and activated the second eternal meridian. His heart raced with anticipation, yet moments later, he found no discernible change in himself. Previously, when he had activated the first meridian, the spiral true force would manifest instantly in his hand, but now there was nothing. What was this? Teleportation? So outrageous? Yang Haoshuan promptly began to test it, and indeed, as he activated the meridian while moving, his speed surged dramatically. However, it was not instantaneous travel, merely an acceleration by several folds. Realizing this, Yang Haoshuan eagerly experimented on the altar, darting about like a specter, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Tang Yuru and Yun Shui gazed in delight at the whirling Yang Haoshuan. Yun Shui even bounced with excitement, causing Tang Yuru to feel a twinge of self-consciousness and smile awkwardly. At that moment, Yang Haoshuan rushed over, exclaiming, "Huh? Such incredible speed. I shall call it divine speed. Come, the opportunity to exhale has arrived." Yun Shui immediately cheered and summoned the five clouds' divine steed, and the three adeptly leapt aboard, traversing the lengthy passage. As they departed, Yang Haoshuan bowed respectfully to the stone sculpture, which represented the 30-level skills of their three chosen professions: the warrior's rock solid, the mage's radiance, and the healer's medical hunt. Though these three skills were, in essence, supportive in nature, their potency should not be underestimated, as the formidable effects of rock solid are widely acknowledged. The brilliance of the mage, an enhancement of attack power by 5, an increase in health cap by 5, with an additional increment of 5 for every level. The hunter's medical form, the cooldown period of the healing dance skill is reduced by 8 seconds. All skill damage taken is increased by 25. Final damage inflicted upon enemies is diminished by 50, and mana consumption is lessened by 44. The physical attacks will significantly bolster the healing effect. Ahem, this is somewhat subpar, as it is designed for the game's cooldown settings, yet currently, there is no cooldown at all. Were it not for the necessity of future skill upgrades, Yang Haoshuan would not consider learning it. As for the life skills, careful deliberation is essential. Perhaps it is best to seek a tranquil place to contemplate further. In the stone chamber ahead, despite the passage of 4 months, numerous tents still stand erect. Many bald-headed adventurers from various teams are either indulging in drinks or playing cards to pass the time. Concerning the passageway that Yang Haoshuan previously vacated, a sturdy iron chain net is firmly affixed to the wall, lying in wait for the unsuspecting prey in their sights. From a distance, Yang Haoshuan activated his eagle vision to observe the iron net, estimating its thickness. A cold smile crept across his face as he instructed Yun Shui, "Make haste and rush over to give them a surprise." Understood. Yun Shui had been confined within the altar for 4 long months, and her patience was wearing thin. Suddenly, the Wuyun divine steed surged forward with remarkable speed. At that very moment, Yang Haoshuan sprang into action, and the poison dragon drill darted forth with unprecedented ferocity. This iteration of the poison dragon drill was incomparable to its earlier form. With the acceleration derived from the second meridian he had activated, the drill no longer moved sluggishly. It now resembled a rocket, whirring like a propeller as it struck the iron bars, sending shards flying and catching those unprepared off guard. The bald man is absent. It's the perfect opportunity. Let us make haste. Yang Haoshuan had initially planned to confront the bald man alone, allowing Tang Yuru and Yun Shui to escape first. However, it became apparent that the bald man was indeed missing. After 4 months, a martial king could not possibly remain vigilant at this location at all times. With that thought, he leaped into the air, landing precisely atop the Wuyun divine steed. Without needing further words, Yun Shui propelled them directly towards the stone chamber's grand entrance. Do not let them escape. Seal the gates. The great doors of the stone chamber began to descend slowly, but their descent was remarkably languid. While the Wuyun divine steed surged forth with astonishing swiftness, they swiftly ascended the circular staircase, bursting out of the armory pavilion and the kingdom, soaring high into the sky as the kingdom below raced by. At this very moment, Yang Haoshuan and his companions found themselves soaring amidst the 5-cloud divine steed, experiencing an exhilarating sensation of flight. Earlier, within the dark and foreboding passage, Yun Shui had refrained from any reckless actions. However, now, brimming with excitement, she skillfully maneuvered the divine steed at its utmost speed, gliding above the kingdom for a while before heading towards the exit of the broken bridge. It was evident that the broken bridge was also guarded, yet the guardians could only sigh in resignation as they watched the trio depart into the skies. Upon leaving the ancient kingdom, a sense of nostalgic familiarity enveloped them. The steep, shadowy valley ascended directly, and soon they felt the warm embrace of sunlight upon their skin, accompanied by the refreshing caress of a gentle breeze. Yunxue, clearly impressed by the prowess of the five-cloud divine steed, continued to guide it skyward, piercing through the clouds and mist. Below, the peaks of Wuyun Town gradually diminished in size, while the majestic landscapes of the Dian Mountain Range unfolded before them. Yang Haoshuan could not help but acknowledge the intense novelty of this perspective, and even Tang Yuru refrained from stopping him. Her curiosity piqued. Chapter 66. The bustling mountain range indeed. Flight has long been a cherished dream of humanity. To realize the ability to soar through the skies, one must attain the realm of martial spirit, possess exceptional talent, and wield techniques that facilitate such feats. The speed of flight would depend on their strength. However, the five-cloud divine steed was distinct, evidently a magical artifact crafted from the ancient five-cloud technique. Kiki, with this treasure in my possession, I can venture wherever I desire, and my father will no longer be able to control me. Yunxue sat cross-legged, her arms outstretched to welcome the wind, oblivious to the way it accentuated her remarkable figure. In a moment of exaggerated distraction, Yang Haoshuan's gaze shifted, only for Tang Yuru to witness it, resulting in her casting him a look of disdain. Yunxue and Tang Yuru exchanged few words, and ultimately, Yunxue guided the Wuyun Shinting to a location within the Dian Mountains, allowing Yang Haoshuan to disembark. He then remarked, Yunxue, if you have this, why don't you all visit Dian first? I shall notify you in a few days. Dian? Sounds delightful. Is it enjoyable there? Yunxue, perched atop the Wuyun Shinting, rested her chin on her hand, inquiring with excitement. We are not heading to Dian. Rather, we shall go to Daqing. Yang Haoshuan, I presume you intend to go there as well. You can address the matters in Wuyun Town and then come directly to find us. Tang Yuru suddenly interjected, seemingly disinclined to visit Dian. Yang Haoshuan refrained from saying much more, merely cautioning them to remain vigilant and advising Yunxue to be mindful of her Wuyun Shinting. However, she informed him that the Wuyun Shinting had already recognized her, and without her control, it merely appeared to others as a colorful cloud. As he watched Yunxue and Tang Yuru pilot the Wuyun Shinting away, Yang Haoshuan discerned the direction of Wuyun Town. He let out a few cold scoffs and made his way there. Now at the 6th level of martial arts, he found himself somewhat challenged when facing a first-level martial king, yet he was still capable of engaging in battle. Once the confrontation began, he would unleash a plethora of cunning techniques, determined to either vanquish or outsmart his opponent. Consequently, as time passed, the events transpiring in Wuyun Town had already spread. Despite the considerable influence of the bald-headed adventure team, who had arrived first and possibly seized the treasures, the allure of scavenging and spectating drew various adventuring squads to this location, explaining the throngs of individuals present. The adventurers' team generally places great importance on the territory surrounding their camp, often stationing sentinels hidden among the trees. Yang Haoshuan, wishing to avoid trouble, tried to steer clear of conflict. However, given the current circumstances, it became evident that he could not reach Wuyun Town in time. Resolving to approach a nearby camp and join them, he paused momentarily, gazing at the luminous moon overhead. After a prolonged stare, his expression dimmed slightly, yet took on an odd quality as he muttered, "Damn it," reflecting on his initial plans for a grand undertaking that had been thwarted by wasted time on the road. He could only manage a wry smile before seeking a place to rest. As he made his way towards the camp, mere meters from its perimeter, a sudden rustle from a nearby tree caught his attention. Glancing upward, he beheld a dark figure descending, a pristine longsword gripped firmly in hand. Yang Haoshuan sensed the movement just as the assailant struck, yet he had to concede that he had been oblivious to the presence of anyone in the trees. This indicated the intruder's considerable prowess. Without attempting to evade, he unsheathed his Tang Dao, executing a half-turn as he unleashed a surge of spiraling true energy. Following the activation of his second meridian, his spiraling true energy had undergone significant transformation, allowing for greater control and even the capacity to direct it in an external assault. With a fierce momentum, the spiraling true energy surged forth at an astonishing speed, its trajectory sharpened like a blade, seemingly capable of severing anything in its path. However, the long sword in the stranger's hand shimmered momentarily, sending forth a wave that shattered the spiraling true energy from within. Yet, as he performed a somersault in midair, He immediately unleashed a strike, known as Long Rainbow, piercing the sun aimed directly at Yang Haoshuan's skull. Yang Haoshuan discerned that his opponent was a man, faced with such a sword. He could not afford to let the adversary easily succeed. His Tang Dao met the assault with remarkable precision, and at the moment of collision between blade and sword, the power of the five clouds was poised to erupt. However, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Before he could unleash his force, the longsword, which had initially collided with his Tang Dao, unexpectedly twisted and struck like a serpent, its tip now aimed at Yang Haoshuan's chest. It was as though the opponent's sword possessed a sentient awareness, curving in midair to target the back of his head, forcing him into a clumsy roll on the ground, ending up in a puddle and leaving him in a most undignified state. Nevertheless, Yang Haoshuan had no time to dwell on his predicament. He understood that his opponent's swordsmanship was extraordinarily refined, unlike anything he had previously encountered. Although he had suffered a substantial setback while merely probing his opponent's skills, he took this lesson to heart. Resolutely, he sought to deploy the poison dragon drill to gain the upper hand. Strangely, upon landing, the stranger did not press the advantage. Instead, he stood his ground, sword at the ready, seemingly disinterested in continuing the fight. After a moment of hesitation, he declared, "You are not my match. Leave my camp at once." Such arrogance. Yang Haoshuan contemplated his opponent's cultivation level and discerned that he merely possessed the strength of a 7th-tier martial artist. Having gained a slight advantage through swordplay, he harbored an air of disdain. A cold smile crept onto his lips as he realized the true extent of his opponent's abilities. And he felt no fear. As I began to attend to this man, I noticed his finely chiseled features, a testament to the refinement gained from advancing as a martial artist. His appearance was striking, with a small braid tied at the back of his head, exuding an air of elegance, albeit marred by the enchanting yet aloof nature of his sharp, angular eyes, which rendered him extraordinarily haughty. It appeared that this was all a misunderstanding. Yang Haoshuan suddenly quelled his fighting spirit, recognizing that he was soon to face a martial king. Conserving his strength was the wiser strategy. He clasped his hands together and said, "I am merely a traveler, and seeing that dusk is upon us, I hope to cultivate alongside you. Is that so?" The proud man remained unmoved, yet his gaze flickered with indecision, ultimately opting not to respond. Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted from the direction of the camp, followed by the emergence of a group led by a middle-aged man. The words spoken earlier had originated from him. Behind him trailed a collection of young men and women, all of similar age and remarkable talent, their attire suggesting they were not merely an ordinary band of adventurers. Yang Haoshuan promptly sheathed his tang knife and cheerfully remarked, "I am but a wandering adventurer who has become separated from my party. I intended to seek refuge in your camp for the night, but alas." He glanced at the proud man, offering a wry smile that showcased his disheveled state. The youths could not help but chuckle at the sight. The middle-aged man scrutinized Yang Haoshuan earnestly before conversing with the proud man to ascertain the situation. With a smile, he declared, "Ah, I see. Please do not take offense. It is only natural to be cautious while traveling. Since you are a solitary adventurer, you are welcome to join us. We are from the Unity Sword sect, out here for training. You may call me Uncle Gu." Yang Haoshuan, appearing as a benevolent scholar poring over ancient texts, concealed a shrewd intellect beneath his facade. He unveiled his identity and background with a casualness that could be perceived as either foolishness or audacity. His affiliation with the formidable Unity Sword sect commanded respect, deterring others from daring to provoke him. However, the entire team possessed relatively modest cultivation levels. That ancient uncle, for instance, was merely at the pinnacle of the martial master 10th tier. Yang Haoshuan could not help but chuckle. "Pardon my intrusion. By the way, do you have any food?" After nearly 4 months subsisting on medicinal pills, he found the allure of solid food irresistible. "Indeed, we do," the ancient uncle replied with a hearty demeanor. Though directed at the ancient uncle, the remark was devoid of subtlety and delivered with considerable volume, accompanied by an exasperated glance at Yang Haoshuan. To be candid, at that moment, Yang Haoshuan was not particularly endearing. Having just emerged from a filthy puddle, he bore an unpleasant odor. Nevertheless, the ancient uncle remained cordial, gently chiding the woman before leading Yang Haoshuan towards the camp. Meanwhile, the previously aloof young man silently ascended into the trees, concealing himself exceptionally well. Even when Yang Haoshuan, aware of his position, cast his gaze in that direction, he could discern nothing. His name is Ao Bing. That is simply his temperament. Do not take offense at his earlier behavior, the ancient uncle explained, observing Yang Haoshuan's scrutinizing gaze and subsequently introducing the other members of his team. They settled by the campfire, engaging in warm conversation. Humph. Even if you maintain your distance, Ao Bingbing is not someone you can contend with. The woman beside the ancient uncle interjected abruptly. I am exceedingly fatigued, utterly weary. Speaking of which, a minor character has made an appearance. However, due to the narrative, the protagonist predominantly occupies the stage alone.